Chapter 1. I entered a novel, but the system is malfunctioning. Shen Leyan. Shen Leyan, wake up. Help me drive the cart. I need to relieve myself. In the scorching heat of August, a group of over 20 individuals navigated a rugged path down the mountain, pulling wooden carts laden with bags of grain and herbs. The driver, growing impatient, called out twice, and, as he tightened the reins to halt the donkey, he suddenly noticed a bag of herbs on the cart behind him shift unexpectedly. Ah! Shen Leyan was jolted awake by the startled exclamation. He brushed aside the herbs that had been pressing upon him, squinting against the blinding sunlight as he sat up. "Senior brother, what's the matter?" The driver, too embarrassed to admit he had been frightened, mumbled something about hurrying the donkey before hastily disappearing into the nearby woods. Shen Leyan lazily patted the donkey's head, signaling it to continue its descent. Before he had entered this narrative, he had been a university student, thriving in the nocturnal hours. However, the body he now inhabited was frail and sickly, leaving him perpetually fatigued, regardless of how much he slept. Fortunately, he was an external disciple of Yunqi's sect, a place that provided food and shelter, requiring merely that he guard the gates, prepare meals, and occasionally attend to minor tasks. Today's chore involved assisting the villagers in rebuilding their homes after a devastating fire had ravaged a small village, leaving many homeless. The previous night, the cultivators of Yunqi's sect had extinguished the flames, but the labor of reconstruction was deemed beneath the dignity of those skilled in slaying demons, thus falling to them, the unqualified external disciples. The senior brother returned from his brief respite in the woods, spotting the young man driving the donkey, his tousled dark hair and loosely fitting dark blue attire, giving him an air of casual disarray. His striking peach blossom eyes half closed, as if he might drift back to sleep at any moment. The senior brother couldn't help but chuckle and tease him. "Shen Leyan, you sleep in class, doze off while guarding the gates, and now that you've finally come down the mountain, you still want to sleep?" Shen Leyan adeptly climbed back onto the cart, leaning against the pile of herbs. Life is all about sleep. The experience of having entered a novel felt akin to stumbling upon cotton. The senior brother sighed before we descended. "I heard that if we complete this task well, we'll have another opportunity to test our spiritual roots. Only with spiritual roots could one pursue cultivation." Shen Leyan perked up his ears. "Does senior brother wish to cultivate?" "Of course. Who wouldn't want to cultivate?" In Yunqi's sect, the overwhelming majority of external disciples yearned to witness the inner sect cultivators wielding swords and concocting elixirs, captivated by the tales of heroism in their battles against malevolence, dreaming of the day they might discover their own spiritual roots and seek out a renowned mentor, ultimately achieving fame within the world of cultivation. "I have no desire to cultivate." The senior brother and several nearby external disciples erupted in laughter. Shen Leyan chuckled along, though he genuinely lacked any aspiration for cultivation, as the title of the novel he found himself in was Demons Rampant. Who is the fated sovereign? The author had not only depicted the demonic and monstrous factions as overwhelmingly powerful, but had also left the narrative hanging during the crucial arc of the celestial-demonic conflict without any resolution. This implied that the world might stagnate at the moment when cultivators were deemed as expendable as dogs in the face of this ongoing battle. As one of the four major righteous sects, Yunqi's sect stood at the forefront of combating demons, leading to the earliest casualties among its cultivators. Even the revered sect leader, Lu Yuani, had perished in the flames of conflict, his body and soul consumed. Shen Leyan reflected upon his own lack of noble morals to save the world and the absence of any I alone and the destined sovereign capabilities. Despite his knowledge of the main plot lines as a transmigrator, his golden finger. "Greetings, host. I am your system. Due to quantum mechanics, I sustained damage during the transmigration and am currently working to repair myself. Completion is expected in half a day, with a repair probability of 1. His golden finger, Du, had likely fallen victim to quantum mechanics. He was merely an ordinary individual without spiritual roots. All he desired was to save a bit of silver, leave the sect, and find a secluded village to live a quiet and stable life. Upon their arrival at the village, the residents had already gathered outside, awaiting them. The elderly, bearded village chief approached with his cane. Honored Taoists, you have traveled far. Thank you for your efforts. We have nothing here to properly welcome you. You're too kind, the senior brother quickly replied, assisting the old chief while instructing the others to unload the grain and herbs from the donkey cart for distribution to the fire victims. Shen Leyan opened a rice bag, scooping rice for the lined-up villagers, while overhearing the senior brother inquiring of the chief. Old man, where are the injured from the fire currently being housed? Please guide me. We brought some herbs, and I have some medical knowledge to assist them. The chief nodded, expressing gratitude. Follow me, Taoist. Shen Leyan, take the herbs and come along, the senior brother called. Shen Leyan complied with a soft, all right. The elderly chief moved slowly, and as Shen Leyan trailed behind, he scrutinized the small village. The village was modest, comprising around 30 households. The recent fire had consumed nearly half of the thatched cottages, with the injured sheltered in the remaining homes, while others were forced to construct makeshift wooden shanties in the village's grain yard. The charred remains of the burnt cottages lay in blackened ruins, scattered with charred logs and emitting a pungent odor. In the distance, white banners fluttered in the grain yard, and faint sounds of mourning could be heard. On this summer afternoon, the heat was at its peak. Shen Leyan gently pressed at his collar, blocking the breeze that crept into his neck. An inexplicable chill seemed to emanate from the ruins, settling at the nape of his neck. As he ventured deeper into the village, the chill intensified. Initially, he attributed it to his frail condition, but now his back was nearly drenched in cold sweat. It felt as though something was quietly observing them from beneath the ruins. It was said that those with weaker bodies were more susceptible to malevolent forces and possessed heightened sensitivity. Shen Leyan quickened his pace to catch up with the others. Senior brother, he discreetly cast a glance at the ruins and lowered his voice. Do you not feel a bit cold? The senior brother wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, perplexed. On such a hot day, are you jesting? Noticing the paleness of his face, the senior brother softened his tone. Are you unwell? As they spoke, the chill at his back seemed to retreat suddenly. It appeared that only he had sensed it. Shen Leyan shook his head, lowering his eyelashes. I'm fine, senior brother. Did the cultivators who visited yesterday mention anything unusual in the village? None at all. If the fire was caused by demons or monsters, the sect's cultivators would surely have noticed. They carry demon-seeking compasses, and if there were real demons, the sect wouldn't have sent us external disciples here. Shen Leyan racked his brain, recalling the plot from the original story, striving to discern if he had overlooked any details. Perhaps I'm simply too fatigued and my mind is muddled. The senior brother comfortingly patted his shoulder. Once we treat the injured, you should rest for a while. After walking a bit further, they inquired with the chief about the cause of the fire. The chief sighed. Alas, we do not know how it began. Perhaps a candle was knocked over, and suddenly, a great fire erupted. Everyone was still asleep by the time they noticed the flames and heard the shouts. A whole row of houses had already burned down. Losing the houses is one thing. Several children have lost their parents, and some elderly with mobility issues have perished as well. The summer heat is indeed dry and prone to igniting, the senior brother remarked, his face filled with sympathy. Please accept our condolences, old man. We shall remain in the village for a few days, treating the injured and assisting in the reconstruction of the thatched cottages before we depart. The chief waved his hand and stopped before a dilapidated cottage. The injured are inside. I appreciate your efforts, both Taoists. Shen Leyan pushed open the door to the cottage, revealing dim lighting within. Through the gloom, he could discern several figures lying on the beds. As the cool breeze from outside wafted in, the stench of blood within lessened slightly. He frowned. The senior brother assumed that the young man, having been accustomed to the sect, was unprepared for the gruesome sight of those burned beyond recognition and did not take it to heart. He accepted the herbs and began treating the injured. Shen Leyan turned to close the door, his dark pupils catching a hint of golden light from the sun. From the moment he entered the cottage, the same chilling sensation that had crept up his neck beneath the ruins returned. The cold was one thing, yet it felt as if something was breathing near his neck. He rubbed his right neck and felt an itch. Then he rubbed his left neck and the other side itched. If it were indeed a demon at work, it seemed to be no ordinary one. Chapter 2. Ignorance is truly terrifying. Shen Leyan pulled his senior brother into the courtyard. Taking advantage of the solitude, he recounted in detail the unsettling incident of being harassed by a demon and the chilling sensation that crept over his neck. He then earnestly urged his senior brother to promptly contact the sect and send cultivators to the village for a thorough investigation. As for themselves, it was best to steer clear of matters concerning demons. After all, they had already brought food and medicinal herbs, and they should leave the same way they came. Shen Leyan spoke until he was parched, his eyes sparkling as he awaited his senior brother's response. When he received no reply, he suggested they leave at once, only to be met with a sharp reprimand. His senior brother, exasperated, remarked, "Shen Leyan, I understand your health is frail and that you are not accustomed to assisting the sect on your first descent from the mountain. However, even if you wish to rest, it is unacceptable to fabricate such excuses. But can matters involving demons be a jest? That is not the point. Just moments ago, you were flailing about in the room like a monkey, likely due to being bitten by a bug on the way down the mountain. No. If, as you claim, there are demons in the village, would they truly harass you?" His senior brother cast a glance at the youth's fair and delicate features, clearing his throat. "Even if, hypothetically, demons were to toy with a handsome young lad, you would hardly be the only one to notice," Shen Leyan replied. "During your lessons at the sect, you seem to doze off often. Perhaps you missed the instruction that demons excel at concealing their forms and altering their appearances. Even cultivators can easily be deceived when they do not employ their demonic powers, and mere mortals devoid of spiritual roots are even less likely to perceive them. However, once a demon manifests its powers, the temperature within several zhang abruptly plummets, and any mortal or spirit within that range suffers either damage or exhaustion. You just mentioned feeling a demon's breath upon your neck and the chill at the nape. Thus, the demon must have used its powers, but I was so near you, and there were so many injured in the room. Yet, none of them felt anything. Tell me, how am I to believe your words?" Over 20 outer disciples from Yunshi's sect assisted the villagers in clearing the ruins of the burnt straw huts. One group ventured into the forest to gather wood for new dwellings, while another remained behind to care for the injured and help the villagers with cooking and laundry. Shen Leyan, being the youngest, received considerable attention from his seniors and was assigned the lightest tasks, preparing water and medicinal soups in the kitchen that he merely needed to add firewood at intervals and time the concoction before serving it to the injured. The youth sat on a small stool, fanning himself with a palm leaf fan. With still half an hour remaining before the medicine would be ready, he momentarily lost focus, rummaging through the plot of the original story in his mind. The small village beneath Yunshi's sect, the fire that erupted at night, the demon that delighted in teasing young men. Shen Leyan gently waved the fan against his forehead, unable to recall any similar content from the original tale. It was also possible that they, as outer disciples, were merely minor characters in the narrative, with the author having neglected to elaborate on them. Yet he was certain his instincts were not misleading. Something unusual must be occurring in the village. Otherwise, once he completed his duties for the day, he would find a reason to leave the village and return to the sect. He intended to report today's events to the instructors at the sect and see if they could summon cultivators. "Dear host," Shen Leyan suddenly snapped back to reality, checking the status of the system. "Dear host, Xiaodu is still working diligently on repairs. IT is expected to be completed in 3 hours, with a success probability of 0.5. Why has the probability decreased? It was at 1 this morning." Xiaodu replied, sounding aggrieved. "The stronger the system's capabilities, the greater the difficulty of repairs. It's quite a challenge to ensure your safety in this wretched place." Shen Leyan felt a jolt of concern and spoke gently. "Please elaborate. If it remains unrepaired, there is nothing more to say. And now, I can only keep you company, dear host." With an expressionless face, Shen Leyan severed the connection with the system. Although the system had provided no substantial assistance, it had confirmed his suspicions that the village was not as tranquil as it appeared. The fire from the previous day was likely not a mere accident. He could no longer remain in the village. This morning, he was the only one harassed by an unknown entity. What if that entity had a particular fondness for him and sought him out first in the event of any trouble? With daylight still remaining, he could inform his senior brother of his intent to return to the sect after finishing the medicine. Half an hour later, boom! Dark clouds rolled in, engulfing the bright sun. Amidst the howling winds, The rice fields outside the straw huts rustled, the seedlings seemingly on the verge of being uprooted. The flash of brilliant lightning split the heavens, followed by a rumbling thunder that heralded a torrential downpour. Shen Leyan glanced at the bowl of medicine in his hands, then at the ominous curtain of rain outside, swallowing back the words he had prepared to ask his senior brother for permission to leave. Lacking any cultivation, he could not fly on a sword. The path up the mountain in the rain would be treacherous and slippery, with many wild beasts roaming. It would be far too dangerous for him to return to the sect alone. The summer weather was notoriously fickle. Sudden thunderstorms were not unusual, if this deluge were not the work of the village's demons. Chapter 3. A great fire he delivered the prepared medicinal soup to the straw hut where the injured were resting. His senior brother was diligently tending to their wounds, and upon seeing Shen Leyan approach with the medicine, a smile graced his face. This storm came unexpectedly. You didn't get drenched on your way here, did you? Shen Leyan removed his hat, finding his clothes slightly damp but not soaked through. It's not a problem, he replied with a smile, handing over the bowl of soup. Most of the injured were young adults, save for a single child. Some had limbs burned beyond movement, while others bore horrific facial injuries. Yet, as a senior brother administered the medicine, not a single soul cried out in pain. Even the small child, no more than 5 or 6 years old, merely gazed at him with wide, watery eyes before quietly beginning to drink the medicine. They, his senior brother began, are unable to speak due to the smoke inhalation from the fire. I wanted to inquire about the specifics of the blaze, but since they cannot speak and are illiterate, I must let it go. He sighed. Poor little Godan, only 5 years old, with a leg so severely burned. I wonder if he can ever be healed. Shen Leyan pondered for a moment. Reaching into his pocket to retrieve a small bag of candied fruits, he then crouched beside the child's bed. Offering the treats to the boy, his senior brother praised. Knowing the medicine is bitter, you thought to entice the child with sweets. Our little junior has grown. Shen Leyan smiled with his charming, peach blossom eyes, easily endearing himself to others. Godan, would you like to have some candied fruits? The village was impoverished, and such treats were rare. The child's eyes widened in excitement, nodding vigorously. I will ask you a question. And if you answer correctly, this entire bag of candied fruits is yours. It's fine if you cannot speak. You may simply nod or shake your head. Shen Leyan gently ruffled Godan's hair and quietly asked, is there a cellar in the village for fire safety? He recalled that the original story mentioned such hidden cellars often being present in small villages nestled within the mountains, intended for protection against bandits. With the storm showing no signs of abating, he could not return to the sect and needed to find a safe place to hide in case of danger. The child hesitated for a long while, likely having been warned not to disclose the location of the cellar to outsiders. Yet, the allure of the candied fruits proved too tempting, and he soon nodded. Shen Leyan opened the package of sweets and fed them to the child, then produced a handful of peanuts from his pocket, waving them in front of the boy. With a sly grin, he asked, Godan, can you point me in the direction of that cellar? The child extended his hand, indicating the courtyard outside the straw hut. The entrance to the cellar was indeed located in the yard. Shen Leyan handed all the peanuts to Godan and turned to his senior brother. I now have a place to sleep tonight. His senior brother muttered to himself, why do I feel like our little junior has matured? I must be getting tired and confused. He then turned away, presenting Shen Leyan with a cold shoulder. Night fell, due to the heavy rain outside. The outer disciples who had come with them found nearby places to rest and did not gather in the straw hut. Perhaps it was due to the recent fire, but the village was devoid of light. Peering out the window revealed only a dense curtain of night, swirling chaotically in the wind and rain, as if the darkness itself were alive. The medicinal soup had sedative and pain-relieving properties, and the injured had fallen into a deep slumber, enveloping the room in silence. Seeing that his senior brother had laid out a straw mat and bedding on the ground to rest, Shen Leyan pointed towards the courtyard. Shall I head to the cellar now? His senior brother hesitated. Is it really appropriate for you to sleep in someone else's cellar? It is merely for a short rest. I shall accompany you. Then, Shen Leyan picked up his blanket. You also sense that something is amiss in the village? He received a light rap on the head in response, wincing slightly in pain. What is amiss? I just fear you will disturb their grain stores in the cellar. How could I be such a person? His senior brother replied with a hint of melancholy. You just use treats to deceive Godan. Shen Leyan. He left his senior brother with a cold and indifferent back of his head. The entrance to the cellar lay concealed beneath a pile of clutter, with a fireproof bluestone slab pressed down over it. After descending a short flight of steps, they arrived at a spacious cellar, roughly the size of a room. Shen Leyan ignited a firebrand and surveyed the items stored within the cellar. Several large jars of water, a small quantity of rice flour, and farming tools such as sickles and hoes, which could also serve as weapons. He picked up a sickle and weighed it in his hand, feeling a modicum of safety with a weapon at his disposal. His senior brother had already spread out bedding and lay down on the ground. "Aren't you going to sleep?" Tonight, he certainly would not be slumbering. As the firebrand extinguished, Shen Leyan sat quietly, gripping the sickle while listening to the rhythmic sounds of his senior brother's snoring. After a moment, he spoke. "Senior brother, you aren't asleep, are you? Let us have a chat." His senior replied, "I'm not Zhang Huaimin. You truly aren't asleep." Shen Leyan teased, "Are you afraid of the dark but too timid to admit it? I was pondering the matter of those burnt houses. They are quite close to this fireproof cellar. Even a feeble old man like the village chief could reach it in no time. That if a young man were to run over, it would likely take only half a minute. Given that, how could so many people have been injured or perished in the fire? Even if it ignited in the dead of night, while everyone was asleep, once a fire broke out, someone would inevitably scream in agony. It wouldn't be silent." His senior brother's voice was thick with fatigue. Perhaps, in the initial panic, they forgot about escaping. It's not that they didn't want to flee. Just as Shen Leyan was about to respond, his senior suddenly grasped his shoulder, speaking in a hushed tone. "Shen Leyan, do you hear that? It sounds like someone is calling outside the cellar." "What? I always miss half of what I hear in my university English listening classes. So I can't hear anything. There really is someone shouting." His senior abruptly stood up. "We need to go investigate." Shen Leyan tightened his grip on the sickle and handed the hoe to his senior. "All right, let us take a look." As they approached the steps, near the entrance's bluestone slab, Shen Leyan too began to hear it. Indeed, someone was shouting loudly outside, mixed with the heart-wrenching cries of a child. "The fire has rekindled. People are coming. People are coming." In this torrential downpour, even kindling would struggle to ignite, let alone that no one inside had lit a candle. How could there be a fire? From the sound, it seemed the flames were quite fierce. The child's cries were utterly pitiful. His senior's tone grew more urgent as he reached for the bluestone slab. "That cry must be from Dogdan, right? The fire has ignited. We need to help extinguish it. Senior brother, wait a moment. How can we wait when there's a fire?" Shen Leyan grasped his senior brother's sleeve, controlling his slightly trembling voice. "Have you forgotten?" Their voices were rendered hoarse by the toxic smoke. They can't even make a sound, let alone scream or cry. Chapter 4. The unlucky one in the dark cellar devoid of candlelight. Shen Leyan could not discern his senior brother's expression. However, the latter did not continue to move the bluestone slab. After a long pause, he sighed. "You're right. It's my fault for not heeding your advice this morning to return to the sect and fetch a cultivator. And it's also my fault for dozing off in class and failing to persuade you with knowledge. Oh, what now?" Regardless of whether a fire truly raged outside, the bluestone slab above them was fireproof, preventing flames from reaching them. Moreover, they should remain undetected here. They could wait until dawn. If a fire had indeed ignited, Yunshi's sect would certainly sense it, and by the time the sect's cultivators arrived, they could exit. It seems we have no other choice. Let us hope the other junior brothers and sisters are safe. After some time in the cellar, they began to feel intense heat waves emanating from the bluestone slab near the entrance. Yet the shouts from outside showed no signs of abating. Rather, they grew increasingly louder, the tones distorting until they no longer resembled human voices. "The fire has ignited. Where are the people? Where are they? Where are they? Where are they? Where are they?" It seemed that, unable to find prey in the inferno, the voices of men, women, and children outside merged into a shrill, piercing shriek, echoing with frenzied rage, reverberating in his ears. Shen Leyan immediately covered his ears, yet still felt as if the outside sounds were sharply piercing his eardrums, nearly penetrating his temples. His senior brother cursed loudly. "Damn it. At this rate, we might not be burned alive, but we'll certainly go deaf." "Senior brother, Did you bring any talismans or magical artifacts when you descended the mountain? Like a sound transmission talisman or a demon-suppressing talisman? A sound transmission talisman could instantly notify the sect for rescue. A demon-suppressing talisman could bind a demon for a moment. If the demon's power isn't too formidable, it could even hold for several hours. His senior brother's voice trembled slightly. Do you think talismans are cabbages? Even many inner disciples with spiritual roots can't afford a single talisman. Shen Leyan trembled in response. Surely there are those in the sect who can cure deafness? While they spoke, a loud crack suddenly erupted from the bluestone slab above, as if several cracks rapidly spread across its surface, and stones began to rain down. The distorted, piercing voices from outside grew alarmingly close. Just a bluestone slab away from completely shattering, that we found you. The voice of the demon was jubilant, as if it were salivating. Shen Leyan, gripping the sickle, fervently called out to the system in his mind. Xiaodu, Xiaodu, Xiaodu. Didn't you say the repairs will be done in no time? The time should have elapsed by now. Where is the system? Dear host, theoretically, the repair time has indeed arrived. Xiaodu replied. Just tell me if I have a chance of winning the lottery with a 0.5% success rate. The unfortunate one should have a clear understanding of their luck. Seeing that his host was about to charge forward with the sickle to confront the demon, Xiaodu hurriedly dissuaded him that if the repair were successful, you would have received the mind-reading golden finger, allowing you to hear the thoughts of those around you. Mind reading sounded appealing, but even if he possessed that ability, what use would it be against a pyromaniac? Would he merely want to know if the demon relished barbecued human flesh before his demise? Noticing the chilling expression on his hostess' face, Xiaodu silently swallowed the latter part of his statement. Currently, there's a minor issue with the repairs. Your thoughts can be heard by those destined to hear them in this world. Seeing his host in such a foul mood, Xiaodu decided not to relay this sorrowful news. I, of course, take full responsibility for the mishap caused by quantum mechanics and my clumsiness during the crossing. I will compensate you, host. With a crash, the bluestone slab split in two, crumbling into large and small stones that fell with a thunderous clatter. The dark cellar was instantly illuminated by the fiery glow from outside, casting everything in a crimson hue. Shen Leyan's eyes struggled to adjust to the sudden brightness, causing physiological tears to form. He forced himself to widen his eyes, only to find not the imagined three-headed, six-armed, green-faced demons, but rather a circle of villagers. More accurately, it resembled a group of individuals who had been burned alive, now risen from the dead. Those villagers were charred beyond recognition, their bodies covered in scorched flesh and blood. Such grievous injuries were impossible to survive, yet they were able to speak. Found you. Their mouths dripped with saliva like ravenous wolves. Charred hands reached out skillfully towards his neck. Otherworldly souls are the most delectable. Shen Leyan, quick on the draw, swung the sickle, inadvertently colliding with his dazed senior brother. Go fetch some water from the cellar to cover your mouth and nose. The flames outside raged fiercely, thick smoke swirling in. Without covering their mouths and noses, they would soon lose consciousness from the noxious fumes. His senior brother, snapping out of his stupor, hurriedly tore off a piece of cloth and soaked it in the water jar in the cellar. Xiaodu, if you slay the fire-starting demon now, that will count as your compensation to me. The system cannot intervene in combat on behalf of the host. I can offer you a top-tier spiritual root instead. No, I'll just give you a wind spiritual root instead. As Shen Leyan severed a charred hand reaching toward him, he retreated deeper into the cellar. The sheer number of villagers outside was overwhelming, nearly pinning him down. He had to step back to create some space. I said I don't want it. Xiaodu recalled that his hostess' thoughts could be heard by those destined to hear them, and felt a twinge of guilt. Then I'll compensate you a little more. Aside from my assistance in battle, you may make another request, as long as it doesn't excessively disrupt the balance of the world. Shen Leyan was about to demand 1 billion demon-slaying talismans, thinking he could single-handedly eliminate all demons in the world, when he suddenly hesitated. I want a sound transmission talisman. No problem. Shen Leyan watched as a talisman appeared before him out of thin air and shouted, Lu Yuani, there's a demon setting fire in the village beneath your Yunshi sect. Come quickly and slay it. The sound transmission talisman glimmered, recording his words. The IT reached Yunshi sect. In an instant, the talisman vanished. In the cellar, his senior brother handed him the soaked cloth, frantically using the hoe to fend off the strange villagers pouring in from outside. When panic and fear enveloped individuals, they likely sought to engage in conversation to alleviate their stress. Shen Leyan, I think I just heard you calling the sect master's name, but, surely, you do not expect the sect leader to come here and rescue us, do you? In the original text, although Lu Yuanyi possesses a temperament as cold and solitary as that of a hermit, he is indeed the type of grand figure in the novel who harbors a deep concern for the welfare of humanity. It would be unthinkable for him to abandon his disciples in their time of peril. The sect leader, overwhelmed with responsibilities, how could he possibly allow a brilliant sword beam to descend from the heavens, more radiant than lightning, as frigid as frost and snow? Where it passed, the raging inferno was cleaved in twain as if it were mere parchment, revealing a dark thoroughfare. The fierce flames extinguished in an instant, leaving not a single spark behind. Senior brother. Chapter 5. The Jiangshua sword. That sword beam trailed a comet-like tail, exuding an icy chill, extinguishing the flames in its wake instantaneously as it surged towards them. Having traversed into this world for merely half a month, Shen Leyan had only witnessed inner disciples of the sect soaring through the skies on their swords. This was his first encounter with such cinematic swordplay, and he couldn't help but murmur in awe. If this were indeed a special effect, it would be worth far more than a mere 50 cents. Deserving of trending promotion. Senior brother, could it possibly be the Jiangshua, sort of the sect leader? Muttering to himself, senior brother suddenly cast a sidelong glance at him, his expression tinged with mystery. Shen Leyan, are you being honest with me? Senior brother, do you have some connection with the sect leader? Does the relationship between readers and characters count? Shen Leyan shook his head sincerely. Senior brother's expression grew even more enigmatic. Rest assured, I shall not reveal who the sect leader is to you. Your father? I have not heard any news of the sect leader marrying and having children. Shen Leyan. The sword beam scattered like a heavy snowfall just as it approached within an inch of them. Along with it disintegrated those peculiar villagers who had surrounded them, drooling and yearning for human flesh to roast, as the flurries of crystalline white snow mingled with the remnants of the flames. Ashes dissipated. The surrounding scene abruptly transformed as if a mural had faded. The charred houses vanished, and the acrid smoke left by the fire dissipated. Shen Leyan glanced around, finding they still stood at the entrance of the cellar. Before them was the grass hut where the injured were housed, intact and serene, save for the rainwater seeping through the open bluestone slabs, drenching their hair and garments, as the fire just now was an illusion. Senior brother wiped the rain from his face. There are but a handful of demons capable of casting illusions throughout the realm. How could last night's practitioners have failed to notice? Shen Leyan gazed at the ice crystal floating before him, lingering and refusing to fade. It seemed to beckon them to follow. The ice crystal guided them to the ancestral hall in the village, and Shen Leyan faintly detected a scent reminiscent of incense burning in a Zen temple. But he remained vigilant and quietly said to senior brother, "It seems someone is inside. I will keep watch outside while you go summon the senior brothers and sisters." Senior brother nodded and swiftly ran off to gather people. Moments later, senior brother returned with over 20 drowsy outer disciples of Yunchi sect. Upon hearing that there might be something amiss in the ancestral hall, the spirited disciples charged in unceremoniously. Shen Leyan stealthily followed at the rear, and as he stepped in the ancestral hall, he heard the voices of senior brothers and sisters ahead. "How dare you perform malevolent rituals in the village? Seize them all and report to the sect immediately." The term malevolent rituals refers to the worship of evil deities. Such deities are often demons masquerading as gods, who, while providing followers with benefits such as wealth and fame, also exploit their devotion to amass more offerings and enhance their own powers. In the center of the ancestral hall stood a dozen wooden altars, distinct from ordinary altars in that they exuded a foreboding dark red hue, as if soaked in layers of blood. Before the altars, the village elders, including the village chief, were fervently kneeling and bowing, burning incense and muttering prayers. They come here to worship in the dead of night. No wonder the senior brothers and sisters suspected them of conducting malevolent rituals. Unprepared for the sudden intrusion of the disciples from Yunchi sect, the villagers stood momentarily stunned until several disciples had already restrained their arms, rendering them immobile. The incense they had yet to finish burning tumbled to the ground, extinguished in an instant. The senior brothers and sisters, filled with righteous indignation, proclaimed, "We have kindly provided you with food and medicine, settled the injured, and rebuilt your huts, yet you conspire behind our backs to perform malevolent rituals. Do you not realize such rituals endanger lives?" Shen Leyan stood quietly at the back of the crowd. Observing the expression of the village chief, the old chief, upon being captured, displayed a faint surprise, yet did not exhibit any significant agitation, as if he had anticipated that the truth would one day come to light. However, upon witnessing the incense fall to the ground and extinguish, a complex mix of astonishment, fear, and sorrow surged in his murky eyes. He suddenly collapsed to the ground, desperately attempting to pick up the broken incense to relight it. "This is not a malevolent ritual. We are not performing malevolent rituals." The old village chief's voice was hoarse as he struggled violently, managing to break free from the grasp of two disciples from Yunchi sect, hastily retrieving the incense from the ground. Unfortunately, those few sticks of incense could no longer be ignited. The crimson altars before them gradually faded over time, transforming into the most ordinary brown wooden plaques under the village chief's anguished gaze. "My son, oh my son!" The old village chief suddenly wept bitterly, his hands clawing at the ashes on the ground. "My son, I am sorry for you." The other villagers in the ancestral hall bowed their heads and began to weep, crying out in grief. After conversing with the system, Shen Leyan finally recalled some elements of the original plot from the old village chief's fragmented words in the original text. It was mentioned that a small village under Yunchi sect would experience a great fire every 3 years, resulting in the loss of over 10 lives. When the practitioners went to rescue, they could not detect any demonic energy with the demon-seeking compass, assuming it was merely an accident caused by the villagers carelessly overturning candles. Until one day, when the outer disciples of Yunchi sect delivered medicine to the village, they all perished in the inferno. The sect leader's first disciple, Zheng Zihong, personally came to investigate, only to discover that the great fire was not caused by demons, but rather the village chief's son had perished while attempting to extinguish the flames, harboring resentment that trapped the souls of over 10 individuals who should have been reincarnated, having lingered in the mortal realm for too long. These souls lost their minds, endlessly reliving the torment of their deaths. Thus, every 3 years, the scene of that fateful fire would replay, as the souls consumed new lives to continue their existence in the mortal realm, refusing to dissipate into nothingness. The old village chief and several grieving villagers had long been aware of this matter, yet they could not bear to witness their children's souls being scattered. So each time the anniversary of the fire approached, they would come to the ancestral hall to burn incense and pray, creating an illusory scene of the fire for the souls who had long lost their sanity. Perhaps he had been lost in thought for too long, for senior brother turned to glance at him with concern. He forced a smile in return, mouthing that he was fine. This meant that had he not traversed from another world and altered the trajectory of events, his senior brothers and sisters would have perished that night. As he sought to soothe the twinge of melancholy in his heart, a frail, withered hand suddenly grasped at his pant. Leg.it was the old village chief, who had unknowingly collapsed to the ground, one hand clutching a handful of ash, the other gripping his trousers, as if resolved to make a decision. The wrinkles on his face were still stained with tears, yet his expression had grown calm. "I have long known that this matter would eventually be discovered. If no one dies in the village tonight, my son will be lost to the ether, forever vanishing from this world. Fortunately, I have already buried gunpowder beneath the tiles of the ancestral hall. My intention is that today no one shall obstruct me from saving my son." Chapter 6. Chaos in Reading Gunpowder. Shen Leyan's eyelids twitched, observing that the village chief's resolute expression did not seem to be mere bluster. That a commotion erupted, and several disciples of Yunchi sect instinctively attempted to flee the ancestral hall. The old village chief, "Stop right there." He clutched Shen Leyan's leg fiercely. "If anyone dares to run out of the ancestral hall, I will ignite the gunpowder immediately, and none of you will escape alive." "Shen Leyan, speak as you will, but why are you clinging to my leg?" The old village chief's murky eyes were laced with blood vessels, rendering them particularly fearsome. The disciples of Yunchi sect halted, filled with uncertainty. Gunpowder is regulated by the court. How could he possibly acquire it? Do not listen to his ramblings, indeed, and he possesses no fuse. How could he ignite the gunpowder? If he truly wishes to take lives, he might as well end it all with a single sword strike. The old village chief chuckled, his gaze drifting to the wooden table against the wall where the altars were placed. Shen Leyan followed his gaze and spotted a villager half squatting behind the table, holding a fire starter, seemingly awaiting the village chief's command to end the earlier chaos within the ancestral hall. No one had noticed that someone was hiding there. Although gunpowder is regulated by the court, it can still be procured in the black market if one is willing to pay. Do not move. The old village chief slowly surveyed their faces, finally tilting his head to scrutinize Shen Leyan's countenance. Over the years, Yunqi's sect has treated our village well. You are all young, and I do not wish to endanger so many lives. Others may leave, but you must stay in the ancestral hall. My son claims that you are a spirit from another realm, possessing extraordinary powers. With your presence alone, he could remain in this world for a century without fading away. Shen Leyan, your son is already deceased. His spirit has lost its sanity. What purpose does it serve for him to linger in this world for 100 years? Silence. He is the sole heir of the Leaf family. Shen Leyan mused that his sound transmission talisman had already conveyed the news to Yunxi Zong, and Lu Yuanyi had unleashed a sword aura to shatter the illusion, likely dispatching cultivators to manage the situation. All he needed to do was buy enough time. Even the most potent explosives could only injure mortals. Those with cultivation could erect a barrier with their spiritual energy, ensuring their safety. His senior brother looked at him with concern. Shen Leyan, do not provoke him further. Shen Leyan messaged in a chaotic manner. Are you still hoping for your son's spirit to remain in this world, marry a female ghost, and bear you several ghostly offspring? The old village chief's eyes grew increasingly red. Shut up. If you dare utter another word, you shall all remain here with me. I have lived long enough. I fear not dying alongside you. Several outer disciples of Yunxi Zong hesitated for a moment, timidly tugging at their senior brother's sleeve. At this juncture, staying here is futile. We might as well heed the old village chief and leave the ancestral hall. Then return to the sect to seek help for Shen Leyan. How can that be? If we all leave, Shen Leyan will be burned alive in the ancestral hall. But Shen Leyan waved his hand, smiling. Senior brother, you all should exit first. At such a time, you still have the capacity to smile. His senior brother seemed to want to offer some advice, but before he could articulate his thoughts, Shen Leyan gently interrupted him. It's all right. Senior brother, you all go ahead. Old Dang, old village chief, please do not depart just yet. I've yet to finish speaking with you. The old village chief released his grip on Shen Leyan's leg. Intending to leave with the others, Shen Leyan skillfully collapsed to the ground, clinging to the old village chief's leg, hanging on to him completely. The old village chief, you must be wondering why the illusion created by your son did not incinerate me in the fire. Did you not see the brilliant sword aura descending from Yunxi Zong? That was the sect master Jiangshu's sword. Your son's illusion was akin to a mere flicker of flame before that sword aura, extinguished in an instant. However, do not grieve too much. After all, your son is rather adorable in his youth. Listening to the boy clinging to him, spouting nonsensical words, the old village chief felt that this little rascal had ulterior motives, as if he were not merely discussing the illusion. After a moment of reflection, he was filled with rage. Who are you insulting? Shen Leyan innocently raised an eyebrow. Who am I insulting? A pure soul. I have not uttered a single foul word. Enough with the nonsense. If you possess any capability, summon your sect master and that broken sword again. Today you must die here, allowing my son. I am right here. Do you see any means for me to escape? The old village chief snorted coldly. Do you still wish to flee? If you take a single step outside, the explosives beneath the tiles will detonate immediately. Thus, listen to me. I have important matters yet to convey to you. The old village chief had an inkling that this little rascal was not harboring any good intentions, yet given that the boy was clinging to him and refusing to let go, he had no choice but to endure and inquire. What else do you have to say? If it is a final word, I can relay it to your senior brother. I am an orphan. Thus, I have no final words. What I wish to express is that your son may be inclined towards the same sex. The old village chief's voice escalated threefold. You are talking nonsense. Shen Leyan maintained a serious demeanor. Truly, I suspect your son may have taken a liking to me, which is why he deceived you into believing I am some otherworldly spirit. Just think about it. What does it mean to be a spirit from another realm? Look at me. After so many years, I am still merely an outer disciple with no cultivation. How could I possess formidable powers? The key point is, since I entered the village, your son's spirit has been lurking beneath the ruins, spying on me. It's one thing to spy, but he even blew air upon my neck. Village chief, you must judge for yourself. Which good family's male spirit would follow a man to blow air upon his neck? The village chief was left dumbfounded, momentarily unable to process the absurdity of a 21st century romantic plot. What are you saying? I assure you, every word I speak is true. As the saying goes, when a person is on the brink of death, their words carry sincerity. I am nearing my end. Why would I deceive you? Wouldn't you agree? Primarily, I considered your son's sexual orientation. It is only right for you, as a father, to be informed. Once I die, it is possible your son might enter into a ghostly marriage with me. At that point, I would even have to call you father. The old village chief gritted his teeth. Do not recklessly claim me as your father. Shen Leyan thought to himself that just moments ago, his senior brother had mistakenly recognized Lu Yuanyi as his father. Since he had already been mistaken as one father, what was the harm in claiming another? Most importantly, engaging in this absurd banter allowed him to buy time. He pondered whether to fabricate another story, perhaps suggesting that he and the village chief's son were already acquainted and had secretly pledged their lives to one another. Suddenly, a clear and melodious voice resonated from outside. I had no intention of shedding blood. I implore the elder to safely escort the disciples of Yongsaizong out. Chapter 7. The heartfelt voice is heard. The old village chief immediately reacted, glaring at him with malice. You are stalling for time? Shen Leyan smiled brightly. Have you not heard the saying? Villains perish from excessive talk. The voice outside was calm and steady, resonating clearly within the ancestral hall due to the influence of spiritual energy. If the elder does not wish for his son to immediately suffer a fate worse than death, forever denied rebirth, he must safely escort the disciples of Yongsaizong out. Otherwise, all souls involved in this matter within the village shall be left behind. The old village chief had initially signaled the villagers hiding behind the wooden table to ignite the explosives, but upon hearing this, his expression faltered, hesitating for a moment before fiercely demanding to know. Is that person outside your sect master of Yongsaizong? Shen Leyan, I wouldn't know. As an outer disciple, how could I have encountered the sect master? However, since Yongsaizong has come to handle this matter, their cultivation must be formidable. Dealing with your village should be a trivial matter. In the original text, Lu Yuanyi was characterized as cold and taciturn. The individual articulating so many words should not be him. The village chief hesitated for a moment before exclaiming loudly, If I release him now, does that mean the Taoist priest will spare me and my son? Since death is inevitable, why not take a gamble? If you turn back, I can assist in guiding your son's spirit. The judgment of his sins will be determined by the underworld. Once his transgressions are atoned, he may be reborn. As for those involved in this matter within the village, they shall be handed over to the authorities, whether by execution or exile will be dictated by the laws of the court. Observing the village chief's expression soften slightly, Shen Leyan knew the other party was wavering. He quietly fanned the flames. You still have not agreed. What are you waiting for? Let me tell you, countless gentry and landlords seek our Yongsaizong cultivators to guide their deceased. The fees are exorbitant, at least 10 taels of silver for a single service. This time, we will guide your son for free. You will gain immensely. Opportunities like this are rare. Moreover, if you ignite the explosives now, your son will be reduced to ashes in such a short time. He will not find a bride to bear ghostly children for the Li family. The old village chief's neck veins throbbed a few times. Silence. After a long while, he sighed deeply, his back suddenly hunching as if he had aged over a decade. Very well, you may leave. Done deal. Shen Leyan was acutely aware that delaying would lead to unforeseen changes, leaving no time for the old village chief to reconsider. He swiftly released his grip and stood up. Brushing off dust, as he sprinted towards the exit of the ancestral hall. Unsure if it was the adrenaline of life and death, he felt as though he was running several times faster than usual. With a whoosh, he arrived amidst the crowd outside. The outer disciples of young Saizong stood neatly in 2 rows, with a young man in the front who appeared only a few years older than Shen Leyan. He wore a jade crown, his hair tied back, dressed in a dark blue robe adorned with subtle patterns, tall and slender, with clear, handsome features, exuding an air of elegance. In his hand, he wielded a dark long sword. Already drawn, the blade was unlike ordinary materials, faintly surrounded by a pale, blue spiritual aura. Despite the torrential rain, not a single drop of water marred his attire or hair. Given his appearance, he must be Zheng Zihong. The foremost disciple of Lu Yuanyi, Shen Leyan inhaled a deep breath of fresh air, reveling in the joy of surviving a calamity. Quickly sizing up Zheng Zihong, he appeared to be a gentleman of refined character. Alas, in the world of cultivation, virtuous individuals do not live long, while the wicked thrive for millennia. As he internally lamented, he approached Zheng Zihong, performing a respectful bow. "Thank you, senior brother, for your rescue." He then quickly lowered his head and blended into the crowd. The first rule of being a supporting character: do not stand out. Being unremarkable and inconspicuous is best. Should misfortune arise, one might be the first to suffer if a powerful figure takes notice. With the sky darkening and rain pouring, Zheng Zihong likely had not clearly seen his face, right? "Please do not come over and inquire about my injuries," standing at the back of the crowd. Shen Leyan subtly exhaled in relief. Surrounding him, his senior brothers and sisters gathered to ask about his condition. Fearing that too much commotion would attract Zheng Zihong's attention, he quickly covered his chest and coughed a couple of times. Feigning a weak demeanor that left him speechless, Shen Leyan had always had poor health, and after experiencing such an ordeal, it would be best for everyone to allow him to rest for a while. Indeed, there's no harm in waiting for him to recover before posing any questions. Come, quickly take an umbrella, lest you catch a cold from the rain. The summer weather is notoriously unpredictable, and the heavy downpour has finally begun to subside." Zheng Zihong sheathed his long sword, and with a fleeting shimmer of aquamarine light, a jade-white porcelain vial appeared in his palm. "Inside is a healing elixir. Please deliver it to that young junior disciple. But do not mention that it is from me. Simply state that it is a compensation from the sect." The outer sect disciple, filled with a mix of uncertainty and envy, accepted the porcelain vial and proceeded to deliver it to Shen Leyan. Moments later, he heard the voice of the young disciple again. "9 turns resurrection pill. Is Yushi's sect truly so wealthy? Do they freely distribute such miraculous healing elixirs that can revive the dead? Yet, I am uninjured here. Should I sell this for silver, or keep it for potential use in the impending battle between immortals and demons?" The young disciple seemed to be lost in a delightful dilemma. He could almost hear the sound of gold coins showering down from above. "I recall that the 9 turns resurrection pill can fetch several tens of thousands of taels of silver. With such wealth, where shall I spend it? Perhaps I could buy a plot of land, a courtyard, or raise some chickens and ducks, and indulge in a sumptuous feast." Shortly after, a heavy sigh echoed. Having wealth is of little use if one lacks the life to spend it. In the upcoming battle between immortals and demons, with chaos reigning across the 9 realms, even if there exists a secluded haven, what if misfortune strikes on the journey and I encounter a few demonic fiends? If I were to be injured, this elixir must be preserved for survival. I ought to devise other means to earn money. Strangely, although the other party had not uttered a word, he could clearly perceive every statement, as if he could hear the young disciple's innermost thoughts. Transmitting thoughts through spiritual sense is not an esoteric art. It merely requires foundational cultivation. Yet this young disciple clearly had not practiced such techniques. Nor would anyone resort to using spiritual communication for trivial matters. Good people do not live long, while turtles live for 1,000 years. Amidst the chaos of the immortal demon war, the 9 realms are engulfed in turmoil. Presently, the righteous sects of immortals are flourishing, and the demon emperor is aged and in seclusion. Although demons occasionally wreak havoc, taking lives, the world is relatively peaceful, and the common folk are content. The immortal sects harbor no intent to wage war against demons. Hearing the young disciple still grappling with the dilemma of wealth versus survival, Zhang Zihong smiled gently, a hint of warmth flickering in his eyes. Perhaps the youthful disciple had indulged too much in fantastical tales. And such whimsical imaginings are not entirely detrimental to a lively young spirit. As for his ability to hear the other's thoughts, that is a matter to discuss with his master upon returning to the sect. To seek a resolution. Chapter 8. The wind, spiritual root the air after the rain, was suffused with the fresh scents of grass and earth. After releasing Shen Leyan, the old village chief lingered in the ancestral hall. Reluctant to emerge, an outer sect disciple, filled with trepidation, inquired, Zhang Shixiang, could there be any trouble within the ancestral hall? Zhang Zihong conveyed, through spiritual communication, Elder, since you have safely seen off a disciple of Yushi's sect, I shall honor my promise to guide the departed souls. You may choose to turn yourself into the authorities. The village chief's voice resonated, hoarse and aged, that a Taoist word is indeed worth 1,000 gold pieces. If I turn myself into the magistrate, it merely grants me a few more months of life. The fire in the village has already claimed untold lives. According to the imperial law, I will surely face execution. Rather than languish in a cell for months, paraded and executed, I would prefer to die alongside my son. Perhaps we might tread the path to the afterlife together. Shen Leyan's gaze sharpened. It seemed the old village chief intended to end his own life here. Someone grasped the implication. He plans to ignite gunpowder. Run. The surrounding disciples of Yushi's sect hastily retreated, fearing they might be caught in the explosion's aftermath. The village chief declared, Son, I come to accompany you. Glub, glub, glub. Shen Leyan, the old village chief, appeared to be drowning, emitting sounds akin to a small fish bubbling in water. He tiptoed from the crowd to peer ahead. Zhang Zihong, with a single hand gesture, conjured a brilliant blue light within the ancestral hall, ensnaring the old village chief and the villager poised to ignite the gunpowder behind the wooden table within a large azure bubble, slowly lifting them away. The bubbles seemed to be made of water, and many from the northern regions are poor swimmers. The old village chief would not suffocate, instead rolling his eyes within the bubble. Once the bubble floated to a safe distance, Zhang Zihong ceased his spell. The old village chief, drenched and gasping for air, collapsed to the ground. Should the ancestral hall be destroyed by fire, the villagers would need to fund its reconstruction, which would burden their livelihoods. Zhang Zihong maintained a pleasant demeanor, though his tone bore no pity. The villagers were primarily farmers with meager means. Reconstructing the ancestral hall would likely consume the majority of their savings. As for the old village chief, having harmed so many for his own selfish interests, he ought to be prepared for his inevitable fate. The gunpowder buried beneath the ancestral hall has been rendered incombustible by my spell. Elder, you may choose to turn yourself into the authorities or end your own life, as you see fit. Zhang Zihong turned away. Let us return to Yushi's sect. As they walked along the mountain path back to the sect, the previously sullen outer sect disciples endeavored to lighten the atmosphere, beginning to engage in quiet laughter. Some discussed the rewards they would receive upon returning to the sect after completing their tasks, pondering where to dine the next day. Others huddled together to vote for the most beautiful senior sister in the sect. Some fantasized about the upcoming opportunity to test their spiritual roots, imagining they might discover an exceptional single spiritual root, thus becoming the envy of the elders and rising to prominence among the younger generation overnight. Shen Leyan, too, contemplated silently. This return to the sect meant another round of spiritual root testing. What excuse should he concoct to request a leave of absence? Perhaps he could claim to be ill from shock? No, feigning illness could easily be seen through. What if he said he wished to explore the mountain base? Wandering for a couple of days before returning? No. Outer sect disciples apparently could not undertake tasks alone. The others all wished to test their roots and would not accompany him. Zhang Zihong found the situation amusing and glanced back over his shoulder. The young disciple reclined lazily on the donkey cart, a piece of dried grass clutched between his teeth. With both hands cradling his head, his striking peach blossom eyes, as dark as ink, slowly fluttered shut in a moment of melancholy. Most outer sect disciples yearn for the chance to test their spiritual roots and embark on the path of cultivation. Yet some disciples have faced repeated failures in their tests, disheartening them to the point of shunning further attempts for fear of ridicule. How should he comfort this young disciple? Zhang Zihong pondered for a moment, deliberately slowing his pace, yet found himself at a loss for words. His master had only taken him as an apprentice. He had spent years in seclusion, rarely interacting with other disciples. Thus he was uncertain how to offer words of solace in such matters. Just as he was deep in thought, he caught the young disciple's thoughts again. "Heavens, why have you bestowed upon me a wind spiritual root?" Zhang Zihong's brow furrowed slightly. "A wind spiritual root. I merely wish to find a safe place to cultivate vegetables. You'd be better off giving this wind spiritual root to my senior brother, who is truly dedicated to vanquishing demons and upholding justice. Alas, I now must find a way to evade the spiritual root test." The young disciple's eyes drooped in despair. The qualifications for cultivation are classified into 5 tiers, with most individuals possessing the ordinary root, meaning they lack any spiritual root, rendering them incapable of sensing spiritual energy and thus unable to cultivate. The most common among sect disciples is the mixed spiritual root, which possesses multiple attributes. While those with mixed spiritual roots can cultivate, their inherent limitations make it exceedingly difficult to surpass the golden core stage. Following that are the 3-root, dual root, and single root categories. The single root possesses the highest potential, yet such prodigies are exceedingly rare, appearing only once every few centuries. Those famed in history for possessing a single spiritual root are either powerful beings who establish their own sects and impart teachings, or extraordinary talents who have slain demon emperors and tread upon the realms of evil. In summary, various sects in the cultivation world recruit disciples every 5 years. Prior to the disciple recruitment assembly, the sect's leaders and elders perform rituals to the heavens, earth, and ancestral masters, encapsulated in a few prayers. O heavens, O earth, O ancestral masters, please bestow upon us a disciple with a single spiritual root. Grant us one such disciple, and we shall surely strengthen and expand our sect, leading it toward glory. Bestow upon us a disciple with a single spiritual root. And during the sect competition, all shall envy us. Zhang Zihong recalled the young disciple's words, claiming he possessed a wind spiritual root. Shen Leyan had not eaten much dinner, and after a long night without sleep, he was now starving, yet he had given all the snacks he carried to the village's dog, leaving himself with only a piece of dried grass to chew on to pass the time. As he pondered what excuse he could devise to successfully avoid the sect's spiritual root test, he suddenly felt a piercing gaze fixated upon his face. Shen Leyan. He lazily opened his eyes and looked up, his heart sinking. Zhang Zihong, who had been walking ahead, seemingly disengaged from the chatter of the outer sect disciples, had somehow stepped within a few paces of him, holding the donkey's reins and gazing intently at his face for a moment. Did I do something to draw attention? Shen Leyan thought. Why does Zhang Shixiang look at me as if I were a glittering treasure? Could it be that there's something on the cart that has captivated his interest? Shen Leyan stiffly twisted his neck, surveying his surroundings. The donkey cart was empty, devoid of any items. He forced a chuckle. Zhang Shixiang. Chapter 9. A major social foe. Pa Zhihong's eyes sparkled with amusement. What is your name? Young disciple. Shen Leyan had been mingling in Yushi sect for over a month and had long heard of Zhang Zihong's popularity within the sect. Firstly, he was the sect master's foremost disciple, possessing extraordinary talent. Secondly, he was handsome and possessed a gentle demeanor. In the Yunchi sect, half of the female disciples and an equal number of male disciples with an affinity for Longyang harbored considerable affection for Brother Zhang. At this moment, as he engaged in conversation with him, the gazes of the outer disciples subtly converged around them. Shen Leyan thought to himself, my social anxiety is flaring up. Why has Brother Zhang suddenly come to seek me out? During the daytime journey to the village, the outer disciples took turns resting on the donkey cart. Now, in an effort to leave a good impression on Brother Zhang, all the senior brothers and sisters were walking. Only he, preoccupied with finding an excuse to avoid the spiritual root test, remained oblivious to the unusual atmosphere, foolishly sitting on the cart. It is only natural that he seeks me out, as I am the one being lazy. With a quiet sigh, Shen Leyan straightened his posture and adorned his face with a demeanor of propriety, dutifully reporting his name. Zhang Zihong nodded and inquired about his place of residence and the time of his arrival at the Yunchi sect. Among other questions, he answered each one truthfully. This body shared a similar background to his life before transmigration. Both had become orphans due to family misfortunes in their youth and had been taken in by others. Even sharing the same age, I was taken in by the Yunchi sect at the age of 12, performing menial tasks such as laundry and cooking in the outer sect. Now, 6 years have passed. He feared that if he recounted his tragic backstory, Brother Zheng might feel pity and offer him assistance, so he quickly changed the subject. Although I am an orphan, I want for nothing in the Yunchi sect. The senior brothers and sisters treat me very well. I eat my fill and am warmly clothed each day, and I can attend classes to practice writing, which is already a better life than many common folk. Shen Leyan spoke with conviction, his tone sincere. The Yunchi sect feels like my home. The senior brothers and sisters, along with the instructors, are akin to my family that I still remember just a few days ago in class. When the instructor was teaching us, I dozed off, only awake for 5 minutes while sleeping for 2 hours that I can hardly recall what the instructor taught us 2 days ago. What were we learning? Perhaps I should just make something up? After all, Brother Zheng is personally taught by the sect leader, and surely wouldn't he know what we were studying? Something about the sect's regulations. Zhang Zihang's gaze softened. Little junior brother, the regulations of the sect are typically taught during the first year of entry, and you have been the Yunchi sect for 7 years. Shen Leyan was momentarily taken aback. Fortunately, Zhang Zihang did not press him further, but instead spoke softly. Of course, revisiting the old to learn the new is beneficial. Reading the regulations multiple times is also a good practice. Shen Leyan felt his social anxiety ease slightly, the tension in his body dissipating somewhat. Thank you, Brother Zheng. This expression of gratitude was heartfelt. Regarding the recent fire in the village, it was thanks to your timely report of unusual occurrences to the sect. According to the regulations, you may retake the spiritual root test at Lingxi Pavilion tomorrow. The spiritual root test. Shen Leyan lowered his lashes, feeling disheartened that I had taken the test numerous times without revealing a spiritual root. It would be a waste of the sect's testing stones not to go tomorrow. Tomorrow, I will personally oversee the spiritual root testing. I noticed that when little junior brother ran out of the ancestral hall today, his movements were agile. He must possess a spiritual root, so you should still consider attending. Shen Leyan broke into a cold sweat on his forehead. How could he have noticed that? No wonder I felt like I was running faster. It turns out I have a wind spiritual root. He internally chastised the system for its lack of integrity. If Brother Zheng were to discover a spiritual root, but did not wish to cultivate, would that be permissible? This was the first time Zheng Zihang had heard such a question. Shen Leyan observed a momentary look of astonishment in his eyes, quickly replaced by a warm glow. Akin to the melting snow of early spring, his head was gently ruffled. Naturally, everyone has their own aspirations. Not wishing to cultivate is not a grave matter. Shen Leyan's previously furrowed brow relaxed. No wonder the original text portrayed Brother Zheng so favorably. However, for some reason, after he finished his internal reflection on Brother Zheng's commendable character, he noticed Brother Zheng's ears seemed to redden slightly. Clearing his throat, the latter said, "If little junior brother does not wish to take the spiritual root test, it is perfectly acceptable not to attend tomorrow." Before Shen Leyan could respond, he saw Zheng Zihang release the reins of the donkey and turn to leave. His steps seemed to quicken compared to before, steady yet tinged with a hint of fluster, his demeanor betraying a sense of urgency. Shen Leyan was left perplexed. At dawn, they returned to the Yunchi sect. On the way, he had not felt much, but upon sighting the familiar buildings in the distance and recalling the soft mattress and warm blankets of his bed, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over him. Shen Leyan felt too lethargic to even wash up or eat, merely wishing to throw himself into bed and sleep. It was still too early for morning classes, and most disciples were still asleep. With only patrolling disciples on the path, upon seeing them return, the patrolling disciples immediately bowed in greeting. "Greetings, Brother Zheng." Zhang Zihang returned the gesture. "Dear junior brothers and sisters, thank you for your hard work regarding the fire incident in the village. I will excuse everyone from today's class. Go and rest well." The crowd responded positively. Shen Leyan, struggling to keep his eyes open, groggily made his way to his room. As he walked, he overheard the patrolling disciples whispering amongst themselves. He vaguely caught his own name, which piqued his interest. Hey, that sound from the transmission talisman last night was definitely Shen Leyan's voice. No doubt about it. I live just next door to Shen Leyan. I've run into him several times, so I could never mistake his voice. What is his relationship with the sect leader? How could he dare to address the sect leader by name last night? I wonder, could he be the scion of a prominent family who has come to our Yunshi sect to study in disguise? Shen Leyan found it amusing, running a hand through his disheveled hair as he lazily yawned. Looks like I need to wash my hair. As he stepped over the threshold, he momentarily lost his footing and nearly stumbled. After regaining his balance, Shen Leyan crouched down to rub his knee, softly reassuring himself. Not painful, not painful, not painful, the few patrolling disciples remarked. I don't think he resembles a disciple from a prominent family. Disciples from prominent families should be more like Brother Zheng, refined and graceful. But that transmission talisman from last night was indeed quite powerful. It directly breached the sect's protective mountain formation, and when I heard it in my dreams, I thought there was an attack from the demon clan. Moreover, the sect leader truly wielded the Jiangxue sword and sent Brother Zheng to handle it. Now, who in the entire sect doesn't know his name? Chapter 10. Overnight, famed Shen Leyan sprinted back to his quarters. In the Yunshi sect, the outer disciples shared rooms, 6 to a dormitory, sleeping on large communal beds. When he returned, the others were still fast asleep. Only one brother who had risen to relieve himself noticed him and exclaimed, "Brothers, Shen Leyan is back." Instantly, the various sleeping positions of his fellow disciples synchronized as they all turned to look at him. Shen Leyan found himself surrounded as 5 people draped their arms around his shoulders, hoisting him at the edge of the bed. Shen Leyan, spill the beans. What was the story behind that transmission talisman yesterday? Clearly, the patrolling disciples had not exaggerated. The transmission talisman he had used for help had indeed echoed throughout the entire Yunshi sect. What spreads fastest in this world? Gossip. I want to know what happened too. He had merely requested a transmission talisman from Xiaodu. Typically, such talismans will be delivered to specific individuals, not broadcasted for all to hear. Why don't you all tell me exactly what you witnessed last night? Last night, the rain poured heavily and lightning flashed in the sky. Akati was indeed a night for sleeping amidst dark winds. Shen Leyan's roommates had their legs draped over one another, while one had their hand over another's mouth to stifle their snoring, deep in slumber. Suddenly, the protective mountain formation of the sect emitted a series of alarm sounds, the rippling waves of spiritual energy instantly rousing everyone. The foundation-building disciples each grabbed their magical tools and rushed to the protective mountain formation, standing ready. Meanwhile, the outer disciples huddled together in their quarters, trembling with fear, worried that a demon might spring out from nowhere and devour them whole. They observed as the protective mountain formation's energy shield began to ripple violently. This formation had been constructed collaboratively by several elders within the sect. Not even 10 foundation-building practitioners could leave a mark upon it. Moments later, a fissure opened in the protective mountain formation, had a spirit talisman soared in, heading straight for the peak of Yunshi sect, the Mingchan pavilion of the sect leader. Half of the disciples of Yunshi sect were astonished. This talisman must possess immense power to dare approach the sect leader directly. The other half remained calm, given the sect leader's prowess. Any demon that dared to cause trouble would surely be obliterated by a single sword strike. The talisman glowed with a blue light, remarkably conspicuous amidst the stormy night, under the gaze of the crowd. The sword light by the Mingchan pavilion flared brilliantly. The talisman attempted several times to breach the entrance but failed, returning to hover above the crowd, seemingly hesitating. After a few moments, it shattered into countless sparkling fragments, followed by a youthful voice that resonated even louder than thunder, echoing 3 times throughout the Yunshi sect. Yuni, there are demons setting fire to the village beneath your Yunshi sect. Come quickly and slay them. The matter unfolded as follows. Upon hearing that voice, we immediately exclaimed, "Isn't that you?" At that moment, you had just taken on a task to assist villagers affected by a fire in rebuilding their homes. Subsequently, everyone learned that this was merely a sound transmission talisman, which posed no threat. The sect leader unleashed a streak of sword light with the Jiangxue sword down the mountain and dispatched senior brother Zheng Zihong to handle the situation. The commotion kept everyone awake, leading to animated discussions in the dormitory. A fellow disciple approached us, inquiring if we knew who the voice in the transmission talisman belonged to which we confidently replied, "Of course we do. Shen Leyan pressed his fingers to his forehead and said, "So you sold me out?" We refrained from responding, as the instructors in the sect were already aware that it was you and Senior Brother Zheng. Had you encountered Senior Brother Zheng? It was indeed plausible. He would not disguise his voice or appearance, making it inevitable for him to be recognized. He nodded that a few of his roommates grew more excited, urging him to recount what transpired in the village last night and how he came by such a powerful sound transmission talisman. Naturally, he could not disclose that he had traversed from another realm, nor could he reveal that the talisman had been bestowed upon him by a system. The story behind it was lengthy, so he briefly recounted the truth about the fire in the village, casually glossing over the origin of the talisman. "It was given to me by my parents before their passing, stating it could save my life." Knowing he was an orphan, the others immediately ceased their inquiries. "After such events, you must be exhausted. Rest for now. If anyone seeks us regarding your whereabouts, we shall inform them that you have yet to return." Shen Leyan expressed his gratitude to them, his mind swirling with thoughts. And feeling utterly fatigued, he had no energy to ponder deeply. He changed into fresh clothing and wrapped himself in a quilt. He slept soundly from dawn until the sun began to set in the west. The crimson rays of the evening sun filtered through the paper window, casting a warm glow upon the bed. Laughter and chatter from passing disciples echoed in the corridor outside. Rubbing his eyes, Shen Leyan propped himself up on the mattress. He had slept deeply, but nightmares plagued his slumber. Now, as he emerged from the quilt, a cool breeze sent chills across his skin, and his shirt clung uncomfortably to his back due to sweat. He washed up, changed into clean clothes, and felt somewhat revitalized. On the table in his room lay a food container. He touched it and found it still warm. Beneath it was a note. "We returned from class and saw you still asleep. So we went to the dining hall to fetch you some food. Remember to eat when you wake up." That IT was written in his roommate's handwriting. Shen Leyan smiled, opened the food container, and began to eat heartily. The meal consisted of braised chicken legs, tomatoes and eggs, and stir-fried cabbage, all imbued with the delightful aroma of firewood from the kitchen, perfectly suiting his palate. Calculating the time, he realized that the spirit root testing at Lingxi Pavilion was likely nearing its conclusion, and he wondered if his seniors had successfully identified their spirit roots. If there were any good news, his senior brother would surely come share it with him. The egg, coated in tomato sauce, burst with a sweet and sour flavor upon his tongue. Shen Leyan's lips curled into a satisfied smile as his hunger abated, and he recalled the matter of the sound transmission talisman. "Xiao Du, my dear host, why did the sound transmission talisman I sent to Lu Yuanyi resonate throughout the entire sect? The protective formation of Yunxi's sect blocks all incoming spells. Had I not provided you with the finest sound transmission talisman, you might have ended up as human barbecue. Moreover, that talisman was initially intended for delivery to sect leader Lu's Mingchan Pavilion. However, due to sect leader Lu's profound cultivation, the talisman could not penetrate, forcing us to resort to a lesser option and broadcast it throughout the sect. All right then, I cannot place the blame solely on Xiao Du." Shen Leyan grimaced, contemplating whether he should pay homage to the Buddha to dispel his misfortune. Xiao Du consoled him. "Do not be too disheartened. At least you have evaded today's spirit root testing, right?" Just as the words fell, a sudden uproar erupted from the corridor and courtyard outside. "Wow, look at that testing spirit stone. It just flew over from Lingxi Pavilion. Where is it headed? It seems to be coming this way." Chapter 11. The flying stone from beyond with tomato sauce smeared on the corner of his mouth. Shen Leyan rummaged through the remnants of rice in his bowl, bewilderedly looking up. What is flying over? The commotion outside was overwhelming as a throng of disciples surged toward the courtyard where he was. A disciple animatedly recounted to the gathering crowd, today was supposed to be the day for outer disciples who completed sect tasks to undergo spirit root testing. Senior Brother Zhang had been waiting at Lingxi Pavilion since early morning. At least 100 disciples were tested from noon until dusk, but only 2 manifested mixed spirit roots, while the rest remained with mundane roots. Sometimes, even 1,000 might come, and none would reveal a spirit root. To have 2 mixed spirit roots today is quite commendable. Get to the point. What we want to know is why the testing spirit stone flew here by itself. The so-called testing spirit stone is indeed an ancient treasure. It is said that it shattered into numerous fragments during ancient times, and later, Each major sect retained a piece for testing disciple spirit root aptitude. Although they are fragments, some are as large as a small hill, and each time before testing, they require infusion of spiritual energy to function. Those with weaker cultivation may only manage to infuse energy 3 or 4 times before foaming at the mouth and fainting on the spot. Thus, spirit root testing cannot be conducted at will. One must first complete sect tasks that I have no idea how that stone just flew over here. However, I heard from the seniors observing at Linksea Pavilion that after the last outer disciple finished testing today, Senior Brother Zheng was preparing to leave when suddenly the stone began to speak, exclaiming in a cute, lowly voice, "I smell the essence of a supreme, single spirit root." Before anyone could react, the stone floated up and zoomed this way. I asked that for real. It sounds so unbelievable. You don't believe me? Go ask Senior Brother Zheng and see if it's true. All right, stop the noise. The stone has stopped moving. Is there anyone living in this courtyard? With a resounding thud, the stone landed, creating a sizable crater in the once pristine grassy patch. The onlooking disciples waited a moment, and upon seeing the spirit stone no longer soaring through the air, they gradually approached. The crowd was abuzz, discussing how this stone had survived from ancient times until now and why it spoke in a lowly voice instead of an elderly tone. Suddenly, the tightly shut door of the house creaked open. Shen Leyan, having not clearly heard the ruckus outside, only caught snippets about a spirit stone, something flying, and a lowly. As he opened the door, he was met with the gazes of the gathered crowd. Looking utterly perplexed, "Esteemed seniors, what brings you here?" His attention was drawn to the large stone now occupying the courtyard. Frowning in dismay, he lamented, "I had just planted those scallions a few days ago. They hadn't even sprouted, and now they've been crushed by that stone." The stone shimmered momentarily, projecting a shadow in midair, revealing a small child with braids, her youthful innocence evident that I in the realm of cultivation. It is not uncommon for stones and wood to gain sentience. Just like humans, these spirits can be benevolent or malevolent. Many of them recognize their masters and follow them in their cultivation. Shen Leyan, with a serious demeanor, surveyed the surrounding seniors and inquired, "Whose child is this?" She lacked the capacity for civil conduct, but that's of no matter. As her guardian, she ought to compensate me for my scallions. The seniors blinked in astonishment, collectively rendered speechless. Shen Leyan stepped closer to the stone. "What are your parents' or your master's names?" The child blinked at him for a moment, and then suddenly pointed at him, exclaiming in a high-pitched voice, "I smell the essence of a supreme, single spirit root." Shen Leyan. Oh, he instinctively felt that this child was not one to be trifled with. Without hesitation, he pivoted and slammed the door shut. The large stone declared, "You needn't worry about the scallions. I won't hold it against you for falsely accusing me of possessing a spirit root. Everyone disperse. I truly have become the epitome of misfortune. How is it that the news of my spirit root travels so swiftly, even to a mere stone? According to the law of conservation of misfortune, I was already quite unfortunate before crossing over, so I should have been a tad luckier upon arrival here." Senior Brother Zheng hurriedly approached the courtyard, having followed the trail of the testing spirit stone. From outside the door, he heard his junior brother's troubled thoughts. May the senior brothers and sisters not heed the words of that stone. The courtyard was now teeming with disciples, drawn by the unusual happenings surrounding the testing spirit stone. Zheng Zihong sheathed his sword and surveyed the crowd. Speaking softly, "I have reported the matter of the testing spirit stone to the sect. Its awakening of consciousness is not an extraordinary occurrence since its inception in ancient times. The sect will handle this matter appropriately. Everyone should disperse for now," that a disciple shouted. "Senior Brother Zheng, that stone claims the person inside the house possesses a supreme, single spirit root. Don't believe it. Don't believe it. Don't believe it." Zheng Zihong smiled gently. "The stone has just awakened its consciousness and may not be entirely coherent. Its words should not be taken at face value." The disciples murmured among themselves, but seeing that it was Senior Brother Zheng who spoke, their expressions reflected a degree of belief, even as the little girl projected by the stone became irate. Her hair standing on end in protest, she retorted, "I did not lie. I am certain, absolutely certain. I can smell the essence of a supreme, single spirit root on that person." Zheng Zihong formed a seal with his palm. And a spell of silence swept through the air, causing the small figure reflected in the spirit stone to fall silent immediately. With pouted cheeks and hands on her hips, she glared angrily at them. The surrounding disciples, who had gathered to watch the commotion, began to disperse, pushing and shoving one another. Shen Leyan let out a sigh of relief and reopened the door, bowing respectfully to Zheng Zihong. "Thank you, Senior Brother Zheng. Its nothing," he replied. "This testing spirit stone has suddenly gained sentience, an occurrence that has yet to be documented among the various sections the disciples of Lingxi Pavilion failed to intercept her in time, allowing her to disturb your rest. Little junior brother." Zheng Zihong released the silent spell and instead employed a binding technique, wrapping the testing spirit stone in loose, pale blue ropes. "I will now take her back to Lingxi Pavilion." However, upon noticing a hint of difficulty in Zheng Zihong's gaze, Shen Leyan began to comprehend the situation. "That I understand, Senior Brother, that you cannot conceal this matter from me. I am already grateful that you managed to keep the matter of my spiritual root hidden before so many people." The testing spirit stone, having existed since ancient times, had been utilized by various sects to assess disciples' talents for thousands of years. How could it possibly misidentify the level of a spiritual root? Moreover, the stone had flown such a great distance, repeatedly mentioning the exceptional single spiritual root. The leader of Yunqi's sect and the elders would undoubtedly become aware of this matter. Chapter 12. A secret transaction. Zheng Zihong's tone was solemn. "The fact that you possess a spiritual root is unlikely to be concealed from the elders. However, little junior brother, you need not worry that if you do not wish for this matter to spread and be known by other disciples, I will speak to our master and request that he orders a news blackout. That he will certainly agree. Whether to take on a master, whether to cultivate, or whether to leave Yunqi's sect is entirely up to you. Little junior brother, no one will force you." Shen Leyan was organizing his words to respond when the small figure, now released from the silent spell, gazed at the two of them as if they were fools. One possessed an exceptional single spiritual root, yet had no desire to pursue immortality, while the other was the chief disciple of the sect leader but did not wish to retain a talent for the sect. "Truly, your Yunqi sect produces peculiar individuals, just like that Lu Yuanyi." Zheng Zihong raised an eyebrow. "You know my master? Who doesn't know that scoundrel Lu Yuanyi?" The child exclaimed. "Your Yunqi sect is truly desperate to let him become the sect leader and take on a foolish disciple like you. The sect rules prohibit slandering the sect leader. Moreover, my master has always prioritized the well-being of the world and has never committed any wrongdoing. You cannot speak of him lightly." Shen Leyan, having read the original text, was aware of Lu Yuanyi's life and chimed in, "You should not casually label him a scoundrel." The small figure huffed disdainfully. "Your Yunqi sect originally had no testing spirit stone. Do you know that? If it weren't for the fact that I encountered that scoundrel Lu Yuanyi while sunbathing in the mountains 1,000 years ago, who treated me to a skewer of candied hawthorn and deceived me into believing there were endless candied hawthorns here, I would never have come to your Yunqi sect. And after coming, the only thing offered every year is candied hawthorn, not to mention having to test the spiritual roots of over 1,000 people regularly." The child lamented, "Not even a donkey working a mill is as exhausted as I am." Was there such a backstory regarding Lu Yuanyi? It was not mentioned in the original text. Zheng Zihong, being the honest child he was, certainly did not know how to refute this. Shen Leyan cleared his throat, stepping forward to shield Zheng Zihong, boldly supporting his senior brother. "Just say it. Doesn't Yunqi's sect have an endless supply of candied hawthorn?" The child's face flushed with alternating shades of red and green. Stammering for a while until realizing she had no retort, she turned her head and shouted, "I don't want to talk to you anymore." Her voice seemed to carry a hint of a sob. Shen Leyan said, "Hey, I truly did not bully her." The child cried even louder. Shen Leyan approached and patted the spirit stone, which was surprisingly damp. As if it had absorbed the child's tears. "Don't cry. Don't cry, haven't you grown weary of candied hawthorn? How about this? Today, Senior Brother Zheng will return and speak to his master, asking him to provide you with some other delicious offerings next time." The child glanced at him. "I want to eat osmanthus cake." Shen Leyan looked to Zheng Zihong for his reaction, and upon seeing him nod, immediately patted his chest in assurance. "No problem. I want to eat roasted chicken." "That's not a problem either. Crab-stuffed orange. All of that is certainly no problem. These dishes will be delivered to Lingxi Pavilion tonight. Shen Leyan rubbed his hands together, smiling as he lowered his voice. Can we come to an agreement? In the future, please don't tell everyone that you can smell the scent of an exceptional single spiritual root. All right, that won't do as a testing spirit stone. I have morals, boundaries, and principles. I'll treat you to something fresh tonight, far better than any roasted chicken or pastries. The child was half convinced. Really? You are an outer disciple of Yunqi's sect. You shouldn't have much money to buy me good food. Right? Precious ingredients often require the most primitive cooking methods, and the most primitive ingredients must be prepared with my exclusive secret cooking techniques. Is it really delicious? Of course it is, if you find it lacking in flavor after eating tonight. I will immediately disclose my possession of a wind spiritual root to the entire sect. Then I will climb to Mingchan Pavilion and bow 3 times to Lu Yuani, begging him to take me as a disciple and teach me how to cultivate. One couldn't tell, but you are quite ruthless with yourself. The child wore a complicated expression. Given your solemn oath, I shall trust you this once. Then my matter about the wind spiritual root. Wind spiritual root? What wind spiritual root? I know nothing. Shen Leyan gave her a thumbs up. The hour was growing late. If it got any later, it would be completely dark, and he needed to hurry to prepare the ingredients and seasonings. Zhang Zihong stood not far away, watching as the little junior brother and the testing spirit stone whispered to each other. After their conversation, the little junior brother's frown transformed into a radiant smile. He even began to hum a tune. The sun shines brightly, flowers smile at me, and the little birds say morning. He had no idea where this folk tune originated. The lyrics and melody were quite novel, something he had never heard before. Since the little junior brother had not initiated conversation, he did not inquire further. With a slight raise of his hand, the binding technique summoned the testing spirit stone to his side. The child seemed to be lost in thoughts of delicious food, her tears not yet dried, but a smile of joy already graced her lips. The pair, one person and one stone, shared a rather peculiar laugh. Zhang Zihong released the binding technique and addressed the small figure. My master instructed me to bring you back to Lingxi Pavilion immediately to inquire about the matter of the exceptional single spiritual root. The child extended her hand. You might as well bind me up again with the binding technique. Zhang Zihong paused. What do you mean by that? What exceptional single spiritual root? Did I ever mention any exceptional single spiritual root? Who heard me say anything about it? Even if that scoundrel Lu Yuani came to ask me personally, I wouldn't know anything about an exceptional single spiritual root. Zhang Zihong's little junior brother finished humming his song. Truly, a testing spirit stone with morals, principles, and boundaries. What a righteous spirit. Tonight, I shall reward you with a plate of fatty beef rolls. Shen Leyan had a clear understanding of his culinary skills. He was adept at boiling instant noodles, but certainly could not create a lavish feast. The promise made to the testing spirit stone earlier to prepare her a delicious meal was intended to conjure dishes not found in the world of cultivation, such as hot pot, snow cream, or taro milk tea. For the hot pot base, he would find some star anise and spices, boil some meat bones to make a broth, and stir-fry a bit of chili oil, the other ingredients he needed to procure from the sect's kitchen. Spending a bit of silver, Shen Leyan bought glutinous rice flour, a block of tofu, several eggs, a large piece of beef, and some fresh vegetables. He even asked an inner disciple with fire attribute spiritual energy to help him modify a copper pot into a dual flavor pot. Then he hurriedly carried everything back to his dormitory. His roommates had all gone to evening classes, but his senior brother Qinjing, who had also experienced that village fire, was lingering in the corridor, seemingly waiting for him. Qinjing, hey! Qinjing waved at him, quickly stepping forward to help him carry his things, glancing down at the load. What are all these? Didn't you eat dinner? Did you go to the canteen to stock up? Shen Leyan smiled. No. I promised a spirit stone that I would prepare a midnight snack for her. I just woke up in the evening and haven't asked you yet. How did the spiritual root testing turn out? Any good news? Chapter 13. The spirit stone takes form. Qinjing grinned foolishly. I tested for a mixed spiritual root. Senior brother Zheng said, I can enter the inner sect for cultivation next month. Congratulations, senior brother, on achieving your wish. Shen Leyan pointed at the large piece of beef he had bought from the kitchen, suggesting they celebrate together with a good meal. Qinjing didn't hesitate and asked with a hint of regret. Shen Leyan, Why didn't you come for the spiritual root testing today? As I told you, I have no desire to cultivate. Chen Jing nudged his shoulder playfully. Shen Leyan laughed and dodged. That let's focus on cooking. On cooking. Just looking at this piece of beef makes me hungry. In ancient times, beef was not something one could simply eat at will. The court decreed that the private slaughter of plow oxen was strictly prohibited. Only when an ox died of old age or illness could its meat be consumed. Ever since his arrival in this realm, he had yet to experience the exquisite taste of beef, let alone the sumptuous delights of hot pot with tender beef slices. While guiding Chen Jing to assist him in constructing a makeshift stove in the courtyard to ignite the fire and prepare the broth for the hot pot, he borrowed a treasured sword and began to slice the beef. Chen Jing, having tested his spiritual roots, was on the verge of entering the inner sect, thus the sect had bestowed upon him a sword. As Shen Leyan skillfully cut the beef, he offered an apology to, "I sincerely beg your pardon, dear sword. It completely slipped my mind to borrow a kitchen knife, and I had no choice but to use you to slice the meat." Chen Jing scratched his ear. "Did I just hear my sword being insulted?" Shen Leyan replied, "How could that be? By the way, what dish do you intend to prepare? I feel as though I've never seen it before." Shen Leyan casually fabricated, "It is a dish created by my parents. I used to eat it often in my childhood, so I still remember how to cook it." The broth sizzled as he added boiling water, a layer of red oil floating atop, releasing an enticing spicy aroma. Shen Leyan glanced at the sky. Summer nights fell late, yet the hour had already draped the heavens in a deep violet hue. With bright stars twinkling above, he had arranged to meet the testing spirit stone here for a late-night snack. Why had she not yet arrived? He hoped she hadn't been detained by Lu Yuanyi and the sect elders. Observing the half-prepared snow cream and yam paste, he handed the bowls and chopsticks to Chen Jing. "Senior brother, the person I was expecting is yet to arrive. I must go search for her." Chen Jing nodded. "Understood. I shall wait for you here, but do hurry. Otherwise, the water in the pot will boil dry." All right, he took a shortcut, making his way towards Lingxi Pavilion. He pondered how he would retrieve the testing spirit stone for their late-night snack without revealing his spiritual roots, especially if Lu Yuanyi and several elders were present. Just as he emerged from a thicket of bamboo, a shadow suddenly appeared under the bright moonlight. Shen Leyan. He looked up, and before him stood the testing spirit stone, now fully transformed into the figure of a young girl, seemingly a few years older than when they first met, appearing to be around 6 or 7 years of age, were it not for her distinctly recognizable horn braids. He might have hesitated to recognize her. "Shen Leyan, I was just about to find you. I didn't expect to run into you here. You promised to treat me to delicious food. Are you prepared?" "Indeed, I have everything ready. I was worried you might be held captive by the sect leader and the elders of Lingxi Pavilion." The testing spirit stone proudly tossed her head back. "Yes, that I firmly asserted that I had just transformed at dusk. My spiritual energy depleted and my vision blurred. I mistook the situation, claiming that the Yunqi sect had no disciples with a rare single spiritual root. After hearing that, the villain Lu Yuanyi promptly let me go." Although Shen Leyan was a clear-minded scholar, if he could not discern the absurdity of such an excuse, he might not survive even the first chapter. Such a flimsy reason. Do you think the sect leader and the elders would believe that? Is my reasoning inadequate? Lu Yuanyi is merely a villain, not a fool. The testing spirit stone seemed to ponder, nodding silently in agreement. Having been born since ancient times, the testing spirit stone had not transformed long ago. According to her own account, she had been lured back to the Yunqi sect by Lu Yuanyi with a string of candied hawthorns when she had just transformed a millennium ago. Afterward, she indulged in feasting and drinking in the sect before falling into slumber. Only today, upon catching a whiff of the exquisite single spiritual root she had not sensed in ages, did she suddenly awaken. Thus, she did not possess the convoluted thoughts typical of those who had lived for millennia. "You are still young." Shen Leyan gently tugged on the testing spirit stone's horn braid. "The world of cultivation is fraught with complexities. There is much for you to learn." The testing spirit stone drooped her head, dejectedly asking, "Will I still have a share of tonight's late-night snack?" "Of course. I prepared plenty. Moreover, this situation is a twist of fate. You cannot be blamed for it. However, the villain Lu Yuanyi may come looking for you. But he has yet to arrive, has he? Perhaps Xinghong had spoken on his behalf before Lu Yuanyi. And the stewards of Yunshi sect intended to treat this incident as if it had never occurred. Besides, the Yunshi sect could not possibly detain him and force him into cultivation, with matters as they are. Let us eat first. The world is vast, but nothing surpasses the importance of a meal. Let us eat. Upon returning to the courtyard of the dwelling, Chun Jing had already placed some harder-to-cook tofu and mushrooms into the hot pot. The snow cream was neatly arranged on a plate, crystal clear, revealing the fruit and cream within. Shen Leyan introduced to Chun Jing, "This is our sect's new junior sister. Her name is..." The testing spirit stone fixed her gaze on the bubbling hot pot, declaring, "My name is Qingli." Chun Jing did not suspect anything amiss. When disciples of Yunshi sect descended the mountain for travel, they often took in homeless orphans, sheltering them within the sect. With so many external disciples, it was improbable that everyone would know each other. Qingli appeared merely to be a 6 or 7-year-old girl, likely having come to the Yunshi sect due to family misfortunes. "Everyone, please sit. These beef slices and vegetables can be added now. Come, let us start with some dessert to whet our appetites." Qingli, quick and nimble, grabbed a piece of snow cream and curiously inquired, "What is this?" "It is a type of pastry. How is it made?" "The outer layer consists of corn flour, glutinous rice flour, sugar, and milk, while the filling is made from fruits and egg whites crafted into cream." Qingli took a bite, savoring it thoroughly, and finally exclaimed with starry eyes, "If the next offering is not made by you, I shall not eat it." Chun Jing, too, became immersed in the delightful flavors of this new pastry, which was fragrant, sweet, soft, and sticky, with cream that was exquisitely smooth without being overly sweet. Stunned for a moment, he seemed to doubt his hearing. "What? What offering?" Shen Leyan feigned ignorance. "Senior brother, you must have misheard." With that, he placed a beef slice onto Qingli's bowl, effectively silencing her. "Do not speak recklessly." Chapter 14. Shall sect leader Lu join us for a meal? The freshly cooked beef slices, having just emerged from the spicy pot, were dipped in a sauce that was a perfect blend of scallions, sesame, and red oil, enticing even the large yellow dog from the neighboring courtyard to bark excitedly. The three of them eagerly dug in, rapidly devouring the first batch of food that had been placed into the hot pot. Qingli wiped her mouth with a napkin, expressing her delight. "This is absolutely delicious." Unfortunately, being in the form of a 6 or 7-year-old, she could not consume much. "Shen Leyan, do you have any of that pastry left from before? I would like to take some home. There are some ingredients for the snow cream remaining." Shen Leyan readily nodded. Once he entered the inner sect, he would have to learn the art of fasting. Thereafter, apart from elixirs, he would no longer be able to indulge in such foods. While eating, Chun Jing suddenly sighed. Shen Leyan lifted his gaze, his cheeks stuffed with meat slices, speaking somewhat muffled, "Without delicious food, life would surely lack much flavor." The inner sect disciples often claimed that worldly distractions would disrupt their cultivation, hence the need for fasting. Has senior brother ever heard of scholars failing to pass their examinations due to indulging in too many delicacies? Or generals losing battles because the army was feasted too well? If people's cultivation can be disturbed by merely tasting good food, then the distractions they face must be countless. They likely said this as an excuse for their own lack of resolve. Chun Jing pondered for a moment, then nodded. "What you say makes sense, so, Senior Brother Chun. Once you enter the inner sect, should you ever find yourself yearning for delicious food, come seek me out." Chun Jing laughed heartily. "No problem. I've been waiting for you to say that." Qingli, feeling anxious, pointed at herself. Shen Leyan swiftly gathered food from the pot, savoring it with delight. "You can join us too. It's just a matter of an extra pair of chopsticks." The moonlight in the mountains was bright, casting a gentle blue glow in the distance. Voices echoed from a group of disciples who seemed to be returning from evening classes, their chatter lingering in the air. "We must hurry and eat. Otherwise, if too many people pass by..." Shen Leyan did not wish to attract a crowd while enjoying his hot pot. He had already endured enough attention these past few days to turn any ordinary person into a statue. Not far away, Qingli, having eaten her fill, was reclining on a bamboo chair gazing at the moon when she suddenly spoke. "Stop eating. I sense a powerful spiritual energy nearby. This is the dwelling of external disciples." "Could it be Senior Brother Zheng?" Qingli shook her head. "No," Shen Leyan remarked. "Regardless of how strong the spiritual energy is, they cannot simply come here and seize our hot pot. Can they? A moment later, Shen Leyan dutifully ran into the house to fetch an extra set of bowls and chopsticks, heart aching as he retrieved the remaining beef slices he had planned to enjoy the next day. Chen Jing stood by the table, his limbs and features frozen in confusion, resembling a statue. Qingli sprang up from the chair, having eaten too much, rubbing her belly while pointing accusingly at the approaching figure. Lu Yuani, how dare you come and snatch my hot pot? Shen Leyan greeted with a polite smile. Placing the beef slices on the table, sect leader Lu, please. Internally, he cheered for Qingli to my heart aches. I spent so much silver to buy those beef slices. Lu Yuani, arriving neither early nor late, chooses the most inconvenient time, mealtime, to make his entrance, showing a complete disregard for decorum. Qingli, you have performed admirably. Let us drive Lu Yuani away. We shall indulge in a hot pot and savor the tender beef rolls all for ourselves. The original text describes Lu Yuani as someone who favors white shirts and blue robes, with hair as white as snow and a visage of striking beauty and solitude. Due to his practice of martial arts, his phoenix-like eyes shimmer with a dark golden hue, leading some to speculate that he might not be human, but rather a creature of the demon clan. In the realm of cultivation, half of the populace holds him in high esteem. For a millennium ago, as an ordinary disciple of Yunqi's sect, he single-handedly ventured into the demon territory and vanquished several infamous demonic beasts. To this day, no one knows the extent of his cultivation. Moreover, during grand events held by various sects, when Lu Yuani occupies a high seat without uttering a word, he undeniably embodies the aura of a formidable figure from a tale. Conversely, the other half scoffs at him, doubting his humanity and deeming him overly pretentious. Nearly a millennium without taking action, the truth of his past exploits against the demons is shrouded in uncertainty. Amongst the sect leaders, there are those who are approachable, those who are forthright, those who are revered for their virtue. Yet he alone appears like a mute whenever he makes an appearance, as if he has exhausted his capacity for pretense. In Shen Leyan's eyes, ever since he learned of Lu Yuani's trick of luring naive disciples to Yunqi's sect with mere candied hawthorn, he became convinced that the original narrative had undoubtedly omitted crucial details about Lu Yuani. First, he deceived Qingli with candied hawthorn, and now he uses his status as sect leader to mooch meals. The audacity of this novelist. I must report you. Do you even understand the characters you write about? The atmosphere in the courtyard is undeniably strange. However, it seems Lu Yuani has erected a barrier, rendering the disciples who finish their evening lessons unable to enter the courtyard or hear their conversation. Shen Leyan glanced at his stunned senior brother Chen, then at the furious Qingli, and instinctively offered his chopsticks to Lu Yuani. Would you not care to join us for a meal, sect leader? He recalled that senior brother Chen had mentioned that most cultivators would begin fasting after starting their training, and a flicker of hope ignited within him. This hope was swiftly extinguished when Lu Yuani graciously accepted the bowl and chopsticks and proceeded to pick the largest slice of beef roll. Adhering to the principle that for every bite Lu Yuani takes, he would take one less, Shen Leyan took a deep breath and seated himself opposite Lu Yuani, hastily commencing his meal. Moments later, Qingli, unwilling to concede, joined the fray. Only Chen Jing, regaining his composure, hurriedly bowed to Lu Yuani and concocted a flimsy excuse to take his leave. Beneath the moonlight, the hot pot resembled a battlefield, and the chopsticks were akin to weapons. Lu Yuani's silver hair was loosely bound with an ink jade hairpin, the remaining tresses cascading down, illuminated by the pure moonlight, reminiscent of a high-quality headdress from a historical drama. Shen Leyan found himself pondering how much silver he could fetch by selling Lu Yuani's hair. Attempting to distract himself, when he suddenly heard Qingli's triumphant exclamation, I snagged the last piece of meat. Huh. Shen Leyan could not suppress a laugh. Thank you for this meal today. Lu Yuani's voice was slightly husky, yet carried a chilling clarity. Shen Leyan clasped his hands in gratitude. I also appreciate sect leader for extinguishing the fire illusion in the village yesterday. He paused, stifling his smile to adopt a serious demeanor. Sect leader, you must have come upon hearing about the single spiritual root, correct? Indeed. Qingli, now pacing around in frustration, instinctively turned her head at the mention, dutifully asserting, single spiritual root? What single spiritual root? When did I ever mention it? Lu Yuanyi's lips curled slightly, his golden eyes deep like a spring under the scorching sun, rendering his emotions inscrutable as he replied, "You have used this meal to secure her silence." Chapter 15. Shamefully enamored. It is fortunate that sect leader has been providing Qingli solely with candied hawthorn over the years, for she has grown weary of it and thus agreed to assist me in keeping this matter under wraps. Now that Lu Yuanyi is aware of my single spiritual root, I need not conceal it from him any longer. Shen Leyan spoke candidly and awaited Lu Yuanyi's response in silence. The young man's demeanor remained composed. His peach blossom eyes, akin to fine ink melting into water, softened under the rising steam from the table, his complexion even more pallid, and his features gentle, resembling a character from a watercolor painting. One hand rested on the table while the other lay on his knee, revealing little tension in his expression. Yet he thought to himself, do not panic. Breathe in, breathe out. Why is Lu Yuanyi merely gazing at me in silence? He wanted suddenly declare, like those melodramatic protagonists, that I have successfully captured his attention. Will he? Lu Yuanyi's slender fingers stirred slightly, and suddenly a cup of tea appeared before them. He lifted the teacup and took a sip, his voice devoid of any emotion. When Ziheng brought back the testing spirit stone to Lingxi Pavilion this evening, he also helped you keep a secret. How did you persuade him? Senior Brother Zheng has always been a good person. To be honest, I do not know why Senior Brother Zheng agreed to assist me. It must simply be in his nature. Senior Brother Zheng once told me that Yunqi's sect does not require its disciples to practice martial arts. He also mentioned that sect leader is not like those old-fashioned, rigid cultivators and would surely acquiesce. Shen Leyan felt he had discreetly flattered him, internally pleased with himself. Lu Yuanyi raised his gaze. One should follow their heart in the practice of martial arts. There are numerous paths in this world. Naturally, cultivation is not the only one since you have no desire to pursue it. Remain in the outer sect of Yunqi's sect, and everything shall remain as it is. Shen Leyan beamed with joy, unable to suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, his tone considerably relaxed. Then why has sect leader made a special trip here? Surely it cannot be solely for a meal? He took a sip of the tea conjured by Lu Yuanyi. It was crisp and refreshing, devoid of bitterness, leaving behind a subtle sweetness that he coughed lightly. Can this tea be replenished? A faint smile flickered in Lu Yuanyi's elongated phoenix eyes, but it quickly returned to its serene and icy demeanor, leading Shen Leyan to doubt his own perception. Nevertheless, the cup in his hand was refilled with tea. Returning to Mingshan Pavilion, I caught a whiff of the delicious aroma of the dishes prepared by a disciple with wind spiritual roots. So I thought to come and taste it. Shen Leyan pondered. The dishes being too fragrant is also a transgression. Furthermore, I must ascertain whether this disciple has wandered off the right path. This remark was made lightly. Yet Shen Leyan soon grasped its implications. Lu Yuanyi initially suspected that his reluctance to pursue cultivation stemmed from having strayed onto the path of demonic arts, hence his visit to assess him. For humans, delving into the arts of demons would lead to a far swifter elevation in cultivation compared to following orthodox practices. Thus, many cultivators have succumbed to temptation and turned to the dark arts. However, every shortcut exacts a toll. While the advancement through demonic arts is quicker, one's mind may gradually succumb to the influence of demonic energy, ultimately losing all reason and becoming a mindless killer. Rest assured, sect leader, I have no interest in entering the inner sect of Yunqi's sect, nor do I have any inclination towards practicing demonic arts, regardless of whether one is an orthodox cultivator, a dark practitioner, or a demon. During the celestial and demonic wars, all will inevitably be swept into the fray. I have long intended to save enough money to seek refuge in a tranquil place, far removed from conflict, to experience a leisurely life of picking chrysanthemums beneath the eastern fence. Naturally, I have no desire to become a dark practitioner. Shen Leyan seized the opportunity while sipping tea to discreetly glance at Lu Yuanyi, his feelings somewhat muddled. The mention of dark practitioners prompted him to recall Lu Yuanyi's fate in the original narrative, betrayed by dark practitioners masquerading as righteous figures within esteemed sects. He was forcefully interrupted during a critical moment of seclusion, leading to his descent into madness. Ultimately, he perished in the flames of tribulation, his soul extinguished. His previous achievements were obliterated, and ever since, the disciples of the celestial sect have regarded him with disdain and scorn. He scrutinized his teeth thoughtfully, delicately suggesting, "Sect leader, do take care of Dar practitioners in the future. Some may appear virtuous and principled, yet their hearts are anything but. 1 cup of tea reached its end. Shen Leyan, feeling satisfied, contemplated that he had likely covered all necessary discussions with Lu Yuanyi, and tentatively proposed, "Shall I escort you, sect leader?" Lu Yuanyi nodded and rose slowly. For reasons unknown, Shen Leyan felt that Lu Yuanyi's gaze was particularly penetrating, as if he could discern the thoughts within his heart. He shook his head, dismissing such unrealistic notions that, in the realm of cultivation, there exists a technique called soul judgment, which can directly summon a person's soul for interrogation, revealing their innermost thoughts. However, such a technique is typically reserved for inquiring about those who have committed evil deeds and entails considerable suffering during the process. Lu Yuanyi certainly does not seem the type to employ such a method against him. Upon reaching the entrance of the courtyard, Shen Leyan halted, and Lu Yuanyi turned to face him as well. "This meal must have cost you quite a bit, didn't it? Inviting friends for a meal is not considered an expense." A book fell into his embrace, and he instinctively reached out to catch it, glancing at the cover. Qing Xing, IT appeared to be a manual for cultivation. Shen Leyan, feeling as though he had received a hot potato, swiftly tossed the book back. "I truly have no desire to pursue cultivation," Lu Yuanyi replied. "Take a look at the first page before deciding whether to accept this manual. That if I glance at the first page, can I return it?" Lu Yuanyi's phoenix eyes arched slightly. Indeed, he cautiously turned the first page of the martial arts manual. IT contained only a few sparse words. First, this technique is exclusively for disciples with a wind spiritual root. Second, this technique is solely for the purpose of escape, possessing no offensive capability. Third, mastering this technique means you may not win in combat, but you will certainly outrun your opponents. Shen Leyan felt an ignoble thrill at these words. "Master Lu, once I master this technique, will even you be unable to catch up with me?" Lu Yuanyi nodded. Shen Leyan's excitement grew. He caressed the manual reluctantly for a moment before ultimately returning it to Lu Yuanyi. "One should not receive rewards without merit. This manual appears to be quite precious. I cannot accept it. The Yunqi sect has not produced a wind spiritual root disciple in a millennium, and this manual would only gather dust in the library. I was an orphan, and after the Yunqi sect took me in, they provided for all my needs that I can still find ways to repay this kindness. But if I were to take this manual, I would never be able to repay it. If I cannot repay it, leaving the Yunqi sect before the impending war between immortals and demons would burden me with guilt for a lifetime. Therefore, it is best not to accept this manual." Chapter 16. The green shadow mystic art in the distance. Qingli, who had been taking a leisurely stroll, jogged over and glanced at him. "The green shadow mystic art is a heavenly level technique. Quite suitable for you. Why not accept something given freely?" Shen Leyan shook his head. "According to the rules of the Yunqi sect, if the sect provides erroneous task information that places disciples in danger, the sect should offer compensation. This manual is compensation for yesterday's incident in the fire illusion." Lu Yuanyi said calmly. "You promptly used a transmission talisman to inform others, saving the lives of over 20 outer disciples. A heavenly level technique is not considered overly precious." Shen Leyan hesitated for a moment. "Let me hold on to this manual for now. Master Lu, if you would." He turned and dashed back to his dormitory, rummaging through his belongings to find the sect regulations issued upon his admission to the Yunqi sect. IT was only at the very bottom of a pile of books that he found a crumpled copy of the sect regulations. After glancing at the table of contents, he located the chapter on task rewards and penalties and read through it line by line. The 77th regulation stated, "If the sect provides erroneous task information that places disciples in danger, the sect should offer compensation. Those who perform outstandingly in such tasks should be compensated with a heavenly level technique, a heavenly level treasure, or a 6th grade or higher spiritual pill." Upon reading this, he quickly dusted off the manual and returned to the courtyard. "Thank you, Master Lu. Since this falls within the sect's regulations, I shall not be polite. If you wish to exchange the manual for a treasure or a spiritual pill, you may also propose that." "No need. This manual is perfectly sufficient." Although this was clearly stated as compensation in the sect regulations, the Yunqi sect possesses many heavenly level techniques in its library. Lu Yuanyi could easily have chosen any one of them for him, since he selected the green shadow mystic art, and even Qingli remarked that it suited him. It was evident that there were no better options available. He owed a debt of gratitude for having chosen the most suitable heavenly level technique for him. Now, what method should he devise to repay this kindness? With 2 years until the war between immortals and demons, there was no rush. Once Lu Yuanyi departs, he could consult Brother Zheng to see if there was anything he could assist with in the Yunqi sect. Mingchan Pavilion. Zheng Zihang was meditating under the moonlight, a faint blue mist flowing from his brow along his meridians to his dantian, gradually spreading throughout his body. The courtyard was filled with rare flowers and herbs, most of which could be concocted into spiritual pills. These plants sensed the abundant flow of water, spiritual energy, and some quietly opened their buds, while others bore small fruits, their roots inching closer to where Zheng Zihang sat her day. After completing a cycle of his technique, Zheng Zihang opened his eyes and noticed the Jiangxue sword breaking through the barrier of Mingchan Pavilion, immediately rising to greet it. Master. His master cast a sidelong glance at him. If your mind is unsettled, do not practice. It may destabilize your foundation. Zheng Zihang quietly acknowledged this, but could not resist asking, has Master met with Junior Brother? Yes. Lu Yuanyi slightly narrowed his phoenix eyes. He is quite lively and has a decent temperament. Zheng Zihang had never heard his master express such an opinion about any disciple before. If Junior Brother was inclined to practice, it might indeed mean he was genuinely his fellow disciple. He felt a twinge of regret. However, it was for the best. His master's words implied that he tacitly allowed Junior Brother to live freely as an ordinary outer disciple, as he wished. Zheng Zihang followed his master for a few steps. The Mingchan Pavilion courtyard was serene, and as they neared the study, a refreshing fragrance wafted through the air, akin to white plums in the snow. Did anything happen with Junior Brother? I had a couple of cups of tea and was scolded a few times by that little spiritual stone. Why? Zheng Zihang hesitated. It seems I can smell a hint of chili oil on your robe. Master, Lu Yuanyi raised his hand and cast a spell, and his robes quickly returned to their pristine state. You must have misheard. Yes. Shen Leyan sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, the green shadow mystic art in his hands, sharing it with Qingli. The reason was simple. Although the text of this manual was not profound and was written in plain language, the accompanying illustrations were quite abstract. Moreover, the sect instructors would not teach outer disciples how to circulate their spiritual energy or pinpoint their meridians and acupoints. Thus, holding this precious, heavenly level manual felt akin to a primary school student grappling with advanced mathematics, utterly baffled. Although Qingli was merely a child of 6 or 7 years, her ancient lineage had allowed her to witness countless geniuses and techniques. Why are the acupoints depicted in this illustration so dark? That indicates the need to circulate spiritual energy to open these acupoints and accumulate a spiritual pool within. You will now circulate your spiritual energy, and I will guide you through the process. Shen Leyan scratched his head. I do not possess any spiritual energy. They stared at each other, wide-eyed. You truly have never practiced at all? I only acquired this wind spiritual root yesterday. After a few attempts at guidance that only led to confusion, Qingli decided, in that case, I will write you a basic spiritual energy circulation manual and bring it to you tomorrow. You should also study medical texts, memorizing the meridians and acupoints before returning to learn this green shadow mystic art. Although the green shadow mystic art had not been rated as a sacred level technique, it was primarily due to the limitation of the wind spiritual root. Were it not for this restriction, it would undoubtedly surpass many sacred level movement techniques. Medical texts are relatively easy to borrow in the outer sect. Shen Leyan readily agreed and expressed his gratitude. If the Yunqi sect does not restrict your visits to Lingxi Pavilion, you can frequently come over to be my dining companion. Next time, I will let you try a novel dish. What is a dining companion? A friend who eats together. Friend? Qingli pondered for a moment. Then a radiant smile blossomed on her jade-like face. No problem. Today, I have one more thing I need to trouble you with. Speak. Shen Leyan said, I have a matter I wish to consult Brother Zheng about. But I cannot access Mingchan Pavilion. The Mingchan Pavilion is protected by a barrier, and without a token, one cannot enter. Furthermore, it is situated atop the highest and steepest peak of the Yunqi sect. By the time he climbs there, it would likely take him the entire night. This is easily resolved. I will go to Mingchan Pavilion and speak with your brother Zhen. It will take no more than half an hour. You can wait here. Shen Leyan handed her a water flask. This contains taro milk tea. Qingli opened the flask and took a few sips. Delicious. But this tea is best not consumed at night. Why? It makes it hard to sleep that we test spiritual stones without needing sleep. Qingli hung the flask around her neck. I'm off to Mingchan Pavilion. Thank you for today's meal. Chapter 17. Conducting business. The night sky was as dark as ink. The moonlight bright and clear, with stars twinkling. The disciples of the Yunqi sect had finished their evening lessons and returned to their dormitories to wash up and rest. The houses were brightly lit and bustling with voices. Shen Leyan sat on Zheng Zihang's sword, with Qingli following behind them, as they searched throughout the sect for a secluded spot where they could speak without interruption. Their first stop was a small grove in the outer sect. Before they could approach on their swords, Qingli exclaimed in surprise, I saw a male cultivator and a female cultivator in the grove. They were hugging and kissing. Shen Leyan quickly instructed Zheng Zihang to cast a silent spell on Qingli. Fearful that the couple in the grove might come over to reprimand them, it would be one thing if they embarrassed themselves. It was another matter entirely if Zheng Zihang's reputation were to be tarnished. Their second stop was the classroom where the instructors taught. This time, Shen Leyan noticed that there were still candles lit in the classroom, with several outer disciples, their palms swollen from being hit with bamboo boards, wearing sorrowful expressions as they grumbled about how cruel the instructor was for beating their hands while they burned the midnight oil copying texts. This scene triggered some unpleasant memories for him. Perhaps we should not disturb their studies. For the third stop, Qingli insisted on visiting Lingxi Pavilion. Zheng Zihang gently replied, there are disciples patrolling at Lingxi Pavilion. It would not be appropriate. Then surely sitting on the rooftop would mean no one could see us. Moments later, the three of them found themselves seated atop the expansive roof of Lingxi Pavilion. The roof was wide and flat, offering a sweeping view, ample enough for them to recline comfortably. Shen Leyan rested his hands beneath his head, bending his knees slightly as he lay back, while Qingli quickly emulated his posture. Leaning against the ridge, he glanced at Zheng Zihang, whose back remained as straight as a pine tree, his demeanor poised, clearly accustomed to such an upright position. Shen Leyan briefly recounted how Master Lu had entrusted him with the Qingying Xuanjue, then inquired, Brother Zheng, I have heard that our Yunqi sect is experiencing some financial difficulties. Is that true? He recalled from the original text that although the Yunqi sect was one of the four major sects in the cultivation world, it often found itself financially strained due to its frequent adoption of orphans and its propensity to donate to the court for disaster relief. Cultivation inherently required substantial monetary investment. Purchasing techniques, magical artifacts, elixirs, and even the costs incurred while slaying demons and staying at inns, while the rewards for vanquishing demons for affluent gentry and officials were considerable. The constant encounters with impoverished citizens afflicted by malevolent forces weighed heavily on their coffers. Thus, the expenditures at Yunqi sect accumulated over time. Zheng Zihang nodded, then quickly smiled, offering reassurance. Indeed, we are somewhat short on funds. But Master and several elders occasionally sell the elixirs they concoct. The sect still manages to provide for the disciples' basic needs. That high-grade elixirs were indeed valuable, yet the cultivation of alchemists was even more arduous than that of cultivators. A task beyond his capacity to assist. I have a plan to generate some income. However, I lack the initial capital. Would you care to hear it, Brother Zheng? Zheng Feng's tea-colored eyes flickered with surprise as he earnestly replied. Please do share, junior brother. I wish to open an inn within Yunqi's sect. Today I prepared some dishes. Qingli has tasted them, and Master Lu has as well. What do you think of their flavor? Qingli recalled, smacking her lips. Delicious, Zheng Zihang inquired. Is it perhaps flavored with chili oil? Indeed, that is the essence of hot pot. Hot pot is delightful, though it does tend to leave a lingering scent on one's clothes after eating. How do you know this, Brother Zheng? Master mentioned it to me. I envision the inn primarily serving hot pot, alongside a selection of desserts and beverages. Of course, if the inner disciples desire something special, we could procure exotic meats to aid in their cultivation. However, most inner disciples practice fasting and do not require sustenance. The outer sect's cafeteria provides meals for free. Would anyone truly patronize the inn? Shen Leyan had long observed the composition of Yunqi sect's disciples. Those from humble backgrounds like himself constituted half, while the other half comprised individuals of means, often the children of influential families. These individuals possessed ample disposable income, spending lavishly on food for their spirit pets. If the flavor of the hot pot in his inn was sufficiently enticing, they would undoubtedly be willing to spend a little. It was akin to modern university students. While the cafeteria offered affordable meals, nothing compared to the allure of takeout. Moreover, outer sect disciples could work at the inn, fulfilling their sect duties in the process. It was a splendid arrangement, generating income for Yunchi sect while providing employment for outer disciples. Thanks to the plethora of modern food bloggers and an abundance of cooking tutorial videos, he felt confident in preparing hot pot seasonings. He relayed these thoughts to Zheng Zihong, becoming somewhat parched as he spoke that I will draft a detailed charter for the inn in the coming days. Perhaps you could review it then, Brother Zheng? I am not well versed in business matters, but if you provide a charter, I will present it to Master and several elders for their consideration. Then this matter is beginning to take shape. What prompted you to suddenly wish to open an inn for profit, junior brother? Well, Shen Leyan replied, patting the Qingying Xuanju atop his robe, one must repay favors when granted. There is not much I can do for Yunchi sect. Zheng Zihong seemed lost in thought, his gaze softening as he gently ruffled Shen Leyan's hair. If you wish to assist the sect, there is currently a dilemma. I wonder if you have any ideas. Recently, the disciples have taken to spreading rumors. Today, Qingli transformed from spirit stone into a human before the eyes of many, and I overheard several disciples saying that the elder in charge of Lingxi Pavilion must be an old pervert. Fond of little girls, for he clearly heard the spirit stone's transformation as a cute young girl's voice. There are also whispers regarding your use of the voice transmission talisman, with many speculating whether you are the illegitimate child of Master and some common woman. As for other rumors, Yia has heard some strange claims. The elders and disciples of the law enforcement hall are truly at a loss on how to address them. Qingli huffed indignantly. The elder overseeing Lingxi Pavilion is clearly very kind. Those people are simply spouting nonsense. Shen Leyan found the situation amusing. Yet Zheng Zihong's serious demeanor made it difficult for him to laugh, causing him to stifle his mirth painfully, after pinching himself to suppress laughter. He slowly spoke, so the so-called perverted elder of Lingxi Pavilion is an old man? No, she is a married female elder. Shen Leyan mused, realizing he had underestimated the imaginative capabilities of the Yunchi sect disciples. Does Yunchi sect have its own newspaper? Something akin to the court's official gazette? Not quite. Then why not establish a newspaper for Yunchi sect, featuring the matters that concern the disciples most, with the disciples of the law enforcement hall penning the articles to clarify the truth? If there are numerous events, we could print daily. If fewer, then once every 7 days or bi-weekly. The editorial oversight could be entrusted to Master Lu or a selected elder. This way, the disciples would be promptly informed of the actual situation, preventing the spread of misinformation. Zheng Zihong listened intently, gradually nodding in agreement. This is indeed a feasible idea. Once the first issue is completed, I will ensure to show it to you, junior brother. Excellent, as the hour grew late. Shen Leyan remarked, it is time for us to return and rest. Qingli, you should head back to Lingxi Pavilion as well. Shen Leyan nodded, shaking Qingli awake, who had begun to doze off on the rooftop. Zheng Zihong drew his sword from his waist, enlarging it several times before it steadied in mid-air. I will escort you back to your quarters. Shen Leyan took a large step onto the sword, waving at Qingli. Next time, I shall treat you to a meal. Qingli waved back. You must remember, standing on the sword. Shen Leyan felt a surge of curiosity as the wind brushed against his face. Gazing down at the myriad of lights twinkling like a winding river below. Before arriving in this world, he had never flown on a plane. His family was of modest means, and they had to meticulously manage their daily expenses, leaving his parents little time to take him on trips via air. Furthermore, after he entered the orphanage, he attended university in a nearby city, working part-time to support himself, rendering it impossible to afford the exorbitant plane tickets. Some disciples felt apprehensive during their first experience of flying on a sword. Yet junior brothers seemed unfazed. Perhaps those disciples had a fear of heights. Standing at such heights could easily induce dizziness and weakness in the legs. In the distance, a mountain peak shimmered with a silver light that cascaded from the stars above, surrounding the mountain as if a waterfall were tumbling down. Shen Leyan couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. It resembles the Milky Way cascading from the heavens. Brother Zheng, what mountain peak is that? Zheng Zihong, perhaps focused on guiding the sword, took a while to respond. That is Jiuxing Pavilion, the place where Elder Xuanji divines the secrets of the heavens. Peering into the heavenly mysteries can easily backfire on the body, and Elder Xuanji seldom engages in divination. It is uncertain what has transpired today, given the brilliance cascading like the Milky Way. The matter being divined must be significant. Yet the prophecies derived from Jiuxing Pavilion could only be known to Master, not something he should inquire about. Shen Leyan was taken aback by Zheng Zihong's thoughts. Despite his apparent disinterest in scholarly pursuits, he was able to casually compose a line akin to it resembles the Milky Way cascading from the heavens, albeit only half a line. If Shen Leyan were aware of Zheng Zihong's musings, he would immediately clarify that this line was not his creation, but rather that of a renowned poet from a parallel timeline, well known in their world and easily recitable by all. Shen Leyan sneezed and murmured to himself, "I hope I'm not catching a cold." Jiuxing Pavilion, that a colossal meteorite rested in the open hall's center, with a small segment of the sky above it shifting dramatically, showcasing various weathers like clear skies, torrential rain, and snow within the span of half an hour, occasionally illuminated by crimson lightning. As the silver light poured down from the heavens, the stars surrounding the meteorite dimmed considerably. Two lines of text began to descend from the meteorite, as if penned by an unseen hand. Simultaneously, beneath the meteorite, a white-haired elder clad in a taiji robe suddenly staggered back several steps. Spitting out blood, his aura instantly waning as the unusual celestial phenomenon vanished. The writing on the meteorite dissipated just as swiftly. The elder, stabilizing his tumultuous spiritual energy, revealed a profound sense of worry and unease in his eyes. Master Lu, the war between immortals and demons has brought about untold suffering. Your fateful star also flickers uncertainly, a foreboding omen indeed. Luyuani collected the spiritual energy transmitted to Elder Xuanji, his phoenix-like eyes gazing at the restored pitch-black night sky, his cold, serene features reflecting a stern expression. The celestial and demonic war had been mentioned by Zheng Zihong when he hurried back from the village yesterday. The disciple bearing the wind spiritual root had alluded to it multiple times in his heartfelt musings. Moreover, just moments ago in the other party's courtyard, he had also glimpsed his own impending fate, to become a fallen celestial, driven mad, and to perish engulfed in the flames of tribulation. Elder Xuanji. Has anyone within the various sects prophesied about the celestial demonic conflict? I have not heard of such prophecies, and their crafting requires immense effort. I fear I may need to enter seclusion for decades to restore my depleting cultivation. Can a disciple devoid of cultivation truly divine the celestial secrets? Elder Xuanji was taken aback. No, devoid of cultivation, even if his fate is peculiar and he possesses an innate affinity for divination. It is likely that upon completing this reading, he would perish from the backlash of peering into the heavenly secrets. Luyuani raised an eyebrow. That disciple, despite his frailty, was lively and capable of eating and drinking. He hardly appeared to be on the brink of death. Elder Xuanji, while in seclusion, ought to remember to diligently cultivate as well. Elder Xuanji clasped his hands in acceptance, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead as he silently felt alarmed. Could it be that the sect leader of Lu was aware of his usual idleness and negligence during his watch? Otherwise, why would he leave behind such a remark to admonish him? Zheng Zihong's efficiency was remarkable. In just 3 days, Shen Leyan heard news of Lu Zhongzhu permitting him to establish a tavern at Yunqi's sect. As for the newspaper, the disciple from the law enforcement hall had already selected several talented individuals who had previously passed the scholar examination and were working overnight to prepare articles for publication. With a confirmed response in hand, Shen Leyan busied himself, guiding the blacksmith shop in crafting copper pots for hot pot, procuring ingredients at the nearby market, and personally tasting various exotic meats to discern which were most delectable. Some well-cultivated demonic beasts, though large and meaty, had flesh that was fishy and tough, simmering for 2 hours without becoming tender. Such fare, no matter how nourishing, would never be suitable for sale in a tavern. In the evenings, he would also study the foundational spiritual energy techniques written by Qing Li. meditating in the courtyard to refine his channels. Fortunately, since acquiring the wind's spiritual root, his health seemed to have improved significantly. During meditation, it felt akin to sleeping, replenishing his energy. For the time being, he did not feel overly fatigued. Rather, it invigorated him, reminiscent of the week leading up to final exams in college. The tavern's location was along the necessary path for outer disciples returning from their studies. Nestled against the mountains and beside water, boasting picturesque scenery. However, the two-story bamboo building had been abandoned for quite some time and required considerable renovation and furnishing. With nothing pressing to attend to, Qingli volunteered to oversee the work. Each day, she enthusiastically directed the outer disciples in moving tables and chairs and cleaning the floors, finding great joy in the task. Occasionally, she would invite Zheng Shixiao, who happened to pass by, to help her sample the hot pot made with demonic beast meat. When faced with unpalatable dishes, she would strive to maintain a smile, teasing Zheng Shixiao that, "Oh, delicious. Zheng Shixiao, you must try this. Truly delightful." Chapter 19. Food broadcasting. After trying dozens of more common and easily captured demonic beast meats, Shen Leyan selected 5 that boasted the best flavors and were still affordable, to serve as the signature dishes of the tavern. With Qingli supervising and the substantial rewards from the renovation work, the outer disciples were highly motivated, and within 3 days, the entire two-story bamboo structure had been transformed. The second floor was designated as private dining rooms, while the first floor and the area facing the water were paved with blue stone slabs and furnished with tables and chairs. The hot pot seasoning station was set up outside the kitchen, stocked with dozens of different condiments. The next step was to design the menu. Shen Leyan sat cross-legged on the blue stone slab, brainstorming dish names with Zheng Zihong and Qingli. "Let us name the seasoning station first." Qingli blinked in confusion. "Can't we just call it the seasoning station?" Shen Leyan shook his head. "Let me ask you, what's the difference between the vegetable and tofu soup in a tavern in the capital and one in a small county?" "The capital's is more expensive." "Why is it more expensive?" "Why? One factor is certainly the higher land and living costs in the capital. On the other hand, the taverns there refer to the vegetable and tofu soup as jade and white soup. Those cultured scholars and high-ranking officials, upon hearing such a name, find it distinctive and are willing to spend money." "That makes sense," Qingli exclaimed, enlightened. "So our tavern's offerings should also have unique names. After all, Yunshi sect is a renowned sect in the cultivation world. We cannot let others look down upon us." "Precisely." Zheng Zihong, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. "I haven't decided on a name for the seasoning station, but how about calling the meat of this colorful phoenix bird peacock flies southeast?" Shen Leyan nodded in agreement, swiftly jotting it down. Qingli, quick to learn, immediately grasped the essence of naming. The platter of black-armored earth dragons and three-eyed white tigers will be called Dragon Struggles with Tiger. In less than half an hour, they had thoughtfully named all the dishes and written them on a large wooden board to serve as the menu hanging at the counter, while also drafting several copies on bamboo slips to be placed on the tables. Shen Leyan hung a sign, reading "Delicious enough to eat the sole of your shoe" at the seasoning station, dusting off his sleeves with satisfaction. With tables and chairs in place, staff available, and ingredients procured, they were now ready to prepare for the grand opening. "Zheng Shixiao, I plan to open the tavern the day after tomorrow at the hour of the snake. Before that, I would like to announce the opening in our first newspaper at Yunshi sect." Zheng Zihong replied. "Later, I will bring you a copy of the printed newspaper to review. There's one more thing. Please speak freely, Shitty." Shen Leyan gathered his words, speaking softly. "Could you, when you return, mention to Lu Zongzhu that we would like him to come for a meal on the opening day? And it should be a grand affair in front of everyone." Zhang Zihong seemed somewhat surprised and hesitated before gently saying, given Master S temperament, he might not agree. Zhang Shixiao, Shen Leyan tugged at Zhang Zihong's sleeve, his dark eyes sparkling with mirth, his lips and brows adorned with a bright smile and an air of familiarity. "Please just mention it to Lu Zongzhu as a trial if he doesn't agree. Then so be it." Inviting Lu Yuanyi to the tavern would be akin to modern-day celebrities endorsing a product, precisely targeting the desired audience. Zhang Zihong cleared his throat, his ears slightly reddening as he diverted his gaze from his junior brother's striking features. Glancing at his sleeve, now wrinkled from being tugged. "How about this? Shitty, Please repeat what you just said, that I will use the reflection stone to record it and present it directly to Master. Does that sound feasible? The reflection stone could store images and sounds, activated by spiritual energy to reproduce them, akin to a modern recording device. Shen Leyan bit his lip, for the sake of the tavern's revenue. For money, and for a future filled with carefree travels and feasting, he decided to go all out. Mingshan Pavilion, a crystal-clear spring gushed forth from the creek, flowing gently down the untouched stone path towards the mountains. In the clear waters, a few fish occasionally swam joyfully. Flicking their tails, Yuni leaned against the stream's edge, holding a bamboo fishing rod, his snow-white hair cascading down to his waist. His phoenix-like eyes gazed languidly at the shimmering surface of the water, his dark golden pupils reflecting a tumult of emotions, rendering his expression inscrutable. Zhang Zihong stood upright, saluting as he reported on the tavern and newspaper matters, ultimately presenting the reflection stone. Master, Shidi has something to convey to you. What could require the reflection stone? Has he left Yunqi's sect? Zhang Zihong's expression was complex, merely stating, Master will understand upon viewing. The reflection stone was activated by spiritual energy, and a luminous screen materialized in the air, revealing Shen Leyan's figure. Shen Leyan sat behind a wooden table, a large copper pot before him, half filled with a spicy red broth that seemed to waft its fragrant aroma even through the screen. The other half contained a rich broth made from simmered pork bones, floating with goji berries, appearing thick and savory. Beside the copper pot lay several plates of sliced ingredients, thin fish fillets, freshly harvested vegetables still glistening with frost, and marinated meat slices of varied fat content. The youth in the projection smiled brightly, his peach blossom eyes gleaming mischievously like a clever little fox. It has been a long time since Master has dined. Allow your disciple to offer you a taste of these delicacies. Yuni's thin lips curled slightly as he cast a sidelong glance at his disciple. What trick is he playing now? Zhang Zihong lowered his head, suppressing a smile. The disciple is not at liberty to say. The scene in the projection continued, with Shen Leyan picking up a slice of meat and earnestly explaining. This meat slice is cut very thin, so it doesn't require long cooking. It can be retrieved from the pot after just a few flips. All right, the meat is cooked. Dip it generously in sesame sauce and red oil. Delicious. This fish is fresh and tender. The fillets are delightful, and these handmade fish balls are especially bouncy and chewy. The meat can also be wrapped in vegetables for a refreshing taste. If it feels too spicy, you can have a cup of taro milk tea, or this herbal tea. It's sweet and cool, allowing you to enjoy 10 more plates. The youth devoured the hot pot in a whirlwind, wiping his mouth with a cloth. That concludes today's food broadcast. The tavern opens the day after tomorrow at the hour of the snake. Will Lu Zhongzhu come to sample the offerings? If you do come, all dishes will be complimentary, considering the profits we share with the sect. Lu Zhongzhu, you must attend. Upon finishing his words, Shen Leyan made several heart-shaped gestures, marking the conclusion of the projection from the reflection stone. For a moment, the Mingshan Pavilion fell into a chilling silence. Zhang Zihong lifted his gaze to observe his master's expression. It remained as indifferent as ever, devoid of any discernible emotion, his eyes fixated on the flowing stream, showing no sign of reaction. Master, Chapter 20. The marketing of Yunqi's sect. Zhang Zihong focused intently, noticing a golden fish emerge from the water, seemingly possessing a hint of sentience, gazing longingly at the direction from which the reflection stone's glowing screen had vanished. Shortly thereafter, the fish turned its head to glance at the rice ball dangling from his master's fishing rod, its expression clearly one of disdain, as if to say, "You think such unpalatable fare could entice me?" With a flick of its tail, it swam away with a swagger. Zhang Zihong. His master's demeanor grew even colder as he reeled in the fishing rod and stood up. Zhang Zihong glanced at the wooden bucket beside his master, finding it entirely devoid of fish. Master, he coughed lightly, my junior brother requests your presence at the tavern the day after tomorrow. I shall not go, his master replied, striding directly towards the study. The surface of the stream instantly frosted over, and the pitiable little fish, struck by the ice chunk, swam away in a daze. After a considerable pause. On the following day, the disciples of Yunqi's sect awoke at dawn, washed up, equipped with talismans and books. and made their way to the study in small groups, awaiting their lessons. Chen Jing, attending inner sect classes for the first time, was invigorated yet somewhat anxious. Arriving at the study before dawn, he casually selected a seat and earnestly began reading. As the light of day gradually illuminated the study, more and more disciples entered. Chen Jing observed that every newcomer, in addition to their books and talismans, carried a sheet of rice paper covered in text. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Had he perhaps forgotten something vital? Senior brother, Chen Jing called out to a fellow disciple, "I am attending inner sect studies for the first time. Could you enlighten me about that paper you hold?" The senior brother handed him the sheet. It was distributed by the law enforcement pavilion disciples for today's dormitory inspection. Every person received one. Everyone has been discussing it this morning. Chen Jing thanked him and examined the printed text closely. The eye-catching phrase in the center boldly proclaimed, "Disciples of Yunchi sect, do not deceive. Yunchi Tavern opens tomorrow. If the food is unsatisfactory, feel free to reprimand me." Chen Jing. This tone seems strikingly reminiscent of Shen Leyan's antics. After reading the announcement, he inexplicably swallowed, his mind already drifting toward the enticing aroma of a spicy hot pot. He chastised himself for his wavering resolve and hastily shifted his attention to another article. Shocking, a village erupted in flames at midnight. Lord Lu summoned the Jiangxue sword, and the truth is, even having personally experienced the night of the village fire, he couldn't resist finishing the entire article upon encountering such a headline. Testing the spirit stone's transformation into a petite girl, unveiling the secret to the longevity of the 1,000-year-old spirit stone. Two female disciples strolled by, arm in arm, murmuring softly, "Hey, do you think Qingli possesses some secret for maintaining youth? Perhaps she could even reverse aging. We should visit Lingxi Pavilion to seek her wisdom after class today." "Definitely. And then we can check out that newly opened tavern tomorrow. It's not far. And I've heard the dipping sauces are delectable, though I wonder if that's true." Chen Jing. Oh, Chen Jing. What on earth? The senior brother, who had lent him the paper, crossed his arms over his chest. "You find this curious too, don't you? I heard from the disciples of the law enforcement pavilion that this is called a newspaper. In the future, any major events within the sect will be published, reviewed by Lord Lu, and distributed to all disciples. Apparently, it was created by an outer sect disciple. Thank you for clarifying, senior brother. Don't mention it. By the way, are you planning to visit the new tavern tomorrow? Their specialty dishes supposedly include monster meat, which is said to aid cultivation. Will we not fast? Fast? I distinctly heard two instructors whispering on my way here, and they're also planning to sample the food tomorrow if the instructors are going. Why shouldn't we? Chen Jing, still in a state of surprise, nodded absently. Then let us go together tomorrow. All right, after class tomorrow, I'll fly us there on my sword to secure a table. Shen Leyan learned from Zheng Hong about Lord Lu's unwillingness to come, feeling a tinge of regret, but he quickly redirected his entire focus to the bustling preparations at the tavern. Qingli helped him arrange the dishes, her braided pigtails bobbing with each step. Shen Leyan, have you noticed? Today, many disciples stopped by to inquire about our tavern. Business will surely be booming tomorrow. Once we earn enough silver, we can indulge in countless delicacies. And I can feast on late-night snacks at Lingxi Pavilion every day. Tomorrow at noon, when the disciples finish class, there will undoubtedly be a surge of patrons eager to try something new. However, the number of seats, dishes, and even ingredients in the tavern is limited. We cannot possibly accommodate everyone at once. Pondering this, he retrieved a blank notebook, writing numbers on each page, so that tomorrow, patrons could dine in order of their assigned numbers. In the future, should business flourish, they could also implement a reservation system, allowing patrons to book tables and ingredients in advance for a deposit, dining based on their reservation information. Qingli, please write a notice stating that we can only accommodate 35 tables at most from the time of the noon bell. If they cannot be seated, kindly ask them to return in the afternoon or evening when there are no classes. Qingli acknowledged with a nod. Finishing the tavern's preparations, Shen Leyan stepped outside and saw the notice already hung up. Qingli was surrounded by several female disciples. Clearly quite popular, he smiled faintly, then slipped into a secluded corner of the tavern's kitchen to quietly begin meditating and cultivating his spiritual power. His current objectives were twofold: to earn silver. Abundant silver, and to master the Qingying Xuanjue as soon as possible. Not necessarily to achieve great mastery, but at least to ensure he could escape safely from ordinary cultivators or malevolent spirits. Though the cultivation method Qingli provided was rudimentary, it was steady and gradual. A narrow pathway had begun to open through his meridians, and each time he circulated his spiritual power, it felt as though a refreshing sea breeze was clearing away the impurities within him. The longer he practiced, the more invigorated he felt. Moreover, he gradually began to sense the wind spirit root within him, which seemed both formless and omnipresent, an ethereal presence that resonated with the abundant waves of spiritual energy. Akin to a playful sprite, drawing close to him, he remained in the tavern throughout the night. That on the following day, at noon, Shen Leyan, Qingli, and all the outer sect disciples working at the tavern stood ready with knives, spatulas, and utensils. The melodious chime, signaling the end of classes, echoed through the sect from a distance. Dozens of figures soared through the sky on swords above the study, resembling a swarm of locusts descending upon them. Chapter 21. Did Lord Lu not say he would not come? Inner sect disciples could fly on swords, while the outer sect disciples were equally determined. Some pulled donkey carts, with 4 or 5 individuals perched atop, while those with means rode horses, kicking up dust as they raced toward the tavern. Later, those who participated in the frantic competition for tables at the tavern recounted the scene as utterly terrifying. Disciples who usually shared camaraderie turned on one another, flying on their swords faster than when hunting demons. Even some typically demure senior and junior sisters chanted about beauty-enhancing hot pots, declaring their intent to secretly become stunning and dashing ahead with fervor. "I want a private room. We're a party of 6. Bring us one of each of your signature monster meats. We'll have an Inyang hot pot. Waiter, recommend a good broth. It's our first time dining here, and we're unsure what's delicious. I heard you have a beauty-enhancing broth. Is that true? Can dining here allow me to consult Sister Qingli about the secret to eternal youth?" Shen Leyan, holding a draft paper, calculated the costs for each table, watching the dining hall fill to capacity with guests, his face beaming with delight. "Everyone, rest assured, all that we previously advertised at the tavern will surely be available." Qingli bounced with excitement. Coming right up, within less than half an hour after classes ended, all but the largest, most expensive private room were occupied, leaving only that one available. Latecomers lamented, and those with no afternoon classes sat on the grass outside, while students with classes envied them, contemplating skipping class altogether. Though the tavern had hired many staff, the overwhelming influx of patrons was insatiable, and Shen Leyan also helped serve dishes and clear tables. Once all the customers had been seated, he took a brief respite, stepping outside to gaze at the peak where Mingchan Pavilion stood. According to Zheng Zihong, Lord Lu and several elders had matters to discuss today, making their arrival highly unlikely. However, given the enthusiasm of the Yunshi sect disciples today, their absence would not diminish his chances of earning a considerable fortune. Is that not the Jiangxue sword belonging to the sect master? Surely not. The sect master would not easily leave Mingchan Pavilion. Could something grave have transpired? I have not heard of any formidable demons rampaging recently that necessitate the personal intervention of the sect leader. Today, the azure sky is as clear as crystal, and the sun shines brightly. Beneath the dazzling sunlight, the frost-white long sword emanates a chilling aura. Even from a distance of 1,000 meters, one can almost sense the piercing coldness akin to a blade poised to penetrate flesh, striking terror into the heart. Some disciples express their astonishment. It is said that the Jiangxue sword, having consumed too much demon blood, has imbued its spirit with a malevolent essence, rendering its blade as immutable as an ancient glacier. Those with slightly lesser cultivation, when approaching the sword, would find their bodies wounded by its frigid energy. As the Jiangxue sword draws nearer, more disciples gather outside the tavern, idly awaiting the spectacle. It appears the Jiangxue sword is not departing from the sect. Rather, it seems to be approaching us. Does the sword spirit also enjoy hot pot? Surely, the sword spirit cannot partake in our food. Can it? Shen Leyan stands at the tavern's entrance, his eyes wide as he watches the frost-laden sword descend from the heavens, ultimately coming to a halt before him. Previously, during the village fire, he had only glimpsed the sword's radiant light. This is the first time he witnesses the true form of the blade. It is entirely crystalline and translucent, adorned with almost no embellishments, save for the dark golden, dragon-like patterns coiling around the hilt, likely the dwelling of the sword spirit as described by the disciples. Although the body he inhabits resembles his past self, it is significantly weaker, particularly sensitive to the cold. During the sweltering summer, he can still frolic like a regular person, but as soon as the temperature drops, he feels a tumultuous energy assaulting his lungs, compelling him to bend over and cough. Shen Leyan takes a few steps back, distancing himself from the icy Jiangxue sword. Strangely, whenever he retreats, the sword follows suit, closing the gap. When he sidesteps, the sword mirrors his movement. With a sigh of resignation, Shen Leyan addresses the sword spirit. Great sword spirit, my body cannot withstand such cold. Has the sword spirit come here for a specific purpose? Is there a message from sect leader Lu? The Jiangxue sword pauses for a moment, seemingly processing his words, and upon grasping his sensitivity to cold, quickly retracts its frost and moves back a little. Subsequently, the sword emits a soft humming sound. Gesturing towards the tavern, as if expressing a desire to enter, the disciples gathered on the grassy area outside the tavern exhibit varied expressions, some astonished, others contemplative, all observing the unfolding scene. Look, the tavern owner appears to be a youth of scarcely 20. Somewhat familiar, wasn't he the one who recently called out the sect leader's name using a sound transmission talisman? Indeed, it seems to be him. However, today's sect newspaper states that the incident with the sound transmission talisman was merely an accident. It was that outer sect disciple's first time using a talisman, and in his urgency, he disregarded etiquette. Then how do you explain the Jiangxue sword visiting the tavern today? Perhaps the sword spirit is here to oversee the tavern's affairs. Do you actually believe that? As Shen Leyan listens to the discussions outside, he makes a gesture inviting the Jiangxue sword to accompany him inside. Sighing inwardly, it appears he will have to pen another article for the newspaper tomorrow. Otherwise, there will be no way to clarify his connection with the Jiangxue sword. Just as well, there is an empty private room on the second floor, and he leads the Jiangxue sword up the stairs. Feeling the gazes of the dining patrons piercing through him and the sword like searchlights, I say, "Great sword spirit," Shen Leyan whispers, "could you perhaps shrink a little? Must you be so ostentatious?" Upon hearing this, the Jiangxue sword transforms into a streak of light and enters the private room. Shen Leyan hastily follows, shutting the door behind them. "Now, may I inquire what instructions sect leader Lu has for you?" A flurry of snow suddenly erupts, startling Shen Leyan, who instinctively tries to evade it, only to realize that the coldness does not reach him at all. Moments later, a young man clad in a snow-white robe, with silver hair and golden eyes, takes a seat across from him at the wooden table. Did not sect leader Lu say he would not come today? Shen Leyan expresses disbelief, suspecting that the man has not come merely for an inspection. Gradually, he realizes that Qing Li's words ring true. One should not view Lu Yuani through the lens of the original text. This fellow is nothing but a grand deceiver. I was in the midst of a discussion with several elders. But we have concluded our deliberations. Did you not mention in the reflection stone that the tavern's earnings were to be split evenly with the sect, and that I must be present today? I initially summoned you to attract more disciples to dine here, but seeing as the seats are insufficient today, your presence has become somewhat irrelevant, Shen Leyan replies with a harmless and polite smile. The arrival of sect leader Lu is, of course, most welcome. However, our tavern operates on a modest scale, so I hope you will understand. As soon as he finishes speaking, a silver ingot appears in his hand. Shen Leyan weighs it, estimating it to be around 10 taels, but he places the silver back on the table. As promised, the meal for sect leader Lu is on the house today. However, I hope you will frequently visit to support our business. And it would be even better if the elders of the sect could dine here as well. Those elders possess profound cultivation and have lived long lives. They surely have accumulated considerable private wealth, which would be a missed opportunity if not taken advantage of. After making the request, he turns and calls towards the tavern's kitchen. Bring the best food and drink for room 1. The hot pot broth and various dishes are soon served. And as Shen Leyan sees everything is in order, he quietly attempts to sneak away. However, before he can take 2 steps, he hears Lu Yuani call out to him. "The tavern is busy. You must not have had lunch yet. Come, sit." Shen Leyan forces a dry laugh. I think I will pass. How has your practice of the Qingying Xuanjue progressed? Shen Leyan's mind spirals into a knot of confusion, yet his body reacts before his thoughts can catch up. Finding himself seated in the chair beside Lu Yuanyi, that if we were to consider mastery of the Qingying Xuanjue as scoring 100 points, I would estimate myself to be at about 1 point. He admits, lacking a foundation and having to start from scratch with his spiritual energy cultivation. Lu Yuanyi raises an eyebrow slightly, his voice cool, yet laced with an almost imperceptible teasing tone. You are quite humble that I am merely self-aware. Having read numerous cultivation novels, he understands that compared to those whose spells could summon thunder from the heavens or shift mountains, he is but a mere insect. During the great war between immortals and demons, countless highly skilled cultivators perished quietly in the chaos, and he knows better than to indulge in fantasies of invincibility simply because he has acquired a decent technique and practice for a few days. Lu Yuanyi seems to ask casually, quickly shifting the subject. I recall you mentioned you were an orphan and were taken in by Yunqi's sect at the age of 12. Will you still remember your birth date and time? Shen Leyan grows wary. Sharing one's birth date and time is a serious matter in ancient times, especially within the realm of cultivation. The body he inhabits should share the same birth date and hour as his own. Lu Yuanyi's sudden inquiry about his birth details raises suspicions. Could it be that he possesses some extraordinary trait, such as being a body of extreme yin or extreme yang, suitable for dual cultivation as a furnace? Having consumed too many tales, Shen Leyan's mind races. Lu Yuanyi, seemingly without context, casually states that it was the elder of the Nine Stars Pavilion who suggested that his fate may be intertwined with the art of divination, thus inquiring about his birth details. The Nine Stars Pavilion? Is that not where senior brother Zheng had sent him home on a sword and witnessed the celestial phenomena? Shen Leyan breathes a sigh of relief and provides his birth details. Curious, he watches as Lu Yuanyi arranges a complex divination chart on the table, using spiritual energy, its twinkling star points intricately linked by fine threads, appearing even more elaborate than a spider's web. Is this what the ancients referred to as fortune-telling? I wonder if my destiny holds the potential for wealth, whether I can earn a living peacefully and live a long life. As for romance, I have not contemplated what sort of person I would wish to be with. Perhaps I should ask sect leader Lu later about when I might marry, what my partner might be like, and whether we would have children. Before he can formulate his question, the divination chart suddenly begins to tremble violently. The flowing light atop it struggles and flickers before abruptly disintegrating into powder, leaving only glimmering snowflakes suspended in the air. Lu Yuanyi's brow furrows slightly. Shen Leyan's keen eyes catch sight of a fresh cut on Lu Yuanyi's fingertip, a droplet of blood forming, starkly visible against his slender, jade-like hand. What should I say now? Should I comfort Lu Yuanyi, suggesting that a failed divination is no great matter, considering he is a sword cultivator and not a specialist in divination? However, such a remark might come off as impolite. Should I simply pretend I did not see it? Shen Leyan awkwardly turns his face away, poorly feigning nonchalance, and uses his chopsticks to fish a piece of demon beast meat from the boiling hot pot, hastily placing it into his bowl to eat. Delicious. Sect leader Lu, do not just sit there. Eat. A flicker of spiritual energy circulates around the cut on Lu Yuanyi's finger, swiftly restoring it to its pristine state. The young man's gaze settles on Shen Leyan, his eyes deep and inscrutable. After a moment, he lowers his gaze and picks up his chopsticks. Shen Leyan racks his brain to ease the tension. Sect leader Lu, why did senior brother Zheng not come today? Initially, he had assumed Zheng Zihong remained at Mingchan Pavilion to participate in discussions. But now, Lu Yuanyi replies, though the discussions have progressed significantly, there are still some details to arrange. Zihong has stayed behind to handle them. Translated, this implies that Lu Yuanyi has come to indulge himself in delicious food while leaving Zheng Zihong to toil away at Mingchan Pavilion on his behalf. Such words do not even elicit a blush from her. Shen Leyan silently scoffed, murmuring softly to herself, contemplating the notion of setting aside some ingredients later to specially entertain senior brother Zheng. There is no need for you to worry about leaving food for Ziheng. He is departing from Mingchan Pavilion this afternoon to attend to matters in the Southwest Territory. The world is divided into 9 realms, and the Southwest Territory is characterized by its hot and humid climate, frequent rainfall, and vast forests and swamps. That it is said that many cultivators from that region excel in the arts of witchcraft and poison. At that moment, he had no time to ponder why Lu Yuanyi could guess his thoughts, and he queried, shouldn't the demons of the Southwest Territory be dealt with by the sects from that area? Why is it that Yuxizong is involved? It is not about slaying demons. Rather, there are certain precious herbs that can only be found in the forests of the Southwest Territory, so they're going for herb gathering. Shen Leyan nodded, his thoughts becoming more agile. The climate of the Southwest Territory should be somewhat similar to that of Yunnan and Huaxia, where various fungi thrive. In ancient times, travel was not as convenient as it is today. Even cultivators flying on swords would take a considerable amount of time to reach the Southwest Territory. Given that Yuxizong is situated in the north, many people likely have not tasted the specialties of the Southwest Territory. If he were to procure some sun-dried wild mushrooms and hunt a few unique magical beasts from that region to use as ingredients, it would undoubtedly attract many disciples eager to sample the fare. At that point, he could set a higher price, as among today's guests were a few wealthy patrons who would readily spend hundreds of taels on a single meal. He could certainly charge them a bit more. Master Lu, do you know what time Senior Brother Zhang is departing this afternoon? I accompany him. He had yet to explore the surroundings, and this opportunity would allow him to witness the local customs and perhaps discover a place he fancied for a future retirement. Chapter 23. Dazed and Flying the tavern had been open for merely an hour and had already earned over 200 taels of silver. Observing the satisfied guest departing, it seemed likely that earning 1,000 taels in a day would pose no challenge. Soon, he would recoup the costs of transforming the tavern and acquiring ingredients. Shen Leyan instructed Qingli to take good care of the tavern during his days in the Southwest Territory, reminding her not to shortchange herself when it came to food and drink. While packing his belongings in his quarters, he encountered Chun Jing knocking at the door. Lian, what are you doing organizing your things? Shen Leyan paused his task and replied, I plan to leave the sect for a while to procure some unique ingredients for the tavern in the south. Actually, I came to bid you farewell today. Chun Jing's face revealed a hint of anticipation and excitement. This is the first task I've received since entering the inner sect, and I hope not to hold my seniors back. Shen Leyan offered his blessings. When Senior Brother Chan returns successfully, I will treat you to a drink. Deal. Chun Jing scratched his head, his voice suddenly dropping. What if I unfortunately perish in? Before he could finish his sentence, Shen Leyan swiftly stepped forward and covered Chun Jing's mouth with his hand, frowning as he warned him, do not jinx it. You must not speak carelessly before embarking on a mission. Based on his experiences with various novels and dramas, he knew that those who uttered such foreboding words rarely met with favorable outcomes. Chun Jing looked at him in confusion and nodded. Shen Leyan released his hand. What does flag mean? It's just a foreign phrase. Do not concern yourself with its meaning in any case. When we embark on our mission, we must be filled with confidence, believing that no difficulty can defeat us. Let us not speak of defeatist notions. All right, I will heed the words of my junior brother and refrain from such talk. Then I shall return to prepare my belongings and depart first. Shen Leyan nodded as Chun Jing approached the door. He suddenly turned around and waved his hand. Junior brother, today I have 2 classmates who managed to snag a table at your tavern. They said it's truly delicious. Next time, senior brother, bring your friends along, and I shall give you a discount. I've been waiting for that from you. A month later, in a small border town of the Southwest Territory, the rain had just ceased and the sky remained overcast. The sun obscured by clouds, and the air was hot and humid. The market's ground was somewhat muddy from the rain, and passers-by wore straw sandals, some bare-chested, others rolled up their sleeves. Young girls adorned with unique Southwest jewelry. Their skin a healthy wheat color, smiled brightly, their voices melodious as they sold flowers and fruits. A few children in coarse cloth clothes laughed and played in the mud, and one child glanced up at the sky and shouted excitedly, Look, there are immortals flying in the sky. Where? Shen Leyan crouched on the Jiangshua sword, feeling dizzy and nauseous, covering his mouth as he dry heaved, nearly expelling his stomach, the turbulent sensation of wanting to vomit easing somewhat. The journey from Yuxizong to the Southwest Territory should not have taken so long. However, due to his inability to practice fasting, they always had to stop for a meal whenever they passed through towns. Originally, it had been agreed that he and Senior Brother Zhang would go together, But at the last moment, Lu Yuanyi joined them. Each time they dined, although Lu Yuanyi would ask Zheng Ziheng to teach him fasting, he consumed no less than Shen Leyan. Moreover, Lu Zhongzhu's sense of direction was not particularly good that 18 night. The Jiangxue sword flew itself in the sky, and after a night's rest, they discovered the next morning that they had lost track of Zheng Ziheng. Upon checking the map, they realized the Jiangxue sword had veered eastward, and if they continued, they would soon see the sea. Generally, at such times, Lu Yuanyi would mildly scold the innocent Jiangxue sword spirit, then quietly check the map and change course. Shen Leyan thought to himself, such a waste of time had resulted in them taking over a month to reach the Southwest Territory. He opened the water flask hanging at his waist, took a few sips of cold water to soothe his throat, and looked back at Lu Yuanyi, who was flying on his sword. Master Lu, it seems we are nearing noon, and there happens to be a market below. Haven tea, we heard that the sour and spicy chicken feet here are particularly delicious. Upon mentioning the first half of his sentence, Lu Yuanyi's handsome and aloof face showed no reaction, but upon hearing sour and spicy chicken feet, he cast a glance at him. Where is that shop you mentioned? Master Lu, can't we at least pretend to be a bit more interested? Shen Leyan sighed inwardly. I don't know where that shop is, but there must be one for sale at the market. We can surely find it if we take a stroll. The Jiangxue sword immediately sped up, and Shen Leyan grabbed Lu Yuanyi's sleeve to steady himself. I'm feeling dizzy that you're only feeling faint because you're hungry. We're here. They landed in a secluded alley of the market, and Shen Leyan sat on the ground for a moment to recover. Zheng Ziheng gently placed the back of his hand against his forehead. Junior brother, are you feeling unwell? Be careful of heat stroke. Shen Leyan shook his head. I'm fine, but he allowed Zheng Ziheng to help him up. I think I smell something delicious. Zheng Ziheng chuckled. Then let us go. I've checked the map. The southwest forest where we are to gather herbs is not far from this market. We can eat first and then head over. The vendor selling sour and spicy chicken feet was a young girl who looked to be of similar age to Qingli. Her parents were behind the stall debiting chicken feet and chopping chilies, onions, lemons, and other ingredients. The young girl, dressed in a black and blue striped skirt, skillfully placed chicken feet and various seasonings in the dishes. Are you brothers cultivators? Shen Leyan smiled. You know about cultivators? Of course, cultivators often pass through here on their way to the southwest forest. But many brothers and sisters who enter never return. The southwest forest is rife with venomous creatures and magical beasts, leading to the demise of cultivators within. The girl divided the sour and spicy chicken feet into 3 portions, wrapping them in oil paper and handing them to them one by one. When it was Lu Yuanyi's turn, Shen Leyan couldn't help but mischievously smile. Turning to the girl, do you know how old this white-haired man is? The girl hesitated. Though this brother has white hair, he looks to be only in his 20s, right? Oh no, he has lived for over 1,000 years. Wow, a brother over 1,000 years old, the girl exclaimed. Counting on her fingers, wait, my grandfather is only 60 this year. What should I call someone over 1,000? Great-grandfather. No, that's not right. Shen Leyan noticed a slight twitch at the corner of Lu Yuanyi's eye and burst into laughter, retreating to stand beside Zheng Ziheng, requesting to be taken along when flying on the sword later to avoid facing Lu Yuanyi on the Jiangxue sword and potentially facing repercussions. Chapter 24, an unfathomable conflict after finishing the sour and spicy chicken feet. Shen Leyan went on to buy several meat buns, along with a bag of sunflower seeds, preparing to snack on them during their journey. The closer they got to the southwest forest, the more cultivators wielding various magical tools appeared. Their small party of only 3 was rare. Most groups comprised 10 or more individuals, and the expressions among the various parties were somewhat vigilant, a hidden tide of tension brewing in the realm of cultivation. Cultivators and demons are sworn enemies, with various sects harboring their own grievances. Additionally, some eccentric rogue cultivators would fight fiercely over a piece of rare treasure or precious technique, and occurrences of murder and theft were not uncommon, with conflicts breaking out over the slightest disagreement. What are you staring at? What are you looking at? Do the northern barbarians dare to wreak havoc in the southwest territory? Who are you calling a barbarian? Do you want to fight? Who is afraid of you? 2 burly men drew their swords, and their loyal companions surged forward, vibrant spiritual energies swirling in the air, creating a lively scene. Zheng Ziheng patiently explained to his junior disciple the mission to the heart of the southwestern jungle. They would procure a rare medicinal herb known as the blood serpent grass, which took a century to mature. However, before he could finish his sentence, he noticed that his lively junior disciple had inexplicably vanished. The glance around revealed that even his master was nowhere to be found. How could one get lost, even while walking? Zhang Zheng conjured a communication talisman, a hint of helplessness crossing his brow. Meanwhile, Shen Leyan found himself squeezed among the crowd, observing the inexplicable brawl between the two burly men and their companions. The cultivators involved were not particularly skilled, with the highest among them barely at the foundation establishment stage. Yet it was his first time witnessing so many cultivators engage in a genuine melee. The atmosphere was further heightened by the crowd's intermittent cheers. How long do you think you could last among them if you employed the Qingying Xuanji technique? Huh, Shen Leyan instinctively replied, they're fighting. What business do I, a Qi refinement stage cultivator, have in joining the fray? Before he could finish, he felt a hand on his shoulder, its chill radiating through him. Luani's tone was as casual as if discussing what to eat for the day. Why not give it a try? In the next instant, Shen Leyan felt himself lifted off the ground, and by the time he regained his senses, he found himself standing amidst the battling cultivators. The two factions immediately recognized him as an uninvited guest, their gazes menacing. What's the matter, kid? Do you wish to mediate? Lu Yuani, you bastard, Shen Leyan exclaimed in frustration. Perhaps the heat of the day had heightened the tempers of the cultivators. Before he could explain himself, one of them brandished a knife, shouting, "This kid wants to mediate. He should know his place. Brothers, beat him." A gleaming steel blade hurtled toward him, engulfed in flames, evidently thrown by a cultivator wielding fire attribute spiritual energy. In an instant, the crimson flames loomed perilously close, barely inches from his face. Shit! Shen Leyan mentally cursed, his innate wind spiritual root sensing the impending danger, causing his energy to surge with unprecedented vigor. The surrounding wind seemed to slow down. He instinctively recalled the incantations he had memorized, drawing upon the wind's spiritual energy around him, akin to an eagle soaring on the wind or a leaf dancing aimlessly in a breeze. In the eyes of most onlookers, the boy's figure became a blur, his garments fluttering, leaving behind only a faint azure afterimage, a gust imbued with the moisture of a post-rain breeze swept through, extinguishing the flames engulfing the blade, which then struck the ground with a thud. Shen Leyan stood beside the blade, his heart pounding like a drum. After a moment of silence, he heard the spectators cheer enthusiastically, some even tossing copper coins in his direction, treating him like a street performer. The cultivator who had thrown the blade looked surprised. "I didn't expect you, a Qi refinement stage cultivator, to possess such agility." After all, the Qingying Xuanji technique was comparable to sacred-level arts. Even though he had only just begun to learn it, there was an element of finesse in his movements. Brothers, it's a misunderstanding. A complete misunderstanding. Shen Leyan hurriedly waved his hands, his youthful features soft and unthreatening, giving the impression of an innocent boy. "That I never intended to mediate. I merely stumbled into this situation after being inadvertently pushed by someone while passing by." While he spoke, he began to retreat into the crowd, wearing a smile. "You don't need to worry about me. Continue your fight." To the cultivator who had thrown the knife, he added, "So what you're saying is that you didn't mean to mediate." "Exactly. Seeing two groups fighting, yet only wanting to spectate. Didn't your master teach you about the ways of the world?" The leader of the group barked, "Brothers, let us teach him a lesson on behalf of his master." "Charge!" Shen Leyan expressed his exasperation through an emotive face. Various magical artifacts, each infused with different attribute energies, surged towards him from all directions. Some aimed for his forehead, others flew at his neck, while one descended from above, targeting the crown of his head. To make matters worse, a blade, empowered with earth attribute energy, erupted from the ground beneath his feet, leaving him with few options for evasion. The wind was omnipresent on land. Any artifact attempting to approach him would alter the original trajectory of the wind. Luani's cool voice resonated in his mind through the communication technique. The wind can also change their paths. In a flash, Shen Leyan tilted his head back, bending backward to retreat several steps, narrowly avoiding two butterfly shurikens that grazed his neck, their chilling touch almost palpable, before he could catch his breath. A sword coming from his left towards his torso shifted direction with his movement, slicing through the air with an electric glimmer at its tip. The young man spun, feeling the sword's tip suddenly encounter an obstruction, causing it to tremble and veer imperceptibly, just barely evading him. If there had been a nascent soul stage cultivator present, they would have seen the moment he moved, the chaotic wind spiritual energy surrounding him barely managing to guide the sword for a fleeting instant, resulting in its deviation. Bravo, the onlookers cheered. However, the cultivators attempting to assault him felt embarrassed that they, all at the foundation establishment stage, had failed to subdue a mere chi refinement stage youth for so long, thus refraining from further distant attacks. One cultivator, empowered by earth energy, suddenly manifested a thick layer of stone armor on his chest, charging at Shen Leyan like a rampaging bear, in comparison to the imposing figure of the charging opponent. Shen Leyan appeared as fragile as a willow tree. The initial speed of the stone armor was not particularly swift, and he could have easily dodged, but two stone hands emerged from the ground, firmly grasping his ankles and immobilizing him. Shen Leyan exerted a significant portion of his spiritual energy to shatter the stone hands, but the disparity in cultivation level proved formidable. The little wind energy he could muster merely caused superficial damage. However, it seemed his opponent did not intend to seriously harm him. The impact would likely only result in a few broken ribs at worst. The stone armor, despite its slow pace, quickly closed the distance, exuding a formidable pressure from its earth energy. Shen Leyan instinctively raised his hands to shield himself, erecting a barrier of spiritual energy to protect vital areas, such as his heart, in an effort to mitigate the impending impact. By conventional logic, he should have shouted something grand like 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, to bolster his confidence. The problem was he was afraid of pain. Easy now, big brother. That hurts. A faint sound, barely audible, resonated like a needle dropping on a stone. The anticipated agony from being struck by the stone armor never came. Shen Leyan cautiously opened his eyes, revealing a crystalline ice needle before him, as transparent as icicles hanging from a winter eve, yet much smaller, in stark contrast to the earthy armor. It appeared no larger than a speck of dust. Yet this very ice needle pinned the stone armor in place. Blue spiritual energy rapidly encasing it in frost, exploding with a sound akin to snow dispersing, the armor crumbling into powder that scattered with the breeze. The cultivator who had summoned the stone armor was caught off guard, blinded by the cloud of dust and rubbing his eyes furiously. Ouch! Who the hell? Shen Leyan instinctively glanced back, meeting Lu Yuan's golden phoenix-like eyes amidst the crowd. The latter stood tall and handsome, distinctly standing out among the throng. The two groups of cultivators soon noticed Lu Yuan as well. The hot-headed leader stepped forward. You wouldn't happen to be this kid's master, would you? What's the matter? Want to intervene on his behalf? Lu Yuan, maintaining an expressionless demeanor, replied, I ask you all to show some respect. Who are you to demand respect? The leader lashed out, slapping the hothead across the face and cursing through gritted teeth. Shut up. If you seek death, don't drag your brothers down with you. Did you not see his earlier strike? We didn't even sense the fluctuation of his spiritual energy. He must be at least at the nascent soul level. We would all be crushed under a single finger of his. Nascent soul? Is that for real? If he is that strong, why didn't he step in for the kid earlier? Are you an idiot? He is probably training his disciple. Then what do we do now? The leader, adopting a more polite tone, clasped his hands together. This matter is our fault. Honored immortal, a small token of apology, merely a gesture of respect. My brothers are inexperienced and acted inappropriately earlier. I hope the immortal will not take offense. As he spoke, he handed over a wooden box. Shen Leyan, having little experience with the intricacies of the cultivation world, hesitated to accept it, casting a furtive glance at Lu Yuan. Noticing the slight nod from the latter, he reached out, took the box, and opened it to find several pills designed to dispel toxins and purify the air, a modest gift, yet particularly useful in the lush jungles of the southwest. He then bowed slightly to the cultivators, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your guidance. The leading cultivator, relieved that they showed no intent to settle scores, exhaled deeply and quietly admonished a few of his companions before departing. With no further entertainment to be had, the onlookers gradually dispersed. When Jing Zihong located his junior disciple and master, he noticed the latter's face bore an awkward expression. reminiscent of a ruffled cat, eager to draw closer to his master, yet hesitant to take the first step, which made him smile. Master, junior disciple, what troubles you? I just heard someone mention a conflict among cultivators nearby. Did you perhaps stir up trouble? Why would it be my fault? I merely wanted to witness the excitement, and yet Lu Yuanyi unceremoniously tossed me into the midst of two factions clashing. Zhang Zihong stood momentarily stunned, a gentle smile spreading across his jade-like features as, oh, it was his junior disciple who had been wronged. Look, they're the vendors selling sugar figurines. Would you like me to buy one for you? Wronged is hardly the right term. Shen Leyan mumbled after a brief pause that he understood that Lu Yuanyi's actions stemmed from a desire to push him, seeing his slow progress in cultivating the Qingying Xuanjue, and aimed to provide him with a genuine combat experience to deepen his understanding of his wind spirit root and the technique itself. Moreover, in the face of danger, Lu had intervened to protect him, ensuring he sustained no significant injuries. Although he had not actively sought to investigate, he could already feel the flow of his wind spirit root becoming more fluid, with his spiritual energy traversing his meridians at a subtly increased speed. His sensitivity to the surrounding currents of wind had also markedly sharpened, as Shen Leyan observed his junior disciple, who alternately furrowed his brow and murmured to himself. He suddenly dashed towards a small stall. After a while, he returned holding a sugar figurine, reluctantly offering it to his master, who surprisingly accepted it. Zhang Zihong was left bewildered. What transpired during their separation? In the southwest jungle, countless mountains coalesced, the hot and humid climate nurturing towering trees that formed an endless expanse of lush greenery. The periphery of the southwest jungle had been developed by local officials and sects, featuring several wooden houses acting as shops, providing hunters and cultivators venturing deeper into the jungle with medicines, pills, and even bows, crossbows, and magical tools. Some reasonably skilled loose cultivators also sought work here to earn silver. Cultivators from various regions donned diverse styles of clothing, their dialects intertwining in a lively atmosphere. Having procured the antidote pills, they found little need for additional purchases. After consuming the pills, they took to their swords, heading directly toward the heart of the southwest jungle. While aboard the Jiang Shui sword, Shen Leyan overheard several cultivators discussing them with a tone of sympathy. These outsiders must be new to the southwest jungle. They not realize how perilous it is to fly through the jungle skies. Why concern yourself with them? They'll likely be down by the flying beasts before long. Curious, Shen Leyan inquired, what flying beasts? Lu Yuanyi glanced back at him. What kind of flying beast would you like to eat? Perhaps when we catch one, you can roast it. The cultivators gasped in disbelief. Chapter 26. Wild mushrooms should not be eaten carelessly. A colossal eagle, entirely snow-white, with wings spanning the length of several men, emerged from its nest, clinging to a cliff, peering down at them. Upon spotting the cultivators soaring higher than its nest, the bird's pride was evidently affronted, with a powerful flap of its wings and a fierce gaze. It charged towards the sword wielders. The cultivators trudging through the jungle below also witnessed the giant eagle pursuing the three oblivious sword riders, erupting in a chorus of frightened gasps. Shen Leyan was roused from his meditation by a tap on his shoulder. Upon regaining his senses, he caught a whiff of a pungent wind, only to see the giant eagle hot on their trail, evidently mistaking them for prey. That's so. There truly are flying beasts daring enough to pursue us, Shen Leyan remarked, scrutinizing the eagle. Its feathers are far too long. Preparing it will be a hassle, and there isn't much meat to speak of. However, its wings and legs should be quite delectable. That I recall we brought some seasoning. We could make a delicious braised eagled. Lu Yuanyi nodded in agreement. Junior disciple, after devouring so many sunflower seeds, do you still have an appetite? The giant eagle had cultivated a degree of intelligence, having previously pilfered from numerous cultivators, some of whom had even become its meal. This was the first instance where cultivators, faced with its pursuit, not only remained unperturbed, but casually discussed how they would prepare the various parts of its body as a feast. The eagle, enraged, fluffed its feathers, its sharp talons aimed menacingly at the neck of the audacious youth who had suggested roasting it. Shen Leyan, having recently meditated on the insights gained from their earlier skirmish, formed hand seals, channeling a surge of azure, spiritual energy. Suddenly, A gust of wind erupted from one of the eagle's wings, disrupting its gliding balance. It spun twice in the air like a kite with a severed string before awkwardly regaining its equilibrium. The eagle emitted a furious screech that Luuni glanced at the hand seals Shen Leyan held, acknowledging his progress. The eagle, now even angrier, flapped its wings violently, rustling the leaves below. Half an hour later, the aroma of braised eagle wafted through the southwest jungle. A roaring fire crackled as they cooked the eagle in a pot that was only half full due to its size. The meat, tender and glistening with a rich sauce, was nearly falling off the bone. Shen Leyan's inquiring about purchases can indeed seem rather unwise. Had I known, I would not have consumed that giant eagle. It would have been far better to retain it for testing the wild mushrooms for toxicity. Shen Leyan lamented, "What if I were to test them myself?" With Lu Yuan's cultivation, assisting him in discerning the toxins of the wild mushrooms should pose no significant challenge. He crouched down and plucked a rather unassuming, grayish wild mushroom. After rinsing it with rainwater, he cautiously took a small bite that had a faint taste, almost bland. "This one seems to be non-toxic," he declared. Yet before Shen Leyan could finish his sentence, his dark eyes suddenly became vacant, and he began reciting mechanically, "Weeding at noon, sweat drips onto the soil beneath the wheat. 1 + 1 = 2. 2 + 2 = 4. 3 × 3 = 9. Luuni smirked, channeling a surge of spiritual energy that struck the youth's back. Shen Leyan retched a few times, but bravely seized a second wild mushroom. This time, he selected a vibrant red one that upon biting into it, he began frothing at the mouth and collapsed, kicking his legs. He then switched to a white mushroom, which prompted the youth to spontaneously break into a street dance, spinning like a top on the ground. Opting again, he reached for a green mushroom. The soft black locks of his hair began to shimmer with a green glow as he chanted, "Bold! Who dares touch the precious hair of Shen Leyan?" Chapter 27. Such a commotion. Shen Leyan, having purged himself of the previous mushrooms, clutched a selection of 5 or 6 delicious and non-toxic varieties. Reflecting on the comical display he had just made, silently wishing for a way for Lu Yuan and Brother Zheng to forget this incident entirely, he gathered the edible wild mushrooms, tossing them into Brother Zheng's spatial ring. The spatial ring, boasting a capacity of 10 cubic meters, was merely an unassuming plain band. It was convenient for carrying items, albeit rather costly. Purchasing one would likely require a month of earnings at the tavern. "Do not worry, junior brother. There are numerous varieties of toxic mushrooms, and strange reactions upon poisoning are quite common." Brother Zheng reassured him, organizing the wild mushrooms within the spatial ring, his light-colored eyes reminiscent of the misty rains of Jiangnan. His smile gentle. "Your hands are muddy. You should wipe them." Shen Leyan returned the smile. After thoroughly harvesting the edible wild mushrooms, he cleaned his hands and gazed contentedly at the small hills of his bounty within the spatial ring. "We have spent some time gathering these. Night is fast approaching. Shall we search for the blood serpent grass?" Before entering the southwestern forest, they had consumed antidotes for toxic insects and miasma, encountering few insects or snakes along the way. However, as they drew closer to the last known location of the blood serpent grass marked on the map, the signs of insects on the tree trunks and grass became increasingly prevalent. Some poisonous insects were as large as rats, their transparent wings buzzing ominously, seemingly poised to fly straight at one's face. As a native of the north, Shen Leyan had only ever encountered cockroaches, which were merely the size of fingernail. Spotting a grotesque black insect flapping its wings, resembling an aircraft engine preparing for takeoff, he instinctively darted behind Brother Zheng, using the latter's sleeve to shield his head. Brother Zheng allowed him to maneuver as he wished. "Junior brother, such small insects are quite common in the southwestern region. They are harmless. Is this what you call a small insect?" Shen Leyan thought, feeling as though this little creature could fly over and slap him. Suddenly, Lu Yuan, who was leading the group, halted, his voice deepening with a touch of seriousness. "The path ahead is treacherous. Shen Leyan, you should remain here." Shen Leyan, always obedient to counsel, felt no need to inquire why and nodded dutifully. Brother Zheng frowned with concern. "Master, is it wise to leave junior brother here alone?" Shen Leyan found a relatively open area to stand, optimistically stating, "It's fine. Aside from these insects, No other cultivators will come here. If Sect Master Lu and Brother Zheng are worried for my safety, they might as well leave me a protective talisman that a sacred or heavenly gray talisman will suffice. I am not picky. Lu Yuni tossed a spatial ring toward him. Do you think sacred or heavenly gray talismans are as common as cabbages by the roadside? Activating the ring's space revealed a crystal stone surrounded by a faint white halo. A gentle touch transformed the crystal into a cascade of light that enveloped him, its glow vanishing upon contact with his skin. This is a heavenly heart crystal. It can block a full-force strike from a cultivator at the Mahayana stage. Stay here. We will return for you before nightfall. Shen Leyan coughed lightly. Thank you, Sect Master Lu. But what if two Mahayana cultivators come here together to hunt beasts and, in the process, accidentally kill me? Lu Yuni unsheathed his Jiangshua sword in a swift motion, the cold aura swirling towards him that, the Jiangshua sword is yours. Cultivators in the Mahayana realm within the 9 realms will recognize this sword. They will spare your life out of respect for me. Shen Leyan took hold of the Jiangshua sword, its chilling essence receding, no longer discomforting to him. He slowly used the sword's tip to dispatch 2 insects attempting to crawl onto his feet. A smile gracing his lips. Thank you, Sect Master Lu. In just a few breaths, their figures had vanished from sight. Brother Zheng Zihong gently ruffled Shen Leyan's hair, cautioning him not to wander off before channeling his spiritual energy deeper into the forest. With the heavenly heart crystal as protection and the Jiangshua sword, which had slain great demons and emanated a fierce chill, the nearby beasts would likely refrain from mistaking him for prey. With an hour until nightfall, Shen Leyan tore a piece from his garment to cushion the ground and sat down, planting the Jiangshua sword beside him to deter any poisonous insects or snakes. Closing his eyes to meditate peacefully, a thunderous crash echoed as if dozens of century-old trees had fallen, shaking the ground violently that a cloud of dust surged from the depths of the jungle. Resembling a fearsome beast with outstretched claws in the downpour, the insects and snakes hidden in the grass were startled by the immense noise emerging from their hiding spots. The ground became densely populated, leaving little room to step, except for a small area around the Jiangshua sword, which remained relatively calm, while Shen Leyan focused on channeling his spiritual energy to cleanse the dark corners of a meridian in his dantian. He was jolted by the tremors beneath him, nearly falling backward. Fortunately, the Jiangshua sword had a spirit. Its hilt braced against him, preventing a fall that could have resulted in an unfortunate encounter with a multitude of poisonous insects on the ground. Noticing the sword's frost swirling, it seemed the sword's spirit was eager to return to its master, prompting him to wonder if Sect Master Lu and Brother Zheng were engaged in combat with something formidable. The towering trees obscured his view, and without the ability to fly on a sword, he could not discern the distant commotion. However, the rising dust indicated that the clash was no minor affair. He released his grip on the Jiangshua sword. Since they're fighting, go assist Sect Master Lu. I still have the heavenly heart crystal. No one or beast here should be able to harm me. The Jiangshua sword swayed slightly, as though shaking its head, before writing several characters in the air. Master commands me to protect you. I cannot leave. Can you sense Sect Master Lu's precise location? I can. Then guide me there. Once we arrive nearby, I will hide in the surroundings while you assist Sect Master Lu. Seeing that the Jiangshua sword posed no objections, he utilized it as a makeshift walking stick. Proceeding step by step toward the source of the thunderous noise. Jiangshua sword, sword spirit. Do you think this pace is a bit slow? By the time we arrive, Sect Master Lu may have already finished his battle. The Jiangshua sword hummed twice in his hand before suddenly pulling free from the ground, its tip pointing toward the depths of the jungle. Shen Leyan's arm was yanked straight. What are you doing? The Jiangshua sword surged forward at an alarming speed, dragging him along as if he were a deflating balloon, his feet barely touching the ground as he sped ahead. Chapter 28. Brother Snake. Shall we discuss? The speed of Jiang Shuijin increased exponentially, causing Shen Leyan to be lifted into the air, his body rising and falling as he struggled to keep up. His toes occasionally brushed against the ground, and he couldn't help but wonder about the quality of the boots provided by the sect. Would they wear out and expose his toes? The forest was dense with foliage, and Jiang Shuijin skillfully navigated through the twisting paths. Yet the overhanging branches and leaves offered no respite. Shen Leyan raised one hand to shield his face, Feeling the branches whip against the back of his hand like tiny lashes, he attempted to channel his spiritual energy, parting the oncoming branches, which offered him a modicum of relief. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Jiang Shuijin finally halted before a towering ancient tree, as the sound of the wind subsided. Shen Leyan detected an odd noise nearby, reminiscent of wheels rolling over grass, but significantly louder. Occasionally, the sound of trees being severed could be heard. He nodded slightly at Jiang Shuijin, who swiftly darted away like a streak of light. "Little junior brother," Zhang Shixiang's voice echoed, amplified by spiritual energy. Shen Leyan took a deep breath and shouted, "I'm hiding just fine, Shixiang. Feel free to unleash your attacks." With a thunderous crash, a massive tree was cleaved in two less than 5 meters from him by the residual spiritual energy. Mud and water splattered everywhere. Shen Leyan thought to himself, perhaps they've been a bit too liberal with their attacks. They could afford to restrain themselves, in the midst of the rain. A serpentine figure, an enormous, azure creature, thicker than the ancient trees, slithered from one tree to another, its crimson eyes gleaming like rubies, radiating a chilling, bloodthirsty aura. Following closely behind was Jiang Shuin's cold, white sword light, which carved a deep gash into the serpent's flank, exposing its white bones. The serpent writhed in agony, hissing in a manner that sent shivers down one's spine. "Little junior brother, run further away. Be cautious of this beast." Upon catching sight of the serpent's shadow, Shen Leyan immediately turned and fled. Utilizing the Qingying Xuanjue technique, his figure left behind faint azure afterimages, making it difficult to discern his true form. After sprinting nearly 100 meters, he glanced back, relieved to find that the serpent was preoccupied with its escape, completely oblivious to him, a mere ant in the qi refinement stage, while Jiang Shuijin pursued it relentlessly. Relief washed over him, allowing him to take a closer look at the great serpent. Such a massive creature bore an uncanny resemblance to a true dragon from a distance, likely possessing the cultivation of a nascent soul or even a great ascension stage. The serpent's scales produced a metallic sound upon crashing through trees, while its fangs resembled two yellow daggers, capable of instantly withering any vegetation they touched, indicating their poisonous nature, in stark contrast to its formidable fangs. A small red flower sprouted atop its head, resembling the stickers teachers give to children in kindergarten. This unimposing flower, surprisingly resilient amidst the storm and chaos, quivered atop the serpent's head, remaining unbroken. It was said that rare treasures of heaven and earth are often guarded by formidable beasts. Could that little red flower be the coveted Kiblood snake herb? Jiang Shuijin's sword light fell like a blizzard, freezing the trees in its path, while the chilling sword aura sealed all possible escape routes for the serpent. The wounds on the serpent multiplied, its azure scales becoming increasingly soaked in blood. The serpent coiled around an ancient tree, raising its head high, its eyes fixed intently on the approaching Jiang Shuijin. Suddenly, its tail wrapped around the small red flower and yanked it free, opening its gaping maw as if to swallow it whole. Shen Leyan's heart sank. The serpent intended to consume the Kiblood snake herb. He recalled Zheng Shixiang telling him that when the herb truly ripened, its petals would transition from bright red to a vibrant azure. Clearly, the flower had not yet matured. The serpent's hesitation to consume the herb likely stemmed from the fact that immature spiritual herbs would have significantly diminished efficacy. Devouring it prematurely would be a waste. Zheng Shixiang's foolish younger brother was not a cultivator. A mortal's lifespan spanned only a few decades. If the serpent devoured the Kiblood snake herb, they could not afford to wait another century. Jiang Shuijin still had a distance to cover before reaching the serpent. By the time he managed to slay it, the Kiblood snake herb would undoubtedly be lost. Shen Leyan gritted his teeth and turned back toward the serpent. "Serpent brother, I implore you, reconsider." The serpent paused, its cold eyes locking onto him. This creature, possessing such cultivation, would surely comprehend human speech. "Serpent brother, ponder this. You desire the Kiblood snake herb to enhance your cultivation, correct? Yet, even if you consume it now, you will not be able to fully refine the spiritual energy it contains in a short time. Your cultivation boost would be limited. You truly believe you can best those two cultivators pursuing you, even if they were to eviscerate you, they would still extract the kiblood snake herb from your body. Is it worth sacrificing your life for this herb? You seem spry and agile. Surely, you are in your prime with hundreds or even thousands of years left to live. Missing out on this kiblood snake herb merely means waiting for the next one. The serpent glanced at the herb entangled in its tail, then at the glinting sword of Jiang Shuejian, a flicker of hesitation crossing its eyes. Shen Leyan quickened his speech. Why not hand over the kiblood snake herb to them and find a safe place to recuperate? The serpent shook its head, emitting a series of hissing sounds, as if attempting to communicate with him. Shen Leyan turned to the approaching Zhang Zihong. Zhang Shixiao, can you understand what the beast is saying? Zhang Zihong replied, it mentions that each time the kiblood snake herb ripens, powerful cultivators arrive to seize it, and it has always ended up battered and bruised, never once succeeding in taking it for itself. It believes that even if it waits a few hundred years more, it will never obtain the herb. Hence it wishes to taste it before meeting its end. Shen Leyan pondered. Is this serpent wise or foolish? Oh, after all, enduring 99 years and 364 days of waiting only to have it snatched away by cultivators on the final day would certainly drive any creature to madness. Serpent brother, let us propose this. We seek the kiblood snake herb to save a life. This individual is but a mortal and cannot wait 100 years. If you wish to taste the herb, we can arrange for you to have it when the next one matures. I will ensure that disciples of Yunchi sect come to protect you, guaranteeing that you will get your chance. How does that sound? Chapter 29. A text message from the cultivation world. Hiss. Zhang Zihong remarked, it says it knows nothing of Yunchi sect, but seeing our formidable cultivation, if we can swear an oath to the heavenly Tao, it will trust our words and relinquish the herb to us. The heavenly Tao oath is a sacred vow made by cultivators, binding their souls to a contract with the heavens. Failure to fulfill this oath within the stipulated time would result in the descent of 81 thunderbolts, leading to one's demise. Thus, those in the cultivation world do not challenge others to swear an oath lightly. Instead, they goad, if you dare, swear an oath to the heavenly Tao, and let us see if the thunder will smite you. Shen Leyan was not the leader of Yunchi sect and looked expectantly at Zhang Zihong. Zhang Zihong affirmed, no problem. I can swear the oath right now. He drew forth a drop of his blood, using it to inscribe a mysterious symbol in the air. Shen Leyan felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the symbol, crashing against his dantian, as if the world itself were shifting, leaving him momentarily dazed. Once he regained his composure, he heard Zhang's calm voice resonate. With my soul, I establish this vow, with the heavenly Tao as witness. The serpent, seeing the oath established, promptly slithered over, its battered body dragging itself closer, and presented the kiblood snake herb wrapped in its tail. Hiss. That it indicated that the herb would require approximately 12 more hours to fully mature, and this land was most suitable for it to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, suggesting that they wait another day before taking it. Shen Leyan nodded and tentatively extended a finger to poke the serpent's head. Thank you, serpent brother. He then exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Zihong, who promptly retrieved a vial of healing elixir and offered it to the serpent. The serpent swallowed it whole, visibly healing from its grievous wounds at a remarkable pace. That moment, Shen Leyan felt a profound fatigue in his limbs, likely due to the extensive journey they had undertaken and the repeated use of the Qingying Xuanjue technique, which had drained his spiritual energy. He leaned against the serpent and shared his insights on combat. Serpent brother, next time you find yourself outmatched, just flee. It must hurt terribly to be so injured. A hint of resentment flickered in the serpent's eyes. Hiss. Zhang Zihong translated, it says it has long realized it was outmatched and has been fleeing. The issue is that Jiang Shuejian has been relentless in pursuit, leaving it no chance to escape. And what of Master Lu? Shen Leyan asked, bemused. Master went to clean Jiang Shuejian, Zhang Zihong replied. After a battle, Jiang Shuejian's sword spirit dislikes the scent of blood. As nightfall descended and the torrential rain ceased, 3 individuals and a serpent gathered around the flickering fire to warm themselves, sharing the remnants of a giant eagle's meat. Shen Leyan held a skewer of roasted meat in one hand, while the other hand reached toward the flames. His figure bathed in the comforting glow. He couldn't help but wonder what Qingli was currently doing at Yunqi's sect, how business was faring at the tavern, and whether his senior brother Qinjing had successfully completed his mission and returned to the sect. Surely he must have finished his task by now. Perhaps he had come to his dwelling several times, hoping to be invited for a drink. I could see it had been over a month since they departed from Yunqi's sect, and a sense of longing began to stir within Shen Leyan. Leaning against the tail of the long serpent, the young man momentarily lost in thought. His strikingly handsome visage appeared even more porcelain-like in the dancing firelight, his peach blossom eyes dark, as if a drop of ink had melded within them. Junior brother, Shen Leyan snapped back to reality. Zhang Shixiao, are you yearning for Qingli and the others? Would you like to write them a letter? His spirits lifted at the suggestion. A letter? Can it be sent to Yunqi's sect immediately? Naturally, with a simple transmission spell, it can be done. However, the journey to Yunqi's sect from the southwest is somewhat distant, and the spell cannot convey too much text. Remember to be succinct that I understand. Then please, Zhang Shixiao, help me send a message to Qingli, inquiring whether there have been any incidents at the tavern, if Qinjing has returned from his mission, and if he has sustained any injuries. A paper crane inscribed with words flapped its wings and vanished into the air. Shen Leyan rested his chin on his hand, awaiting Qingli's reply. The transmission spell was akin to modern-day emails or text messages, delivering news in real time. Qingli, having inquired about Qinjing's situation, would surely respond swiftly. After about half an hour, a paper crane imbued with Qingli's spiritual energy arrived, albeit belatedly. Shen Leyan opened the crane resting on his hand, revealing only a few terse lines. Business at the tavern is thriving. I am well fed and sleeping soundly. Everything is fine. However, I inquired about Qinjing's news, and according to other inner disciples, Qinjing and his companions who went on the mission have yet to return. Perhaps delayed along the way, as he read the lines, an inexplicable twitch occurred in his right eyelid, accompanied by a wave of oppressive anxiety in his chest, as if something were lodged there, making his breathing somewhat labored. Zhang Shixiao, do you know where Qinjing went for his mission, and what the specifics of the task were? I have some recollection of Qinjing. The sect instructors mentioned that although he has only recently entered the inner sect, he is quite diligent in his cultivation. The tasks assigned to disciples at the Qi refinement stage are generally straightforward and pose little danger. His task likely involves assisting villagers with infertility issues. Infertility? Shen Leyan was taken aback. Isn't that the physician's job? Can our sect really help treat infertility? There are some things you may not be aware of, junior brother. Zhang Zihong patiently explained. Certain demonic creatures feast on unformed fetuses that in areas plagued by such creatures. Women often experience miscarriages, and occasionally, those fortunate enough to give birth find their children weak and short-lived due to the influence of demonic energy. While these demons favor stillborns, they are not particularly powerful. You should be able to handle them. Shen Leyan pondered this, nodding softly. If I can handle them, then Qinjing and the other inner disciples should be fine as well. Perhaps he was overthinking it. It was quite normal for Qinjing to take some time for leisure after completing his first mission since entering the inner sect. Nonetheless, to be safe, he requested Zhang Shixiao to employ the transmission spell once more, asking Qingli to inquire about the location of Qinjing's mission. Should they happen to pass by on their return journey, he could look for them. Qingli was efficient in her tasks. She discovered that Qinjing and his companions were stationed in a small village called Yaozu Village located in the eastern part of the southwestern jungles. I can't describe its exact location in just a few words. If you seek him out, you may ask the locals where Yaozu Village is. Chapter 30. Yaozu Village in the southwestern region, east of the jungle, was it not in close proximity to them? Zhang Shixiao, I intend to wait until tomorrow when the blood-tinged snake grass matures, and then I shall visit Yaozu Village. If Qinjing and his companions are still there, I will return with them to Yunqi's sect. If they have already departed, I can inquire with the villagers how long ago they left. Very well. The blood-tinged snake grass will wither shortly after it matures, so I fear I must return to refine it into medicine for my brother. Master, Lu Yuanyi sat at a distance, reviewing urgent documents sent by the elders of Yunqi's sect that required immediate approval, his silvery hair cascading nearly to the ground. The long serpent, seemingly frightened by Jiang Xuejin, quivered its tail in alarm as it saw Lu Yuanyi glance over, swiftly coiling around Shen Leyan's waist. "Brother Snake, you're going to suffocate me," Shen Leyan exclaimed. The serpent, abashed, released him. The firelight delineated Lu Yuan's features with clarity. His deep-set brow and cool phoenix eyes exuded a calm demeanor as he spoke in a flat tone. "I will accompany you tomorrow." Shen Leyan smiled obediently. All right. They spent the night in the southwestern jungle. And on the following day, the edges of the blood-tinged snake grass petals turned a vibrant green, its spiritual energy surging. They bid farewell to the serpent, with Zheng Shixiang taking the blood-tinged snake grass back to Yunxi's sect via sword flight. While he and Lu Yuan continued toward the eastern part of the jungle, Shen Leyan soon realized that it was unwise to travel with Lu Yuan. The reason was simple. Both of them were hopelessly directionally challenged. With only the vague knowledge that Yaozu village lay to the east of the southwestern jungle, akin to two headless flies bumping about in the wilderness, like a team most, Lu Yuan was a headless fly with extraordinary combat prowess. He even suspected that the local demonic beasts had begun to speak of them in hushed tones, for the last time they encountered a tiger demon. It had already fallen to its knees, crying and pleading for mercy before Lu Yuan had even made a move. Then they journeyed unimpeded, not encountering a single beast along the way. Fortunately, as they neared the eastern edge of the southwestern jungle, shops and marketplaces became more abundant, with many locals selling their homegrown vegetables and fruits. Shen Leyan purchased a few baked buns and asked the elderly vendor, "Sir, do you happen to know the way to Yaozu village?" The old man scratched his ear. "Yao what village?" Shen Leyan recalled a certain comedic skit and felt a sense of foreboding. Steeling himself, he raised his voice. "Yaozu village, the Yaozu that brings glory to one's ancestors." The old man also raised his voice. "What ancestral village?" "Yaozu village." "Yaozu what?" Shen Leyan forced a chuckle. "Oh, never mind, sir. I merely wish to say how delicious your buns are." He approached a young man selling pork, dressed in the traditional attire of the southwestern region, who appeared to have sound hearing. "Brother, I'm from the north and am here looking for someone. Oh, you know the way to Yaozu village?" The young man replied fluently in a long string of dialect, gesturing enthusiastically as if to guide him, but Shen Leyan understood not a single word. Indeed, in many southern regions, dialects could vary drastically even from one village to the next. Growing up in the north, he was utterly lost in translation. After inquiring with 5 or 6 vendors, he found that several of them looked confused upon hearing Yaozu village, shaking their heads in ignorance. If this continued, he had no idea how long it would take to find Yaozu village. In an open area near the stalls, a few itinerant youths were performing, with some instruments laid out, seemingly preparing to put on a show. After contemplating, he borrowed a gong from one of the performers and struck it 3 times, waiting for the curious passers-by to gather around before amplifying his voice with spiritual energy. "Esteemed villagers, uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters, I am a wandering physician. Passing through this area, I have heard of a village called Yaozu village. Many villagers there suffer from infertility, with children either stillborn or passing shortly after birth. I'm deeply saddened by this and wonder if any kind soul knows the way to Yaozu village. I am willing to offer 1 or 2 silver coins as a reward for the good-hearted individual who can guide me." While other matters may go unnoticed in rural areas, infertility was undoubtedly hot gossip, and the older folks in the village often enjoyed sitting at the entrance to discuss such topics. Coupled with the promise of 1 or 2 silver coins, a considerable sum for the average person, it could sustain a family for a considerable time. Sure enough, as soon as he finished his proclamation, the crowd erupted into a frenzy of whispers and chatter. "What? 1 or 2 silver coins? Is that true? Is he really here? Would he dare to renege on the promise? Do you know where the Yaozu village is? It sounds familiar, but with so many villages around. Who can remember them all?" Soon, an elderly man squeezed to the front of the crowd. Shen Leyan focused his gaze and recognized him as the hard-of-hearing Ma Dongmei. No, the old man. "Old man, you," the elderly gentleman's hearing seemed to have improved. His voice now clear and resonant, his eyes sparkling with clarity. "Young man, if you're offering 1 or 2 silver coins to find Yaozu village, why didn't you say so earlier? My cousin's niece-in-laws live in Yaozu village. I'll draw you a map right away. You'll be sure to find it." Shen Leyan. He handed over the silver, adding an extra 2 taels. Thank you, old man. Could you share any recent happenings in Yaozu village? Anything about the villagers' lives would do. Decades ago, when the old man had just married, Yaozu village was not barren. On the contrary. It was renowned throughout the region for its thriving population, and every woman who married into the village bore sons. There was not a single daughter. However, 3 years ago, a devastating flood washed away the ancestral graves of Yaozu village, which were then hastily rebuilt. Since that calamity, not a single child has managed to live past the age of 8. Most pregnancies ended in miscarriage or the infants perished shortly after birth. The villagers sought doctors, prayed to deities, and consulted numerous feng shui masters, spending a fortune with no improvement. Rumors circulated that the alteration of the ancestral graves had brought about a calamity, rendering their ancestors unable to protect the village, leading to such misfortune. Many of the village's young adults, frightened, chose to relocate, but strangely, even after moving to other villages, they remained childless, as if this curse had followed them from Yaozu village. The old man joyfully stroked the silver in his hand. That's how things stand. My cousin's niece married in a Yaozu village a year ago and lost a child, after a conflict with her in-laws. She returned to her parents' home. All of this was recounted by her. Chapter 31. Master Lu, you hold a grudge too deeply. Did you just say that families in Yaozu village used to only have sons? Not a single daughter. Indeed, back then everyone envied them. Shen Leyan muttered softly. Feudal superstition that a village that bore only sons could not possibly be a typical small village. It was not as if they were a royal family, with generations of sons and a princess born to a pampered little sister surrounded by 10 brothers, a narrative that defies scientific logic. Either the villagers of Yaozu possessed some unique genes, or the female infants had vanished due to some human intervention. He bid farewell to the old man and returned to Lu Yuanyi's side, holding the freshly minted map. Master Lu, do you believe that if an ordinary person without cultivation commits evil deeds, they will face retribution? Every action carries its karmic consequences. Lu Yuanyi unfurled the map. This way. Shen Leyan quickly followed. Then it would seem so. I have a feeling that there may not be any demons plaguing Yaozu village, but rather they have committed too many heinous acts and are now facing the consequences. Lu Yuanyi lowered his gaze. It is best not to jump to conclusions before the matter is fully investigated, as that may cloud your judgment in future actions. Shen Leyan paused for a moment, reining in his smile, and replied earnestly, I understand. The old man was quite reliable in his dealings. They followed the directions on the map for half a day on their swords until they caught sight of smoke curling up in the distance. A stone tablet stood beside the small path leading to the village, its inscriptions appearing aged, seemingly chronicling the village's history. Shen Leyan's keen eyes caught the characters for Yaozu village. They had not taken a wrong turn. This must be the place. The village appeared somewhat desolate, with the stream surrounding it devoid of the ducks and geese typically raised by villagers. The fields were largely fallow, with only about a third sown with vibrant green seedlings. The old man who had guided them mentioned that many villagers had migrated, making the village's forlorn appearance quite normal. Master Lu, is there any sign of demons nearby? Lu Yuanyi shook his head. While there are no immediate signs of demons, some tend to dwell deep in the mountains, only emerging to hunt in the villages every few months. If too much time passes, there will be no lingering traces of their presence. As they entered the village, they encountered a woman of middle age carrying a wash basin, seemingly heading to the river to do laundry. Shen Leyan hurriedly called out to her. Excuse me, ma'am. We are passing cultivators heading to the southwestern forest to gather herbs, and we wish to rest here for the night. Would that be permissible? As he spoke, he offered a few pieces of silver, as he refrained from mentioning that they were in search of someone. Firstly, he was uncertain if demons still plagued the village. Secondly, the woman's expression appeared somewhat haggard. Her complexion was pale, with dark circles under her eyes, and her demeanor seemed peculiar. Upon hearing the word cultivators, the woman's eyelids flickered slightly as she glanced at him with a cold tone. There is nothing in the village to accommodate you two. That's all right. We have our own provisions. We only wish for a roof over our heads. The silver for lodging will be more than generous. He turned to grasp Lu Yuanyi's sleeve, boldly pulling him over and making up a story. My brother here injured his foot while traversing the mountain path and needs to rest and tend to it. Lu Yuanyi cast a sidelong glance at the boy tugging at his sleeve. After Shen Leyan finished speaking to the woman, he covertly observed Lu Yuanyi's expression, although his face was chilly. His eyes revealed no signs of anger, indicating he was not upset. He did not appear to be one who had injured his foot. The woman tightened her grip on the wooden basin and spoke tersely. "That cannot be." Shen Leyan pinched Lu Yuanyi's arm through his sleeve, his pinky finger accidentally brushing against the other's wrist, which felt as cold as jade. Lu Yuanyi bent down to lift the hem of his robe. He seemed to have cast an illusion spell, for his ankle appeared severely swollen, with a few spots of blood seeping through the fabric. After taking a few steps, he limped. The woman's expression softened. "Since you are injured, you may rest in the village for the night. I have a vacant room you can stay in." They followed the woman into the village, where it was mealtime and every household was busy cooking. A few women glanced through the kitchen windows at them, frowned, and then abruptly shut the windows. Shen Leyan remarked, "Do we look that untrustworthy?" The woman arranged a small guest room for them, though it was somewhat cramped. It was well furnished, with a clean quilt laid on the bed. "You two rest well. I must return to the stream to do laundry. It's best not to wander out at night. There are several widows in the village, and it would not reflect well on their reputations if outsiders were seen coming and going at night." Once the door closed, Shen Leyan circled the room. "I sense, Master Lu, do you also feel that there is something unusual in the village?" Shen Leyan sat at the edge of the bed. That woman was holding a basin with adult clothing. Yet clearly beneath it were several pieces of children's clothing. If Yaozu village has not had a living child in 3 years, why would there be children's clothing needing to be washed? Although that woman appeared to be in poor spirits, her thoughts were coherent during our conversation. She could not possibly be a fool or madwoman washing children's clothes for no reason. Moreover, this room, if it had been left vacant for years, would surely gather dust. "Are you suggesting we wait until nightfall when the villagers are asleep to engage in some mischief?" Shen Leyan's neck flushed slightly. "Mischief? What kind of mischief? I am but a child. I have no ill intentions toward widows." Lu Yuanyi raised an eyebrow. "Once the villagers are asleep, we can inspect the surroundings of the village." "So that is your intention. All right." Shen Leyan rubbed his heated neck, responding softly. "Then we shall sneak out once it grows darker, in the dead of night." Shen Leyan leaned against the headboard, yawning with sleepiness. As he drifted off, a sudden chill swept across his neck, jolting him awake and banishing any drowsiness. The village was shrouded in darkness. Shen Leyan glanced at Lu Yuanyi, who was slowly retracting his hand, and then rubbed his neck, which had grown cold from the touch. He cast a suspicious glance at those golden eyes. Reasonably, he suspected Lu Yuanyi was doing it on purpose, perhaps seeking revenge for the earlier incident when he had pinched him to feign injury. "So, where shall we go first?" "To the ancestral graves." "Very well." Although they were in the realm of cultivation, it felt somewhat inappropriate to be visiting someone else's ancestral grave at such an hour. "Do not worry. Given my age, I am likely older than those buried in the ancestral graves of Yaozu village." Lu Yuanyi's phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of languor flashing in the depths of his dark golden irises. "Perhaps they ought to call me great-grandfather?" "Master Lu, you truly hold a grudge." Chapter 32. Quite innocent, in the stillness of a night, the only sounds were the rustling of leaves in the wind and the occasional chirping of insects. As they stepped outside the courtyard, Shen Leyan glanced around the road, tugging at Lu Yuanyi's sleeve. "Master Lu, do you possess any spells that allow for invisibility? The woman who just accommodated us mentioned there are several widows in the village. If we venture out at night and are spotted, it could tarnish their reputation." Lu Yuanyi grasped his wrist, a flicker of silvery spiritual energy dancing in his palm. Shen Leyan bounced on the spot. "Is this how invisibility works?" "Indeed. However, speaking will still attract attention. Perhaps it was due to his ice spirit root, but Lu Yuanyi's body temperature was noticeably lower than that of most people, even in the height of summer." Shen Leyan attempted to pull his hand away, but found it impossible. "Must we hold hands?" "Yes, otherwise the invisibility spell will fail." "Master Lu, are you not proficient in the invisibility spell?" Lu Yuanyi replied nonchalantly. "This type of spell is of little use in combat, so I'm indeed not very skilled at it." Shen Leyan thought to himself, if news of a renowned sect leader who is actually fond of fighting were spread, it might tarnish the reputation of Yunqi's sect. Uncertain of the precise location of the ancestral grave in Yaozu village, they decided to traverse the village's narrow paths, visiting each household along the way. Upon reaching the southernmost corner, Shen Leyan spotted a slight figure clad in dark attire, his hands grasping the wall as he attempted to scale the fence into a nearby courtyard. Instinctively, he wanted to shout thief, but was restrained by Lu Yuanyi's firm grip on his shoulder. He could only form the words silently. Master Lu, that person is climbing the wall. In their right mind, would choose to scale a fence in the dead of night instead of using the front door? He is likely a thief. What if the villagers' belongings are stolen, or worse, someone loses their life? Before long, a dim candlelight flickered to life in the dark courtyard, accompanied by two voices drifting through the air. Li Lang, I miss you terribly, one voice lamented. So I long for you just as much, the other replied. You only ever say such things. The moment I mention marriage, you fall silent. Oh, so you know all my parents' temper. If they discover I wish to marry a widow, they would surely break my legs. Li Lang, please wait for me. Once we have saved enough silver to leave Yaozu village, I will certainly marry you. This village is cursed. Without children, we must leave as soon as possible. Their conversation continued. The sound of rustling fabric suggested a more intimate exchange. Shen Leyan, who had only ever witnessed young couples kissing in the woods, felt a rush of heat flood his face, from his neck to the tips of his ears. Yet the mention of Yaozu village's curse regarding childbearing piqued his curiosity about their further dialogue. Torn between staying and leaving, the young man furrowed his brow in contemplation, ultimately pulling Lu Yuanyi aside to silently convey, Master Lu, listen closely. You have lived for over 1,000 years and have seen much. Such matters should hardly faze you. With your profound cultivation, you need not fear prying eyes. After uttering these words, he squatted down and covered his ears, muttering to himself, I cannot hear, I cannot hear. After a brief moment, a gentle tap on his head interrupted him. Lu Yuanyi whispered, there is no need for your incantations. They have entered the house. Shen Leyan released his ears, and indeed, the sounds had vanished. What words had those two exchanged? They mentioned disciples of Yang Saizong. What? Shen Leyan gasped, instinctively tightening his grip on Lu Yuanyi's hand. Brother Chun and the others. They mentioned that several cultivators who arrived half a month ago treated the villagers for several days without any improvement, leading the villagers to expel them. They must have been disciples of Yang Saizong. This meant that Brother Chun and the others had already departed from Yaozu village. Yet, the words of those two may not be entirely trustworthy. Perhaps they spoke truthfully, but when it involves demons and monsters, the perceptions of ordinary folk may not reflect reality. Shall we first inspect the ancestral grave in the village? Indeed, beyond the village's ancestral hall lay the back mountain, accessible via a staircase paved with blue stone slabs. They ascended the steps towards the mountain. Upon reaching a midpoint, the surrounding grass and soil revealed scattered yellow paper money, likely dropped by a villager ascending the mountain to pay homage. Continuing onward, they approached what they presumed to be the ancestral grave of Yaozu village. Master Lu, what do you think of the feng shui here? It appears unremarkable. After another half-hour of walking, a series of tombstones emerged before them, standing silently within the earth, inscribed with the years of their forebears' births and deaths. The mountain winds howled, carrying a faint scent of earth, since acquiring spiritual roots and beginning to cultivate spiritual energy. Shen Leyan had developed a sensitivity to the auras of demons and spirits. Yet here, apart from the chill of the wind, he sensed nothing unusual. He glanced at Lu Yuanyi, seeking reassurance. There are no vengeful spirits lingering here. Are there? No souls remain in this place. Before some tombstones lay an abundance of offerings, untouched by any signs of consumption, while ants merrily traversed the offerings, transporting pastries. This suggested that the ancestors of Yaozu village had either reincarnated and no longer required incense, or were enduring punishment in a layer of the 18 levels of hell, unable to receive offerings. Regardless of which scenario was true, it posed no threat to the living in the village. As Shen Leyan wandered about, he noticed that the stone path continued deeper into the mountain, though a fence obstructed their way. Initially, he assumed it was a precaution against wild beasts, meant to prevent hunters from straying too deep into the woods. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned a wooden signpost beside the fence, inscribed in vermilion with the words, "No entry." Excitement surged through Shen Leyan. Humans, by nature, possess a touch of rebelliousness. The more one forbids entry, the more one's curiosity is ignited. Master Lu, over here! They climbed over the fence and pressed on up the mountain. And perhaps due to the altitude, the mountain winds grew increasingly mournful, accompanied by the eerie calls of unknown birds flitting through the trees. At the path's end stood several small towers, constructed of bricks and stones, each about a person's height, with only a small window opening at the top. The darkness obscured their view of what lay within. What purpose do these towers serve? Chapter 33. Vengeance 30 years prior. A piercing cry of an infant echoed from a humble farmhouse courtyard at a young woman on the bed, pale and frail, gazed at the midwife, cradling her newborn. Her eyes devoid of joy, instead reflecting a profound sense of pleading and dread. This child is, the midwife sighed, Ba. It is a girl. The young woman's expression shifted dramatically, the sparkle in her eyes dimming to despair as she struggled to rise. Reaching for the swaddled infant, no, please, do not hand my child over. Do not give her to my father-in-law. The midwife muttered another prayer, ignoring the young woman's heart-wrenching cries as she dutifully carried the infant from the room. Two other women, brought by the midwife, restrained the young woman, pinning her arms to the bed as tears soaked the pillow. Outside, the awaiting men cursed loudly. Eldest brother, why has your wife given birth to another girl? Can't she refrain from giving birth to a female child in our household? How unlucky. I married her because she was beautiful, yet now she has borne 2 daughters without producing a son. If the next one is also a girl, I shall divorce her and sell her off. Enough of your grumbling. Just take the gold jewelry prepared for my grandson and put it away. Fetch a basin of water. The young man hesitated, but father, she is still my flesh and blood. The first daughter already drowned. Shouldn't we keep this one? What do you know? The elder took a puff of his pipe. Sharing the village's old adage, only by drowning a female infant can we prevent future female births. Let her be born into a wealthy family. That he paused. Remember, you had 2 elder sisters. The young man recoiled, feeling cold sweat trickle down his spine, and hastily silenced his father's words. Father, I understand. Please do not say more. After a brief moment, splashes of water echoed from the courtyard, soon giving way to an eerie silence. Neighbors, hearing the commotion, peered outside, only to find no celebratory sounds, and stood coldly in the yard. Once all was finished, they returned home. Yaozu village gained yet another deranged woman, rumored to have lost her mind after the loss of her 2 daughters. Each day, she either wept over the tiny clothes she had sewn for her children or ran to the abandoned infant tower in the back mountain, reaching into the small window as if trying to retrieve the remains of her daughters. Initially, the woman's husband sought the help of doctors, but eventually ceased to do so. Those passing by frequently heard shouts and cries emanating from their home, but a year later, the woman bore a son. Perhaps due to the necessity of caring for a child, her madness gradually subsided, and she resumed daily chores as if nothing had ever transpired. Her son grew year by year until he reached marriageable age. The new bride's dowry was exorbitant, nearly the entirety of their family savings. Yet, with so few eligible young women in the vicinity, they had little choice. The woman gazed at her daughter-in-law, who bore a resemblance to her younger self, embodying shyness, naivety, and hope for a bright future. Yet, the daughter-in-law's firstborn was also a daughter, and during the delivery, she suffered severe hemorrhaging, barely managing to survive. The midwife warned that she would likely find it difficult to conceive again. Looking at her plump granddaughter, then at her frail daughter-in-law on the bed, the woman wished to say something to her husband and son, yet before she could speak, her husband snatched the baby away. This girl must be drowned. Her son fell silent, while her daughter-in-law remained unconscious. She extended her hand. What if we name her Zhaodian, keep her? Her husband's gaze turned fierce, glaring at her. We only have one seedling. If we do not drown this girl, do you wish for our lineage to end? She suddenly recalled the days of her youth, when she was relentlessly beaten by her husband, day and night. Wounds that had long since healed seemed to throb anew. While she was lost in thought, her husband had already instructed their son to fetch a basin of water. The vibrant little life that had just smiled at her soon wore a pallid expression. She watched as her son wrapped the lifeless little body in a rag and trudged towards the abandoned infant tower on a hillside. Her two daughters had met their ends in such a desolate manner before. Her husband cast a cold glance at her, while the onlooking villagers regarded her with disdain. Tears welled in her eyes. Trembling, she could barely utter a single phrase. Ba, when her daughter-in-law awoke and learned that her child had been drowned. She began to wail and sob, her face drenched in tears, as if she were on the brink of madness. Her son confined her to the woodshed, claiming that a few days of hunger would restore her sanity. Each day, she secretly brought meals to her daughter-in-law on the 7th day after her granddaughter's passing. While delivering food, she heard her daughter-in-law declare, "I will seek justice for my daughter." When she spoke those words, her eyes blazed with a fire that seemed capable of incinerating the very mountains. The abandoned infant tower. This is the so-called tower for forsaken children. Shen Leyan unleashed a torrent of venomous curses upon the ancestors of Yaozu village. It still felt unsatisfied. How could anyone commit such heinous acts, more despicable than that of beasts? Once we ascertain the whereabouts of Brother Chen Jing and the others, we shall depart from this place. Those who would harm their own flesh and blood deserve no reprieve from the curse of barrenness. A few solitary abandoned infant towers stood there, and as Shen Leyan gazed upon the small windows above, a fierce heat surged within her chest, momentarily leaving her at a loss for how she might assist these innocent remains. The souls of infants are largely pure. They've already passed on, free from the torment of lingering as vengeful spirits in this world. Behind her, Lu Yuan's voice emerged, low and chilling, yet imbued with a hint of solace. Let us retrieve their remains from the tower and grant them a proper resting place. Shen silently nodded that I believe they would not wish to linger in this village. We shall find a serene spot deep within the mountains to create a grave for them as they traverse the path on their swords. The youth remained silent, his head bowed, a sullen expression clouding his features, his dark eyes fixated on the blade of Jiang Xuejin. They discovered a location nestled against the mountains, surrounded by flourishing flowers and greenery. Are you pondering why the local officials have turned a blind eye to this matter? Shen Leyan raised her head and hesitated before stating plainly, "Indeed, does the law not dictate that murder warrants a life for a life? Can one escape justice for slaying their own kin?" His voice trembled with anger as he spoke. No sooner had he finished than a rustling sound echoed above them. Then came the childish voice of a young one. They cannot escape justice. They cannot escape justice. A silken thread descended from a branch. Chapter 34. Missing, on the thread, a child with a human face and spider body swung back and forth. Shen Leyan turned towards the direction of the sound, just as the thread swung into her view. The child shrieked, "Ah, I can't stop," and suddenly swung into Shen Leyan's embrace. She looked at her hands, sticky with webbing, then glanced at the frightened little spider demon in her arms. The child was quite adorable. With large eyes and a small mouth, its body was undeniably that of a spider, 8 fuzzy legs resembling those of a baby. "I advise you to retract your web immediately and get off me." Shen Leyan took a deep breath. "I fear insects. I might lose control and slap you." Upon hearing this, the little spider demon began to flail its 8 legs, kicking as if trying to spark a fire. But the webbing only bound them tighter. "My slap is ready. Wait. Can't you retract your own web?" The little spider demon protested. "I'm just a child. I'm not yet adept at controlling my webs," Shen Leyan called out. "Jiang Xuejin, lend a hand." After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xuejin unsheathed itself, severing the web that entangled them. It then flew back to Lu Yuan's hand, signaling for assistance in cleaning its blade. Shen Leyan exhaled in relief, pulling the remaining webbing off herself while casting a grateful glance at Jiang Xuejin. The quality of the webbing was impressive. It clung to Jiang Xuejin's surface. The little spider demon, having tidied up its webs, looked at them curiously. "Were you discussing Yaozu village just now?" Shen Leyan's gaze sharpened slightly. "How do you know?" "Because my mother told me. All of us siblings came from Yaozu village to be with her. If I hadn't overheard you talking about it, I wouldn't have come over to listen and then fallen into your arms." "What do you mean by that?" She was momentarily perplexed by the connection between the little spider demon and Yaozu village. Logically, the little spider demon must have a large spider demon as its mother. Could it be? Are you implying that your father is a villager from Yaozu village? Did your father and mother have an unfinished affair? The little spider demon crossed its 8 legs defiantly. That's not true. I have no father, just a mother. Oh. Shen Leyan turned to Lu Yuani and asked, can spider demons reproduce asexually? She is not a true spider demon. What? She was originally human, but over the years, she was nourished by the spider demon's aura, thus transforming into her current form. So, you mean she was raised by a spider demon? Lu Yuani nodded. Shen Leyan whispered to Lu Yuani, overcoming the impulse to swat away the insect at the sight of it, and gently touched the little spider demon's cheek. Where's your mother now? What about your siblings? Why are you the only one here? I got bored and ran out on my own. My siblings are all sleeping in the cave. As for my mother, she should be out hunting today. Hunting? Where does your mother go to hunt? Of course, to Yaozu village. My mother says there are many people there burdened with karmic retribution. She feeds on them, draining their essence. It's simply delicious. Shen Leyan gathered the remains she had collected from the abandoned infant tower and handed them to the little spider demon. Could you help me create a grave for them here? Were they killed by the people of Yaozu village? Yes. The little spider demon began digging a hole with all 8 legs. No problem. I will give them a proper burial. You won't be returning to Yaozu village, will you? You don't seem like bad people, but be careful not to get hurt by my mother. Shen Leyan mounted Jiang Shuejian and waved goodbye to the little spider demon. No, the white-haired one beside me is incredibly powerful. Under the hazy moonlight, Yaozu village lay in silence, seemingly unchanged from when they had departed, serene like an ordinary mountain village. Yet, as Shen Leyan stood upon Jiang Shuejian, she felt a dense aura of malevolence shrouding the village, an invisible web woven from spiritual power enveloping it like a massive cocoon, with all trapped villagers at the mercy of the spider demon. The demon's hunting instincts stirred within her, and the seeking compass gifted by Zheng Zihong trembled violently in her pocket, its needles spinning chaotically. The large spider demon appeared to possess significant power. To nourish so many children, it must possess peak nascent soul cultivation. That a peak nascent soul spider demon, if it wished to slaughter Yaozu village, would have likely rendered it an empty husk long before their arrival. A flash of sword light cut through the resilient webs enveloping the village like parchment, and Shen Leyan swiftly followed Lu Yuani into the village, the webs behind them writhing to mend the wound made by Jiang Shuejian. The spider demon must sense our intrusion into its web, right? Yes, Lu Yuani replied, the depths of his eyes shimmering with a faint golden glow, but that spider demon is currently hunting over there. It likely lacks the time to pay us heed. Before Shen Leyan could utter a word, her wrist was seized, and as she opened her eyes again, they had already entered a room. The room seemed somewhat familiar. It was the guest chamber arranged for them by the woman who had taken them in. The seeking compass in her arms buzzed with increasing intensity. Looking through the window, she saw the courtyard was densely woven with webs, sealing off all possible exits. The spider demon was hunting right here. Suddenly, the wooden door across the courtyard was violently flung open. The woman who had sheltered them during the day stumbled into the courtyard, ensnared in a mass of webs. Almost immediately, a spider demon the size of a carriage emerged from the dilapidated door, its visage that of a young and beautiful woman, with eyes like spring waters and peach blossoms. Yet her crimson lips curled into a mocking, icy smile. The woman clutched her chest and coughed a few times. Her hair, once neatly tied, now fell loose, revealing strands of silver. What about the children? What has become of them? The spider demon approached the woman, one of its spider legs transforming into a blade, poised at the woman's throat. You carry the lives of 3 innocent infants and still have the audacity to ask that. I know that I should have perished long ago. The woman's visage bore no trace of panic or terror, as if she had long been aware of the existence of the spider demon, her expression serene. All I wished to know was whether those children were faring well and growing up safely. Shen Leyan tilted her face upwards, softly inquiring of Lu Yuani. The children they spoke of must be the little spider demon and her siblings that we encountered in the jungle. Correct? Human children nurtured by the spider demon's aura. What other effects could this have aside from transforming them into human-faced spider forms? After all, the human body cannot adequately sustain such demonic energy. If those children continue to be nurtured by it, They will gradually lose their human intellect and completely transform into bloodthirsty beasts. The spider demon's pupils, resembling those of a beast, coldly fixed on the woman for a moment. Those children are doing quite well, at least far better than if they remained in Yaozu village. The woman chuckled bitterly, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. That is good. She closed her eyes, as if awaiting liberation. Sister Spider, the spider demon paused, her vertical pupils contracting sharply, turning to face the room they occupied, a fierce killing intent seething in her gaze, a mass of silk coalescing upon one of her legs. Who dares? Shen Leyan opened the window, maintaining a polite smile. Sister Spider, it is a misunderstanding. Please allow us to explain. The spider demon's gaze swept over their attire, and upon spotting Jiang Xuejian, a flicker of wariness crossed her eyes. This matter does not concern you cultivators. Do not meddle, or you shall wish you had not. Shen Leyan raised her hand, conjuring a blade of wind to clear the silk ensnaring the door. Moving closer to the woman. Have you encountered cultivators before? You should know that cultivators tend to meddle, especially when it concerns lives. We must ascertain the full circumstances before deciding whether to involve ourselves in this matter. Half a month ago, several cultivators, just like you, spoke grandly of chivalry and attempted to stop me, but I chased them off. This woman had allowed her husband to drown their 2 daughters and then watched helplessly as her granddaughter perished before her eyes. Burdened by sins, even sending her to the authorities would lead to a dead end. What harm would there be in my killing her? The cultivators that came half a month ago must have been Chen Jing and his companions. Upon hearing that the spider demon had not slaughtered those cultivators, Shen Leyan felt a quiet sense of relief. Are you suggesting that those you hunted were all guilty of crimes? Indeed. Have you finished your inquiries? The spider demon's tone grew increasingly impatient. Why children are still waiting in the cave for their nourishment? I have no time to waste here. As her words fell, a dark mist entwined around the woman's neck. Pain etched upon her features. Her hair visibly transformed from its tips to a silvery hue. The spider demon was siphoning the woman's essence. Once a person's essence was exhausted, there would be no way to survive. Utilizing the Qingying Xuanji technique, the youth left several phantoms in midair before swiftly appearing beside the spider demon, slashing at her with a blade of wind, leaving but a faint white mark upon her hard exterior. However, the spider demon was immediately enraged, abandoning the woman and launching a net of silk towards him. Master Lu, Shen Leyan relied on her agile movements to dart around the courtyard, evading the spider demon's pursuit. This sister spider is quite different from brother snake. She seems to have a rather irritable temperament, not allowing anyone to speak. The spider demon relentlessly chased after him, shooting webs like bouncing balls. Who is your sister? Do not misidentify relatives. A quarter of an hour later, the spider demon bore a red mark on her face from Jiang Xuejian's sword, bound tightly to the ground by her own silk. 8 spider legs struggled against the earth, kicking up a cloud of dust. When encountering demon beasts, do not always think of reasoning with them. Lu Yuanyi remarked calmly, if you cannot win, run. If you can, fight. Isn't it foolish to continue talking under these circumstances? Shen Leyan raised her sleeve to brush away the dust before her, gazing at the enraged but immobile spider demon. Isn't it because there are allies present that I feel inclined to reason with her? If my allies were absent and I sensed the aura of a Yuanying stage demon beast from afar, I would have fled 10 miles already. To uphold righteousness, one must possess sufficient strength. Otherwise, one merely becomes fodder for death. Earlier, we encountered a little spider demon in the mountains. She said you were her mother. The spider demon reacted sharply. What have you done to my child? We asked her to assist in digging a grave to bury the remains we retrieved from the abandoned infant tower in Yaozu village. She should have returned to her cave to rest by now. The spider demon regarded them with skepticism, seemingly unconvinced of their goodwill. Shen Leyan could not be bothered to elaborate. Your child is safe. Should you not answer a few of our questions? You mentioned encountering a group of cultivators half a month ago. What transpired at that time? Were any injured, and where are they now? Half a month ago, I came to this village to hunt and happened upon those cultivators tending to the villagers' ailments, which led to a confrontation. However, those cultivators were not particularly strong. They were quickly incapacitated. One foolhardy youth even brazenly declared he would report to his sect to capture me. out of consideration for their ignorance regarding the matters of Yazoo village. I let them go. Their injuries were merely superficial. They asked for their whereabouts now. How would I know after so many days? The spider demon's tone and expression did not suggest deceit. Shen Leyan then turned to the woman, whose breath was faint and transmitted a sliver of spiritual power. Do you know those cultivators? The woman's eyes were ashen, appearing to cling to life by a thread, her voice hoarse. Those individuals have gone missing. Shen Leyan's heart skipped a beat. What? What do you mean by missing? Half a month ago, after the spider demon left the village, those cultivators returned seeking us. I still remember a young man named Chun Jing, who claimed they could escort the villagers away from the village to avoid demon beast attacks, that he even distributed silver to the villagers to help them pack and leave that very night. The villagers, already anxious, were eager to depart. With sufficient silver and cultivators to escort them, everyone was prepared to leave together. However, after waiting for a long time at the village gate, we never saw those cultivators. When we checked their lodgings, they were empty, and all their belongings had vanished. It was raining that day. With so many people leaving, it would be impossible for there to be no footprints left, especially since many were waiting at the village entrance and saw no one depart. Hence, they went missing. Chapter 35, a masterful performance from the spider demon. They acquired 3 pieces of information. Firstly, the reason villagers in Yazoo village often give birth to stillborns is due to the spider demon's aura causing these infants to appear dead. Once the villagers discarded the stillborns into the abandoned infant tower, the spider demon would take them back to nurture. Secondly, the spider demon periodically comes to Yazoo village to hunt, targeting those burdened by sin. Villagers who have had a significant amount of essence siphoned from them can survive a few days in a dazed state, exhibiting symptoms akin to a sudden severe illness, leading many villagers to disbelieve in the spider demon's existence. Thirdly, why do you choose to adopt human children? Shen Leyan inquired. Surely it cannot be that the spider demon has a whimsical affection for becoming a mother, picking up children to raise. 3 years ago, while contesting territory with other demon beasts in the jungle, I was injured and lost my only child at that time. My injuries were severe, and I was left with only my demon core and a few wisps of soul. Urgently needing to find a host, a young woman encountered me in the jungle. She offered to sacrifice her body to become my host, asking only that I avenge her and nurture all the children of Yazoo village. I agreed. After speaking, the spider demon snorted coldly. If you wish to kill me, then do so swiftly. Do not dawdle. Shen Leyan and Lu Yuani exchanged glances, the silk binding the spider demon disintegrating into ash. Were it not for the spider demon adopting those children, they would likely have either drowned or been tainted by the vile atmosphere of Yazoo village, growing up to become killers of their own kin. You may leave, but I must caution you. Those children are, after all, human. Long-term exposure to demonic energy will diminish their lifespans. You should seek out a few good families for them. The spider demon swiftly leapt onto the wall, glancing back at them. Can they not revert to their human forms? Master Lu? Lu Yuani lowered his gaze, the moonlight casting a slight gray shadow under his deep brow, enhancing the depth of his dark golden eyes. You remain in the village. Is there nothing you wish to do? Shen Leyan nodded. I plan to investigate the house where Brother Qin Jing and the others went missing, if anything arises. The youth spread his hands. Master Lu, I'm hungry. The communication talisman, pleased. Lu Yuani's lips curled slightly. This is the communication talisman. If anything unexpected occurs, contact me immediately. All right. The figure of Lu Yuani vanished into the vast night alongside the spider demon. Shen Leyan exhaled deeply, approaching the silver-haired woman and using his spiritual energy to probe her pulse. It was faint, indicating that she was beyond the reach of any remedy, having married into Yazoo village. The woman had helplessly witnessed the drowning of her 2 daughters and a granddaughter, transitioning from futile resistance to an utter loss of the will to fight, evoking both pity and disdain. I should have perished long ago, she murmured as she lay in the courtyard, her vacant eyes reflecting the starlight above. If only I could descend below to see my 2 children, that would be a solace. Shen Leyan remained silent. The cultivators who had arrived a fortnight ago resided in an abandoned house near the back mountain of the village. He could investigate further. He nodded in acknowledgement. Moments later, the woman ceased to breathe. a serene smile gracing her lips, as if she had glimpsed her longed-for daughter in her final moments. Shen Leyan did not depart immediately. The disappearance of his senior brother, Qin Jing, raised numerous suspicions upon reflection. For instance, if the villagers had obtained money and planned to relocate, why did they hesitate upon discovering the absence of Qin Jing and his companions? Furthermore, it seemed implausible that several cultivators could vanish without a trace from a single room. Even someone of Lu Yuanyi's caliber could not instantaneously obliterate several cultivators without leaving a remnant behind. Sometimes, human malevolence is far more chilling than that of demons. He tore down a large mass of spider silk clinging to him, smeared mud and ash across his face and clothes, and tattered his robe before employing the Qingying Xuanjue to venture outside the village. In the dead of night, a panicked voice rang out. "Help! Is anyone there? A monstrous spider demon is devouring people." Soon, lights flickered to life in every household of the village. Shen Leyan observed several villagers emerging with pitchforks and hoes. He feigned weakness, twisting his ankle and collapsing to the ground. Blood oozing from his palm, a few villagers helped him up, and upon seeing the multitude of spider silk covering him, their expressions turned to one of belief in the spider demon's threat. "Are you all right, young brother? Where is the spider demon now?" Shen Leyan clutched his chest, coughing violently, his face paling as he managed to stammer. "I intended to hunt for game in the mountains tonight, to prepare for tomorrow's journey. However, upon reaching the village entrance, I saw a spider demon larger than a fierce tiger emerge from the village." He vividly described the spider demon, causing the villagers beside him to hold their breath intermittently. Perspiration soon beaded on their foreheads. If that spider demon had not seemed sated, I fear I would not have escaped its clutches. "Quickly, let us check the village for any injured." Two villagers supported him while the others hurried toward the village. Searching house by house, before long, they discovered a courtyard ensnared in spider silk and the lifeless body of the woman, already cold on the ground. It seemed that tales of beasts hunting within the village were indeed true. "What shall we do? This spider demon is formidable. We must hasten our departure," exclaimed one, "but our ancestors' graves remain on the back mountain. How can we abandon them so easily?" "You ungrateful descendants," retorted another. "You can stay if you're so filial. We're about to be prey for the beasts, and even the money to relocate is insufficient. Who cares about the ancestral graves? Not moving the graves will lead to a severance of descendants." "Enough, enough! Let us not bicker and provide fodder for the mockery of outsiders." The villagers exchanged defiant glares before turning their attention to the youth who had just been pursued by the spider demon. "I recall this young brother arrived to seek shelter yesterday, correct?" Shen Leyan nodded, pinching his palm to squeeze out a few tears. "To be candid, I am a disciple of Yunqi's sect, here to train in the mountains. I planned to gather herbs in the southwestern forests and sought refuge in the village, but unexpectedly, a cultivator, indeed, a true young talent." The villagers exclaimed in unison. Shen Leyan feigned modesty, lowering his head to wipe away tears while quietly scrutinizing the villagers' expressions. A few robust young men appeared deceptively simple, yet their eyes held a certain restlessness that he resolved firmly. "Dear friends, my masters have taught me since childhood that those who cultivate the Tao must eradicate evil and protect the people. While I may not be able to contend with that spider demon, I possess some silver. Let us use it to hasten our departure. Should the spider demon return, there may be further casualties." With that, he produced a pouch from his sleeve, pouring out dozens of silver coins. The villagers' eyes widened in astonishment, several reaching out eagerly, yet they restrained themselves upon exchanging glances. Shen Leyan feigned ignorance, distributing a few coins to each. "Let us all return and gather our belongings. We must leave tonight to prevent further misfortune." One villager stepped forward. "You have given us so much silver, young brother. What will you do without funds for yourself?" The youth smiled, his expression imbued with youthful innocence. "Not to worry. I still have ample silver and elixirs in my bundle to return to my sect." The villagers exchanged glances, warmly inviting him. "You must be hungry after your failed hunt." "I have 2 free-range chickens at home. I shall slaughter one to prepare soup for you." Shen Leyan half-heartedly declined. "How could I impose? Nonsense. Were it not for your warning, many more might have perished at the hands of that spider demon. Do not be shy. Come to my home for a moment." Shen Leyan retrieved his bundle and was escorted by several villagers to a household. As he sat inside, counting his funds, the aroma of chicken soup wafted in from outside. The villagers conversing with him occasionally cast sidelong glances at his belongings. Shen Leyan imagined himself as the naive son of a wealthy family, muttering to himself as he counted. This vial contains a healing elixir. If funds run low, I could sell it for around 20 silver coins. This is fine silk. Surely it must be worth at least 5 silver coins. And this a precious tome on cultivating the Tao is invaluable. The soup is ready. Young brother, drink it while it's hot. This is from free-range chickens. It tastes divine. As he gazed at the large bowl of chicken soup presented before him, its enticing aroma and the sprinkle of scallions made it particularly tempting, and he expressed his gratitude and own need for such formality. If that is insufficient, I shall fetch you another bowl. Shen Leyan lifted the bowl and drank the warm soup in one gulp. Suddenly, the porcelain bowl slipped from his hand and shattered upon hitting the floor. The smiles of the villagers vanished, their expressions turning blank as they watched the youth stagger before collapsing against the table. When one kicked him and found him unresponsive, their vigilance gradually eased. One villager rummaged through Shen Leyan's bundle, chuckling, "These cultivators truly are naive with their wealth. Look at this. A single bowl of knockout powder has taken him down. There are indeed many fine items here. I hear this vial of elixir can fetch dozens of silver coins. Enough chatter. Quickly divide the silver, then take this lad to the cellar." But he traveled with another yesterday, a man with white hair who appeared no older than 20. This lad referred to him as sect leader. If that man returns to the village and discovers this boy is missing, will we not be in trouble? What do you fear? Did anyone come to rescue those cultivators we drugged last time? If that sect leader is truly so powerful, how could he not handle a mere spider demon? What you say makes sense. Hurry, let us take this lad to the cellar. Remember to add more knockout powder to the cellar to prevent the other cultivators from escaping. 2 villagers hoisted the unconscious youth and hurried toward the back mountain, oblivious to the fact that the drug boy had quietly opened his eyes, his dark pupils glinting with a chilling intent. They stopped by a dry well. One villager secured Shen Leyan's waist with a rope from a bucket and lowered him to the well's bottom. The other villagers soon followed him down. To their surprise, the bottom of the dry well revealed a hidden passage leading deeper underground, blocked by a stone door. The villager grumbled, "In my opinion, we should just kill all these cultivators and bury them to avoid future troubles. Keeping them here wastes a lot of knockout powder." As he spoke, he unceremoniously tossed Shen Leyan into the cellar beyond the stone door, and a cloud of smoke wafted through the gap, presumably the knockout powder the villagers had mentioned. This poison could render a person limp and incapable of exerting strength. Even cultivators would be unable to summon their spiritual energy to resist if the dosage was sufficient. Shen Leyan first expelled all the chicken soup from his throat using his spiritual energy, then summoned a gust of wind to disperse the recently entered knockout powder. Voices of confusion arose from outside the stone door. "What is that smell?" Shen Leyan chuckled softly, "The scent of knockout powder." The villagers had no time to scream before they collapsed, their limbs rendered powerless. Shen Leyan kicked open the stone door, crouching down to grip one villager's neck, his voice icy, "The antidote." The villager's eyes bulged as he attempted to rescue himself. But Shen Leyan tightened his grip, repeating, "The antidote for the knockout powder. If I were to kill you here, no one would know." The villagers emitted a few sorrowful whimpers. The antidote is not with me." But in the hands of the person above, a blade of wind materialized in Shen Leyan's hand, poised at the villager's neck as he lowered his voice. "Tell the person above that you have completed your task. If he dares to utter another word while being pulled up, let him test whether it is he who descends to rescue you faster or my wind blade." The wind blade left a faint trace of blood on the villager's skin. The villager, in a state of sheer terror, glanced at him sideways and responded with 2 muffled sounds. Shen Leyan exchanged robes with the other. They approached the well's edge, and the guard above, upon hearing the sound from below, did not harbor any suspicion. Soon, he lowered the hemp rope, urging, "Why are you taking so long this time? Hurry up." Shen Leyan maintained the wind blade at the villager's neck to prevent any unforeseen mishaps. After securing the hemp rope, he allowed the other to pull him up. Moments later, the youth returned to the cellar with the antidote in hand. The air within the cellar was thick and foul, reeking of decay. Scattered on the ground were remnants of spoiled rice and buns, all having succumbed to mold. Senior brother Chenjing and several disciples of Yunqi's sect lay bound by ropes, sprawled on the floor. Their robes were tattered and filthy, their faces gaunt, eyes tightly shut, rendering it impossible to discern whether they still drew breath. Shen Leyan's heart tightened. He approached Chenjing, first administering the antidote, then promptly grasped his wrist, channeling his own spiritual energy into Chen's meridians. Chapter 36. I want to cultivate immortality. Shen Leyan. Shen Leyan felt his spiritual energy nearly depleted, his mind blank. After a moment, he finally heard Chenjing calling his name. Senior brother. Chenjing struggled to prop himself up, weakly stating, "It truly is you that I thought I was hallucinating. Here I am, the senior brother, once again relying on you for salvation." Senior brother, please refrain from speaking for now. His voice was husky, evidently affected by the soft bone powder, and even after taking the antidote, he was not able to recover immediately. I will go and administer the antidote to the other senior brothers and sisters. Leyan, your spiritual energy is nearly exhausted. You cannot afford to give any more to others, or will damage your spiritual root. The cultivation levels of the senior brothers and sisters are higher than mine. They should only be in a state of unconsciousness. Did you come here alone? Shen Leyan shook his head, producing a communication talisman. I sought out sect leader Lu, just as he activated the talisman without uttering a word. A cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside the cellar. That kid has been sent to the cellar for so long and hasn't returned. Something must have gone wrong. That lad is a cultivator. If he casts any spells, we might not be able to contend with him. A cultivator is still a flesh and blood mortal, not a deity. A single fire would turn everything to ash. It seemed as if a bucket of water had been poured from the well. And Shen Leyan caught a strong whiff of alcohol, but he succinctly uttered the words, "Quickly return, save me," before sending out the talisman. Supporting Chenjing, he asked, "Senior brother, can you still use your spiritual energy?" Not at the moment. Several buckets of liquor had already been splashed outside. Shen Leyan attempted to condense a wind blade, but his dantian was nearly drained. The wind blade only materialized as a mere silhouette before dissipating. The villagers by the well, wielding machetes and hoes, displayed mocking expressions upon witnessing their inability to summon any spells. I initially spared your lives to see if you could break the curse of the village devoid of children. Since you are a bunch of useless gluttons, your survival holds no value. After speaking, the villagers cast down their torches. The torches ignited upon contact with the liquor, erupting into towering flames that sealed off the well entirely. The hemp rope that could have hoisted them up was quickly reduced to ashes in the firelight. Damn. Senior brother, does your fate somehow oppose fire? Chenjing smiled wryly. Perhaps it is your fate that opposes fire. Huh. Leyan, quickly retreat into the cellar and see if you can recover some spiritual energy. If you can, leave first. Don't worry about us. Sect leader Lu will arrive soon. This fire will take no more than a few minutes. Chenjing pulled him back, shielding him. Shen Leyan noticed faint white light illuminating the meridians on Chenjing's wrist, rapidly spreading toward his dantian and brow. However, wherever the white light passed, dark patterns swiftly emerged. He sensed a surging wave of spiritual energy emanating from him. Last time, when you were trapped in the ancestral hall at the village beneath Yunqi's sect, I couldn't devise a way to rescue you. Senior brother, it is ill-fated to speak of that now. Chenjing patted his shoulder. If I can't show off now, who knows how long I'll have to wait for the next opportunity? Let me have my moment. A warm hue of nostalgia appeared on Chenjing's face. I have yearned to cultivate immortality since childhood, for my parents were slain by demons, and it was a cultivator from Yunqi's sect who saved me. The teachings of the sect often emphasize that cultivation is meant to assist the weak and aspire for universal harmony. After I entered the inner sect, many told me that having a mixed spiritual root was a poor endowment, and I might never reach the Yuaning stage in my lifetime, achieving nothing of significance. Yet I never aspired to accomplish grand deeds. Saving even one life constitutes salvation. Don't you agree? As the senior brother, I cannot perpetually rely on you for protection and take advantage of you. The surging flames, fueled by the liquor, lunged toward them like a ferocious beast, The other disciples of Yunqi's sect in the cellar had just begun to awaken, struggling to channel their spiritual energy. However, the soft bone powder from half a month had rendered their bodies exceedingly frail, making it difficult even to rise. Shen Leyan disregarded the flames that were about to engulf him. Seizing Chen Jing's sleeve, "Senior brother, you cannot." The flames surged forth. A towering wall of diverse elemental spiritual energy erupted, forming an impenetrable barrier that held the raging fire at bay. The intense heat was completely obstructed. But the flame seemed unwilling to relent, ferociously tearing at the entire wall that a faint smile graced Chen Jing's face. Behind him, several senior brothers and sisters supported one another, striving to rise. Shen Leyan was perplexed as to how Chen Jing, who had just been unable to channel any energy moments ago, now managed to summon the energy to fend off the encroaching flames. However, upon observing the pervasive dark patterns on Chen Jing's hands, exuding an ominous aura of death, he understood that Chen Jing must have resorted to some forbidden means. That "I am fine. Did you not say that sect leader Lu would arrive soon? This minor injury is nothing. He can heal it with a mere wave of his hand. Sect leader Lu is merely immortal," Shen Leyan exclaimed in desperation, "and he excels only in combat. He is not well versed in fortune-telling, let alone in healing. Leyan, are you truly not sect leader Lu's biological son? I would be his father before I could ever be his son. Senior brother, can you please refrain from jesting?" Chen Jing burst into laughter. "Rest assured, you still owe me a drink. I'm certain I can return to Yunqi's sect with you." The dark patterns continued to creep up to Chen Jing's shoulder, advancing toward his neck. The wall of spiritual energy began to ripple ominously, as if it were on the verge of collapsing. Shen Leyan attempted to force his Dantian's energy into Chen Jing, but as soon as his energy brushed against the dark patterns, it dissipated into a wisp of black mist. Utterly unable to penetrate, the areas where the black patterns emerged appeared to have completely succumbed to decay, resembling a long-rotted corpse. "There's no need to transfer your energy to me. I can hold on for a while longer." Chen Jing turned his head, offering a reassuring smile, "But it seems that sect leader Lu is taking a bit longer than expected." Shen Leyan replied, "Senior brother, I forgot something crucial." "What is it?" "Sect leader Lu is, quite frankly, directionally challenged in a cave somewhere in the southwestern jungle. A spider demon was singing lullabies to the children." Suddenly, a flurry of snowflakes danced outside the cave, and a young man with white hair and golden eyes, who had been gone for some time, reappeared. The spider demon, wide-eyed, regarded him. "Did you not return to Yaozu village? How is it? Lead me quickly. I am lost." The inferno extinguished, and the grassy circle by the well was charred black, the air thick with a pungent odor. The officials who had hurried from the county town began to arrest the villagers who had set the fire, escorting them to prison, while the entire village lamented and protested their innocence. Shen Leyan stood vigil by the unconscious Chen Jing, whose body was now covered in dark patterns reaching across his chest. Despite numerous attempts to channel his energy, he found it impossible to penetrate those patterns. He looked towards the man beside him, who was checking Chen Jing's pulse, suppressing the slight tremor in his voice. "Sect leader Lu, senior brother Chen Jing." Lu Yuanyi's expression was cold, and he remained silent. The youth's eyes brimmed with tears, his throat tightening. "Is there any spiritual medicine that can heal him?" He initially intended to assert that he would seek any rare or elusive medicine, but the thought of his own cultivation level stifled his words. Had it not been for traveling with sect leader Lu and senior brother Zheng, he would not have reached Yaozu village safely. What right did he have to seek out spiritual medicine? He has damaged his spiritual root and forcibly channeled energy, resulting in significant damage to many of his meridians that I will temporarily freeze his body. Once we obtain the fire yang divine wood, I will reconstruct his meridians. Shen Leyan's gaze momentarily lost in a daze. He beheld Chen Jing enveloped by a vast expanse of ice crystals, the dark aura surrounding him ensnared by the frost, rendering him immobile. "I shall seek the fire yang divine wood," he murmured, and after a brief pause, he added, "Lord Lu, I aspire to cultivate immortality." The youth's eyes cast down in remorse. He admitted, "My current cultivation level is insufficient to procure this precious herb, but I shall diligently practice and strive to retrieve the fire yang divine wood as soon as possible." Yuanyi hesitated. then raised his hand to brush away the grime from the boy's cheek. What I mean is, the fire Yang Divine Wood is indeed within Yunqi's sect. Shen Leyan was taken aback. If I recall correctly, there should be several pieces remaining. His injuries, though somewhat severe, posed no mortal threat. Thus he urged, "So please, cease your tears. The officers over there are observing us." Turning his head, Shen Leyan noticed a few officers hesitating, carrying a stretcher draped in white cloth, seemingly torn between approaching and transporting the deceased. "I am not crying," the boy quietly replied, discreetly wiping a tear from his face onto his clothes. "But does the destruction of senior brother Chen Jing's spiritual root not signify that it will be exceedingly difficult for him to cultivate immortality in the future? Indeed, there is yet no elixir capable of mending a ruined spiritual root. Whether it can be restored depends on his own fortune." His tumultuous emotions calmed slightly. "I still wish to cultivate immortality." Lu Yuni paused, lifting his gaze. "Even if his life is not in peril, is it necessary for you to seek medicinal herbs?" "Yes, even so, I still desire to cultivate immortality." The boy's eyes, darkened by unshed tears, shimmered with a hint of nostalgia before gradually solidifying with resolve. "Senior brother Chen Jing once told me that during my time in the dry well, he learned from the sect's teachings that the purpose of cultivating immortality is to aid the weak and aspire for a harmonious world. I initially sought merely a place distant from the chaos of demons and righteous sects, to live a peaceful life. Yet I forgot that the heavenly path is indifferent and the affairs of the world are ever-changing. In times of misfortune, one might encounter a lunatic who stabs you without warning, or a dear friend could be betrayed while purging evil. Am I truly to find a desolate place, receive obituaries daily, and weep on my doorstep? Assisting the weak and hoping for a harmonious world is indeed a formidable challenge. But I wish for all my loved ones to be well and live on. Therefore, I wish to cultivate immortality. I shall cultivate as fiercely as I must." Upon finishing this heartfelt declaration, the officers nearby carried the stretcher away. He overheard two of them murmuring, "Is that young man a bit mentally unstable? I was not this prone to daydreaming at 15 that perhaps his senior brother is on the brink of death, and he is overwhelmed with grief, causing his mind to falter. Alas, how pitiable! And that white-haired one, sending the black-haired one off, how much more tragic." Lu Yuni simply responded. Shen Leyan stood up. "My senior brother is not dead." Moments later, several copper coins were thrust into his hand. The officer, adopting a tone meant to soothe the child, said, "Be good, go to the apothecary and fetch some medicine, and take care of your health." Chen Jing's body was sealed within a spirit force-crafted ice coffin, the spirit energy within it serving to halt the advance of the blackened markings while nurturing his meridians and damaged spiritual root. However, transporting an ice coffin on the road was undeniably peculiar. Should it be seen by the common folk, it would surely attract a crowd, unless they traveled by sword through the skies, avoiding town altogether. "Lord Lu, would it be acceptable for you to hover above the town with the ice coffin at mealtime while I procure some food? Once I have found it, I will bring back 2 portions. How does that sound?" Lu Yuni nodded, placing the ice coffin atop the Jiangxue sword, casting a fleeting glance at him in pilfering. Shen Leyan stepped onto the Jiangxue sword, adopting a righteous demeanor. "Am I the type to do such a thing?" Silently dismissing any thoughts of hoarding food for himself. The villagers of Yaozu who had participated in the drugging and arson were all taken away by the officers. Currently, the ruling dynasty of the human realm was the Great Xia, whose royal family and officials maintained close ties with the immortal cultivation sections. Notably, a significant sect like Yunqi would even warrant respect from royal offspring, and local officials would not dare offend them. Once these individuals were convicted, the sentencing documents would swiftly reach Yunqi's sect, likely resulting in immediate execution. The remaining villagers knelt at the village gate, lamenting as they bid farewell to the officers, repeatedly bowing in supplication. "Immortal, we acknowledge our wrongs. Please grant us a chance at survival. If that spider demon returns, what shall we do? We implore you, Immortal, to show mercy and spare our lives." Shen Leyan chose not to look at the villagers, pretending not to hear their pleas. Karma is inexorable, and retribution is swift. The spider demon was not a mindless beast that indiscriminately slaughtered innocents, The villagers who had not stained their hands with blood had been spared. Those remaining were all deserving of their fate. He would not personally execute these people, but neither could he extend them salvation. The Jiangxue sword glided through the skies toward the northern realm. To prevent them from becoming lost once more, Shen Leyan had deliberately acquired a map of the southwestern territory from the officers before departing Yaozu village. "We fly this way. We are not mistaken." Shen Leyan set down the map, and before Lu Yuanyi closed his eyes, grasped the sleeve of his garment, hesitating momentarily. "Lord Lu, when is the next disciple recruitment at our Yunshi sect?" Most sects in the immortal cultivation realm recruit disciples every 5 years. By his calculations, Yunshi should also be recruiting this year, though he was uncertain of the exact month. Though outer disciples could directly enter the inner sect for study upon testing their spiritual roots, they were only permitted to attend the major classes and did not have a personal master for guidance. Only during the master-apprentice ceremony could one formally join a sect. He recalled that senior brother Qinjing had mentioned wanting to take Zheng Zihong as his master even before he had tested his spiritual root. Yes, I pondered that Zheng Zihong is of similar age to senior brother Qinjing. It seems somewhat intimidating to see Qinjing respectfully address him as master. Lu Yuanyi replied, "Yunshi sect will recruit disciples this October." October? That is fast approaching. Lord Lu, does our sect have any elders with wind spiritual roots? Or perhaps particularly skilled in wind-related spells? Wind spiritual roots are not common. Lu Yuanyi withdrew his sleeve from Shen Leyan's grasp, clarifying that Yunshi sect had no elders specializing in wind techniques. Shen Leyan sighed in disappointment, furrowing his brow in frustration. If that is the case, do I need to seek a master in another sect? Yet I am somewhat reluctant to part with Yunshi's sect. What if other sects do not possess the same open-minded atmosphere as ours? In truth, he could not recall any other major sects with elders dedicated to wind techniques. However, just because there are none currently does not mean there won't be in the future. Lu Yuanyi lowered his gaze as the youth leaned against him, his striking features tinged with a hint of melancholy. Remarkably quiet like a cat. If word spread that there's a disciple with wind spiritual roots seeking a master, I believe those elders would promptly shift their focus to wind techniques. Shen Leyan remained skeptical. It cannot be that exaggerated, can it? Have you heard? There's a disciple from our sect this year who has tested positive for wind spiritual roots and will attend the master-apprentice ceremony in October. Are you willing to believe that our sect has a disciple with wind spiritual roots, or believe that I am Qin Shi Huang? Just as Yunshi sect's classes were concluding, 2 elders who had just finished instructing their disciples, weary from exertion, made their way to the newly opened tavern, intending to indulge in a hearty meal to compensate for the mental toll taken by their exceptionally bright students a few days prior. The sudden message from Lord Lu, who had ventured to the southwestern territory, announced that this year an outer disciple with wind spiritual roots would be seeking a master. Once the news spread, the elders overseeing each peak became energized. Some lamented, "How fortunate to have a single root disciple, yet how unfortunate that it must be the rare wind root. My dual gold and earth roots have no connection to wind techniques. How can I take on a disciple?" Others rejoiced, proclaiming the blessings of their predecessors. "Ancestor, do you see? Another single root disciple has emerged in Yunshi sect since Lord Lu. The future of Yunshi sect looks promising." Yet, some rubbed their hands together in anticipation, pondering, "This disciple will surely choose me. Should I maintain some modesty, or perhaps bestow a gift, perhaps a few sacred-level techniques, or let him pick a magical artifact?" Meanwhile, some, still under Lord Lu's influence, remained skeptical. Is this true? If such a disciple truly existed, Lord Lu would have claimed him for himself. How could it possibly come to us? Surely, Lord Lu is merely jesting with us. A few elders met in a private room at Yunshi Tavern, exchanging friendly nods and smiles. "Long time no see, Elder Xuanji. I thought you were in seclusion after your last divination left you severely weakened. Why are you out now?" Thank you for your concern. Elder Songzhu, I merely heard that this tavern offers delightful fare and wish to sample it. Elder Xuanji cannot possibly have come out because he heard about the disciple with wind spiritual roots seeking a master. How could that be? I have no interest in disciples with wind spiritual roots whatsoever. I absolutely did not emerge from seclusion for the sake of seeking a disciple. Elder Songzhu took the initiative to mention that disciple with a wind spiritual root. Could it be that you? I am not. I don't speak nonsense. I have no intention of accepting this disciple at all. I have heard that this disciple seeks a master proficient in wind attribute techniques. I certainly will not switch to practicing wind-based skills, nor will I. I am entirely unaware of any wind techniques. The several elders, each tending to their own hot pot, wore smiles on their faces while harboring malicious thoughts within. Damn, if I believe your ghostly tales, I must be a complete fool. You old folks are all trying to snatch away my disciple with the wind spiritual root. With ulterior motives, how outrageous. Just watch. Today I shall switch to practicing wind techniques and bury you all in the process. At that time, the Mingchan Pavilion basked under a clear sky. The rare and exotic flowers and herbs were in full bloom, marking the peak of their annual flowering period. Shen Leyan stepped foot in this place for the first time. Although the Mingchan Pavilion was situated atop the highest peak of the Yunqi sect, the terrain within the pavilion was not steep. The expansive courtyard resembled a herbal garden and a zoo, with some extraordinary flowers towering to half a person's height, exuding a rich and alluring fragrance. Several celestial cranes strolled leisurely by the stream, occasionally flapping their wings. Shen Leyan followed Lu Yuanyi through a long corridor, and while turning a corner, he inadvertently brushed against a flower the size of a bronze mirror with his hand hanging by his side. Before he could withdraw his hand, that delicate and seemingly fragile flower suddenly unfurled its bud, revealing a myriad of pearly white teeth within, which promptly snapped shut and consumed his hand with a swift motion. Before he could react, the flower spat his hand out with a puff, uttering inhuman speech. Tastes terrible, so awful, bleh. Shen Leyan gazed at the faint bite marks on his hand. This was a man-eating flower that had cultivated sentience after nearly 500 years of growth. A man-eating flower, what does it usually feed on? Though it is a man-eating flower, it prefers a vegetarian diet. Shen Leyan watched as the flower disdainfully turned its head, biting onto a nearby willow branch, and began to chew with a rhythmic crunching sound. This scene, compared to a man-eating flower feasting on human flesh, was equally, if not more, unsettling. The young man cautiously tucked his hand into his sleeve, letting out a dry chuckle. The flowers and plants nurtured by sect leader Lu are indeed as bizarre as he is, exquisite and unconventional. Lu Yuanyi, who was half a step ahead, paused to wait for him, his phoenix eyes slightly raised at the corners, revealing a hint of mischief. I have no interest in flowers and plants. These peculiar blooms and creatures are all nurtured by your senior brother Zheng. Zheng Ziheng possesses both water and wood spiritual roots, primarily cultivating water attribute techniques. His spiritual energy greatly benefits the growth of these flora. Spending years in this herbal garden must also have been advantageous for senior brother Zheng's cultivation, creating a complementary relationship. Has senior brother Zheng not returned to the sect yet? Not yet. He took the blood serpent herb to the capital and has yet to return. There are likely matters at home he needs to attend to. Shen Leyan nodded. He recalled that the original story mentioned Zheng Ziheng was originally the heir of the Yongping Marquis' estate in the Great Xia dynasty. He was supposed to follow the path of noble sons, entering the palace to read alongside the princes or studying at the National Academy, eventually taking up a military position. However, Zheng Ziheng loved reading from a young age and did not share the usual martial inclination of noble science. His temperament was gentle and humble, and he had discovered his dual water and wood spiritual roots at a young age, so he was sent to the Yunqi sect to study when he was 10. 12 years had passed in the blink of an eye, with his visits home being few and far between. This time, having finally obtained the spiritual medicine to cure his foolish brother, it was only natural for him to stay longer in the capital to arrange family matters. However, Shen Leyan vaguely recalled that, later in the story, senior brother Zheng faced disgrace, which was not unrelated to the Yongping Marquis' estate. But that was a plot point much further into the narrative. And considering the time, it would take a year or two. He could not venture to the capital now, so he would wait for senior brother Zheng's return to discuss it. Shen Leyan did not dwell on it further and walked for about a quarter of an hour before they stopped in front of a bamboo building. A plaque hung above the bamboo building, elegantly inscribed with the words Baichao Pavilion. Even from a distance of 10 steps from the main entrance, the faint, bitter scent of herbs was already discernible. The Fire Yang Divine, with capable of repairing Chunjing's meridians, was located inside. Chunjing must stay here for some time, that if you need to find him, you may come directly to the Mingchan Pavilion. As Lu Yuani finished speaking, an ancient copper token fell into Shen Leyan's hands. He picked up the token and examined it closely. The material appeared to be a common copper alloy, with a few strokes etched into its surface, depicting an ancient tree and a cicada, exuding a sense of artistry. Infusing it with spiritual energy revealed a slight coolness emanating from the token, possessing a mysterious quality that could stabilize the heart and calm a mind. This is the token for entering and exiting the Mingchan Pavilion. With it, the formations of the pavilion will not hinder you. The peculiar flowers and herbs in the courtyard, whether they bite or not, will show you some deference because of this token. The copper token was attached to a chain, perfectly suited to hang at the waist, akin to a jade pendant. Shen Leyan carefully hung it and bowed respectfully to Lu Yuani, stating earnestly, "Thank you, sect leader Lu. This was not only a gesture of gratitude for saving senior brother Qinjing, but also for this token. A token that calms the mind and spirit must surely be beneficial to the path of cultivation. It was certainly not an ordinary token." Unbeknownst to him, the debts of gratitude owed to sect leader Lu, senior brother Zheng, and the Yunqi sect seemed to multiply. Other than remaining in the sect to cultivate and striving to strengthen the Yunqi sect, it appeared there were no other means to repay these debts. Lu Yuni retrieved a piece of withered wood from the Baichao pavilion, which was unlike any ordinary dead wood, adorned with swirling red patterns. Shen Leyan, curious, poked it with his fingertip, and a spark instantly leapt forth. "Isn't that hot? Sect leader Lu, your touch is merciless," Lu Yuni explained calmly. "Did you forget? My spiritual energy is ice attribute. It cannot burn me." As he spoke, the piece of Fire Yang Divine wood was frozen into a solid block of ice. The ice spiritual root is truly useful. This way, I can prepare ice-cooked lamb whenever I desire. If I were to procure something particularly hot and couldn't eat it right away, I could simply cool it with my spiritual energy. Moreover, during the summer when ice is hard to come by, having the ice spiritual root allows me to create chilled beverages and fruits at any time. "Are you hungry?" Shen Leyan snapped back to reality from his daydreaming and instinctively shook his head. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. He feared that senior brother Qinjing would not fare well if he remained in the ice coffin for too long, so he had exerted great restraint on the way back to the Yunqi sect, hardly pausing to rest. Now that dusk had fallen, he had not eaten lunch, let alone dinner, and his stomach was already grumbling with hunger. "I will stay here to help Qinjing repair his meridians. Let Jiang Xuejian take you to Yunqi Tavern to rest early today." "Thank you, sect leader Lu." During these days, he had become quite familiar with Jiang Xuejian, readily boarding his back as Jiang Xuejian dutifully carried him down the mountain. Along the way, from Jiang Xuejian's vantage point, the lights of houses twinkled like stars, and the streets buzzed with lively chatter. Disciples gathered in groups, laughing and conversing. Some complained about the strictness of today as new instructor, and how they had been punished to copy texts. Others spoke of a beautiful senior sister they had met today and how they should confess their feelings. Some exchanged newly learned techniques, and before long, they headed to the training grounds for sparring. Shen Leyan couldn't help but smile, his dark eyes shimmering with warmth from the bustling atmosphere. Having lived within the Yunqi sect, he had never felt how delightful it was here. This journey had ignited a yearning for home within him. It seemed there was a disciple behind Jiang Xuejian also heading towards the tavern. Overflowing with warmth, Shen Leyan turned to greet them enthusiastically. "Are you going to the tavern for a meal as well?" He was met with wide-eyed surprise from the girl with horn-braided hair trailing Jiang Xuejian. "Qingli?" Shen Leyan gestured for Jiang Xuejian to slow down, waiting for Qingli to catch up. "What are you doing here?" "I was heading from Lingxi Pavilion to the tavern. Of course, I did take this route." "What about you? You left the Yunqi sect for quite some time. If it weren't for your previous message via the shadow transmission technique asking about Chunjing, I would have thought you had perished outside and couldn't return," Shen Leyan replied. "Had it not been for senior brother Qinjing, I might have indeed struggled to return." Qingli asked in surprise. "What happened? Weren't you with that big bad guy, Lu Yuani?" After a moment of silence, Qingli tentatively inquired, "Did you encounter someone even Lu Yuani couldn't handle?" "Who is it? Can I meet them?" "Not exactly." He briefly recounted the events that transpired during their journey to the southwest. including the fact that Lu Yuanyi had a terrible sense of direction. As it stands, senior brother Chen Jing is still asleep in the ice coffin, and sect leader Lu is helping him repair his meridians. He probably won't awaken for a few more days. I just left the Mingchan pavilion and thought I'd stop by the tavern to grab a bite. Qingli expressed a mix of relief and regret. I'm glad you're both all right. But I was worried that big bad guy Lu Yuanyi was beaten up out there. They halted outside the back entrance of the restaurant. The rear door of the establishment leaned against a small hill, typically devoid of foot traffic. The restaurant's thriving business was overwhelming. During Qingli's tenure at the establishment, she had taught the chef to prepare various delicacies she had mastered before, such as snow cream and taro milk tea. Now, patrons dining on hot pot would often request a dessert to take home before they departed. The front entrance was teeming with disciples waiting in line, a veritable sea of people. It would be wise for them to avoid the crowd. Surely, there were no vacant tables within the restaurant. Although you are the proprietor, one cannot simply cut in line, can they? However, you might find solace in the kitchen, and allow me to partake in a morsel or two. Shen Leyan chuckled. Very well. I shall fend for myself. He set up a pot in the back kitchen, sliced several plates of meat rolls, and awaited the water to boil that a curtain separated the back kitchen from the dining hall. While waiting for the ingredients to cook, he peered through the curtain's gap into the main area. The disciples of Yang Saizong donned a uniform attire. The outer disciples wore deep blue garments, while the inner disciples were adorned in dark red robes featuring cloud patterns. During classes, disciples were required to wear these standardized outfits to prevent ostentatious comparisons within the sect. Only the direct disciples of the elders, who seldom attended major lectures, were exempt from this dress code. However, in the dining hall today, numerous tables were occupied by individuals clad in a variety of attire, all unfamiliar faces. Has Yang Saizong recently attracted a plethora of guests? Qingli lounged comfortably, skillfully scooping up meat rolls. Indeed, the 5-year discipleship recruitment conference is fast approaching. It is only natural that those aspiring to cultivate within Yang Saizong from across the Great Xia dynasty have gathered. Some have arrived early and settled in the outer sect. Of course, all expenses for food and lodging are borne by the newcomers before formally becoming disciples of Yang Saizong. So, all these individuals outside are here for the recruitment conference. Yes, it is said that even the crown prince of the Great Xia dynasty, along with several young masters from prominent families, have come to this year's conference, which is bound to be quite lively. Chapter 38. The crown prince of Great Xia having satisfied his hunger. Shen Leyan reclined blissfully in a bamboo chair in the back kitchen for a moment of repose. Beside him, the Zhang Shuijin he had left behind emitted a soft hum, as if to remind him not to forget its presence. Shen Leyan grasped the armrest of the chair and sat upright, glancing at Zhang Shuijin. I nearly forgot the purpose of leaving you behind. He took a portion of the prepared ingredients, neatly packed, and placed it atop Zhang Shuijin's blade. This is a new spicy hot pot dish I prepared for a few days from now. Master Lu hasn't eaten yet today. Please deliver this to him. And do mention to Master Lu that I shall visit Mingchan Pavilion tomorrow to see brother Chen Jing. The sword tip of Zhang Shuijin nodded slightly before soaring into the sky with a box of spicy hot pot, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the disciples queuing outside the restaurant. Qingli scrutinized him curiously, suddenly speaking. You seem a bit different since returning from the southwest. You, who previously would not have sought to entangle yourself with the sect master of Yang Saizong. Be a little more confident. Eliminate the word seem. Why might that be? Qingli asked, intrigued. You haven't been bewitched by some kind of curse, have you? These matters are rather convoluted. Even I sometimes struggle to comprehend them. But I assure you, I have not been cursed, and my mind is sound, so fret not. Qingli appeared to grasp only part of his explanation. Then I shan't pry further. I do have some inquiries regarding the recruitment conference of Yang Saizong. What precisely are its regulations? The regulations are rather intricate. To summarize, the sect master and elders must first take their direct disciples to the Hall of Longevity to pay respects to the ancestors. Then, those who wish to apprentice must register at the outer sect and queue for a spiritual root test. Those lacking spiritual roots will be eliminated on the spot, returning home to find their own paths, while those with roots can proceed to the martial arts arena. Yang Saizong's approach is commendable. There are no elaborate trials. All aspirants head directly to the martial arts arena, where they draw lots to determine their opponents for combat. This sparring is not merely about defeating the most opponents. After all, many signs from noble families begin their training at a young age, possessing skills that often surpass those of common folk. The sect master, elders, and their qualified direct disciples observe the matches. Those displaying talent, good character, and even those from affluent families may be accepted. I've heard that one year a disciple was thoroughly beaten in the first match, left with blackened eyes, yet was noticed by the sect master and taken as a disciple. And whatever became of that disciple? Qingli inquired with a mysterious smile. That disciple is Lu Yuanyi, Shen Leyan exclaimed in disbelief. Speaking of which, why do you inquire about the recruitment conference? Could it be? Yes, I intend to dedicate myself to cultivation. The reasons for this are likely complex. Are they not? Shen Leyan nodded in affirmation. Then I shan't inquire further. I was wondering why that elder from Lingxi Pavilion has been sneaking around lighting candles at midnight. At tea first, I thought she was up to something nefarious. But after observing from the rooftop, I had discovered she was practicing wind-based techniques. This elder specializes in wind-based spells? Shen Leyan felt a surge of joy, internally exclaiming that his master finally had a lead. Qingli shot him a quizzical glance, seemingly perplexed by his sudden excitement. No, that elder possesses dual roots of thunder and fire and has never practiced wind techniques. It seems inappropriate. Upon questioning her, he learned that the elders had been informed of a wind root disciple intending to attend the recruitment conference this year. Hence their fervent preparations. Whoever excels in wind spells might just receive a disciple. Qingli clicked her tongue. So, the disciple they're vying for is you. I was wondering how Lu Yuanyi, that rascal, had the audacity to have not accrued any virtue. Yet Young Saizong's ancestral mound is suddenly emitting smoke, producing 2 wind root disciples within a year. Shen Leyan's inner flame of joy was doused with a bucket of cold water, leaving no trace of warmth. The young man pressed his fingers to his forehead and sighed softly. What troubles you? Qingli asked. I am troubled by the prospect that articulating it may come across as rather pretentious. What do you mean by pretentious? It roughly translates to complaining without cause. Qingli regarded him with an expression that urged him to continue. I am troubled by my inability to switch to a wind root. Finding a suitable master is exceedingly difficult. After departing the restaurant, Shen Leyan strolled leisurely back to his residence. Having been away from his sect for so long, he planned to air out his bedding if the weather was fine tomorrow. He wondered what his roommates were doing in the house. Perhaps they could join together for a game of dozed in the evening. Upon reaching the entrance of his dwelling, he pushed open the door, only to find the courtyard cluttered with an array of large and small wooden crates, leaving little room for footfalls. Several open crates contained neatly arranged, gleaming jewels and silver coins. Shen Leyan's pupils constricted, and after a moment of shock, he silently stepped back a couple of paces to glance at the number plate hanging by the entrance. Indeed, this was his residence without a doubt. Surely, he could not have gone mad dreaming of a courtyard filled with riches. You are a disciple of Young Saizong. What brings you here? A stranger's voice called from behind him. Shen Leyan turned to see a man with thick brows and large eyes, clad in dark armor with a sword at his waist, exuding an aura of military discipline, reminiscent of a guard. I am a disciple of Young Saizong. This is my residence. I have returned to rest. Naturally, I must come here. This is now the residence of His Highness the Crown Prince. All disciples who previously resided here have relocated. Did your instructor not inform you? The guard's tone grew more guarded. If you are indeed a disciple of Young Saizong, why are you not in uniform? The guard sword was suddenly unsheathed, pointing at him. Shen Leyan maintained his composure. I was away on a distant journey for some time, and I was unaware of His Highness the Crown Prince's residence here. Since this is a matter sanctioned by the sect, I shall abide by the arrangements. However, I do have belongings inside. Would it not be reasonable to allow me to retrieve them? The guard, being the Crown Prince's protector, was understandably cautious. As for the issue of changing residences, he could very well find a room in the restaurant for the night, if necessary. There was no need to create conflict over such trivial matters. The guard's gaze still held some doubt, but seeing Shen Leyan's non-aggressive demeanor and polite tone, he sheathed his sword, shaking his head. The Crown Prince is resting inside. Without orders, no one may enter. The items within were collected some time ago. Your belongings are likely no longer here. If there is nothing else, please leave. Shen Leyan smiled amiably. to dispose of items within without the owner's consent is rather improper. Would you not agree? The guard's expression hardened. Presumptuous. The Crown Prince has long since informed young Saizong of his residence here. How dare you, an outer disciple, claim to be the owner here? The bedding, garments, tea sets, tables, chairs, and cabinets were all procured at my own expense. I am indeed the owner. Regardless of whether these items remain or not, I deserve at least a glance inside. Please inform the Crown Prince of my request. What an audacious claim. The Imperial Guards scoffed disdainfully, their expressions revealing their contempt. I have encountered many individuals like you, who upon hearing that the Crown Prince resides here, come to test whether they might be favored as a guard. Hoping for a meteoric rise, I advise you to abandon such foolish daydreams. Depart at once, or you shall face the consequences of steel. Shen Leyan fell into silence for a moment. Are you truly denying me entry? The guards paid him no heed. He lowered his lashes and murmured, I harbor a strong aversion to bullying others by virtue of one's status. The guards furrowed their brows, about to reprimand him, when they suddenly noticed the youth withdrawing an ancient copper token from his waist. Permit me to enter, for the sun is setting, and I wish to avoid making an unnecessary trip to Mingchan Pavilion. Upon closer inspection, the guards' expressions shifted dramatically as they recognized the ancient wood and cicada carvings on the token. So, he is a disciple of Master Lu. The guards quickly bowed in respect, their tone transforming faster than a Sichuan opera mass change, now imbued with utmost reverence. Please wait a moment. I shall inform His Highness the Crown Prince at once. In the span of an incense stick burning, the guard hurriedly returned, breathless. His Highness the Crown Prince requests your presence. I apologize for my earlier lack of discernment. Shen Leyan paid little mind to the exchange, waving his hand dismissively as he stepped inside. All he desired was to collect his belongings, take a soothing hot bath, and enjoy a good night's sleep. He navigated the courtyard, cluttered with boxes, with difficulty. Unable to resist, he glanced back. Noticing the guards still bowing respectfully, he hesitated, then remarked, rather than indulging in such empty formalities, you might consider organizing the boxes in this courtyard. Does the Crown Prince not venture out these days? The guard uttered a sound of realization and hurriedly entered the courtyard to begin moving the boxes. Approaching his room, he found the door ajar and the once unadorned furniture transformed into exquisite items. A pearwood chair, a coral and white jade bed, a sandalwood cabinet adorned with clouds, and an intricately carved ivory screen. In comparison to these lavish furnishings, the gold and silver within the boxes outside seemed trivial. It was no wonder the guard assumed he sought to serve the Crown Prince. Had he not traversed through time and understood that this Crown Prince of the Great Xia was notoriously tyrannical and likely to be assassinated within months? He would have indeed entertained the notion of becoming a guard at a life of leisure and wealth, while allowing for the pursuit of immortality. Who wouldn't he desire such a fate? Your Highness, Your Highness? A voice ambiguous in gender, yet mellifluous, emanated from behind the golden silk curtain draped over the coral and white jade bed, laced with a languid air of superiority. Come in. Without further ado, Shen Leyan entered the chamber. In one corner stood an incense burner, from which the faint scent of dragon's saliva incense wafted throughout the room. At a single glance could only capture one word to describe the space: opulent. Yet, no matter how extravagant, it held no significance for him. Shen Leyan's gaze swept across the lavish decor and treasures as he searched for his modest belongings, as he maneuvered around the screen. He hesitated, contemplating whether to inquire if the Crown Prince might allow him to open the wardrobe for a further search, when a voice from the bed interrupted him. You are the newly accepted disciple of Master Lu? Shen Leyan lifted his gaze to see a young man clad in a pale yellow robe, his long hair adorned with a jade crown, reclining languidly on the soft cushions of the jade bed. Beside him were plates of chilled delicacies, including fruits and snacks, his fingers delicately holding a glistening lychee. The young man's features were striking, his lake-like eyes half closed as they scrutinized Shen Leyan. A scarlet beauty mark graced the corner of his eye. His complexion porcelain-like, and he possessed a captivating beauty that blurred the lines of gender. His expression, seemingly cheerful, belied the ruthless temperament described in the original text. Yet, two small attendants stood by the edge of the bed, their appearances equally ambiguous, attired in light garments. Wielding exquisite feather fans to cool their master, I did not intentionally gaze upon you. Do not take offense. He quickly averted his eyes, adhering to the principle of not witnessing impropriety, and responded, I have met His Highness the Crown Prince, that I am not a disciple of Master Lu. I merely possess a token from Mingchan Pavilion. I came to retrieve my belongings left in my quarters. The Crown Prince savored a lychee and chuckled. I have nothing you seek here. Come, bring me 100 taels of silver notes. Consider this sum as compensation for your lost items. One of the attendants quietly complied, and, in his haste, inadvertently brushed against the Crown Prince's ankle with the fan. The Crown Prince's demeanor shifted instantaneously, his previously relaxed expression darkening. The attendant fell to the ground, trembling like a leaf in the wind. The Crown Prince spoke softly, Your vision is clearly impaired, and it serves no purpose to keep you. Perhaps I should have them remove your eyes. The attendant broke into tears, pleading for mercy. Your Highness, I beseech you, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I shall not repeat it. 2 Imperial guards burst in, swiftly striking the attendant at the nape, rendering him unconscious, before dragging him away. Shortly thereafter, another attendant approached with a box of silver notes. Resuming his duties with the feather fan, Shen Leyan mused, No wonder the Crown Prince's guards and attendants are so well compensated. Such a perilous occupation would deter anyone if the wages were even slightly lower. He accepted the silver notes, cautiously suggesting, Your Highness, with the master-disciple ceremony of Yunshi sect approaching, is it wise to witness bloodshed at this moment? The Crown Prince spat the lychee pit into the silken handkerchief held by his attendant. Deep in thought, Indeed, it would be inauspicious to shed blood before my entry into Yunshi sect. Very well, order it so. The attendant need not have his eyes removed. Simply send him back to the Xinjiang library to clean the latrines. As you wish, Your Highness. Shen Leyan calculated his gains, realizing he had netted at least 99 taels of silver, eager to avoid lingering with the capricious Crown Prince, lest he leave a lasting impression. He expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness. With the ceremony imminent, I shall not disturb your rest further, and will take my leave. Chapter 39. Senior brother, senior brother, senior brother. The youthful figure swiftly vanished from the courtyard. The 2 attending servants paused their fan waving, addressing the Crown Prince. Your Highness, Leonie tossed the lychee back into the ice basin, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed out the window towards the direction the youth had departed. After a moment, he lazily reclined once more. What do you think of that disciple with the Mingchan Pavilion token? Reporting to Your Highness, that disciple possesses pure spiritual energy, indicating a commendable innate talent. Though his cultivation is shallow, merely in the chi refining stage, he seems to have practiced a proficient movement technique, allowing him to move faster than the average person. Not a glimmer of intrigue danced in Giuliani's eyes. Master Lu would not easily part with the Mingchan Pavilion token. Investigate him as you command. Your Highness. Shen Leyan spent the night at a tavern and, on the following day, inquired with the instructor responsible for housing arrangements at the sect, learning the location of his new residence. With the 100 taels of silver graciously provided by the Crown Prince, he joyfully procured all necessary items and arranged his new quarters. At tea lunchtime, he packed several desserts, beverages, and 2 bowls of spicy hot pot, and made his way to Mingchan Pavilion. Along the way, he encountered numerous individuals of varying ages, from 5-year-old children to 80-year-old elders, all eagerly participating in the master-disciple ceremony. Perhaps due to the esteemed reputation of Mingchan Pavilion, many first-time visitors to Yunshi sect sought to catch a glimpse, even though the array of formations prevented outsiders from entering. However, simply climbing the mountain to gaze at the pavilion was deemed worthwhile. This mentality resembled modern individuals flocking to popular tourist attractions for photo opportunities. Consequently, the arduous trek Shen Leyan had anticipated transformed into a lively excursion with many companions. Do you think we might catch a glimpse of Master Lu at Mingchan Pavilion? Unlikely. It is said that the formation guarding Mingchan Pavilion was impenetrable, even against several formidable demons in the past. How could we possibly breach it? If only we could successfully remain at Yunshi sect after this master-disciple ceremony. Look over there. That individual is dressed as an outer sect disciple of Yunshi sect. Shall we inquire about the sect? Shen Leyan trudged up the mountain, feeling somewhat disgruntled, as most around him refrained from using spells. He too hesitated to employ the Qingying Xuanji technique, fearing it would draw too much attention. As he ascended, a group of young boys and girls suddenly surrounded him, playfully nudging one another, clearly hesitant to speak. After a while, one managed to utter a few words. Esteemed senior brother, it was Shen Leyan's first time being addressed as senior brother. And he blinked in surprise. What? We are newcomers to Yunqi's sect, here to participate in the master-disciple ceremony. Might we trouble you, senior brother, for a brief overview of the elders and intersect matters? Shen Leyan pondered for a moment, realizing a significant opportunity lay before him. The sect boasted several elders, each with numerous direct disciples, making it difficult to convey all the information succinctly. The young boys and girls appeared somewhat disheartened. Thank you, senior brother. However, if you possess patience, there is a way to gather information ahead of the ceremony. Shen Leyan shifted the conversation. Please enlighten us, senior brother. We are eager to learn. You need only visit the law enforcement hall and inquire with the seniors there about purchasing some newspapers. Newspapers? Indeed. They contain records of significant events that have transpired within Yunqi's sect over the past month, along with plenty of gossip about the elders. The eyes of several young men and women sparkled with excitement. The surrounding onlookers, intrigued by their conversation, could not help but draw closer to listen. Shen Leyan, with an air of mischief, though one might call it friendliness, smiled and continued, the newspapers are quite affordable, for just 1 or 2 silver coins. You can acquire 10 copies, and 3 or 4 silver coins will suffice for a month's supply. The innocent and naive outsiders were blissfully unaware that these newspapers were, in fact, distributed free of charge to the disciples of the Yunqi sect. Gratefully, they expressed their thanks to the merchant. Thank you, senior brother. Once we finish exploring the peaks of Mingshan Pavilion, we shall head to the law enforcement hall to purchase some newspapers. Shen Leyan engaged them in conversation, and their tones grew increasingly familiar. Senior brother, do you have any particular purpose for visiting Mingshan Pavilion? The food you carry smells delightful. He hesitated, unwilling to admit that he was visiting Mingshan Pavilion to see Qinjing and to bring some delicacies for Lu Yuanyi as a token of gratitude. After a moment of contemplation, he fabricated a casual lie. I have never been to Mingshan Pavilion. Seeing that today, as weather is pleasant and lively, I decided to go for a picnic in the mountains. Is that so? Might you know if there is a shortcut to Mingshan Pavilion? They had already climbed for over an hour and had only covered half the distance, the higher they ascended. The steeper the stone steps became, and some had already succumbed to exhaustion, resting in the shade of the trees. Shen Leyan wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. I truly do not know. I have water here. Please have a sect seemed that besides continuing to cultivate his spiritual power and practicing the Qingying Xuanjue, he needed to learn sword control swiftly, for as long as Brother Qinjing remained at Mingshan Pavilion without recovering. He would have to climb this mountain daily. The weather was still warm. What would he do when winter snow sealed the mountains? By the time it was nearly noon, they finally arrived at the entrance of Mingshan Pavilion. Upon seeing the familiar courtyard gate, Shen Leyan glanced at the now-cold spicy hot pot in his hand and thought that arriving a little later was of no consequence, that he found a vacant spot to sit and inhaled deeply the fresh mountain air. Surprisingly, he felt that the flow of spiritual energy within him quickened without employing the Qingying Xuanjue. The group of young men and women accompanying him also sat on the ground to catch their breath. After a brief pause, one of them looked curiously at the nearby courtyard gate and asked, Senior brother, wasn't it said that Mingshan Pavilion is protected by a formation? Why is there nothing here? Only when outsiders touch the formation does it reveal itself. We have yet to reach the edge of the formation, so we cannot see it. After Shen Leyan spoke, he noticed the eager expressions on their faces and couldn't help but chuckle, reflecting inwardly on the vitality of youth. Unlike him, a seasoned veteran of the Yunqi sect, if you wish to venture closer, you may, but do not use your spiritual power. Otherwise, you may be swiftly eradicated by the formation, leaving not even a trace of ash. Understood, senior brother. A plump lad, somewhat foolishly, was the first to rise, striding boldly toward the courtyard gate of Mingshan Pavilion, just as his foot was about to step onto the stone steps. A flurry of snow suddenly appeared, and a series of nearly transparent ripples emerged around the entire Mingshan Pavilion. The flying snow formed large characters that read, I'll beat you up. The surrounding visitors erupted in exclamations akin to a circus performance that a good-natured individual shouted, "Don't be afraid, brother. Rush in and take a look." Shen Leyan mused, "This formation is both violent and polite. Albeit with little courtesy, it resembles Lu Yuan's style." Encouraged by the crowd behind him, the foolish plump lad squeezed his eyes shut, gritted his teeth, and took another step toward the stone steps of Mingchang Pavilion. In an instant, the flurry of snow transformed into a thick, long stick and a giant snow hand, lifting the lad by the collar of his shirt and suspending him in midair. Subsequently, the long stick began to rain down blows upon his backside. The plump lad cried out in alarm, "Senior brother, save me!" Shen Leyan could see that the formation was merely playing around, using this as a warning to the tourists, lest they all recklessly attempt to invade Mingchang Pavilion, disturbing brother Lu Yuan in the process. The lad would likely only suffer a sore backside for a couple of days, and with some anti-inflammatory ointment, he would recover in 2 or 3 days. The stick struck the lad approximately 10 times, and the snow hand tossed him back, causing the formation to dissipate once more. The others hurriedly rushed to assist the lad, who was clutching his sore backside and exclaiming in discomfort. Shen Leyan leisurely remarked, "Do you still wish to challenge the formation?" The plump lad's face turned pale, and the others quickly shook their heads. He had hoped that after this little episode, the tourist would calm down and gradually descend the mountain, allowing him to visit brother Qinjing at Mingchang Pavilion. However, mere moments after the plump lad was thrown back, a few onlookers stepped forward. Their expressions even more excited than before, tinged with a hint of arrogance. "He can't do it. We shall attempt the formation. Who knows, perhaps one of us might successfully enter and be favored by Lord Lu as a personal disciple. If we manage to get in, we shall surely gain fame in the cultivation world." Shen Leyan replied, "While this idea is certainly appealing, based on my understanding of Lu Yuan, the probability of success for those individuals is roughly 1%. The remaining 99% will likely end up worse off than the plump lad that he kindly advised. The formation at Mingchang Pavilion is not something to be trifled with. It would be best for you to refrain." The young men and women were dressed in luxurious attire, suggesting they hailed from prominent families. Perhaps accustomed to their privileged status, they were as stubborn as mules. "No. Today, I have declared my intention to enter Mingchang Pavilion, and I shall certainly go." "Why is that?" "A gentleman's word is his bond. What if the formation beats you so badly that even your mother wouldn't recognize you? A man should not be cowardly." "Enough. Not only are you stubborn as a mule, but you also seem to have read too many melodramatic tales." Shen Leyan rubbed the token hanging at his waist, hesitating. "Are you truly not reconsidering?" "Thank you for your kind advice, senior brother. If we do challenge the formation and the Yunshi sect holds us accountable, we shall sincerely apologize and seek another sect." "But why are you doing this? What is it you seek? May I inquire what your current cultivation level is?" "We have just entered the foundation establishment stage." To reach the foundation establishment stage at such a young age is indeed commendable. Moreover, with their esteemed backgrounds, allowing these individuals to slip away would be a loss for the Yunshi sect. Each additional disciple increases the likelihood of survival for the Yunshi sect in the impending war between immortals and demons. Here I am, drawing a salary as an outer disciple while worrying like an elder of the sect. Next time I have a chance, I must speak with Lu Yuan about raising my pay." Shen Leyan declared, "You may enter Mingchang Pavilion for a brief look, but you must not cause any trouble, refrain from loud noises, and do not linger." The group of obstinate youths looked at him in confusion. Shen Leyan removed the token, steeling himself. "Follow me, and do not use your spiritual power." As he walked ahead of them, he approached the formation and pressed the token against it, akin to a modern-day employee swiping a badge at a security gate. "Come, one by one. No pushing." The first individual, somewhat skeptical, stepped onto the stone steps, and upon discovering that the formation indeed showed no reaction, his gaze immediately transformed, filled with 3 parts shock, 3 parts excitement, 3 parts admiration, and a hint of pride at having encountered such great fortune. "Senior brother, could it be that you are, his voice trembled with excitement that, of course, Shen Leyan could not answer him, maintaining a stoic expression. "You promised it would just be a quick look." Next, the young disciples of noble families began to jostle to be next in line. Senior brother, you must be a personal disciple of Lord Lu, disguised as an outer disciple to test us. Right? Though I may be quite idle, I cannot be that idle. Senior brother, what do you think of me? I possess both water and wood spiritual roots. Why not check again to see if you might have stubborn roots instead? Senior brother, have you all finished? Now disperse. He resolved to instruct the senior brothers and sisters of the law enforcement hall to erect a sign along the path to Mingchan Pavilion that read, "This route is temporarily closed. Violators will be expelled from the sect." No. Senior brother, please don't. Do not utter such words that could easily lead to misunderstandings. Shen Leyan, ignoring their lingering gazes, made his way into the courtyard of Mingchan Pavilion and closed the door behind him. Drawing upon his memory from his visit the previous day, he turned down a long corridor toward the direction of the Her Pavilion in the courtyard. The men eating flour continued to munch on willow branches, while the stream originating from the mountains flowed serenely through Mingchan Pavilion, forming a clear pond at the center of the courtyard. Several cranes frolicked within. Occasionally, a mistakenly caught koi would leap from the water's surface. As he neared the Her Pavilion, he caught sight of a soft couch placed at the edge of the pond, where a silver-haired immortal reclined, a simple bamboo rod dangling into the water as he fished. Sunlight cascaded down like gilded flakes, illuminating the immortal's silver hair, which spread out like a cascade of pure moonlight. Everyone possesses a desire for beauty. Shen Leyan paused to admire the scene for a moment before quickening his pace to approach. Peering into the wooden bucket beside Lu Yuanyi, he inquired, "Lord Lu, how many fish have you caught? Would you like to indulge in some crucian carp and tofu soup?" The wooden barrel contained nothing but half a barrel of clear water. As he spoke, a golden koi emerged from the water beside the fishing rod in the pond, casting a disdainful glance at them. Its expression seemed to convey, "Fools, do you think I am an ordinary fish incapable of understanding human speech? You wish to stew me for soup?" With that, the koi swiftly swam away to a tea that moment. It was difficult to discern which was more terrifying, the fish or the carnivorous flower. Lu Yuanyi raised an eyebrow, retracting his fishing rod, while Shen Leyan inexplicably sensed that the other's demeanor appeared even colder than usual. After a brief silence, the other spoke languidly. "Shen Leyan, compensate for the fish." Chapter 40. This seems different from what I envisioned. Shen Leyan produced 2 boxes of spicy hot pot to settle the debt for the fish. Glancing at the empty wooden barrel, he couldn't help but voice his doubts. "Master Lu, it appears that the fish in this pond have already cultivated sentience. Are you truly able to catch fish without magic? Have you ever caught one before?" Lu Yuanyi replied nonchalantly. "Never caught one." The youth was momentarily taken aback, somewhat irritated. "How can you expect me to compensate for the fish then?" Lu Yuanyi smirked, a low chuckle escaping him, and in that instant his frosty, sculpted features came alive, radiating an unparalleled beauty. What was all the commotion outside Mingchan Pavilion about? Shen Leyan recounted the happenings of numerous tourists visiting. "However, after today, it should not be so crowded anymore, Dada. That explains why you're chattering outside." Shen Leyan interjected, "When did I chatter?" Yet Lu Yuanyi showed no intention of clarifying, gesturing for him to accompany him to Baichao Pavilion. "Yesterday, I refined the fire yang divine wood and infused it into Chun Jing's meridians. The restructuring of meridians is an excruciating ordeal. He may not awaken for some time." Shen Leyan nodded. "Thank you." Master Lu, inside Baichao Pavilion, the fragrance of herbs wafted through the air, with approximately thousands of wooden boxes containing various medicinal plants. In the center stood an alchemical furnace, while a bed for resting was placed in the inner chamber. Brother Chenjing lay upon it. The fire yang divine would have been utilized, and he no longer required the ice coffin for preservation. The dark patterns on his arm and neck glimmered with specks of crimson, likely a manifestation of the medicinal power of the fire yang divine wood. The 2 forces within him clashed fiercely, vying for dominion over the meridians. Brother Chenjing's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, and his brows were furrowed tightly, enduring immense agony. His life should be secured, but it remains uncertain if his damaged spiritual roots can be restored. Lu Yuanyi poured a cup of tea and handed it to him, his slender fingers appearing as exquisite as fine jade against the celadon porcelain. His fortitude of spirit suggested that, after the restructuring of his meridians, his cultivation could indeed advance further. Shen Leyan felt somewhat reassured and smiled. I also believe Brother Qinjing will certainly recover. The crowd outside had yet to disperse. Since you do not possess the ability to ride the sword, it would be rather inconvenient to go out now. Let us linger here a while longer. Liuyuni agreed. All right, if he ventured out now, peace would be hard to come by on the way down the mountain. After inspecting Chun Jing's meridians, Liuyuni proceeded to the alchemical furnace. Likely needing to refine more medicinal materials, Shen Leyan chose to sit cross-legged on the floor beside the bed, closing his eyes to begin cultivating his spiritual energy. Cultivation necessitates traversing the vast world and requires daily meditation practice. Some individuals cannot withstand the monotony of stillness, alternating between fishing and sunbathing, making it difficult to establish a solid foundation. Several hours passed swiftly. Upon completing the 5th cycle of spiritual energy circulation, Shen Leyan was pleasantly surprised to discover that his cultivation seemed to be on the verge of breaking through a barrier. In the path of cultivation, each major realm is subdivided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Having just measured his spiritual roots and commenced practice, he was at the lower tier of qi refinement. Yet today, the spiritual energy within his dantian felt particularly abundant, as if it were about to shatter its constraints and open up a new territory. Observing the ethereal image of his wind spiritual root becoming increasingly vibrant within him, he contentedly opened his eyes. Upon doing so, he met Chun Jing's piercing gaze. Brother Chen, you are awake. The dark patterns on Chun Jing's body had faded considerably, and his voice sounded less frail, though he was still unable to rise and could only lie flat on the bed. Indeed, you sly one, practicing cultivation behind my back, cough, cough, cough. You concealed the matter of your spiritual roots from me. Am I no longer your best senior brother? His tone bore a hint of paternal disappointment. Shen Leyan was caught off guard, not expecting Qin Jing's first words upon awakening to be this. Brother Chun, this matter is rather complex to explain. The reason I did not inform you of my spiritual roots is that at that time, I genuinely had no intention of pursuing cultivation. And what about now? Now, I do wish to cultivate. Otherwise, the next time one of our senior brothers or sisters falls before me, I would still have to send a message to Liuyuni for help. And that would be unacceptable. Liuyuni cannot always arrive in time. Then I shall forgive you. Ouch, it seems somewhat painful. Where are we? Shen Leyan briefly recounted the events at Yaozu village and Liuyuni's restructuring of his meridians. The pain you're feeling now is likely due to the effects of the fire Yang Divine Wood. Until the dark patterns on your body are completely eradicated, this pain may persist. This is unbearable. Beads of sweat accumulated on Chun Jing's forehead as he gritted his teeth. Wait, did you just say we are in Mingchan Pavilion? Yes, Master Lu's Mingchan Pavilion. Shen Leyan furrowed his brow as he observed him. Why does it feel like Brother Chen's reaction is somewhat akin to those stubborn donkeys outside who visited here? It can't be. The immobile figure on the bed suddenly sprang to life. Take me out to see what Mingchan Pavilion looks like. Ouch, it hurts so much. Shen Leyan pressed down on Chun Jing's shoulder. Be good, we shall not go. After a moment's wait, noticing that Chun Jing had fallen silent, he looked down to see him with his head tilted to the side, seemingly having fainted from the pain. Though he had fainted, his breathing remained steady. He should be fine. Shen Leyan rose and approached the window, pushing it open slightly to allow for some fresh air. It was the transitional season between autumn and summer. The midday heat had yielded to a touch of coolness by evening. The spectacular sunset painted the sky and spread across the mountain's edge. Having confirmed Brother Qin Jing's safety, it was time for him to leave Mingchan Pavilion and return to the outer door. A meal would suffice, followed by more meditation practice, or perhaps he could observe the sparring matches of his senior brothers and sisters at the martial arts arena. Stepping out of the room, the first thing he noticed was a burlap sack beside the alchemical furnace. The alchemical process he had imagined involved cultivators skillfully controlling the furnace's temperature and infusing spiritual energy, methodically adding herbs, purging impurities, and refining essence. After going through 81 intricate procedures over 7 days and nights, the lid would be lifted to release a fragrance infused with the essence of heaven and earth, revealing a rare medicinal pill slowly rising into the air. However, the reality of alchemy was that Liuyuni was outside fishing, not refining pills. The furnace was spontaneously igniting, its lid occasionally lifting due to the steam, releasing 2 puffs of black smoke, followed by an odd stench reminiscent of rotten eggs wafting through the air. Subsequently, the alchemical furnace tilted towards the burlap sack, pouring forth a deluge of various pills, round and flat, in a chaotic assortment, approximately 100 of them, tumbling into the sack like beans. He recalled a news article he had seen in the Yushi sect's newspaper, stating that every pill master Lu refined consumed immense resources and spiritual energy, making them invaluable. It seemed that compared to Lu Yuan's merchant-like prowess, he was still lacking. Holding his nose, he exited Baichao Pavilion and bid farewell to Lu Yuan. Master Lu, it is getting late, and the people outside are likely dispersing soon. I shall take my leave. Brother Qinjing just fainted from the pain. He seems particularly eager to explore Mingchan Pavilion. If he awakens, please remember to cast a binding spell on him to prevent him from wandering off. Lu Yunyi responded indifferently. He cupped his hands in salute and stepped onto the corridor. After walking a few paces, his peripheral vision caught sight of the pond in the courtyard, only then realizing that what Lu Yunyi held was not a fishing rod, but a bamboo scroll. Due to the distance, he could only discern a few characters, seemingly a book instructing one on how to quickly grasp wind system spells. How fortunate to have such a resource! Wait, why does Lu Yunyi wish to study wind system spells? The youth's charming peach blossom eyes flickered with suspicion as he halted and turned to fixate on the scroll. The moment he made a move, Lu Yunyi leisurely closed the scroll, his actions neither hurried nor slow, just enough to obscure his view entirely. Why has Master Lu stopped reading? Reading? This book is merely for shielding against the sun. You lie. You were clearly engrossed just now. Shen Leyan maintained a polite smile. Is that so? Lu Yuan's gaze remained tranquil, his voice cold, betraying no hint of emotion as he spoke falsehoods. Well, your descent down the mountain is rather slow. I shall have Jiang Shui's sword escort you back. As the Jiang Shui sword was unsheathed, it seemed to have already sensed its newfound purpose, soaring independently before Shen Leyan, without waiting for Lu Yuan to infuse it with spiritual energy. It expanded to several times its original size, halting only when it reached a dimension sufficient for a person to comfortably stand upon. Given the sword's stature, he found it difficult to probe further. Ascending upon the Jiang Shui sword, Shen Leyan closed his eyes halfway in preparation for meditation, when suddenly voices erupted from below. Look everyone, senior brother has emerged. Ah, senior brother, look at me. Senior brother is riding a sword. That blade is so cool. Isn't that Lu Zongzhu's Jiang Shui sword? Forged from eternal ice and imbued with the spirit of a dragon destined to become a heavenly beast, its form is unmistakably that of Jiang Shui sword. Those who had waited outside Mingchan Pavilion for an entire afternoon erupted into cheers upon catching sight of him. Some raised their arms, frantically waving, while others began to demonstrate the spells they had mastered. A few scions of noble families even climbed into the trees, spreading their arms wide in a gesture of embrace, their gazes filled with longing. Senior brother Shen Leyan was taken aback by how long they had waited outside, and whether someone had leaked the news. The crowd outside Mingchan Pavilion had not only remained but had swelled, effectively blocking his descent. Jiang Shui sword. Do you think we should return, or seize the moment, and charge straight back to the outer gate? The Jiang Shui sword hummed and suddenly accelerated, darting down the mountain. Behind them, a chorus of reluctant calls echoed. Senior brother, you have a heart of stone. Leaving us behind like this, still shaken, Shen Leyan retreated to his family's tavern kitchen, devouring a large bowl of snail noodles to soothe his spirit. After finishing, he noticed the Jiang Shui sword, overwhelmed by the pungent aroma of the dish, retreating into a corner in embarrassment. This snail noodle. I wonder if Lu Zongzhu enjoys it. Perhaps it could take a bowl to him? Enduring the foul smell, the Jiang Shui sword hung the container of noodle from its tip and fled in haste. After his meal, Shen Leyan strolled around the tavern. Qingli was absent today. He pondered what she might be busy with. After greeting a few familiar outer disciples working at the tavern, he changed his attire. Preparing to head to the law enforcement hall of Yunshi's sect, It was imperative to set up roadblocks along the path to Mingchan Pavilion and announce the prohibition of passage without delay. However, having observed many faces outside Mingchan Pavilion, he feared that with their persistent spirit, They might now be lying in wait along some roadside, but a reckless journey to the law enforcement hall could lead to dire consequences. After all, he lacked both the Jiang Shui sword's ability to fly and the protective formations of Mingchan Pavilion to shield him from others. If they were to see him, they might overwhelm him in an instant. Shaking his head, he dispelled the terrifying thought. To the Luo Xiang Hall of Yunshi sect, disciples traded various spiritual herbs, techniques, and artifacts. Those wishing to sell items could either set up their own stalls or entrust their goods to the sect for sale, paying a certain percentage as commission. Over time, Luo Xiang Hall had developed a plethora of intriguing novelties for sale, including a powder known as itch powder that could induce unbearable itching in its victims. Useful for a hasty escape in dangerous situations. Night walking attire. What do you intend to buy it for, junior brother? Shen Leyan lowered the brim of his hat, unable to meet the righteous gaze of the disciple manning the stall. Previous buyers of night walking attire were known for undertaking tasks that required stealth during nocturnal excursions, though I too have such a reason. The stall disciple scrutinized him and suddenly let out a derisive laugh. Do you take me for a fool? It hasn't rained today, and darkness has fallen. You appear here, shrouded in secrecy, to purchase night walking attire without a valid explanation. Speak. Are you planning to sneak into the girls' quarters and spy on the senior sisters taking a bath? Shen Leyan, upon hearing this, felt his initial embarrassment dissipate, replying with a tone even more righteous than the stall disciple. What nonsense fills your mind? As cultivators, we must maintain a heart of purity and adhere to our principles. How could we engage in such lewd behavior? What is your name? Come with me to the law enforcement hall this instant. The stall disciple was taken aback. It's not like I've ever spied on anyone bathing. Fine. I'll sell you the night walking attire. How much? 1 tael. That's too expensive. The most I can offer is 501. The stall disciple's face lit up with delight. Deal, he said, handing over the set of night walking attire. Shen Leyan thought to himself, this is problematic. The other party's swift acceptance of his low offer indicated he had likely undervalued it. Chapter 41. Encountering an assassination. Under the cover of darkness, the entirety of Yunshi sect had entered a state of curfew. Aside from the disciples of the law enforcement hall patrolling, the other disciples and newcomers preparing to attend the master apprenticeship gathering had returned to their quarters to rest. Shen Leyan donned the night walking attire he had just purchased, covering his face with a black cloth, and took a few cautious steps into the night. He blended into the surroundings quite well, as long as he was careful and navigated the small paths through the woods. He should reach the law enforcement hall without incident. The youth executed the Qingying Xuanjue, gracefully darting through the trees. Along the way, he first spotted a couple stargazing atop a tree, then several disciples sneaking off to the dining hall for a midnight snack, followed by some inner disciples who had received urgent tasks and were hastily descending the mountain. Shen Leyan crouched in the grass, concealing himself. Feeling fortunate, I knew the disciples of Yunshi sect weren't so obedient. There are plenty sneaking out at this hour. This night-walking attire was worth the purchase. He continued onward, guided by memory, for a quarter of an hour, half an hour, then an hour. The youth paused, glancing around. The trees had grown denser, and the stone path beneath his feet had not been maintained, now littered with fallen leaves and mud. Only the sound of the wind and faint cicada chirps remained. He checked his spiritual roots, which were fervently absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and observed his somewhat empty dantian. Reluctantly, he confirmed a disheartening truth. He had once again lost his way. It seemed he had wandered into some remote area of Yunshi sect. Fortunately, elders periodically led inner disciples to clear the mountains of dangerous beasts, so he need not fear sudden encounters like in the jungles of the southwest. He could stay here for the night and wait until dawn to find his way back to the outer gate based on the position of the sun, leaning against a tree trunk. Shen Leyan seated himself on the ground. Perhaps due to the remoteness of the area, the spiritual energy here was even more concentrated than in the outer gate. His wind spiritual root greedily inhaled the ambient spiritual energy. And as he grew more adept in his cultivation, the energy within his meridians flowed gently and cleansed each channel automatically. Naturally, meditative practice was the most effective method for increasing spiritual power. The energy within his dantian was a light azure, drifting freely like wind chasing clouds across the horizon. However, the The space within his dantian was still too limited, as if an invisible barrier obstructed the wind-based spiritual energy from expanding into broader realms. Yet as time passed, this barrier grew increasingly thin and loose, as though it might be breached by the spiritual energy at any moment. Once this barrier dissipated, he would likely enter the middle stage of qi refinement. Xiaodu Shen Leyan called out to the long-forgotten system. Xiaodu had been during that day in Yaozu village in the southwest when he declared his intention to pursue immortality that the system had sprung to life, as if infected by a virus, frantically broadcasting in his mind. Congratulations, host, on deciding to embark on the path of cultivation. This system's hidden functions have been activated, assisting the host in becoming the master of the immortal way. Now detecting host requirements. Ding! Detection successful. The host's primary need is that no one shall die without my consent. Adjusting task rewards based on host needs. Master of the Immortal Way Task 1. Break through to the middle stage of qi refinement. Task reward. Special technique feigning death technique, also known as turtle breathing technique. That as the first system task approached completion, Shen Leyan summoned Xiaodu and meticulously reviewed the introduction to the art of feigning death. Introduction to the art of feigning death. Although most antagonists in contemporary novels have learned their lesson, understanding that villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter and that timely strikes are essential. There are countless cultivators and demons, and one is bound to encounter fools. When you find yourself with no avenue of escape, you may choose to employ this technique. Upon its use, blood will flow from your 7 orifices, your body will grow cold, and your heartbeat will cease, rendering you more lifeless than a corpse. If fortune smiles upon you, those pursuing you may mistakenly believe you have perished and confidently retreat. Shen Leyan mused. This technique feels like it could lead to his downfall at a crucial moment. Nevertheless, possessing such a skill is commendable. He had not expected the system's first task to yield extraordinary rewards. With such a method at his disposal, he felt fortunate indeed. The young man closed his eyes, channeling the spiritual energy absorbed by his root through his meridians, purging impurities before converging it into his dantian. The pale blue energy surged like wind, repeatedly battering against the barriers surrounding his dantian. Gradually, fine cracks began to emerge on that barrier. Shen Leyan focused his mind, striving to condense the gathered energy as much as possible, compressing it against the barrier. Once his dantian was filled to capacity, the energy was deliberately restrained by its master, unable to breach the barrier and instead flowing back through the meridians. Under the relentless onslaught of this energy, the meridians grew increasingly resilient. When no more energy could be contained within the dantian, Shen Leyan finally eased his restraint, allowing the long-accumulated energy to surge forth toward the barrier. The cracks on the barrier rapidly widened, transforming into a massive web. Finally, it shattered with a resounding crash. The energy within the dantian surged like never before, making even breathing feel significantly more effortless. Xiaodu's jubilant voice rang out. Congratulations, host! You have broken through to the middle stage of qi refining. The first task of the Celestial Path Master has been completed. Now, the reward of the art of feigning death is being bestowed. An ancient scroll materialized in his palm. Shen Leyan unfurled the scroll, glancing over its contents, which illustrated the art of feigning death in a detailed and lucid manner. Xiaodu continued. This technique will not pose much difficulty for you. Dear host, you should master it in about an hour. The second task of the Celestial Path Master has been updated. Task 2. Successfully join a sect. Reward. Universal Concealment Talismans 3. What are Universal Concealment Talismans? You can only unlock the reward description upon completing the task. Dear host, although this task does not specify whom he must apprentice under, there is no hurry. He must wait for the apprenticeship ceremony of the Yunshi sect to commence. He nodded. What time is it now? Just past the hour of the pig. There are still several hours until dawn. As Shen Leyan prepared to calm his mind and thoroughly study the art of feigning death, he suddenly caught a faint whiff of blood in the night breeze. Perhaps due to his wind spiritual root, he was more sensitive than most to the sounds and scents carried by the wind. Logically, there should be no dangerous beasts or malevolent cultivators capable of breaching the Yunshi sect's formation in this mountainous region. Why, then, was there the scent of blood? Could it be that another disciple of the Yunchi sect, like him, had lost their way in this remote mountain? Moreover, he could faintly discern the sound of weapons slicing through the air. Shen Leyan hesitated momentarily, then cautiously lightened his footsteps, concealing his spiritual energy as he moved toward the source of the blood scent. As he walked, he resolved silently, if the events occurring nearby are within his ability, to intervene. Particularly if the injured party is someone he knows, he would find a way to assist. Conversely, if the situation is beyond his capacity to influence, he would flee and either summon help or feign ignorance. The scent of blood intensified, and the previously subtle sounds of birds and cicadas in the woods fell eerily silent, leaving an unsettling stillness in their wake. Shen Leyan silently retied the black cloth mask that he had previously loosened for ventilation. Suddenly, the sharp sound of a weapon embedding itself into a tree trunk pierced the night, resonating with an unsettling clarity that suggested the source was not far from him. Instinctively, Shen Leyan sidestepped and concealed himself behind a tall tree. Focusing intently on the shadowy depths of the forest, in the treacherous night, the faint sound of a bowstring being drawn back, the rustling of figures darting through the foliage, and the subtle unsheathing of swords and long knives intertwined, painting a scene fraught with danger. The crescent moon, obscured by thick clouds, seemed to take on a faint hue of blood. Though merely a short distance from the Yunchi sect's outer gate, this place existed in a world entirely distinct from the flickering lights of the sect. Numerous figures lurked in the distance, engaged in a deadly dance of pursuit and slaughter. Gradually making their way toward his position, he felt a light tap on his shoulder from behind. Shen Leyan, utterly absorbed in observing the movements within the forest, instinctively made a gesture for silence, whispering, "Shoo." Yet the tapping on his shoulder persisted. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he turned to see, "Who?" The word barely escaped his lips when a cold sweat broke out across his back. Soaking his dark attire, he swallowed the remainder of his sentence. Behind him stood a man clad similarly in dark garb, broad-shouldered and imposing, with only a pair of hawk-like eyes exposed to the air, glinting with a cold, shrewd intelligence that bespoke a history of countless kills, hands stained with untold blood. Though the man concealed his aura, Shen Leyan realized that his lack of awareness of the figure's approach indicated the latter's cultivation had reached at least the nascent soul stage. The presence of such a figure at a scene of violence could only imply he was no friend. "I at the sect leader's orders for you to remain here," the man inquired in a hushed tone upon noticing Shen Leyan's reaction. Lowering his gaze, Shen Leyan adjusted the black mask to mask his unease. The man, seeing Shen Leyan's lack of immediate aggression and addressing him in a calm tone, seemed to instinctively regard him as a companion. Given their similar attire, the mention of the sect leader indicated that the man was indeed a disciple of the sect, though whether it was a righteous sect, a demonic faction, or malevolent organization remained uncertain. He nodded, striving to maintain his composure, feigning concentration on the task at hand as he continued to peer into the depths of the forest. The man remained unperturbed. "You need not be overly anxious. Your cohort has just entered the Peacock sect, and your cultivation is still shallow. The sect leader would not assign you overly difficult tasks. This assassination of the Crown Prince of Daxia is supervised by several protectors, and Ji Liani cannot escape. Even if he is fortunate enough to evade the ambush and reach this place, he will be exhausted and at his wit's end, certainly no match for us. I rather hope Ji Liani makes it here. If we can slay him ourselves, the sect leader will surely be pleased, and we shall not lack for gold, silver, jewels, or beautiful concubines." Peacock sect. Shen Leyan swiftly recalled the details from his memory. The Peacock sect was a notorious assassin organization in Daxia, straddling the line between righteousness and wickedness. As long as they were compensated handsomely, they would accept contract from the Daxia imperial family. Righteous sects, as well as from demons and malevolent cultivators alike. Why, then, was the Peacock sect targeting the Crown Prince Ji Liani? Who had commissioned them? How had these assassins infiltrated the Yunchi sect? Were there members of the Peacock sect hidden within the sect itself? Or was it possible that someone with significant influence within the Yunchi sect, perhaps even an elder, sought to eliminate Ji Liani? A torrent of thoughts surged through Shen Leyan's mind, but he could not arrive at a conclusion. Yet time was of the essence, and he could not afford to dwell on these matters. Fortunately, He remembered that in the original narrative, Leyan did not perish within the Yunchi sect, suggesting that this time he would likely survive as well. He nodded in acknowledgement to the assassin behind him, who encouraged him with a pat on the shoulder. "You remain here. If you spot Leyan approaching, be sure to block him. I will investigate further." The assassin then moved toward the distant woods, and as he reached a patch of pure darkness, his figure seemed to distort before vanishing as if he had stepped into another realm. Shen Leyan's pupils constricted. If his deductions were correct, the members of the Peacock sect had likely cast a barrier here. Cultivators who had reached the ascendant stage possessed their own barriers, and those with exceptional talent and a unique understanding of the Tao could also wield such powers. A barrier is essentially a space woven from one's spiritual energy, allowing its creator to shield themselves from external scrutiny. Within this space, every blade of grass, every whisper of wind, and every drop of rain could become a deadly weapon. The barrier's master wielded dominion over all within it, akin to the Tao itself. According to the earlier assassin's words, several protectors from the Peacock sect were involved in this assassination, and those skilled in the use of barriers were present. Shen Leyan could hardly fathom how Leyan might evade such a trap. Could it be that, like tales from certain martial arts novels, he would be driven to a desperate edge, leaping from a cliff only to encounter a reclusive master in a hidden cave below? Discovering an unparalleled technique, a sudden turbulence swept through the air at the juncture of the real world and the barrier. In the next moment, a young man clad in dark robes collapsed to the ground. Propping himself up on one knee, a mouthful of crimson blood erupted from his lips, splattering onto the surrounding blades of grass. The metallic, sweet scent of blood wafted through the air, carried by the wind. Though Leyan wore a dark garment that concealed his injuries, his lips were stained with blood, and his exquisite, androgynous visage appeared pale as parchment. His light brown eyes, devoid of luster, resembled withered leaves. The figure half kneeling on the ground gasped for breath for a brief moment before gradually rising, staggering forward with faltering steps. The barrier behind him showed no peculiar reaction. It seemed Leyan possessed some kind of concealed artifact, allowing him to evade the pursuit of the assassins from the Peacock sect, at least for the time being. Shen Leyan emerged from behind the trees, cautiously inquiring, "Your Highness?" Chapter 42. Trapped in a predicament, Leyan's expression darkened abruptly, instinctively raising the sword in his hand towards him. Though his fingers trembled, clearly struggling to maintain his grip, rendering him incapable of wielding it effectively, let alone executing a technique. The other man's lips curled in a self-deprecating smirk. His voice hoarse. "The Peacock sect truly leaves no stone unturned. Neither of us can escape today. Why not take another with us? If you wish to kill me, I shall destroy my spiritual roots and perish in the process. And you will not survive either." Shen Leyan responded. "No, you must listen to me first." He halted, pulling away the black cloth that concealed his face, exclaiming helplessly, "Your Highness, it is I." Leyan paused, his voice growing increasingly somber. "You're also a member of the Peacock sect?" He opened his mouth to explain, but after a moment's reflection, he realized that the matter was rather complex. By the time he finished his explanation, the assassins from the Peacock sect would likely be upon them. "First of all, I'm not one of the Peacock sect. Consider, if I were, how could Master Lu remain oblivious and still grant me the token of Mingchan Pavilion? Secondly, the reason for my presence here cannot be succinctly articulated. The people from the Peacock sect will soon realize you have exited the barrier. Lastly, if you wish to survive, it is best to come with me immediately." Leyan narrowed his fox-like eyes, staring at him in silence. Noticing that he no longer harbored any wild suspicions, Shen Leyan swiftly stepped forward to support him as soon as his palm brushed against Leyan's sleeve. He felt it dampened with blood. Glancing down, he saw it was all crimson. "How severe is your injury?" he asked softly while assisting Leyan away from the barrier. Leyan remained silent for a moment. "I've taken a few life-preserving pills. I can manage to survive." "You have quite the resilience," Shen Leyan mused. It was evident that someone who could endure so much as a prince would not merely be the tyrant rumored in tales. Even if he were truly ruthless, he must possess some genuine talents to warrant such a position. The prince of the Great Xia, whom he had first encountered in the outer sect, was evidently a stark contrast to the real Leyan before him. "I possess a 9-turn revitalizing pill," he mentioned, The one given to me by senior brother Zheng that I've kept it and used until now. Originally, I intended to use it when Chun Jing suffered damage to his spiritual roots. But the 9-turn revitalizing pill cannot mend meridian or root injuries. Now, with your sword and knife wounds, it is indeed a fitting remedy. Ji Lian's gaze flickered. What do you wish for me to exchange for it? The way he phrased it seemed to imply that he might suggest offering himself in return. Before Shen Leyan could respond, Ji Lian suddenly turned his face away, his previously softened tone becoming cold once again. If you do not wish to give it, then so be it, Shen Leyan replied. In this day and age, the injured are the ones in power. You need not barter anything. I merely mention it to prevent you from thinking I am offering you poison. He produced the porcelain vial containing the 9-turn revitalizing pill and pressed it into Ji Lian's hands. Hurry and take a T.M. Why spiritual power is limited. If you lose too much blood, and release me. And run, without hesitation. Shen Leyan placed the individual beside a towering tree and hurriedly advised in the swiftest of tones, do your utmost to delay. If all else fails, resort to the art of feigning death. Ji Lian closed her eyes. Hurry and go in an instant. Shen Leyan executed the Qingying Xuanji and propelled himself towards the outer sect of Yunqi's sect with all his might. He had scarcely covered a mile when a sinister voice echoed from behind, sounding as though it had been marred, grating and discomforting to the ear. The Crown Prince runs quite swiftly. It makes it easier for us to locate him. The assassins from the Peacock Gate had already found Ji Lian. Shen Leyan summoned all the spiritual energy from his dantian, sensing that his wind spirit root was responding to his urgency. Swirling into action, no, something was amiss. He abruptly withdrew his spiritual energy and halted his steps. The darkness behind him seemed to come alive, enveloping him in a viscous embrace. The surrounding environment appeared to transcend time, freezing for a moment before subtly shifting. The trees remained unchanged, the moonlight still obscured by clouds. Yet a fine, mist-like rain began to fall from the sky. He could feel the abundant spiritual energy within the rainwater that landed in his hair, laced with a sharp intent to kill. It was a barrier. He had lagged just a moment too long and could not escape the barrier's reach. He anticipated the assassins from the Peacock Gate to be so cautious. Even upon realizing that Ji Lian was at death's door, they still enacted a barrier to prevent her from employing any further means of escape. And now, he too was ensnared within the barrier. Its master would undoubtedly notice the presence of an additional individual. Hiding or fleeing farther would avail him nothing. Shen Leyan gritted his teeth, covered his face with a black cloth, and turned back toward Ji Lian. It seemed the Crown Prince was somewhat different from the rumors. When the Crown Prince's father was still a prince, he had once entrusted the Peacock Gate to assassinate other princes, ultimately ascending to the throne. Given such a connection, the Crown Prince could choose to end his own life. He faintly heard Ji Lian's soft laughter. So, which of my dear brothers wishes to take my life? The assassins from the Peacock Gate merely repeated. Will the Crown Prince choose to end his own life, or resist to the bitter end? This is within the territory of Yunqi's sect. Should you kill me, it will not only offend the Eastern Palace. That need not concern the Crown Prince. Shen Leyan abruptly halted, inadvertently crashing into a tree, causing its branches to sway vigorously. The assassins who had been exchanging idle words with Ji Lian turned in unison, one of whom was the very same brother who had previously mistaken him for an accomplice. Why did you let him escape when I told you to guard the barrier? The assassin scolded him before respectfully bowing to the leader. Great Protector, this lad is a newcomer who just joined the Peacock Gate and is participating in his first mission. The Protector regarded him with a detached gaze before shifting his attention. Is he one of those new disciples personally recruited by the sect master? The others should still be guarding outside Yunqi's sect. After their exchange, Shen Leyan found himself unable to articulate the elaborate excuse he had concocted. He lowered his head, feigning remorse for failing in his duties, and silently moved to stand beside Ji Lian. Lian naturally recognized him, but the Crown Prince had likely mastered the art of royal expression management since birth, revealing not a hint of emotion. The Protector of the Peacock Gate gradually lost patience. If the Crown Prince wishes to delay for time, hoping that Yunqi's sect will notice and send reinforcements, you should dispel that notion at once. The elder assassin nudged his shoulder, whispering, What are you dawdling for? The Protector is calling for you. Protector! Shen Leyan suddenly realized, hurriedly stepping forward to bow. and with a tone laden with self-reproach. He said, "I have failed in my duties and could not eliminate Giuliani on the spot. I ask for your punishment." The protector, surprisingly magnanimous, replied, "No matter, Giuliani possesses numerous magical artifacts, and your cultivation is still shallow. There is no need for excessive self-blame. I shall offer you an opportunity to redeem yourself. Are you willing?" Naturally, he could not respond with reluctance. Shen Leyan replied solemnly, "Please issue your command, protector, since the crown prince is unwilling to end his own life. Then you shall assist him." After the protector's words, he tossed a dagger to Shen Leyan. The dagger, crafted from fine steel, could slice through iron as though it were mud, if he were to slay Giuliani here. The members of the Peacock Gate would certainly not suspect his identity for a time. When they departed from Yunqi's sect, he could find an excuse to slip away, returning to Yunqi's sect unnoticed. And no one would ever know he had slain the crown prince of the Great Xia. Shen Leyan gripped the dagger with a blank expression, stepping closer to Giuliani with deliberate slowness. Chapter 43. The art of feigning death works wonders. Having been trapped within this barrier for no more than a quarter of an hour, his night-cloaked attire was already thoroughly soaked by the mist-like rain. It was foreseeable that if he exhibited any unusual behavior at this moment, whether failing to swiftly carry out the command of striking down Giuliani or turning to resist, the spiritual, energy-laden raindrops clinging to his clothing would penetrate his skin in an instant, crushing him into a pulpy mass. Alas, such a melodramatic turn of events befalls me. Shen Leyan reached Giuliani, directing the dagger's tip toward her neck, and blinked slowly. "Get up. Resist a bit. Let us put on a show together." Blood still fresh on Giuliani's eyelashes, a vague glimmer flickered in her eyes. Her finely boned hand, stained with dark-hued blood in the night, slowly grasped the sword that had fallen beside her. Then, with the sword's tip striking the ground, she used it as a support to rise. Shen Leyan did not turn around but could sense the chilling gazes of the Peacock Gate assassins. Fearing that the protector might strike Giuliani down, he hastily murmured, "Protector, Giuliani is gravely injured and possesses no further fighting strength. This is merely a charade. I shall take her head right away." For you, several assassins nodded silently, dispersing to seal all possible escape routes for Giuliani, seemingly unwilling to take direct action. Shen Leyan sighed in relief inwardly. The ensuing events would be a blend of performance and fate. "Giuliani, you must hold on. I have done my utmost to preserve your life." A subtle curve graced Giuliani's lips, her previously neatly tied dark hair, now somewhat disheveled from the night's struggle and flight. A few strands falling across her forehead, obscuring the color of her gaze. Only her visage, more radiant than many women, was visible, with droplets of blood sliding down to her chin. Rotating her wrist, she assumed the stance for a sword technique. One could not deny that it bore a tragic grandeur reminiscent of a sword master rising in defiance at the brink of death behind them. The protector of the Peacock Gate cautioned, "A centipede may die, but will not stiffen." "Be wary, Shen Leyan." Though their positions diverged, he still acknowledged the cultural ethos of the Peacock Gate. Look how considerate the protector is toward the newcomers, earnestly instructing him, lest this new disciple inadvertently perish during the assassination mission. He pretended to channel his spiritual energy, first using a leaf as a blade to test Giuliani's condition. The energy infused into the leaf appeared fierce, yet dissipated before even touching Giuliani. Giving the impression of being deflected by her, the protector remarked, "Well done, cautious and not overly ambitious, truly befitting a disciple personally recruited by the sect master. Protector, if you continue to flatter me, I might just believe I am a disciple of the Peacock Gate." However, dragging this out indefinitely was not a viable solution. There was no one to send word to Yunqi's sect's outer sect for reinforcements. Shen Leyan dared not employ overly flashy techniques. After all, the Peacock Gate was the largest assassination organization in the Great Xia, and its disciples undoubtedly trained in specialized skills of agility and assassination, the intricacies of which he was unaware, should he overextend his movements and be discovered using techniques not belonging to the Peacock Gate. It would all be over. The pale, blue spiritual energy filled the dagger as the youth drew in his breath, moving like a sword freshly unsheathed, executing no unnecessary motions, and directly thrusting toward Giuliani's heart. Giuliani instinctively raised her hand to block. Clang! The dagger met the sword. their energies clashing, maintaining a delicate balance before erupting into a wave. Leaves cascaded down like rain. Veins bulged on the back of Ji Lianyi's hand, her fingertips cracking with tiny wounds. The dagger's tip glowed with pale blue energy, growing more intense with time until its cold light fully penetrated Ji Lianyi's dark robe, coalescing into a chilling intent to kill. Ji Lianyi's energy wavered instantaneously, her complexion paling further, her throat convulsing as she desperately swallowed, yet blood continued to gush forth from her lips. Shen Leyan gripped the dagger tightly, inching forward under the watchful eyes of the many assassins from the Peacock Gate. Only when Ji Lianyi's hand loosened, the sword clattering to the ground, and her body could no longer support itself and fell forward, did he cease his actions. He then gradually crouched down in the direction of her fall. The art of feigning death, understand? Before Ji Lianyi's gaze dulled, she imperceptibly nodded in his direction. Shen Leyan extracted the bloody dagger, steadying his mind as he rose, and presented the dagger with both hands to the protector. I have slain the crown prince of the great Xia. The protector walked toward Ji Lianyi's body, nodding, this dagger shall be your reward. Shen Leyan felt his eyelids twitch. Thank you, protector, as the guardian began to examine the lifeless body of Ji Lianyi. Shen Leyan felt the rhythmic thump of his own heart, each beat resonating like a drum, as if it might leap from his chest and soar into the cosmos that he silently prayed. Oh, Tongzi, you must be reliable this time, that if the act of feigning death failed, both he and Ji Lianyi would perish here today. Perhaps it was a fleeting moment, or perhaps it lingered for an eternity. But just when he felt he might succumb to a heart attack from the tension of the Guardian's silence, the Guardian finally relinquished Ji Lianyi's corpse and rose to his feet. A glimmer of approval flickered in his sinister eyes. Well done. When we return to the Peacock sect, I shall commend you to the sect master. Shen Leyan once again marveled at the cultural ethos of the Peacock sect, adopting a demeanor of profound gratitude. Thank you, Guardian. I shall never forget your benevolence. The Guardian waved his hand, and the incessant drizzle ceased, signaling the retraction of the barrier. Lift Ji Lianyi's body. We shall return to the Peacock sect. Several assassins simultaneously bowed in response. Yes, naturally, it was his duty as the new disciple to carry the corpse. Shen Leyan hoisted Ji Lianyi's lifeless form onto his back, trailing at the rear of the procession as they approached the boundary of the Yunqi sect's barrier. From the conversation earlier between the senior assassin and the Guardian, it was evident that a few new disciples of the Peacock sect were stationed outside the Yunqi sect's formation. He could not risk encountering them. Otherwise, it would be all too easy to reveal the presence of an unexpected newcomer, and even a fool would recognize the existence of a traitor. However, they found themselves in a desolate wilderness, journeying in a direction entirely opposite to that of the Yunqi sect's outer disciples. Unless something unforeseen occurred, it was only near the edge of the formation that disciples from the law enforcement hall would be patrolling. Yet, the patrolling disciples were at most at the Golden Core stage, and certainly no match for these assassins from the Peacock sect. He could find no reasonable excuse to discreetly slip away with Ji Lianyi's body. What to do? Ahead, the senior assassin spoke with a hint of concern. Guardian, we must quicken our pace. Ji Lianyi undoubtedly brought numerous guards to the Yunqi sect. If those left behind in the outer sect discover that Ji Lianyi has been absent for too long without any news, they may very well alert the Yunqi sect. The Guardian responded with a curt hum. We possess the sacred grade artifact bestowed by the sect master, allowing us to silently breach any formation. Even the protective array of the Yunqi sect cannot impede us, as long as Master Lu and those Confucian Taoist masters from the inner court do not intervene. No one can stop us. No sooner had the Guardian spoken than a brilliant golden light erupted in the dark night, radiant like the sun itself, yet pure as the light of Buddha. The luminescence rippled outward, awakening all things within its embrace. Birds took flight from the trees. Insects buzzed noisily, and blossoms unfurled in a vibrant display. Following this was a profound and ancient chime, resonating deep within, causing Shen Leyan's very meridians to tremble, as if every thought in his mind had been wiped clean, leaving only the echoing sound of the bell, akin to a divine proclamation. Shen Leyan narrowed his peach blossom eyes, adjusting to the sudden brightness. Without a doubt, such a commotion could not be caused by a minor figure. He had suspected as much. After all, in the original narrative, Giuliani had not perished here. Even if his presence had created some unintended butterfly effect, the experts who were meant to rescue Giuliani would still arrive. Fortunately, the act of feigning death had bought them sufficient time, and help would arrive before they could leave the Yunchi sect. The assassins from the Peacock sect exchanged alarmed glances. The Guardian's tone turned grave. Indeed, a Confucian Taoist master from the inner court has come. That is the Howren Bell. Guardian, are you suggesting that it is the one capable of suppressing realms, the Howren Bell? Precisely. Wherever the sound of the Howren Bell reaches. The cultivation levels of all cultivators and demons are suppressed to the nascent soul stage or below. Furthermore, this artifact embodies the principles of the heavenly Tao, pure and yang in essence, which directly counters our practice techniques, amplifying the suppression upon our cultivation. What shall we do then? Our ability to return to the Peacock sect hinges on fortune. However, with the crown prince of the Great Xia dead, even if all 4 Confucian Taoist masters from the inner court were to act, they could not resurrect Giuliani. Shen Leyan remained silent, lingering at the rear of the group, striving to diminish his presence. Guardian, you truly speak with prophetic precision. It seems you have unwittingly set a flag. Even with the Confucian Taoist master wielding the Howren Bell, it would take some time for them to locate them. The Yunchi sect formation lay ahead. Quickly, Shen Leyan caught sight of the dark sentinels guarding the Yunchi sect's protective array. Under the influence of the Howren Bell, all beings were at most at the nascent soul stage, and the disciples of the Yunchi sect guarding the area, alongside the assassins from the Peacock sect, were not without the strength to fight. As long as they could delay for a while, they could await the arrival of that Confucian Taoist master. You two go ahead and scout. See if there are any disciples from the Yunchi sect patrolling. Yes, Guardian. 2 assassins surged into the distance. As the sound of the Howren Bell grew louder, the Guardian's expression darkened. Shen Leyan could surmise that this indicated the approach of the Confucian Taoist master. Who goes there? Quickly send a message using the piercing cloud arrow to alert the elders of the law enforcement hall. Someone is attacking the Yunchi sect. The 2 assassins engaged in battle with the sentinels of the Yunchi sect. The Guardian's face darkened with fury. A bunch of useless fools, hearing the Howren Bell and losing their wits. Even scouting will expose us. The clanging of the bell echoed louder and louder. Shen Leyan, being at only the mid-level of chi refinement, was not suppressed by the Howren Bell. Aside from slight discomfort in his ears, he felt no adverse effects. However, the Guardian's spiritual energy was in disarray, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The Confucian Taoist master has found us. In a moment of desperation, Shen Leyan tossed Giuliani's corpse to the ground and declared with a tone of self-sacrifice, Guardian, please take the sacred grade artifact and flee. I am willing to hold the rear. At these words, the Guardian's eyes widened in shock. Do you understand what it means to hold the rear? It is only right for me to repay the Guardian's kindness. Very well. Today, the credit shall belong to you. When I return, I will certainly commend you to the sect master. The Guardian's eyes glistened with moisture, and without further ado, he led several assassins in a furious dash toward the Yunchi sect's formation. Shen Leyan stood rooted in place. Watching as they broke through the formation and vanished without a trace, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow and let out a long sigh. Being an undercover agent is truly a challenging role. He turned to look at the body of Giuliani that he had discarded and gently patted the other's cheek. Your Highness, you may cease the charade of death. The assassins from the Peacock sect have departed. After a brief moment, Giuliani slowly opened his eyes, coughed softly, and spat out a small amount of blood. If you throw me again, I might truly die. Shen Leyan couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, I was too preoccupied with worrying whether the Guardian of the Peacock sect would suspect me. I had no time to ponder such things. That Confucian Taoist master must be coming to rescue you, right? Not quite. They are likely here to ascertain whether I am truly dead. Giuliani replied with a sardonic smile, maintaining his composure. You need not be anxious. They do not genuinely wish to rescue me. Yet they will not harm me either. Just as Shen Leyan was about to respond, he noticed Giuliani's gaze was fixed on a particular spot in the woods, prompting him to follow suit. Beneath the golden radiance emitted by the Howren Bell stood a young woman clad in a crane-patterned official robe. She possessed an air of youthful vigor, her features striking and well-defined, appearing only 5 or 6 years older than them. Yet her eyes held a wisdom far beyond her years. "I am Ning Wei Mao, and I pay my respects to your highness," Ji Liani replied. "There is no need for such formalities. Retrieve the medicine, and then go fetch those assassins from the Peacock sect." Ning Wei Mao presented a white jade vial, and before departing, her gaze lingered for a moment. Shen Leyan refrained from meeting Ning Wei Mao's eyes, choosing instead to lower his head. Ji Liani suddenly pushed himself up from the ground, his tone turning icy. "Lord Ning need not regard him. My ambush has nothing to do with him. Besides, he possesses a token from the Mingchan Pavilion, and Lord Ning should be aware of Master Lu's temperament." Ning Wei Mao seemed to chuckle softly. "Your Highness, you worry too much. I merely noted that this child has commendable potential." Having spoken, her figure vanished into thin air, and the sound of the Howren bell began to fade away. For a moment, Shen Leyan was baffled by the exchange between the two, opting to set it aside. "Aren't you going to let her treat your injuries? If she were to treat my wounds, I would be concerned that she might meddle with my meridians. This vial of medicine is sufficient. The royal family is indeed complex." Shen Leyan opened the porcelain vial and brought it to Ji Liani's lips. "Then, go ahead and take it." Chapter 44, Silencing the Witnesses. Subsequently, the disciples guarding the formation of the Yunchi sect discovered them and escorted them back to Ji Liani's residence. As they approached the courtyard, Shen Leyan halted his steps and bid farewell to Ji Liani. "Well then, I have delivered you to your destination. As for what transpired today, you may relay it to your subordinates." Feeling utterly drained, he thought to himself that he needed to hurry back to his room and catch up on some sleep. After a day of tension, he finally had a chance to relax, and fatigue washed over him, his eyelids heavy with the desire to close and rest. After consuming the vial of medicine, Ji Liani's complexion had improved, no longer appearing as ghastly pale as before, and he did not collapse during their journey. The other man regarded him for a moment before nodding. "Very well." After a brief pause, he continued in a low voice. "Once my injuries have healed a bit more, I will send someone to find you." Shen Leyan remarked, "If you seek me for merriment, that is acceptable. However, if it is serious matters you wish to discuss, then it is unnecessary. This assassination involves far too many significant figures, and I have no desire to become embroiled in it." Ji Liani chuckled softly, captivated by the other's striking beauty, which, combined with the multitude of injuries adorning their form and the blood staining their lips, lent them an enchanting yet fragile allure. Shen Leyan paused, hearing the other say, "Rest assured, no one will disturb your peace over this matter. I am most grateful, Your Highness," he replied, turning to depart. Behind him, the guard stationed in the courtyard hurriedly rushed out to check on the prince's condition. Expressing their concern in a flurry of voices, he sensed Ji Liani's gaze lingering on him and could not resist glancing back. The other had donned a mask of brutal tyranny, their mood capricious, and while coughing, chastised the guards. "Incompetence! How could you allow spies to hide among you without detection? Should this occur again, I shall have your hands and feet severed, transforming you into living corpses." The guards knelt, drenched in sweat, pleading for forgiveness. Amidst the clamor, disciples of Yongsaizong, en route to their morning classes, passed by the courtyard. Their curiosity piqued. Some were merely there to witness the spectacle, while others harbored their own thoughts. Shen Leyan awoke from a profound slumber, as if he had slept through an entire day. When he finally roused, the sky had darkened once more. For some unknown reason, his body was smeared with black mud, as if impurities had been extracted from his meridians, a state he typically only experienced during his cultivation of spiritual energy. The foul odor emanating from him was unbearable, prompting him to hastily fetch a clean set of clothing and prepare for a bath. As he lifted the wooden tub and stepped out of his room, he beheld several individuals sprawled in the courtyard. Lu Yuani, Qingli, and senior brother Chen Jing. Senior brother Chen lay on a stretcher, gasping "It truly hurts," while craning his neck towards Shen Liyan's room. Why hasn't Liyan awakened yet? When will he wake? Upon seeing him, the other's eyes lit up. "Liyan." Lu Yuani sat on a stone bench, his piercing golden eyes regarding him coolly. Qingli, seated a considerable distance away from Lu Yuani, frowned and remarked, "Shen Leyan, while I may be a stone, I have at least taken on human form. Do you not find your attire somewhat inappropriate. Shen Leyan glanced down at himself. He had only worn an inner garment and underpants while sleeping. However, due to the repugnant black mud covering his body, he had left the collar of his garment slightly open. The youthful figure was tall and somewhat slender, with distinctly shaped collarbones peeking from beneath. He quickly turned, adjusting his collar. Feeling somewhat guilty, "I shall bathe first. We can discuss matters later," after indulging in a hot bath. The weariness and drowsiness that had enveloped him dissipated. Once clad in clean attire, he ventured into the courtyard, pondering aloud. "You all must have heard about the Crown Prince of Daxia, have you not?" He first looked toward Lu Yuni, as the commotion surrounding Howren Bell, intertwined with the Crown Prince, would have made it peculiar if he were unaware. Lu Yuni's golden eyes were deep and inscrutable. "It is curfew at night. Why did you not remain in your room to rest, instead donning night attire and wandering into the mountains? Is it not due to those who were lurking outside Mingchan Pavilion yesterday?" Shen Leyan's voice held a hint of unrecognized grievance that I ventured out to speak with the seniors at the law enforcement hall, suggesting they erect a no entry sign along the path to Mingchan Pavilion. I donned night attire to avoid being recognized on the way to the law enforcement hall. As for why I ended up in the mountains, it was simply because I lost my way. "You got lost on such a short path?" Qingli exclaimed in disbelief. Shen Leyan blinked innocently, defending himself. "Lu Zongzhu got lost too. Why can't I?" Senior Brother Chen quietly advised, all right, regardless of why Leyan ventured into the mountains. Ouch. "It hurts. I heard the Crown Prince of Daxia was attacked and severely injured. Leyan, are you unharmed?" "Do not worry, Senior Brother. Yes, you can see. I can run and jump. I am perfectly well." He recounted how he encountered Leyan in the mountains, how he was misidentified as one of the Peacock sect's assassins, and how he fabricated the illusion that the Crown Prince had perished. Chun Jing and Qingli listened intently, their expressions changing from tense worry to amusement, their faces reminiscent of those enthralled by a storyteller. "Goodness," Chun Jing marveled. "Leyan, you have effectively saved the Crown Prince's life, have you not? Might you be granted the title of Marquis?" Shen Leyan forced a smile. "There is no need for a Marquis title. I would be grateful if the individuals wishing to kill the Crown Prince and the Peacock sect do not uncover my identity and place me on their death list." The smiles on Chun Jing and Qingli's faces vanished instantly. "Is anyone else aware that I saved the Crown Prince?" he inquired. Throughout his journey back to Yongsaizong with Liani, he had not removed the black cloth covering his face. And on his way home, he had deliberately chosen a secluded path, even burning his night attire along the way. It was likely that no one had seen his face. They shook their heads. "It was only after Lu Zongzhu informed us that we learned you nearly perished alongside the Crown Prince in the mountains." Shen Leyan acknowledged this and took a seat beside Lu Yuni on the stone bench, resting his chin in one hand. "What brings you here, Lu Zongzhu? Should you not be discussing the Crown Prince's assassination within Yongsaizong with the elders and that Confucian Taoist master said to have come from the palace? I heard that a lost disciple from the sect nearly met their demise, so I came to check." Shen Leyan replied. Lu Yuni suddenly reached out, adjusting the placement of his slightly askew white jade hairpin. "No one within Yongsaizong will know you are involved in this matter. I have erased the memories of the disciples who accompanied you and Liani back. Were you seen by anyone in the mountains?" The assassins of the Peacock sect had never witnessed his face. They were likely still deeply moved by his selfless act of sacrifice and would never know his identity. However, that Confucian Taoist master, Ning Weimao, might be aware of who he was. Based on Liani's remarks at the time, it was certain that Ning Weimao was not aligned with the Eastern Palace faction. He likely supported the opposite side of the Crown Prince. When Liani suddenly mentioned that he possessed the Mingchan Pavilion token, it became evident that Lord Ning was aware of Lu Zongzhu's character, and upon reflection, it might have served as a form of intimidation and warning directed at Ning Weimao. What was Ning Weimao's purpose then? Did he think that Shen Leyan knew too much about this assassination and wished to silence him, or did he intend to eliminate Liani alongside him? Framing the Peacock sect for the act, this train of thought nearly sent Shen Leyan into a cold sweat, rendering his earlier bath futile. If Ning Weimao learned of his identity, would that not equate to Liani's opposing faction being aware? Would it not mean the Peacock sect would know? Could I ever leave Yongsaizong unscathed? It seemed that the moment I stepped beyond the sect's boundaries, I would be ambushed and brutally slain by a horde of assassins. Upon mentioning Ning Weima's name, Lu Yuanyi's expression grew noticeably colder. Qingli and Chen Jing wore heavy expressions, their gazes a mix of sympathy and resignation. Shen Leyan lamented, "Lu Zongzhu, must I devise a way to procure some elixir that can alter my appearance and name?" Eliminating Ning Weima would indeed be a troublesome affair. Shen Leyan acknowledged. He paused momentarily, suddenly realizing what Lu Yuanyi had just said. Lu Yuanyi, unusually thorough, explained, Ning Weima is the master of the third prince of Daxia. Thus he supports the third prince's claim to the throne. This assassination of the crown prince is not the work of the third prince. Ning Weima would not act personally, but he would not hesitate to lend a favor to the shadowy figures behind this. So, and that favor? Shen Leyan pointed at himself. Indeed, Lu Yuanyi affirmed, suddenly grasping his wrist and pressing his perplexed hand onto the table. Shen Leyan felt a cool, soothing energy flow into him, calming his anxious spirit in an instant. "Do not be afraid." The other's voice remained icy, yet carried a hint of warmth. Within the depths of those narrow, dark golden eyes flickered an imperceptible hint of murderous intent. Killing a Confucian Taoist master is not particularly troublesome. Shen Leyan, Chun Jing Qingli. Oh, in comparison to the cultural ethos of Yongsaizong, the peacock sect pales in significance. Let us fervently support Lu Zongzhu. Shen Leyan felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Fearing that Lu Yuanyi might, in the next moment, brandish his Jiangxue sword and rush into the mountains to confront Ning Weima, he quickly gathered his composure. Lu Zongzhu, I believe we need not resort to such a direct approach as silencing. Lu Yuanyi raised an eyebrow, that he elaborated. Ning Weima is now aware that I possess the Mingchan Pavilion token. She must assume we share some connection. She would not dare offend Yongsaizong, yet would not wish her visit to be in vain. Hence she might consider me a favor owed to the shadowy figures behind this assassination. However, I am merely a minor disciple in the Qi refinement stage, inconsequential in the grand scheme of the Daxiao royal succession. Killing me would only create enmity with Yongsaizong, which is not a wise trade-off. The mastermind behind this is no fool. They may not even desire to owe such a favor. Qingli suddenly realized. So all I need to do is threaten Ning Weima not to disclose this matter. Indeed, it is evident which holds more significance, a favor that others may not necessarily require, compared to the attitude of the lord of the Lu sect and the stance of the Yunqi sect. Once Shen Leyan grasped this matter, his tense brows gradually relaxed, and his dark, peach blossom eyes sparkled as they turned towards Lu Yuanyi, resembling a cat waiting for praise. Lu Yuanyi curled his lips slightly. Quite astute. If the youth had a tail behind him, it would surely be swaying with pride. However, all of this is predicated on the tranquility of the Yunqi sect. Otherwise, I too might perish without a trace. Lu Yuanyi spoke languidly, his voice slightly heavy. If a war breaks out between the celestial sects and the demons, nothing is certain at that time. Who will protect you? Shen Leyan was taken aback, waves of turmoil surging within him. Lu Yuanyi mentioned the war between the celestial beings and demons. Could it be that he too senses the current tranquility cannot endure for many years? He took a deep breath, suddenly realizing that during his time in the Yunqi sect, he had grown accustomed to a stable life, instinctively believing that the war was still far off and that discussions could be postponed for later. But everything is uncertain now that something has occurred. There are those who protect him, yet could anyone truly guard him for a lifetime? How could he live carefree, watching those around him take risks for him? If this were the case, what meaning would there be in cultivating immortality? The incident with Chun Jing would inevitably repeat itself. Lu Yuanyi's voice remained calm. Therefore, the most prudent course of action is for Ning Weima to perish, leaving no one aware of your connection to Ji Lianyi's assassination. The Jiangxue sword seemed to perceive its master's thoughts, drawing from its sheath with a clang, the cold aura surging, its blade radiating a chilling gleam. Qingli and Chen Jing were already dumbfounded, realizing that this matter was beyond their involvement. They could only furrow their brows in silence. The multitude of thoughts swirled in Shen Leyan's eyes. Yet ultimately, countless complicated emotions suddenly dissipated into thin I in the depths of the youth's gaze. Only a clear and resolute light remained. Even if there were to be a war between demons and celestial beings, there was still ample time, but he stepped forward, grasping the hilt of the Jiangxue sword, which momentarily appeared bewildered, yet obediently remained in his grasp. Did the Lord of the Lu sect never consider that perhaps by then he would no longer need anyone to protect him, being capable of self-defense? Lu Yini gazed intently at him. Given my fortune, I believe I will encounter numerous challenges in the future if the Lord of the Lu sect intends to silence them all. The Jiangxue sword may very well end up dulled. The Jiangxue sword, feeling wrongfully accused, buzzed in protest for a moment, but upon realizing its master did not intend to defend its reputation, fell silent in grievance. As Shen Leyan spoke, his voice grew slightly softer, tinged with embarrassment. Moreover, I shall not allow any misfortune to befall the Yunqi sect. Whether it be the war between celestial beings and demons, or any other matter, no one is permitted to disturb the Yunqi sect. Lord of the Lu sect, having lived for so long, do not dwell on notions of demise and destruction, since he is aware of the original text detailing how Lu Yuani met his end. He would not tread the same path. Chapter 45. Would you be interested in considering this? The assassins of the Peacock Gate, witnessing the light of the Howren Bell gradually dimming until it vanished, wore expressions of joy at having survived the calamity. They had not pursued us. Perhaps they noticed Ji Liani's corpse and were too preoccupied to attend to us. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing the word corpse, the protector let out a heavy sigh. The new disciple who had been covering our retreat is likely in grave danger. Indeed, such loyal and righteous individuals are truly rare. Alas, we can only return and ensure the sect master takes good care of his family. Have the newcomers guarding outside the Yunqi sect returned? Reporting to the protector, they are already on their way and should arrive shortly. As they spoke, several figures clad in night attire swiftly darted like phantoms, all bowing in unison to the protector. Now that everyone is present, let us depart hastily. After taking a few steps, the protector felt something was amiss and turned around. How many new disciples accompanied us on this mission? There were 8. Protector point 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. That's right, Protector. What do you mean that's right? The Protector was both startled and enraged. Where is that lad who was supposed to cover our retreat? Did his soul float back here? Why are there still 8 new disciples remaining? The assassins were momentarily stunned. Before they could speak, an ancient bronze bell suddenly descended from the heavens, rapidly enlarging several times over, and with a resounding clang. A young woman's figure appeared out of thin air. Ning Weima. Ning Weima smiled sweetly. You all truly made it difficult for me to find you. The protector gritted his teeth. You are the master of the third prince. Why are you now working for the crown prince? Why not spare us today, and the Peacock Gate will surely reward you handsomely in the future. Originally, I intended to let you off, but unfortunately. With a flick of Ning Weima's hand, the Howren Bell suddenly soared into the air, almost teleporting directly in front of the protector. Bang! The protector's body collided with the Howren Bell, instantly sent flying like a bird with broken wings. Blood spewing forth. It's unfortunate. Since Lord Lu had previously sought me out, you are all aware that the most formidable figure in the Great Xia is none other than him. Prevent his beloved disciple's identity from being revealed. I can only ask you all to remain here. Moments later, the area was left with over 10 corpses, each one having perished with shattered meridians, blood streaming from their 7 orifices. The Howren Bell bore splatters of blood. Yet with a cleansing incantation, it was restored to its pristine state. Liani drank a bowl of medicinal concoction, as usual, throwing a fit and scolding several attending subordinates before ordering everyone to leave the room. Moments later, a young attendant who fanned her quietly returned. Has the prince's injury improved? Ji Liani's eyes momentarily went vacant, as if recalling something. Then she chuckled softly. I am fine. Who exactly is the Yunqi sect disciple that saved the prince in the mountains? Could he know too much? What do you mean? Ji Liani's smile was enigmatic. In my humble opinion, if he can be of use to the prince, then let him state it. If he cannot, then he must be killed. Ji Liani slowly sat up, the bandages on her body faintly revealing some dried bloodstains, her voice low. Then what use are you to me? The young attendant was taken aback. Your Highness, I was sent by Her Majesty the Empress to be by your side to monitor me. Liani interrupted her. her brown eyes devoid of any humanity, like a feral beast. My matters are mine to consider. You need not meddle, D. You truly believe I would not gouge your eyes out and turn you into a living corpse? The young attendant lowered her head, her gaze flickering, not daring to respond further. Withdraw. The room finally fell silent. Giuliani laboriously leaned against the mattress behind her, coldly observing the bloodstains seeping from her reopened wounds. She murmured to herself, "Indeed, I cannot involve you in this," as October swiftly approached. The weather grew considerably cooler, and preparations for the Yunshi sect's apprenticeship ceremony were being conducted with great urgency. All the vacant rooms in the outer sect were filled to capacity. This year, an unusually large number of individuals came to participate in the apprenticeship ceremony, prompting Lingxi Pavilion to commence route testing for applicants ahead of schedule. Naturally, Qingli reverted to the ancient testing spirit stone form, working tirelessly from dawn till dusk in Lingxi Pavilion. Shen Leyan, amidst his studies, occasionally visited her, only to find an endless queue resembling a dragon, with Qingli wearing an utterly dispirited expression that showed no sign of lifting. All he could do was bring her some delicious snacks to brighten her day. During this period, he remained mostly in his quarters, practicing the Qingying Xuanji during the day and meditating to circulate his spirit energy at night. Unwavering despite the winds and rain, Zhang Ziheng remained in the capital and had yet to return. Chen Jing had finally reconstructed his meridians and had now left Mingchan Pavilion to return to the inner sect, preparing to participate in the apprenticeship ceremony. The good news is that although the other party's spiritual root has been damaged, it is still capable of cultivation, albeit at a slower pace than before. Shen Leyan has always felt that although Chen Jing is merely a nameless passerby in the original narrative, he is destined to leave a significant mark in the realm of immortality. It is hard to articulate why this is so. Perhaps it is a matter of intuition, or perhaps it is simply due to the lens through which he views his junior brother. The prince, who had previously promised to send someone to seek him out, has yet to make a single visit. The assassination incident has quietly passed, at least without stirring any ripples within the Yunshi sect. With only a scant few aware of it, Shen Leyan, wholly absorbed in his studies, truly had no inclination to indulge in revelries with Giuliani, so he pondered for a brief moment before dismissing it from his thoughts. As he observed the queue outside Lingxi Pavilion for testing spiritual roots growing shorter, and more individuals descending the mountain in disappointment, he understood that the master-apprentice ceremony was indeed about to commence. He had yet to decide which elder to take as his mentor. There were at least several thousand individuals coming to test their spiritual roots, yet only a few hundred would remain, a significant portion of whom were disciples from prominent families who had already embarked on the path of cultivation before arriving at Yunshi's sect, thus not requiring further testing, regardless of whether they successfully found a mentor. These individuals could remain within the inner sect, the only distinction being that those without a master would only attend the daily teachings led by the elders, who took turns conducting major lectures. In the evening, Shen Leyan heard a knock at his door. "Shun Shidi, tomorrow is the master recruitment ceremony. Please arrive at the training ground before the hour of the rabbit to participate in the sect's grand ritual." Shen Leyan expressed his gratitude to the disciple from the enforcement hall who delivered the message and accepted a jade token inscribed with his name, which seemed to pulse with spiritual energy. The disciple from the enforcement hall added, "This token is essential. It will be used to record your scores during the competition. The specific rules will be announced by an elder before the master recruitment ceremony begins." "Understood. Thank you for the reminder, Shi Xiao." Just as the disciple from the enforcement hall departed, Qingli and Chen Jing arrived from afar, waving a jug of wine in his direction. Shen Leyan smiled and waited for them at the gate of the courtyard. "Qingli, it seems you've lost quite a bit of weight in just a few days." Qingli, with dark circles under her eyes, cursed her dreadful job before concluding, "I truly hope that the villain Lu Yuani hurries up and finds someone else to swap shifts with me at Yunshi's sect. Or I will be worn out to the bone. Can spirit stones die, too?" Qingli shook her fist at him. Shen Leyan and Chen Jing erupted into laughter. The black markings on Chen Jing's body had faded, and whether it was due to the healing properties of the fiery Yang Divine which he had previously used, he now emanated a stronger aura of fire-type spiritual energy. Shen Leyan casually remarked, "Chen Jing, I recall you mentioning wanting to take Brother Zhang as your master, but he seems to still be in the capital. Have you thought about what you'll do if he cannot return tomorrow?" If Brother Zheng cannot make it back, I shall treat this as an opportunity for experience at the master recruitment ceremony to AS for you. Leyan, which master do you wish to take? I suppose I will take it step by step. Very well, then. Let us not linger on this matter. I wish us both success in realizing our aspirations tomorrow. I brought a jug of rice wine from the tavern. Care to join me? Shen Leyan retrieved 3 porcelain bowls from his room, pouring each of them a generous serving. The rice wine was sweet and refreshing, yet it carried a potent after-effect. As Shen Leyan sipped slowly, he forgot to remind his companions to take their time. And by the time he realized it, Chun Jing and Qingli had already flushed red in the face, drowsily slumped over the stone table in the courtyard, mumbling incoherently. One exclaimed, "I want to resign," while the other urged, "Brother Zheng, you must come back." Amused, he cleared away the wine bowls and assisted the 2 of them into the house. Grabbing some loose silver, he prepared to head to Luoxiang Hall to purchase some herbs to brew a hangover remedy. As he approached the entrance of the courtyard, he inadvertently caught sight of someone soaring through the distant sky on a flying sword, accompanied by a horned, winged white horse laden with numerous items. It was not unusual for someone to fly into Yunqi's sect, but what was remarkable was the creature following closely behind. Some cultivators enjoyed raising spirit beasts, and one of the main peaks of Yunqi's sect was known as Beast-Taming Peak, where each disciple possessed several spirit beasts to summon for assistance in battles. However, the disciples of Beast-Taming Peak were few in number, and each preferred solitude, often shying away from human interaction, which made them rarely seen. Curiously, Shen Leyan watched the flying horse for a while, and upon taking a few steps closer, he realized that it seemed to be heading directly towards his courtyard. The individual riding the sword brought the winged horse down outside the yard. He was a middle-aged man with a hardy appearance, dark skin, and simple attire, resembling a zookeeper. Shen Leyan regarded him, waiting for him to speak. The man also looked at him, and they shared an awkward silence for some time. Noticing the man's fingers nervously fiddling with the hem of his garment, Shen Leyan quickly greeted him. "You are." This is an elder Yanshi from Beast-Taming Peak." He cupped his hands in greeting, looking somewhat perplexed. "Elder Yanshi, are you here to find me?" It seemed that the Beast-Taming Peak had no direct connection with him. Aside from the time he had been penalized for sleeping during class and sent to Beast-Taming Peak to clean the spirit beast cages, returning reeking of filth, which took him 2 days to wash off. Elder Yanshi, for some reason, was pressed closely against the flying horse, stammering, I just came to find you." Shen Leyan assumed a listening posture to, "Tomorrow is the master recruitment ceremony, and I thought perhaps you might be interested in our Beast-Taming Peak." Having uttered these words, Elder Yanshi seemed to have exhausted all his courage, lowering his head and thrusting the reins of the flying horse into Shen Leyan's hands. His dark face appeared slightly flushed. "A small gift. You keep it. I must take my leave." With that, he mounted his sword and vanished in the blink of an eye. Shen Leyan was left in a state of bewilderment, pondering what just happened. Glancing at the beautiful flying horse beside him, then at the mound of items it bore, he noticed that many were supplies for caring for the horse, alongside some precious spiritual herbs, elixirs, and books. Shen Leyan rubbed the fluffy head of the horse, momentarily dazed, as he began to understand. Elder Yanshi's intention was for him to take him as a mentor tomorrow. He asked the flying horse, "Can you fly back to Beast-Taming Peak on your own? I truly cannot accept these items." The horse seemed to take a liking to him, nudging his palm and indicating for him to continue petting it. "Very well, then that I shall think of a way to return the gifts tomorrow." He led the flying horse into the courtyard, offering it some fruit. Fortunately, it wasn't raining today, and without a shelter in his courtyard, there was no place for the horse to escape the rain. Having settled these matters, he continued on his way to Luoxiang Hall. He passed along the path outside the courtyard, an elderly man clad in a Bagua Taoist robe, with white hair and beard, emerged from the woods, resembling a celestial figure from myth. He blocked Shen Leyan's path. Shen Leyan, having gained experience from earlier encounters, responded with familiarity. "You are?" "I am Elder Xuanji from the Jiuxing Pavilion." "Elder Xuanji, what brings you to find me?" "Tomorrow is the master recruitment ceremony. Are you interested in the art of divination?" "Aye. This is a token of our first meeting. You may keep it to play with. In wind and rain, I shall await you at Jiuxing Pavilion." Shen Leyan looked at the assortment of divination tools in his hands, tortoise shells, bead strings, wooden sticks, and fell into contemplation. It seems I shall have more items to return tomorrow. He temporarily tucked these items into his sleeve and proceeded towards Luoxiang Hall. He arrived at Luoxiang Hall without incident, only to find the doors closed, as though it were closed for the day. There were no disciples passing by. A portly man, adorned in extravagant clothing, sat leisurely in a grand chair outside Luoxiang Hall, playing with 2 jade walnuts and offering him a genial smile, revealing a mouthful of gold teeth. "You must be Shen Leyan. I am Elder Qian Yun, the steward of Luoxiang Hall. I see you are well informed." Shen Leyan maintained a neutral expression as he followed the customary greetings. "Elder Qian Yun, tomorrow is the master recruitment ceremony. Would you be interested in learning the art of business from me? If you wish, this Luoxiang Hall is a domain built by this elder for you." "No need for a domain. May I inquire if Elder Qian Yun has a particular item for sale?" "What is it?" "A hangover remedy." Chapter 46. Master Lu does not adhere to martial ethics. Shen Leyan, dragging his weary body, returned to his dwelling with the hard-earned hangover remedy. Inside, Chun Jing and Qingli were sound asleep. He brewed the remedy and shook them awake, feeding each a bowl. After a moment of sipping the remedy, their dazed expressions gradually cleared. "Thank you. I shall take my leave now. See you at the master recruitment ceremony tomorrow. My head feels a bit sore," Qingli added. "I too shall return to Lingxi Pavilion. I eagerly await good news from you both tomorrow." Shen Leyan escorted them to the door, and as he closed it, he heard Qingli's astonished exclamation from the courtyard. "Wow, what a beautiful flying horse. But it looks a bit familiar. Isn't this the one Elder Yin sure cherishes the most?" Chun Jing followed suit. "Wow, so many books and herbs. I remember these techniques are not loaned out from the inner sect." They then chorused in unison, "Shen Leyan." The tone suggests that he has secretly prospered behind their backs, almost as if he were about to say, "Ah, dear junior brother, do not forget those who aided you in your rise to wealth." Shen Leyan reopened the door, his tone infused with a sense of resignation. "If I were to claim that these items were left here by Elder Yin Shi, would you believe me?" After sending the 2 away, Shen Leyan indulged in a warm bath, and, after meditating briefly on his bed to cultivate his energy, he nestled into his blankets, allowing sleep to envelop him. Tomorrow, he was to attend the martial arts arena for a competition and return the gifts he received today to the elders of the various main peaks. Thus, he intended to enjoy a restful night to rejuvenate himself. In the early hours of the following day, before dawn had broken, Shen Leyan arose to change his attire, stowing away the token of Mingchan Pavilion and donning instead the jade medallion bestowed upon him by the law enforcement disciples the day prior. With ample time before the appointed hour for gathering at the martial arts arena, he planned to enjoy breakfast at an inn and meditate once more, leading his flying steed while pulling along a cart laden with goods. He arrived at the inn. The outer disciples, already busy preparing breakfast, had nearly completed their morning fare. He ordered a bowl of mango double-skim milk and several spicy little lobster buns, then casually sought out a private room. As he pushed open the door to a private chamber, he caught a glimpse of a figure seated within. My apologies. I seem to have entered the wrong room. He instinctively apologized, preparing to close the door and seek another room. To his surprise, someone was already dining at this early hour. "And no matter. Do come in." The voice from within seemed somewhat familiar. After a moment's hesitation, he suddenly recognized it with a flicker of surprise in his dark eyes. "Elder Lu?" Upon entering the room, his gaze fell upon a considerable stack of bamboo steamers piled high, with small buns on the table before Lu Yui, roughly 7 or 8 in number. "Is all of this truly for you alone?" Lu Yui, with his silver hair cascading freely, had secured it with an ornate wooden hairpin, his attire more elaborate than usual, likely in preparation for the ceremony to honor the ancestors before the apprenticeship conference. The dark blue robe adorned with subtle cloud patterns accentuated his tall and graceful figure, reminiscent of a solitary pine standing atop a snow-capped mountain, exuding an ethereal charm, if one were to overlook the half-eaten bun delicately held between his fingers. Indeed, the variety of flavors in these little buns is enticing. I wish to sample them all. "What do you have there?" "Spicy little lobster buns. Would Elder Lu care to try one?" He offered a bun to Lu Yuni, who took one and remarked, "The flavor is quite acceptable." With that, he took another. Shen Leyan had long since come to understand Lu Yuanyi's temperament during their journey to the southwestern region, finding nothing amiss as he comfortably seated himself and began to enjoy his breakfast. Lu Yuanyi glanced out the window. What is the story behind that flying steed and the cart of goods? Shen Leyan hesitated, pondering whether it would be appropriate to disclose that several elders had discreetly sought him out the previous night, offering numerous gifts in hopes of taking him as their disciple. He was uncertain of the cultivation world's stance on such matters, but he intended to return the gifts anyway. Perhaps it would be best to keep this under wraps for now to avoid any potential repercussions for the elders involved. After a moment's thought, he cleared his throat and said, I merely stumbled upon those items along the way. Lu Yuanyi narrowed his phoenix-like eyes. Stumbled upon them, you say? Indeed. I heard Qingli mention that the flying steed likely escaped from the Beastmaster Peak, and I plan to return it shortly. Lu Yuanyi offered no further comment, his gaze shifting to Shen Leyan's sleeve. And what of that turtle shell? Did you also find that by chance? Shen Leyan glanced down to find the turtle shell and wooden sticks he had tucked away had somehow slipped out. Well, I suppose I purchased it from Luoxiang Hall, but Luoxiang Hall was closed yesterday. Shen Leyan replied, a hint of embarrassment creeping. Lu Yuanyi smirked, then lifted his hand to gently tap Shen Leyan's forehead with his fingers. You are truly inept at lying. So, Elder Lu is aware of how I came into possession of these items. Will those elders face any penalties? Lu Yuanyi plucked another bun from Shen Leyan's bowl, his long eyelashes casting shadows over his gaze. I doubt it. Shen Leyan exhaled a sigh of relief. That is good. I intend to return all these items. Do you not wish to take any of those elders as your masters? To take on a master, one must first compete in the martial arts arena against others. It would be inappropriate to accept gifts without earning them. That sounds like something your senior brother Zheng would say. Shen Leyan chuckled. Indeed, I spent ample time with senior brother Zheng. Will he be returning today? As the chief disciple of the sect leader, Zhang Zihong was certainly eligible to accept disciples. Brother Chen is eagerly awaiting his return. He has unfinished business in the capital. However, the apprenticeship conference will be recorded in its entirety by the Reflection Stone, and should he see a worthy disciple, he may choose to accept them. Then Brother Chen need not wait another 5 years. Shen Leyan exclaimed, excited to share this good news with Chen Jing. While Elder Lu enjoys his meal, I shall wait. The youth obediently settled down, sensing that Lu Yuanyi's gaze seemed to flicker momentarily. Upon closer inspection, it appeared as calm and deep as before. Perhaps it had merely been his imagination. You truly do not intend to accept the gifts from those elders? In truth, the rules of the apprenticeship conference are not so rigid. Whether the elders take on disciples is not strictly tied to victories in a martial arts arena. Those gifts are far too extravagant. If I were to accept them all without finding a master, would those elders not toss me into a sack and give me a good thrashing? What if they're less extravagant? He blinked in surprise. As he led the flying steed away from the inn. A crimson peace charm now adorned his neck, strung on a dark cord, warm against his skin rather than cold like ordinary jade. According to Elder Lu, this peace charm was crafted from a piece of jade he fortuitously acquired from a natural hot spring in the southern region. Besides its aesthetic appeal and some benefits against cold ailments, it bore no other significant use. Shen Leyan was aware that his body did not fare well in the winter, and having confirmed that this peace charm could not store spiritual energy and was not a magical artifact, he accepted it. He had intended to return the items gifted by the elders before heading to the martial arts arena, but the main peaks were not nearby, and time was of the essence. The flying steed whinnied affectionately, nudging its large head against his palm, its snow-white wings unfurled, flapping twice and showering him with feathers. Shen Leyan quickly patted the steed's head. You mean to suggest I should try flying to the Beastmaster Peak? The flying steed's speed rivaled that of a cultivator riding a sword. Indeed, riding it would allow him to arrive in time. The steed nodded, indicating with a bow of its head for him to mount the saddle. Shen Leyan hesitated for a moment, grasped the reins, and swung himself onto its back. After a few powerful strides, the flying steed took to the air, soaring rapidly toward the Beastmaster Peak with its heavy cargo. When he located Elder Yin Shi, the elder was bathing a unicorn. Upon seeing Shen Leyan dismount from the flying steed, Elder Yin Shi's complexion turned a shade darker, tinged with embarrassment. Shen Leyan, you have arrived. He stammered, a hint of nervousness in his voice. I look rather unkempt. Would you mind waiting while I change? No, Elder Yinshur, there is no need for you to trouble yourself. Shen Leyan mustered his courage. Feeling as though he resembled a faithless scoundrel, he attempted to phrase it delicately. I have come to return the flying steed, and these items. I appreciate your kindness, but the elder's expression fell. And as he wiped his hands on his garment, he quickly nodded. No matter. You need not feel embarrassed. Yet as he reassured Shen Leyan, his speech became increasingly stuttered. The flying steed seemed to sense its impending return to the Beastmaster Peak, nuzzling against its owner who had cared for it throughout the night. If Elder Yinshur does not mind, I could come by the Beastmaster Peak from time to feed the spirit beasts. Bathe them and clean up after them. Oh, that would be splendid. I would certainly welcome that. But you still need to head to the martial arts arena, correct? It would be inconvenient to walk down a mountain. The flying steed may be borrowed for a while longer. Grateful, Shen Leyan thanked Elder Yinshur as the flying steed carried him once more toward the Jiuxing Pavilion on the Beastmaster Peak. Elder Yinshur gazed at the retreating figure of the youth, returning to continue bathing the unicorn with a sense of melancholy. Little horn, my heart is heavy, the unicorn replied. I had thought perhaps I was the only one who sought out Shen Leyan yesterday. When conversing with spirit beasts, Elder Yinshur was articulate and showed no signs of social anxiety or stuttering. Now it seemed that the competition for disciples was fierce. I just saw Shen Leyan carrying the turtle shell from Xuani. Yet Xuani surely cannot successfully take on a disciple. What of that peace charm he wears? I had often seen it in Elder Lu's possession in recent days. Who could possibly compete with that unscrupulous fellow? The unicorn chimed in agreement. Indeed, it is a challenge to surpass him. Outside the Jiuxing Pavilion, enveloped in swirling mists and ethereal energy, the sky remained shrouded in darkness despite the approach of dawn. A tapestry of stars twinkling above. Elder Xuani sat before a fallen star in the open-air hall, holding a whisk and with his eyes closed, surrounded by scattered bamboo sticks as he instructed his disciples. I have foreseen that today you will encounter a remarkably gifted junior brother. Shen Leyan politely knocked on the door. Elder Xuanji? Elder Xuanji's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Look, your exceptionally gifted junior brother has arrived. Several senior brothers and sisters, exuding an ethereal grace, turned in unison to gaze at him. Shen Leyan remarked, why does it feel like Elder Xuanji's divination skills are not particularly sharp? There seems to be a misunderstanding. I am here to return something that he expressed tactfully. Yesterday, Elder Xuanji lent me some divination tools, and I have come to return them today, that he retrieved the tortoise shell, beads, wooden sticks, and other items he had tucked in his sleeve and presented them to Elder Xuanji with both hands. If there are no further matters, I shall proceed to the training ground for the apprenticeship ceremony. Elder Xuanji's lips moved as if he wished to say something, but his disciples spoke up first. Master, this Xuanwu tortoise shell I have been asking you to lend me, yet you were reluctant to part with it. Why the mournful tone now? Master, this talisman bead for warding off evil spirits. I sought your permission to borrow when I descended the mountain to exorcise demons, but you did not grant it. Why the even more sorrowful tone now? Master, this peachwood stick for inquiring about marriage. I previously wanted to consult you about, yet you did not offer to divine. Why the tone now sounds as if you were about to spill sulfuric acid. Shen Leyan dared not linger any longer regarding the matters of the Jiuxing Pavilion. With a sense of apology, he bowed to the senior brothers and sisters and hastily departed, mounting his flying steed. Behind him, Elder Xuanji was in a fluster. Alas, today's divination has encountered a small mishap. It is truly not as you all imagine. When Shen Leyan arrived at the training ground, the hourglass for timing was nearly empty, and he had just barely made it in time. The direct disciples of the elders stood behind them, while other inner and outer disciples were neatly arranged in rows. Those participating in the apprenticeship ceremony gathered directly on the various training platforms. The training ground was merely a collective term, encompassing a vast area. The northernmost point was the ancestral hall for sacrifices, wherein the ancestral spirits of the Yunshi sect and various generations of sect masters were enshrined. Following, there were several hundred steps, and upon descending, there were dozens of training platforms. The training platforms were circular, rising several zhang above the ground. When two cultivators sparred on the platform, protective formations would activate to prevent bystanders from being inadvertently harmed. After the spirit root assessment, only a few were eligible to participate in the apprenticeship ceremony. If they were to spar in pairs on the platforms, it would likely take just a few days to conclude all matches. He casually chose a training platform and stood amidst the crowd. The sacrificial rites had yet to commence, and two individuals beside him were whispering. Have you noticed that several elders seem to have rather grim expressions? Indeed, Elder Xuanji appears particularly haggard. Elder Yenshi seems to be lost in thought. Could it be that something significant has occurred in the cultivation world? Surely not. Look at Sect Master Lu. He appears completely unfazed. What could possibly be wrong? Lu Yuanyi and the elders overseeing the various main peaks stood upon the hundreds of steps. Had they not possessed cultivation, one might truly struggle to discern each other's features. Chapter 47. The first round of matches, yet they could only see faces. The voices of the elders were inaudible to them. Elder Yenshi stammered. Lu, Sect Master, you promised that no one would go and dig into matters regarding others. How could you? Elder Xuanji interjected. Oh dear, can you speak more clearly? How could Sect Master Lu bestow a safety pendant upon Shen Leyan? Elder Qinyan remarked, so, Shen Leyan has a fondness for safety pendants? Lu Yuanyi replied indifferently. Did you not sneak around to find Shen Leyan last night? The elders retorted, how could the matter of recruiting disciples in the cultivation realm be termed as sneaky? If he refuses your gifts, what can I do? The elders glared at Lu Yuanyi's nonchalant expression, secretly grinding their teeth. How infuriating, once again outwitted by this fellow. The hourglass for timing ran out, and a melodious morning bell resonated through the sect. Banners fluttered on either side of the stone steps. As dawn broke, a sliver of light emerged from behind the mountain contours, illuminating the embroidered cloud patterns on the banners, bringing them to life. The disciples responsible for rituals struck the chime and played the sheng and qin, the sound of the instruments resounding majestically and solemnly, ascending into the heavens. The remaining disciples immediately hushed, bowing in reverence. Lu Yuanyi's slightly somber voice emerged from before the ancestral hall, imbued with a hint of incense's coolness, echoing through the morning mist as if it were a message from moon. O heavenly sovereign, shine upon the earth, gather the spirits of the land, send forth gentle winds and rains. Each finds its rightful place. All beings thrive together. Shen Leyan, alongside the disciples beside him, maintained a bowing gesture until the end of the sacrificial text. The heavy wooden doors of the ancestral hall creaked open, and the elders, accompanied by their direct disciples, proceeded to burn incense and pay their respects. The other disciples awaited on the training platforms. Quietly observing the ceremony, it was not until the sun rose high and the sky brightened that the sacrificial rites concluded. The disciples participating in the apprenticeship ceremony felt a surge of spirit, their faces reflecting a modicum of excitement as they awaited the elder from the law enforcement hall to announce the rules for the upcoming matches. This time, the apprenticeship ceremony would still follow the rules of martial arts point scoring. All disciples would draw lots, pairing those assigned to the same training platform for matches. The victors would earn 3 points, advancing to the next round, while the defeated would receive no points and be directly eliminated, with no further opportunities to compete. All points would be displayed on their jade tokens. The elders and your senior brothers and sisters would directly propose to accept disciples if they witnessed outstanding performances. Shen Leyan listened attentively to the rules, deep in thought on the surface. The possibility of successfully becoming a disciple indeed seemed unrelated to the number of victories, yet undoubtedly, the more victories one achieved, the greater the chance of being noticed. Elders would not choose disciples with mediocre qualifications and low cultivation to add to their burdens. After all, a direct disciple bore greater responsibilities, whether learning to manage sect affairs or descending the mountain to undertake more perilous tasks for training. Should a master fail to teach their disciple well, it would not only bring shame upon themselves, but could potentially endanger the lives of others. After all matches concluded, all disciples could use the points on their jade tokens to exchange for rewards in the inner sect's library. Upon this announcement, the crowd erupted in a flurry of excitement. Some impatiently inquired, "Can anything be exchanged?" Even the sacred level techniques from the library? The elder from the law enforcement hall replied with a smile. Indeed, that if you can achieve consecutive victories until the end, the points you earn should be sufficient to exchange for a sacred level technique. The atmosphere on the training platforms boiled over like water, splashed into a hot pan. Even before the matches commenced, people were eager to take action, their spirits ignited by the alluring rewards. Shen Leyan steadied his mind, setting aside thoughts of the outcome, and continued to listen quietly as the elder from the law enforcement hall announced the subsequent rules. During the matches, no lethal force was permitted, nor the use of poison or hidden weapons. Personal pills and artifacts were also prohibited. The Yunchi sect would provide standardized weapons for the matches, allowing participants to choose freely from swords, sabers, and halberds. Moreover, there would be no rest period between matches. Immediately following one match, the next round would commence, continuing until all matches were complete. Are there any points of confusion upon hearing the final rule? The expressions of the crowd varied. It was understandable that the sect provided weapons, considering the disparities in backgrounds. For instance, the crown prince of the Great Xia, Ji, could easily pull out several sacred-level artifacts, which would render him invincible on the training ground, contradicting the purpose of the apprenticeship ceremony. However, the lack of rest between matches, coupled with the prohibition on pills, meant that the speed at which one could recover their spiritual energy would surely lag behind the speed of consumption, leading to inevitable exhaustion in both energy and body as the matches progressed. This was likely intended to test their mental fortitude. The path of cultivation was inherently arduous. Only those who diligently sought knowledge could persevere in the long run. Well then, since there are no further questions, let us proceed to the drawing of lots. Hundreds of small luminous orbs descended from the steps of the ancestral hall, resembling mischievous little spirits fluttering about in the air. Shen Leyan's fingers twitched slightly, and a gust of wind-based spiritual energy coalesced into a small whirlwind, drawing one of the luminous orbs down into his palm. Upon shattering the orb, a slip of paper emerged, inscribed with the words Training Platform Number 7, Number 1. As several individuals obtained their lot numbers, the crowd gradually realized that the drawing of lots involved seizing the luminous orbs flying through the air. Various spiritual energies surged chaotically as some disciples from prestigious families flew on their swords in pursuit of the orbs. Disciples who had obtained their lot numbers could proceed directly to their respective training platforms and wait. Each training platform accommodated 8 disciples, grouped as Number 1 and Number 8, Number 2 and Number 7, and so forth. Is that all clear? One by one, the crowd received their lot numbers and quickly made their way to their designated training platforms. Shen Leyan surveyed those on the same platform as himself, noting the absence of familiar faces. Chen Jing was beside him, while Ji was at the far end, the first opponent he was set to spar with. Designated Number 8 appeared to be of similar age, clad in coarse dark clothing, with a round face and a cheerful demeanor, who took the initiative to greet him. Senior brother, I just recently tested my spirit root and have not practiced for long. I hope you will guide me during our match. Shen Leyan returned the greeting. Please, disciples from training platforms Number 1 and Number 8, select your weapons. The other disciples may depart to observe that a weapon rack materialized out of thin air above each martial arts platform, adorned with an array of weapons commonly wielded by cultivators, ranging from swords and sabers to folding fans and musical instruments. Among them, Shen Leyan was most familiar with the long sword, and thus casually selected a moderately sized iron sword. The 8th contender opted for 2 massive iron hammers, hefting them in his hands before expressing satisfaction. It appeared that although he had not practiced spiritual power for long, he possessed innate strength. Otherwise, wielding such heavy hammers would not have been so effortless. To knock an opponent off the martial arts platform was regarded as a victory, and thus the competition commenced. The 8th contender, with a hearty grin, exclaimed, "Please, senior brother, offer your guidance." A yellowish glow surged around the 2 hammers, which were already bristling with numerous sharp spikes, rendering them incredibly heavy. With the augmentation of Earth-type spiritual power, their might was further amplified. Observing the opponent's bulging muscles and the significant weight of the hammers, Shen Leyan noted that the 8th contender's movements had become notably sluggish, indicating that wielding the 2 hammers was indeed quite strenuous. Should a single strike land upon him, he feared he might be sent flying several meters away. With a resounding thud, Shen Leyan retreated several steps, deftly sidestepping a sweeping blow from the eighth contender's hammer. The immense weight combined with the force of the swing caused the hammer to miss its mark, crashing into the solid stone surface of the martial arts platform and leaving a series of fine cracks in its wake. Though his opponent boasted incredible strength, his movements lacked agility. As long as Shen Leyan could discern the change in the wind, he could easily evade the assault. He did not intend to employ the Qingying Xuanjua technique just yet. While this method of movement was well suited for combat, it consumed a considerable amount of spiritual power. Today's competition was a test of endurance, and he needed to conserve his energy for the decisive moments. On the martial arts platform, one contender's onslaught grew increasingly fierce, the dual hammers creating a gust of wind, repeatedly forcing his opponent toward the edge of the platform. The other, a slight youth, merely darted about the stage. His spiritual energy fluctuations minimal. Yet by the narrowest margins, he managed to evade the colossal hammer strikes, remaining on the platform. Gradually, the first rounds of competition on each martial arts platform began yielding results. Chen Jing, it seemed, had truly incurred the wrath of fate, as a large tuft of his hair had been singed away by his opponent's spiritual energy, leaving him in a rather disheveled state. Fortunately, he successfully advanced past the first round. Ji emerged as the first victor, flanked by two attendants who shielded him from the sun and fanned him gently. The winners busily circulated their techniques to recover their spiritual energy, while the eliminated contenders hung their heads in dejection, lamenting their failure to perform adequately. Facing Shen Leyan, the eighth contender, panting heavily, discarded one of his hammers and pointed at him. "Senior brother, could you please stop dodging?" Shen Leyan, maintaining a cautious distance, replied, "Then could you kindly concede and stop attacking?" He had scarcely expended any spiritual energy and still felt quite invigorated, capable of dancing around the eighth contender for an entire day. After a moment's hesitation, the eighth contender, unwilling to concede outright, halted in place to catch his breath. "Senior brother, how can you run so swiftly?" The youth, aside from his dampened hair, showed little sign of fatigue. His eyes, sparkling with energy, they had already been fighting for nearly half an hour. Perhaps it was due to the training he had undergone in the southwestern territories. Once he began resting, the eighth contender found that he could not lift the giant hammer again, and resignedly declared, "I truly have no strength left." I concede. He leaped down from the martial arts platform an hour later. The first round of competition concluded, leaving only 4 contenders on each platform. They settled in their respective corners to recover or gathered with friends to strategize against their upcoming opponents. The martial arts arena filled only with faint murmurs of conversation. Thus far, none of the eliminated participants had successfully entered sect. After resting for a while and quenching his thirst, Shen Leyan ensured his dantian was replenished with spiritual energy before walking over to the adjacent platform to find Chen Jing. Chen Jing, running a hand through his singed hair, fretted, "Leyan, how will I ever face people like this?" Fortunately, it was merely the tips that had been singed, and in a fortnight, they would regrow, far better than becoming bald. "What is bald?" Shen Leyan picked up a twig and sketched a map in the dirt, prompting Chen Jing to chuckle. "Only you could come up with such a name. I heard it when I was young. Aside from losing a bit of hair, you aren't injured, are you?" "No, just a bit drained from expending spiritual energy." His opponent's damaged spiritual root made recovery slower. Just as Shen Leyan was about to offer some of his own energy, he noticed Chen Jing fretting over his hair again. "Alas, what a poor impression I will leave on Zhang Shixiao." "Chen Jing Shixiao, you must sit and meditate at once. I have ample energy. I'll give you some." Before long, the elder from the law enforcement hall signaled all to return to their respective martial arts platforms in preparation for the next round. With the first round concluded, the second round was about to commence. The rules for the second round differed slightly from before. The 4 participants on each platform would engage in a free-for-all until only one remained standing. You may form alliances of 2 or 3, or choose to fight individually. Do you understand? You have 1 incense stick's time to decide your tactics and seek allies. The crowd nodded, most already beginning to seek out partners. "Let us team up to eliminate the others first, and then we can compete for the final spot, shall we?" One individual proposed. "That person should be the strongest among us. If we fight separately, none can match him. It would be wise for us 3 to ally and take him down first, after which we can settle our differences. What do you all think?" While forming alliances is advantageous, one must be wary of those who may resort to underhanded tactics and betray their allies. What a convoluted set of rules. Even if you three gang up on me, you're still no match. As Shen Leyan observed the reactions of his fellow contenders on Platform 7, he contemplated his strategy. He had not practiced any offensive techniques and held no advantage in cultivation level to remain the last standing on Platform 7. He could only rely on the Qingying Xuanjue to evade all attacks, winning through delay. Thus, persuading others to ally with him proved challenging. That if someone were to ask what he could contribute to an alliance, he could hardly respond that he had little use aside from ensuring he wouldn't be knocked off the platform. It was unlikely anyone would wish to ally with him under such circumstances. Furthermore, he was not familiar with the individuals on Platform 7. He was uncertain of their characters and felt that, in such a scenario, trust was challenging to establish. Before long, two individuals on Platform 7 united as allies, while another, likely weighing his options, chose to fight alone, much like Shen Leyan as the incense stick burned down. The elder from the law enforcement hall announced loudly, "The second round of the competition begins." Chapter 48. Inner Demons? Perhaps it was due to his being the last to finish in the first round that, as soon as he stepped onto the martial arts platform, the two allied contenders simultaneously lunged at him with their swords. One sword resonated with thunderous roars and flashes of lightning, while the other wielded a summoning technique, sending his long sword soaring and conjuring 10 illusory flying swords, forming a rudimentary sword formation that cornered Shen Leyan. Clearly, they perceived him as the weakest among the four and sought to eliminate him swiftly. As Shen Leyan employed the Qingying Xuanjue, searching for gaps in the sword formation to evade, he raised his sword to block one of the attacks, using the momentum to leap into the air and spin. Escaping the confines of the sword formation, before the two could recover, he took off running across the martial arts platform. The pale blue shadows left by the Qingying Xuanjue dazzled the eyes. At times, Shen Leyan himself became confused as to his own whereabouts amidst the flurry of phantoms. Initially, the two allies pursued him with swords, but gradually they realized their speed fell short of even half of Shen Leyan's, and their swords could not land a hit, prompting them to abandon the chase. Instead, they turned back to confront the remaining contender. Shen Leyan seized the opportunity for a brief respite, pausing to catch his breath and observe the trajectories of the ongoing battles. Generally, standard techniques and swordplay followed predictable patterns, but only at a certain level of cultivation could one transcend the constraints of their techniques, allowing the sword to move in harmony with the heart. However, those of such mastery would not attend a disciple selection event. Before long, the solitary contender fell beneath the combined assaults of the two allies. Shen Leyan dusted himself off with a sigh. Alas, it seems I must begin my retreat again. In my youth, I believed fighting was commendable. Mistakenly considering fleeing as a treasure, he gazed at the two, who returned his stare, likely pondering the same. It seemed they would have to wait until one side exhausted their spiritual energy before this competition could conclude. Shen Leyan grinned slyly. "Are you both certain you wish to continue your alliance in pursuing me? You should have seen my agility just now. You won't be able to harm me anytime soon. Yet your spiritual energy is not infinite. Eventually, you will tired." He possesses a wind spirit root, which allows him to recover his spiritual energy at a pace surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Even if the situation becomes dire, he is confident that he can endure longer than the other two. That you may certainly attempt to pursue him, but I must caution you both. When you join forces to hunt me down, do not expend all your strength. What if, in a desperate bid, you exhaust yourselves while your ally conserves their power, only to later eliminate you in a treacherous manner? Surely, neither of you wishes to be a pawn for another, correct? Although the act of sowing discord is often met with disdain, one cannot deny its occasional effectiveness. Despite knowing he is deliberately inciting discord, both allies exhibit a shift in demeanor, their eyes betraying a flicker of hesitation and wariness. Forming a temporary alliance with strangers who have conflicting interests is inherently precarious. Shen Leyan harbors no doubts. Even if the two of them choose to unite against him, it is uncertain whether one might not stab their ally in the back first. Enough with the meaningless chatter. If we turn on each other, wouldn't that simply allow you to reap the benefits? One of them retorted sharply, gathering his breath and lunging forward with his sword. The blade summoned the winds around them, each thrust and slash concealed within its trajectory. Yet his cultivation was still too shallow to fully unravel its intricacies. He could only wait until the sword wind approached to evade it in time. With a thunderous roar resonating in his ears, he sensed the violent spiritual energy contained within the opponent's sword, enough to make his very blood boil. That a strand of ink-black hair was severed by the blade, prompting Shen Leyan to retreat several steps as he gravely declared, "Be cautious. Your ally appears poised to summon a sword formation. Be wary lest you find yourself struck down alongside them." "Silence. I shall not." The opponent was infuriated, insisting, "Let us first eliminate this slippery fellow. Your sword seems to have slowed since earlier. Are you perhaps conserving your strength in anticipation of a later confrontation with your ally?" The other seemed deeply insulted. "Whose sword has slowed? Honest words may be harsh to hear. Why do you refuse to accept my candidness?" The opponent's face flushed with rage, their aura and spiritual energy becoming erratic. "You, a mere mid-level cultivator, dare to critique my swordsmanship. If you are so skilled, why can't you catch me?" Shen Leyan exhaled slowly, his youthful visage deceptively innocent, yet his words incited a desire to strike him with a bamboo stick. "How can I not catch you? You rely solely on a peculiar body technique to escape. You merely depend on a unique sword technique to pursue. Are you mimicking my speech?" Shen Leyan grinned mischievously, taking the sarcasm to its zenith. The opponent, now seething with rage, retorted even more vehemently. Before the elders presiding over the various main peaks, dozens of reflection stones projected a massive screen, showcasing the ongoing battles on each martial platform. The elders occasionally offered commentary, discussing which promising talents to allocate to which main peak. Most platforms were devoid of chatter, filled only with the sounds of clashing weapons. However, the seventh martial platform was particularly lively, with two competing disciples chattering incessantly, as if two childish children were squabbling. The elders were unwittingly drawn in, unable to resist stealing glances. That disciple, with the dual Thundergold spirit roots, wields an aggressive and fierce sword technique, and is on the verge of breaking through to a higher realm. He would be a suitable candidate to inherit our teachings. One remarked, "Oh, that disciple darting around the martial field is Shen Leyan." "I assent to it." Several elders' gazes drifted toward Lu Yun. "Master Lu, if you wish to take on a disciple, merely gifting him a trinket of little value is hardly sufficient. Indeed, with such exceptional spirit root talent, it would be a shame not to impart to him some formidable techniques. Master Lu's chosen disciple should at least be capable of some combat. While this youth possesses commendable agility and ample spiritual energy, he cannot rely solely on evasion to succeed in battles." Half an hour later, the two allies realized their spiritual energy had dwindled significantly. Neither pursued Shen Leyan any longer. Instead, they sat down to recuperate, eyeing each other warily while feigning conversation directed at Shen Leyan. "Hey, don't run off. Wait for me to regain some strength before I come a deal with you." Shen Leyan squatted nearby. "Resting? I'm not running. You too? Clearly your energy I senti fully spent. When you were attacking me earlier, you were holding back, yet you pretend to be exhausted. Rather than worry about when your ally might betray you, why not settle your differences with each other first? After all, you've seen it. I only run and pose no threat to you." The two allies exchanged glances to whom that slippery little brat might have a point. "Let us fight." With a flash of lightning and thunder, the flying swords clashed resoundingly on the martial platform. Shen Leyan seized the opportunity to catch his breath, quickly massaging his sore calves and ankles. Had he not recently ventured to the southwestern region and encountered an assassination attempt in the depths of Yunqi's sect, constantly fleeing or on the run, he likely would not have been able to endure for so long. After all, while his spiritual energy still remained, physical fatigue is not something that can always be alleviated by spiritual power alone. Before long, the combatants established a victor and a loser. However, the disciple with the dual Thundergold spirit roots did not emerge unscathed. He bore several sword wounds on his arm, blood trickling forth, his spiritual energy waning, leaving him unsteady on his feet. Shen Leyan approached, prodding the tip of his opponent's sword. The spiritual energy now clinging to the blade was exceedingly faint, and upon contact, its electric charge was hardly more potent than the static from a wool sweater in winter. Thus, he could not be blamed for his lack of courtesy. The opponent, seeing Shen Leyan so close and teasing his sword, felt his own strength falter, his temper flaring that I too find myself rather shameless, but what can be done? The rules of the competition dictate, thus, that I have 2 bottles of excellent healing ointment. I shall give them to you once the competition concludes. Who would want your healing ointment? Don't think to bribe me. Then shall you continue to pursue while I run? The disciple's eyes widened, gasping for breath, suddenly welling with tears, and with a pop, a large bubble of snot erupted. Shen Leyan remarked, "Ah, you're crying. I can't concede now." The disciple transitioned from soft sobs to wailing loudly, squatting on the ground and weeping profusely. Shen Leyan was at a loss for how to comfort him. Casting a pleading glance towards the elders on the stone steps, before long, an elder with a bushy beard and a robust stature descended, addressing the weeping disciple. "Enough? What sort of behavior is this for a cultivator? Your spiritual energy is nearly depleted. You are no match for that boy. Yet, I see you possess a fine spirit root, and your attributes are suitable. Would you care to become my disciple?" The disciple was taken aback, then elated, alternating between tears and laughter. I am willing. I am willing. Greetings, elder." "No, I shall greet my master." The onlookers bestowed envious and congratulatory glances. Shen Leyan, too, offered a respectful bow before the disciple departed the martial platform. He turned to Shen Leyan, proclaiming, "Once I train under my master for a year, I shall surely be able to catch up to you." Shen Leyan replied with a smile, "Very well. We shall compete again then." After 2 rounds of competition, only 1/8 of the participants remained on the martial platform. Shen Leyan counted roughly, discovering fewer than 40 individuals left. Each of their jade tokens recorded a score of 12 points. In the final round of competition, the elders announced, "You shall no longer engage in combat among peers." As the words fell, a vortex, towering at a height of 1 person, appeared on each martial platform. The swirling black mist within emitted the sound of weeping, the voices indistinguishable in gender, instilling a sense of foreboding that compelled spectators to instinctively withdraw. This was the Wuliang Gate, a treasure forged from the demon core of the heart-scrying demon. Those who entered would find themselves ensnared in an illusion, confronting their innermost fears and the things they most dreaded facing, should one's mind be disturbed, resulting in a loss of composure. The Wuliang Gate would expel them automatically, deeming them eliminated. The Wuliang Gate is utilized by many prestigious sects to assist disciples who find themselves trapped at a bottleneck in their cultivation and unable to break through their current realm. The cost to activate it is substantial, yet the effects vary from person to person. Some are able to conquer their inner demons within the Wuliang Gate, soaring to new heights in their cultivation. Others, however, may find their fears intensified, leading to a significant regression in their abilities. Yunshi sect has granted them the opportunity to enter the Wuliang Gate during this apprenticeship conference, a considerable investment indeed. No wonder Lu Yuanyi had been busy refining pills at the Mingchan Pavilion recently. It was to generate funds for the sect to cover the expenses incurred by this Wuliang Gate. The elder should be able to observe our circumstances within the Wuliang Gate. If I were to experience a scene of celestial and demonic warfare within, how would I explain that to the elders? The Wuliang Gate can peer into the human heart, weaving illusions. This means that whatever one conceives in their mind will manifest within the Wuliang Gate. He had a profound impression of the depictions of the celestial demonic war in the original text, able to recite many passages by heart. How on earth would he cope if the Wuliang Gate conjured scenes of day and night upheaval, falling stars, collapsing mountains, and chaos between tens of thousands of cultivators and demons? Shen Leyan could not help but feel a sense of unease. However, the elder of the enforcement hall had already declared the commencement of the 3rd round of the competition, and some individuals had taken the lead in entering the Wuliang Gate. If he were to remain stationary, hesitating in place, it would appear rather peculiar. The youth pressed his lips together tightly, a hint of gravity lurking in his gaze as he slowly approached the Wuliang Gate. Upon making contact with the swirling black vortex, he felt a sudden disorientation, as though he were being swept into another realm on the stone steps. Lu Yuanyi withdrew his gaze and abruptly raised his hand, causing the luminous barrier surrounding Shen Leyan to dissipate into thin air. A few elders expressed their astonishment. "Master Lu, is this wise?" The dangers within the Wuyang Gate are unpredictable. These barriers serve not only to record the disciples' performances, but also to ensure that the elders can intervene promptly should they encounter peril, preventing any unfortunate demise. Leyan offered no further explanation, merely stating, "I shall keep watch over his circumstances." The elders conceded. Very well, what more can they say? A disciple favored by Master Lu is beyond their reach. The experiences of these young disciples are still scarce. It is unlikely they will face anything too terrifying within the Wuyang Gate, especially under Master Lu's personal supervision. Master Lu, what of the Prince of the Great Xia? The royal family is often shrouded in secrets. One wonders what the prince will encounter within the Wuyang Gate, as it may involve many significant figures from the palace and the court. They wish to observe, yet hesitate to do so. Leyan nodded. Let the barrier for the prince be withdrawn as well. Chapter 49. Inside the Wuyang Gate, the murky sky loomed like spilled ink. Thick clouds intermittently revealing crimson lightning. The sun and moon hung simultaneously at opposite ends of the heavens, yet the sun was cold as an ancient glacier, while the moonlight bled red, as if stained with blood. Within the Mingchan Pavilion, a tempest raged, accompanied by torrential rain, as exotic flowers and strange herbs withered into the mud. Thousands of shadowy figures darted through the rooms and corridors. These shadows trailed like shooting stars. Yet upon closer inspection, each bore a visage akin to both human and beast. Some with the alluring features of beautiful women, yet sporting fangs, others resembling handsome youths with tongues that extended several feet. The wooden benches and stone steps were strewn with the corpses of disciples clad in the attire of the Yunqi sect, their lifeless forms leaving dark red stains that saturated the earth, rendering it indistinguishable from blood or scattered flesh. The once clear stream had transformed into a river of blood, flowing steadily down towards the mountain's base. Shen Leyan peered cautiously from a vacant water tank, ensuring that no lurking demonic shadows were nearby, before stealthily climbing out. See? I knew it, he thought to himself. The scene before him was undoubtedly a reflection of the cataclysmic battle between immortals and demons. Perhaps due to prior anticipation, he managed to maintain a semblance of composure upon witnessing the multitude of corpses, reminding himself that all he beheld was merely an illusion. He endeavored to avert his gaze from the bodies of the Yunqi sect disciples scattered across the ground, fearful of inadvertently recognizing a familiar face, such as Qingli or Chenjing, lest it disturb his resolve. The horrors he witnessed should represent the devastation wrought upon the Yunqi sect during the Immortal Demon War. The original text recounted that the disciples of the Yunqi sect fought against the demons for 10 consecutive days, with fewer than 1 in 10 surviving, their blood staining the mountains and fields. Moreover, it seemed Leyan had perished in the flames of karma during this tumultuous period, his soul extinguished. Guided by memory, he cautiously maneuvered around the field of corpses, seeking out the rooms frequented by Leyan. The wooden cabinets in the herb pavilion, typically stocked with medicinal herbs, stood empty, clearly having been stripped of all supplies to tend to the injured disciples of the sect. Perhaps this place bore little significance, as its furnishings remained orderly, devoid of both corpses and bloodstains. He thoroughly explored the library, the stream side, and the chambers, evading the wandering demons throughout, yet Leyan's presence eluded him. The Mingchan Pavilion lay in utter silence, with only the intensifying rain outside, its dampness mingling with the acrid scent of blood, assaulting his senses, should he seek refuge in a hidden corner of the Mingchan Pavilion for a time. Yet, the Wuyang Gate presented an excellent opportunity for tempering one's mind and overcoming inner demons. To squander it thus would be a great pity. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Leyan donned a raincoat and straw hat he found within the room, picked up a long sword from the ground, and stealthily descended the mountainside toward the Mingchan Pavilion. My lord, the disciples of the Yunqi sect have nearly all been eradicated. My subordinates have searched multiple times and found no survivors. The king has dispatched a messenger to inquire why you have yet to return to report to the demon clan, one soldier announced. Look there, on the mountain path leading to the Mingchan Pavilion. A striking oil paper umbrella adorned with vibrant red ghost flowers stands out conspicuously. Though the bearer holds the umbrella, it is not to shield against the rain. The raindrops, mere peas in size, evaporate before they even touch the surface of the umbrella. Concealed within a thicket, Shen Leyan held his breath, intently listening to the exchange between the two. T. O. B. addressed as my lord by the demon soldiers clearly indicated that the individual was human, either a sinister cultivator or a traitor from a prestigious sect who had allied with the demons. The lord's visage was concealed behind a bronze mask as he spoke. Lu Yuanyi is not dead. How can it be said that all have been eradicated? Inform me, envoy, that within 3 days I shall return with Lu Yuanyi's corpse to report to the king. His voice was sharp and effeminate, reminiscent of a palace eunuch. Suddenly, Shen Leyan recalled that although the original author had left many plot points and hidden agendas unresolved, the identity of the one responsible for Lu Yuanyi's demise had been explicitly detailed in the text. That it was a disciple of the Huan sect, who had been saved by Lu Yuanyi during a journey down the mountain and later returned to the Yunqi sect under the pretense of gratitude. Due to his gentle temperament and willingness to serve, he had endeared himself to the inner disciples, who frequently sought his assistance, and thus he enjoyed great popularity. However, this individual's true identity was that of the illegitimate son of the previous sect leader, who, a millennium ago, had resorted to nefarious means to eliminate several fellow disciples in a bid for succession rights. Eventually, he was stripped of his powers, identity, and exiled to the desolate northwest. Once deprived of his inheritance and the luxurious life he had enjoyed, along with the pride of his martial prowess, he could not endure the loss and turned to the path of evil cultivation. Although the speed of his dark cultivation was astonishing, it altered his appearance drastically, transforming him into an androgynous monstrosity, akin to a castrated eunuch. He concealed his powers, infiltrating the Huan sect as an ordinary disciple for years, biding his time to orchestrate an encounter with Lu Yuanyi. Returning to the Yunqi sect to exact his revenge, he colluded with demons while collecting maps of disciples' patrols and various formation diagrams within the Yunqi sect, that on the day Lu Yuanyi entered seclusion, he led thousands of demons to assault the Yunqi sect, resulting in catastrophic casualties as they were caught completely off guard, blood flowing like rivers. Subsequently, he breached the barrier of Lu Yuanyi's seclusion, hanging the heads of several elders and disciples atop the mountain peak, causing Lu Yuanyi to falter in his cultivation, leading to chaos in his spiritual energy and his fall from grace. After his descent, Lu Yuanyi lost much of his rationality, slaughtering every demon in the Yunqi sect before he, with the last vestiges of his sanity, willingly summoned the fires of karma, leading to his own demise. The instigator of these events, Beilisheng, donned a mask to obscure his grotesque appearance, perpetuating the facade of a normal person while utilizing an oil paper umbrella as his talisman. The figure before him, with a mask and umbrella, must be Beilisheng. Shen Leyan gritted his teeth, desiring nothing more than to eliminate this traitor immediately. However, Beilisheng had lived for over a millennium and was a formidable evil cultivator, far beyond Shen Leyan's current capabilities. Listening to the exchange between the demon soldiers, it appeared that the demons had just occupied the Yunqi sect and were still searching for survivors. Moreover, Lu Yuanyi remained in seclusion and had not yet fallen. This meant that if he could locate Lu Yuanyi before Beilisheng and explain the circumstances, perhaps there was still a chance to rectify the situation. The dilemma remained. Where was Lu Yuanyi currently, secluding himself? The original text mentioned a place called Wandering Cliff, but provided no specific directions. Coupled with his lack of navigational skills, locating it would prove exceedingly difficult. My lord, we have searched the entirety of the Yunqi sect and have yet to discover the location of Lu Yuanyi's seclusion. Do you have any leads? One soldier inquired. Send more people to search. We must scour every mountain and forest within the Yunqi sect until we find Lu Yuanyi's hiding place. If we allow him to emerge from his seclusion and grow even stronger, we shall have no hope of contending with him. Now is the prime opportunity to take his life. Yes, my lord, I shall dispatch more men to continue the search. Very well. There may be clues within the Mingchang Pavilion. Be thorough in your investigation. The figures of the human and the demon gradually receded into the distance. Shen Leyan emerged from the thicket, his expression complex, and followed them at a distance. Beilisheng casually kicked aside a corpse blocking the entrance of the Mingchang Pavilion, his oil paper umbrella seemingly alive with demonic energy, absorbing the scent of blood. The The ghost flowers blooming on the umbrella slowly unfurled, becoming increasingly enchanting. He strolled leisurely through the courtyard for a moment. Ah, this place feels familiar. I remember spending a considerable amount of time here during my youth. The demon soldiers were drenched in cold sweat, refraining from uttering a word. Who could be unaware that the origins of Beilasheng were his greatest taboo? Although Lu Yunyi possessed formidable cultivation, he was rather inept at the intricacies of formations. The one he had set prior to his seclusion was crude in design. Upon finishing his last word, Beilasheng's oil paper umbrella whirled violently, and the ethereal blooms of the other shore flower coalesced into a colossal phantom in the air. The sinister petals suddenly surged towards several directions within the courtyard. The collision of the snow-colored radiance and the flower petals unleashed violent aftershocks, sending one of the demon soldiers flying. His chest caved in, and moments later, he fell silent. Shen Leyan, standing at a distance, was minimally affected, yet he couldn't help but feel a jolt of shock at the sight. The white radiance gradually faded. A richly infused teleportation formation appeared at the courtyard center. Beilasheng seemed indifferent to the fate of the demon soldier, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he gracefully stepped into the formation, holding his oil paper umbrella. After waiting outside Mingchan Pavilion for a while, Shen Leyan followed closely behind and entered the formation as well. Wanyan Cliff was not a tangible precipice, but rather a realm contained within a magical artifact. Perhaps due to Lu Yunyi's ice spirit root, Wanyan Cliff manifested as an endless expanse of snow-capped mountains, where only white met the eye. Amidst the raging north wind, the falling snow was as sharp as blades, threatening to sweep a person away with the slightest gust. The icy flakes stung his face with a chilling bite. The mountain peaks stretched endlessly, the highest seeming to pierce the heavens, truly a sight where the peaks barely reached the sky. Glancing down at his thin summer attire, Shen Leyan silently wrapped himself tighter. Fortunately, the piece jade pendant hanging around his neck still radiated a gentle warmth, the heat spreading through his meridians, slightly dispelling the pervasive chill. Even within the illusion of Wuliao Gate, all sensations felt indistinguishable from reality. Prolonged exposure would indeed blur the lines between illusion and reality. Beilasheng had long since vanished from sight, likely soaring above the snow-laden peaks, searching for Lu Yunyi's precise location of seclusion. Shen Leyan, shivering, sought refuge in a wind-sheltered spot to avoid the snow. He was still unskilled in sword flight. If he were to rely solely on foot to navigate this vast snowy expanse in search of someone, Lu Yunyi would have likely fallen from grace hundreds of times by now, while he remained here, frozen like a sand sculpture. Nonetheless, compared to Beilasheng, his greatest advantage lay in his deeper understanding of Lu Yunyi's temperament. Given the latter's nature, the act of secluding oneself here would be irksome, and he would probably have little inclination to fly deep into the snow-covered mountains in search. Most likely, the place of seclusion was within a nearby cave. With this thought, his anxiety eased somewhat as he found a sturdy branch to use as a makeshift walking stick and began his meticulous search upon the snow-covered mountain. Meanwhile, Beilasheng, seated upon his oil paper umbrella, had traversed hundreds of mountain peaks. Alas, these summits were cloaked in deep snow, appearing nearly identical, and Lu Yunyi's spiritual power resonated too closely with this locale, making it impossible to discern the exact location of his seclusion within a short span. Beilasheng's expression darkened, and the other shore flower upon his umbrella seemed to sense its master's displeasure, suddenly unleashing a burst of crimson radiance that obliterated a mountain peak into dust. Shen Leyan, a considerable distance away, heard the faintest of sounds and swiftly scaled a pine tree to survey the scene. He beheld a mountain peak beyond 100 paces, where the accumulated snow cascaded like a flood, seemingly signaling an avalanche. That it appeared that Beilasheng, in his futile search for Lu Yunyi, was seething with impotent rage. Little did he realize that Lu Yunyi had chosen a location for his seclusion near the teleportation array. Quietly elated, Shen Leyan steeled himself to continue his search atop the mountain. After about 2 hours of relentless searching across most of the mountain, he finally spotted what seemed to be an entrance to a cave, concealed behind icy ridges and swirling snow dust. More importantly, as he attempted to scale the cliff, the moment his hand brushed against the stone, a crystalline, frost-laden sword flew forth from the cliffside, sweeping a blade of light directly towards him. none other than Lu Yuan's Jiangxue sword. Shen Leyan was filled with overwhelming joy and, disregarding the sword's oncoming trajectory, opened his arms in a gesture of embrace towards Jiangxue's sword. Jiangxue's sword. It is I. I have searched for you with great difficulty. The Jiangxue sword appeared momentarily taken aback before promptly flying over to intercept its own blade of light that, in mid-air, it inscribed words. The master is currently in seclusion. What brings you here? Shen Leyan, gesturing animatedly, relayed, this is a long story, but in short, Yunshi sect has suffered a sudden attack by demons, resulting in severe casualties. Beilisheng is a traitor in league with the demons, seeking to exploit Master Lu's seclusion to disrupt his cultivation and lead him astray. Beilisheng is now here, wildly searching for Master Lu's location. Upon finishing, he did not pause to consider whether Jiangxue's sword comprehended his words, urgently requesting, can you let me in and awaken Master Lu? Jiangxue's sword seemed momentarily hesitant. The gravity of interrupting a seclusion posed significant risks, and if halted midway, all prior efforts could be rendered futile. But surely this is preferable to being forcefully interrupted by Beilisheng. Jiangxue's sword nodded, and a gap in the defensive formation of the cave opened. Shen Leyan pondered briefly and then cautioned, if Master Lu does not awaken and you see Beilisheng approaching, no matter his sweet words or any means he employs, you must prevent him from entering. Jiangxue's sword solemnly agreed. Rest assured, he hastily entered the cave, where the absence of wind and snow revealed a bed crafted from glacial ice. The silver-haired, handsome immortal sat in meditation with closed eyes. Chapter 50. To Battle. How to awaken a secluded cultivator safely. This remains an unanswered conundrum in the realm of cultivation, its difficulty akin to someone discovering a solution deserving of an immediate Nobel Prize in cultivation. However, it is undeniable that whatever method one employs to awaken, it must surely be preferable to allowing Beilisheng to wreak havoc. Time was of the essence. Shen Leyan pondered before calling out to Master Lu, while simultaneously pinching his cheek. Master Lu, Master Lu, Master Lu, please pause your seclusion for a moment. I have urgent matters to discuss. The other's body temperature was significantly lower than that of an ordinary person, and his skin felt as cold as a piece of jade. Shen Leyan initially approached cautiously, but upon realizing there was no response, he gritted his teeth and increased his efforts, vigorously rubbing the white hair. He tugged at his sleeves and yanked at his collar, yet the figure remained as motionless as a statue, utterly unyielding. What else could Shen Leyan do? Was he to deliver a punch to Lu Yuan? In a dark, twisted, crawling, and frantic manner. Lu Yuan, I implore you, awaken. Must this seclusion persist at this moment? Screaming, is my journey within Wuliao Gate destined to meet its demise here? Gently shattering, all because I cannot devise a method to rouse you. Despairing, as he stood beside the icy bed, silently unraveling, and was about to clench his fist to deliver a decisive blow to Lu Yuan, he lifted his gaze and locked eyes with a pair of deep, dark golden orbs. Master Lu, you have finally awakened. Lu Yuan swept his gaze over him. What dark, twisted machinations are you engaged in? If you cannot articulate a reason for interrupting my seclusion, you shall endure 50 years of scrubbing latrines at Beastmaster Peak. Shen Leyan felt an unexpected wave of discomfort in his chest, and when he opened his mouth, he realized his voice trembled. I have something of utmost importance to convey. Please do not react too strongly. Lu Yuan's expression seemed to cool somewhat as he waved his hand, conjuring a thick, dark fox fur coat and draping it over Shen Leyan's shoulders. Did you come to this frigid place, knowing your body was unwell, seeking death? The fox fur was warm and quickly stilled Shen Leyan shivering. He hurriedly recounted the events that had transpired in Yunshi sect. Beilisheng will likely be arriving soon. Master Lu, you should be able to deal with him, right? Lu Yuan remained silent for a moment, his expression showing little change, yet Shen Leyan distinctly perceived a chilling, intense swirling within his gaze. A vast surge of spiritual power sweeping through the cave, encasing it in a thick layer of ice. Observing Lu Yuan's demeanor and fluctuations in spiritual energy with growing concern, Shen Leyan finally breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing that the latter showed no signs of falling into demonic corruption. Suddenly, Lu Yuan lowered his head, reaching out to secure the fastening of the fox fur coat at the front. without addressing Shen Leyan's words, simply stating, "The cold here is detrimental to your health. I will have Jiangshu, the sword, escort you out." Shen Leyan belatedly sensed something amiss and warily struggled slightly. "Master Lu, do you intend to send me away for some reason?" Lu Yuanyi grasped his shoulder, his cool voice tinged with resignation. "Your cleverness may not be a blessing. My seclusion is incomplete, and my spiritual energy has yet to fully recover." A sense of foreboding surged within Shen Leyan, momentarily causing him to overlook that Lu Yuanyi had referred to him as his disciple. How much has not recovered? 30%. He regarded Lu Yuanyi with skepticism. Is that true? If only 30% remains. You should be able to contend with Bela Sheng. It would be unwise to send me away. Lu Yuanyi's eyelashes fluttered downwards as he calmly continued. Only 30% of my power has returned. Shen Leyan exclaimed, "Then what are we waiting for? Let us flee together." Although the snow-capped mountains stretch endlessly, making it arduous for Bai Liqing to locate them, his relentless obsession with avenging Lu Yuanyi would undoubtedly compel him to scour every inch of these snowy peaks for any sign of them. Thus, it would be prudent for them to hastily escape via the teleportation array before Bai Liqing could react, leaving the Yunqi sect before Lu Yuanyi regained his strength and returned to exact vengeance. Lu Yuanyi's gaze transcended Bai Liqing, fixating on the swirling snow outside the cave. There was no time left. Amidst the pristine whiteness, the striking crimson of the other shore flower stood out vividly. The Jiang Shuijian, stationed outside, vibrated with a hum and suddenly returned to Lu Yuanyi's grasp. Shen Leyan could not restrain himself and uttered a curse. Bai Liqing's voice, amplified by spiritual power, resonated within the cave. I wondered how a little insect dared to follow me into the teleportation array and arrive at this precipice. Turns out, it is Lu Zhongzhu's disciple. His tone brimmed with delight, tinged with a hint of terrifying madness. "I must thank you that if it weren't for you bringing me here, I might have taken ages to find this place. It also saves me the trouble of having to hunt you down after I deal with Lu Yuanyi. But I wonder, if you were to perish before Lu Yuanyi, would he fall into madness?" As Bai Liqing finished his taunt, the stone floor of the cave and the cliffs above bloomed with clusters of other shore flowers. The precipice, once rich in spiritual energy, seemed to have been drained of vitality by the blossoming flowers, leaving behind an ominous aura of death. With only the blood-red petals blooming profusely, a cluster of flower buds neared his ankles. A sudden frost sliced them in two. The other shore flower let out a chilling, mournful wail. Lu Yuanyi shielded Shen Leyan behind him. "You are usually disobedient, but now you are particularly unruly. Wouldn't it be better to leave quickly?" Did you not hear him? Even in my absence today, he would still come to find me and eradicate you. Shen Leyan inquired softly, "How long will it take for your spiritual power to recover to 70%? "No, 50. I cannot say for certain. It could take as little as the time it takes to burn an incense stick, or as long as several days. Isn't that just akin to the luck-based mechanics of certain card games to draw an SSR? Purely reliant on chance, he recalled the events since his arrival in this world and felt no kinship with the so-called lucky sovereign. Yet there was no alternative now. Then you should meditate and recover your spiritual power quickly. I will hold him off with Jiang Shuijian." Bai Liqing's eyes still held a trace of caution, but upon hearing this, he burst into raucous laughter, his voice thin and effeminate, laced with malice. "Lu Yuanyi, your disciple is just as arrogant as you were in your youth, believing he can stop me with such meager cultivation." Shen Leyan retorted, "With such little cultivation, how dare you run rampant in the Yunqi sect?" Bai Liqing scoffed, "Don't engage in such foolish delays." Suddenly, he released the umbrella, and several dark apertures appeared on its surface, unleashing a rain of blood-red petals toward him. Bai Liqing had no intention of wasting words, and Shen Leyan ceased to be verbose, that he invoked the Qingying Xuanzhuan, summoned Jiang Shuijian with one hand, and without holding back, unleashed the full potential of his wind spiritual root, channeling all his spiritual power into a pale blue sword shadow. The petals of the other shore flower struck the sword shadow and withered rapidly, but within mere moments, it seemed as if the sword shadow was corroded by the petals, fading from existence. A majestic dragon roar echoed, and the spirit of Jiang Shuijian surged forth. An ominous golden dragon coiled within the cave, unleashing a breath of dragon energy that blocked the remaining petals. By leeching, retracting his umbrella, mocked with a voice steeped in derision from behind his copper mask, a lowly disciple of such meager cultivation, and a dragon spirit who has willingly fallen to degradation, dares to impede me. Shen Leyan felt his Dantian's spiritual power completely drained by Jiang Shuejian, his complexion paling several shades against the backdrop of his dark fox fur cloak, yet his eyes sparkled with a glimmer of defiance. What right does a traitor of the celestial sect, reduced to serving demons, have to utter such words? Lu Yuanyi had indeed taken on a sharp-tongued disciple. Your spiritual power is entirely depleted if you forcefully channel more into Jiang Shuejian. Without my intervention, you will shatter your spiritual root and destroy your Dantian, becoming utterly useless. Bai Liqing's voice dripped with a mixture of anger and venom. That Tio fall from a heavenly prodigy into a being incapable of cultivation. Wouldn't that be a fate worse than death for you? What expression would Lu Yuanyi have upon seeing that? Bai Liqing's voice abruptly ceased, and the oil paper umbrella in his hand glowed brightly, as the sea of other shore flowers surged toward him like a tidal wave. This time, it was not merely a test, but a full-force strike prepared for quite some time. The dragon's breath was as futile against the sea of flowers as an ant shaking a tree. And the sword spirit could only physically shield him while conveying a message. Get out of here, you little brat. Bai Liqing laughed heartily, moving through the sea of other shore flowers like a phantom. Lu Yuanyi, the disciples of the Yunqi sect have already suffered heavy casualties. The severed heads of several elders from the main peaks are displayed atop the Mingchang Pavilion. As the sect leader, you are unable to protect them. Do you still wish for your disciple and sword spirit to die for you? My father sacrificed my cultivation to support your ascension as sect leader and exiled me to the desolate and frigid north to fend for myself. Now, I return this favor. Are you satisfied? His words were intended to disturb Lu Yuanyi's composure. If a mistake were made during cultivation, the consequences could range from an inability to recover one's power to succumbing to madness. Shen Leyan felt an unexpected surge of determination, suddenly breaking through the invisible shackles that represented his bottleneck in cultivation. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Pain pierced through his insides, as if being stabbed by daggers. And he nearly fainted. Lu Yuanyi, your disciple's forced breakthrough will likely ruin you. Are you not going to intervene? I curse your lineage, you dog. Shen Leyan, dizzy and disoriented, wiped the blood from his lips, his hands smeared with crimson. His voice slightly slurred. I'm living just fine, and here you are babbling nonsense and spewing such wild claims. Though every bone in his body ached and his head spun, he was relieved to find that after breaking through, his Dantian's spiritual power had replenished significantly. He channeled a strand of spiritual energy to Jiang Shuejian, coughing up another mouthful of blood. This time, his chest felt somewhat relieved. Extending his hand, the sword spirit seemed to sense him, transforming into a streak of light and returning to Jiang Shuejian. Grasping the frosty sword, the youth's lips stained with blood, his attire billowing fiercely, and no need for sect leader Lu to intervene. I shall eliminate you first. Bai Liqing coldly replied, You overestimate yourself. The sea of other shore flowers surged, creating monstrous waves, shaking the stone walls of the cave as if they could not withstand such overwhelming spiritual energy. Outside, the wind and snow intensified, swirling toward Jiang Shuejian. Outside the Wuliang Gate, the heavens darkened and thunder roared. All disciples of the Yunqi sect looked up in astonishment at the distant, turbulent sky, whispering amongst themselves in hushed tones. Such a celestial phenomenon could not be ordinary. Could it be that a cultivator within the sect is about to break through to the great ascension stage and face the thunder tribulation? Surely not, as all elders and disciples are present for the apprenticeship ceremony today. How could anyone be undergoing the tribulation? On the stone steps, several elders were equally astonished. After a brief discussion yielded no answers, they collectively turned their gazes toward Lu Yuanyi. The knowledgeable sect leader Lu, unaware of the elder's unfinished words, suddenly observed the Wuliang Gate on the 7th martial arts platform twisting and contorting at times. It morphed into a square, at others into a circle, and at one point it twisted into a chaotic helix. The Wuliang Gate, crafted from the demon core of the heart-peering demon, contained a fragment of its spiritual intelligence. For some inexplicable reason, the demon core within the Wuliang Gate wailed loudly. "Stop fighting. Please stop. If this continues, it will violate the heavenly path, and I shall be struck down." The disciples of the Yunqi sect stared in shock. Oh, the elders were equally bewildered. Sect leader Lu. What on earth has Shen Leyan experienced within the Wuliang Gate to incite such terror in the heart-piercing demon and provoke this celestial phenomenon? Could it possibly alter the very trajectory of this vast world? But how could a mere chi refinement stage disciple achieve such a feat? Lu Yuanyi's eyes deepened with contemplation as he calmly stated, "The Wuliang Gate has closed prematurely." With a thud, the young man's back collided forcefully against the stone wall of the cave. As if every bone in his body had been displaced, tasting blood in his throat and seeing stars. Had Jiang Shuijin not caught him just in time, he would have surely fainted on the spot. A stream of blood fell like pearls upon the stone floor, mingling indistinguishably with the fallen petals of the other shore flowers. Bai Liqing had dispatched him with but a single move. The disparity in their realms was akin to an insurmountable chasm. He gasped for breath. Grasping Jiang Shuijin in an attempt to rise, it seemed he had prematurely played the part of the hero. And now he was utterly outmatched. Bai Liqing, holding the oil paper umbrella, advanced step by step toward him, a mere ant, still causing trouble. You might as well head to the Yellow Springs to wait for Lu Yuan. Chapter 51. Celestial Phenomenon. The dazzling flower of the other shore blossomed rapidly in Bai Liqing's gaze. Perched upon the oil paper umbrella in his hand, one petal entwined itself around his neck, while another pierced directly toward his dantian. The crimson brilliance of the other shore flower surged, draining his spiritual energy like water flowing away. His senses gradually dulled, as if even the sensation of pain were on the brink of vanishing. He struggled to maintain his consciousness, and amidst the waves of darkness that clouded his vision, it seemed that the flower, the umbrella, the cave, and the Jiang Shui's sword in his hand, along with Bai Liqing standing before him, all transformed into scattered specks of light, like ashes consumed by flames, dissipating with the wind. The vast, boundless expanse of snow-capped mountains also melted away at an alarming rate. Wait. Logically, he could only escape the illusion of the Wuliang Gate upon death or complete loss of consciousness. Yet, under the current circumstances, Shen Leyan, are you all right? He heard two familiar voices calling his name, and in the next moment, after a wave of intense dizziness, clarity suddenly returned to his mind that he opened his eyes. And the anxious, worried faces of senior brother Chen Jing and Qing Li immediately came into view, surrounded by a large circle of people, disciples of Yunqi sect, attendees of the apprenticeship ceremony, and even a few elders. Confused, he blinked. Have I emerged from the Wuliang Gate? But the third round of the competition should not have concluded yet. Why have they all come to see me? Given the duration of my stay in the Wuliang Gate, I must have ranked either last or among the bottom three. Typically, cultivators spend at least half a day in the Wuliang Gate, with some remaining inside for 1 or 2 days. For someone like me to emerge after just a few hours, there's no way I could aim for first place. Shen Leyan, say something, but what if he had sustained an injury that affected his mental faculties? He found the situation amusing, yet troubling, and comfortingly patted Chen Jing's arm. I am fine, just a bit slow to react, he whispered. What is happening? He had not yet noticed the ominous thunderclouds swirling above Yunqi sect, a portent of impending calamity. Which elder is about to transcend a tribulation? Chen Jing initially breathed a sigh of relief, but moments later he spoke solemnly. What do you mean by transcending a thunder tribulation? This phenomenon was summoned by you. What on earth did you do in the Wuliang Gate? Memories of the Wuliang Gate flooded back into Shen Leyan's mind, causing him to press his fingers against his temples in frustration. It appeared that not a single word could be uttered about his experiences there. Even if he were to speak, it would necessitate an opportune moment. However, judging from Chen Jing's tone and the astonished expressions of several elders, it seemed they had not witnessed his experiences within the Wuliang Gate. The young man pondered for a moment and cautiously glanced toward the spot where Lu Yuanyi stood atop the stone steps. Meeting the depth of his gaze, Lu Yuanyi gave him a slight nod. Understanding dawned upon him. The events he encountered in the Wuliang Gate were known only to Lu Yuanyi, and it was likely that his early exit was orchestrated by the latter. He silently expressed gratitude. lowered his head for a moment of emotional control, then slowly raised his hand to cover his temple, speaking in a tone tinged with confusion and pain. Senior Brother Chun, I seem to have forgotten what happened in the Wuliang Gate. Feigning amnesia, he thought to himself, this plan works well. Chun Jing and Xing Li exchanged bewildered glances, with Xing Li murmuring, is there really a side effect to forcibly leaving the Wuliang Gate? Chun Jing whispered, it's fine. If you can't remember, then don't push yourself, as long as you're okay. The elders exchanged glances of disappointment upon hearing his claim of forgetfulness, and the onlooking disciples, finding no gossip to indulge in, gradually dispersed. With the support of the two, Shen Leyan stood up. The ominous phenomenon above showed no signs of dissipating. The thunder flickered in the clouds, as if contemplating whether to strike him down with bolts of lightning. The events he had encountered in the Wuliang Gate, in a certain sense, were precognitive insights into the future, not merely trivial matters such as what dish would sell best at the tavern tomorrow, but revelations capable of altering the fates of countless cultivators and demons, as well as the entire grand world. Had it not been for the illusory nature of the Wuliang Gate, he feared he would have long since been reduced to ashes by the thunder. Yet even so, the heavens would not be satisfied without delivering a few strikes today. Lu likely recognized this potential danger as well, and spoke in a grave tone, except for those still within the Wuliang Gate. Everyone else is to leave the training ground and return to their quarters, and O1 is to step outside their courtyard until the ban is lifted. The appearance of a supernatural omen was hardly a benevolent sign. Although most disciples of Yunqi's sect were curious, they understood the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing the command, they quickly and orderly retreated from the training ground. Senior Brother Chen Jing and Xing Li cautioned him. Be careful. They too left, looking back repeatedly as they followed the crowd. The elders in charge of the main peaks, along with their personal disciples, were responsible for escorting the others away, and soon only a few remnants of the Wuliang Gate, along with Shen Leyan and Lu Yuanyi, remained at the training ground. The thunder tribulation here would not affect the interior of the Wuliang Gate, nor would he need to worry about the disciples being caught in its aftermath. Just as Shen Leyan intended to ascend the stone steps, he had barely moved when Lu Yuanyi descended on his sword and landed beside him. Sect leader, he looked up at the dark, ominous clouds above, and chuckled ruefully. It seems I've stirred up trouble again. What sort of trouble is this? Oh, are you being stubborn again like in the Wuliang Gate? I'm not left with just 30% of my cultivation now. Lu Yuanyi's voice was cool, laced with a hint of amusement. Besides, this matter is hardly your fault. No one can control what occurs within the Wuliang Gate. That IT was my oversight. But before he could complete his thought, Lu Yuanyi had already summoned a thread of spiritual energy that sliced through the air, with several drops of his blood floating into the atmosphere. After inscribing several intricate patterns with his blood, the tumultuous thunder seemed to show signs of abating, as if the heavens were pausing to hear his defense, awaiting his words. The illusion of the Wuliang Gate is beyond human control. Had I not witnessed his experiences there, no one would know of these events. He has not divulged any secrets of the heavens. Hence the thunder tribulation should not target the wrong person. Shen Leyan's eyelids twitched, and he instinctively grasped Lu Yuanyi's sleeve. I thought you might have a solution, but you intend to take the lightning for me? Sect leader, even with your profound cultivation, you cannot simply endure these heavenly strikes. Lu Yuanyi shot him a sidelong glance. Then you should bear the brunt of the thunder. Next year on this day, although he possessed commendable innate talent, he had, after all, commenced his journey rather late. Moreover, in the vast realm of the 9 realms, there undoubtedly existed cultivators with single spiritual roots who were not only more accomplished than him, but also far more adept in their techniques. Additionally, perhaps due to the time spent with Lu Yuanyi, he found it difficult to envision what this individual would be like as a master. Hesitantly, he whispered to Jiang Shuejian, "Are you certain?" "Yes," replied Jiang Shuejian. "The master has been using fishing as an excuse to secretly study a particular technique." "Is that technique called a guide to mastering wind techniques rapidly?" Jiang Shuejian's spirit responded intriguingly. "How did you know?" Shen Leyan exclaimed. "Ah, I see. Everything has a trace." Jiang Shuejian continued. "The master can be rather contradictory at times. In my hometown, we often refer to such a personality as Sundara." The sword spirit concurred. "I truly envy the ingenuity of your fellow townsfolk." Yet, how could the head of the Lu sect consider me worthy of being his disciple? Lu Yuanyi has lived for over 1,000 years and must have encountered countless geniuses. Even if I were to claim that my talent is a once-in-a-millennium occurrence, I would not dare to utter such boastful words. Even with 1,000-fold confidence at tea times, I too struggle to comprehend my master's thoughts. However, I find our interactions particularly delightful. That I guess it because I'm quite talkative? Indeed, the journey to the southwest was the most enjoyable segment of my travels. When the master is alone, he can go days without uttering a single word. When he finally took Zheng Zihong as his disciple, I was thrilled, thinking that Mingchan Pavilion would finally become lively. Yet, it turned out that Zheng Zihong is equally taciturn and prefers tending to flowers and plants. Aside from matters pertaining to cultivation and sect affairs, they hardly converse about anything else. Shen Leyan murmured. That sounds quite desolate. The sword spirit nodded vigorously, nearly dislodging him from the blade. Though the master possesses a somewhat eccentric temperament, in the realm of cultivation, few could be more suitable to be your master than he. But what if we are merely deluding ourselves? The sword spirit, with a sense of camaraderie, replied, Then I shall advocate for you. In the distance, the rumbling of thunder persisted for about half an hour. Within Mingchan Pavilion, they could see the brilliant flashes of lightning and hear the resounding thunder. Shen Leyan clutched Jiang Xuejian, asking, Are you not going to assist sect leader Lu? When the master broke through to the tribulation phase, he too summoned the 9 heavens thunder that I was there assisting him. However, it seems that my presence amplified the thunder's intensity, so he eventually cast me out of the tribulation's range. The sword spirit's tone carried a hint of regret. I heard that your sword body is forged from a millennium of frozen ice. Indeed, in essence, does that not imply that it is still water? The sword spirit paused momentarily, contemplating. That is an intriguing question. If it is water, then water conducts electricity. It seems that sect leader Lu holding the sword would serve little purpose. The sword spirit exclaimed, What do you mean by conduction? Is that a theory from your hometown? Yes. Theoretically, it is advisable to avoid conducting tribulation in wooded areas, as many forest fires are ignited by lightning striking trees. Alas, I'm unfamiliar with the principles of lightning rods. Otherwise, I might truly deserve a Nobel Prize in cultivation. The sword spirit's expression shifted from winky face to where's your hometown? I must visit someday to see how its people possess such imaginative ideas. Shen Leyan suddenly appeared somewhat dazed, lost in thought for a moment. I fear that may not be possible. The sword spirit paused, offering consolation. My apologies. I had forgotten your background. That is not the reason. Though we may not go there, there are countless stories I can share with you in due time. Shen Leyan assured. The sword spirit nodded cheerfully in the distance. The dark clouds dispersed, the thunder subsided, and the long-awaited sunlight bathed the mountains and forests anew, with the azure sky as clear as a wash. Leaving no trace of the recent phenomena, Shen Leyan patted Jiang Xuejian and said, Let's find sect leader Lu. Upon their arrival, the training grounds lay in disarray. Some training platforms had been cleaved in two. Others were unrecognizable, reduced to a bed of rubble, while some remained charred, flickering with residual electric light. Fortunately, the heavens showed some mercy, for only the training grounds bore the brunt of destruction, while the ancestral hall dedicated to the revered ancestors of Yunqi sect remained intact. Lu Yunyi stood amidst the ruins, his silver hair flowing gracefully in the breeze, as luminous as the bright moon, untouched by dust. His golden eyes narrowed slightly, dark hues swirling within, and the spiritual energy surrounding him was as vast and profound as a snow-capped mountain valley. Jiang Xuejian inscribed, See, I told you the master would be fine. Shen Leyan, momentarily relieved, replied, Indeed, you understand sect leader Lu better. Jiang Xuejian descended beside Lu Yuanyi, while Shen Leyan stepped forward, gently touching the master's arm, then circling around him, meticulously inspecting his robes for any signs of blood. What are you doing? Lu Yuanyi inquired, lifting his gaze. I am checking to see if you are injured, and that Sundara would likely endure any injuries in silence. Wouldn't they? Just a minor injury. Shen Leyan hastily withdrew his hand, whispering, I did not inadvertently touch your wound, did I? No, but the apprenticeship ceremony must continue shortly. Let us not reveal any abnormalities. The apprenticeship ceremony of Yunqi's sect was not merely a sect affair. All immortals, and even the demon clans of the cultivation world, would be closely observing if Lu Yuanyi were to faint from injury or exhibit any anomalies before the public eye. It could potentially incite turmoil across the Nine Realms. The demon clans might even seize the opportunity to strike at the disciples of the immortal sections. He solemnly replied, "I understand that I will stand beside sect leader Lu. And should you find it unbearable, just give me a look, and I shall feign fainting to halt the ceremony. Would that be acceptable?" Lu Yuanyi gave a slight nod. Jiang Xuejin returned to the sheath. Having overheard their exchange, could not help but sigh inwardly. Shen Leyan is still quite young. After being tempered by the thunder, the master's spiritual energy has actually become even more profound. He is merely nursing superficial injuries, which he could swiftly heal with his own power. The master is truly willing to go to great lengths to take on a disciple, feigning weakness to deceive a mere 19-year-old child. How shameless. After a brief interval, the disciples and elders of Yunqi's sect who had departed earlier began to return one by one. Upon seeing Shen Leyan standing unscathed beside sect leader Lu, Chun Jing and Qing Li visibly relaxed. Several elders approached, astonished, and inquired, "You were unscathed amidst the thunder." Shen Leyan adeptly played the fool, feigning ignorance. "What? I have no idea. I can't remember. My head hurts whenever I think." The elders, initially intent on questioning Shen Leyan further, noted the increasingly cold expression on Lu Yuanyi's face, as if he might soon send them flying with a punch, and they hesitantly fell silent. All right, since sect leader Lu is personally overseeing matters, nothing major should occur here. Besides, the thunder has dissipated, so it is best not to inquire further. The elder from the law enforcement hall cleared his throat, raising his voice to declare, "The apprenticeship ceremony shall now resume." Shen Leyan stood beside Lu Yuanyi, closely monitoring the latter's condition while calculating that only 5 disciples had departed from Wuliangmen before him, meaning he had accumulated only 27 points on his jade tablet. He wondered what items might be available for exchange in the library, pondering whether he might discover a suitable technique or a useful magical artifact. As time progressed, disciples from Wuliangmen emerged one by one. Some emerged beaming with joy, exclaiming, "Ah, I broke through! Ha! How did you know I broke through?" Others stumbled out trembling, their faces pale with fear, glancing around as though they had yet to escape the horrors of Wuliangmen. Some weeping, while others screamed, "Mama, I don't want to cultivate anymore. This is too terrifying." Wah! Such individuals were promptly escorted away by the disciples of the law enforcement hall for treatment, from daytime until deep into the night. The last door of Wuliangmen, where Ji Lianyi was located, remained firmly closed. The disciples eventually returned to rest, while several elders lingered, awaiting Ji Lianyi's emergence. Shen Leyan felt increasingly fatigued, his eyelids fluttering to maintain vigilance over Lu Yuanyi's condition. He resorted to pinching his palm with his nails to stay awake. As the hour of the pig approached, the vast training grounds began to empty, growing eerily silent. He stood beside Lu Yuanyi, who remained surrounded by several elders, feeling rather out of place. "Sect leader," he softly called, inquiring in a hushed tone, "Are you all right?" Lu Yuanyi's expression bore no discernible difference from usual, remaining aloof and serene. His gaze resembled a tranquil, deep pool, devoid of ripples. Had it not been for Shen Leyan's knowledge of the master's sacrifice to endure the thunder, he might not have suspected any injuries. He needed to concoct an excuse to persuade Lu Yuanyi to accompany him back to Mingchan Pavilion to tend to his wounds. Otherwise, remaining here all night could exacerbate his injuries, clearing his throat. He awaited Lu Yuanyi's gaze to shift toward him, then glanced down at the ground twice. "I plan to feign fainting. Please cooperate with me." The master's thin lips curved slightly, a barely perceptible acknowledgement. Shen Leyan pondered for 2 seconds, one hand pressed against his forehead. His steps began to falter and sway, his voice weak and intermittent. My spiritual root hurts so much." The final note abruptly ceased as the youth fainted, collapsing to the ground, eyes tightly shut, unconscious. Several elders, hearing the commotion, turned their faces in unison, exchanging glances. What on earth has happened? A cultivator's body should not be so fragile. Can one not withstand a day's standing? Lu Yuanyi bent down, lifting the young man horizontally. casting a glance at the youth's handsome features and his arms. Although he consumed ample food daily, his physique remained quite slender. The pretense of fainting was not particularly convincing. As his long, dark eyelashes quivered incessantly, he adjusted his wrist slightly, tilting the young man's head to the other side to prevent the elders from noticing any signs. He spoke softly. It seems he has sustained an internal injury to his spiritual root while in the Wuliang sect, which is now manifesting that I will take him back to the Mingchan Pavilion for treatment. You all should remain here and wait for Ji Liani to emerge. An injury to the spiritual root is a significant matter. A single misstep could ruin one's path to immortality. The elders nodded in agreement, expressing their concern. Shen Leyan's condition is critical. Rest assured, Sect Master Lu, we will guard this place, and the crown prince shall be safe. Lu Yuani held the youth securely as he soared on his sword towards the direction of the Mingchan Pavilion. Shen Leyan lay motionless, the fabric of Lu Yuani's clothing soft and imbued with the unique, cool and slightly astringent scent of the Mingchan Pavilion, seemingly possessing a calming effect. Once the silhouette of the martial arts arena faded from view, he cautiously shifted his head, opening his eyes a crack to glance back at the training ground. The elders were still diligently guarding the Wuliang sect, where Ji Liani was, and had not suspected anything. He withdrew his gaze, whispering, "They shouldn't be able to see me now, right? You're still injured. Let me down. They can see you." Shen Leyan was taken aback, sensing something was amiss. Yet the tone of the other party did not suggest jest. He swallowed his retort and said, "Then let Jiang Shuejian fly a bit faster. My spiritual power is insufficient. You should refrain from moving your head too much." He immediately settled his head in place. The sword spirit of Jiang Shuejian clicked his tongue inwardly. At this rate, Shen Leyan will be tricked into having nothing left. It was only when the shadow of the martial arts arena was no longer visible that Lu Yuani gradually set him down. What kind of medicine is typically required for injuries caused by heavenly lightning? Shen Leyan chattered on. "Once we arrive at the Mingchan Pavilion, Sect Master Lu, you should rest in your chamber while I fetch the medicine from the Baichao Pavilion." "All right. The medicine you need is in the first cabinet on the right side of the Baichao Pavilion." As soon as Jiang Shuejian transported them to the Mingchan Pavilion, Shen Leyan darted out like a rabbit, heading straight for the Baichao Pavilion. "Right side, first row, first cabinet," he murmured softly to himself as he pushed open the door of the Baichao Pavilion. Before long, he found the cabinet that Lu Yuani had mentioned. A line of ink characters marked the name of the medicine contained within. "Wang Yu Dan, this medicine, judging by its name, is likely a pain reliever," he thought. Inside the chamber, the sword spirit of Jiang Shuejian asked Lu Yuani in a low voice, "Master, what exactly is the medicine you instructed Shen Leyan to fetch? One must not take medicine recklessly when ill, and even more so when healthy. I do not trust that the medicine you sent Shen Leyan to obtain is legitimate." The silver-haired immortal casually cast a spell, changing into ordinary garments, a glint of mischief flickering in his eyes. "Just a bottle of sugar pills," the sword spirit replied. "Master, why would there be sugar pills in the Baichao Pavilion? I was bored while alchemizing, so I used them as snacks. It just so happened that we ran out of Wang Yu Dan, and the bottle was empty, so I placed the sugar pills inside. Master, I recall that humans say one should be sincere to others, that is it truly right to deceive Shen Leyan in this manner?" Lu Yuani replied nonchalantly. "Can the act of taking on disciples be deemed a deception?" "Master, then why did you cast a spell on your clothes to conjure bloodstains? What does that imply? Having already deceived him, what difference does a little blood make?" Just as the sword spirit was about to speak, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor outside the chamber, accompanied by the youthful, clear voice of Shen Leyan. "Sect Master Lu has not fainted, has he? I have brought the Wang Yu Dan." The sword spirit, driven by the dwindling affection for his master, chose to remain silent. Shen Leyan reached the door, noticing it was ajar, and entered directly. Upon reaching the inner chamber, he found Lu Yuani seated on a soft couch, meditating, with faint bloodstains visible on his white robe. Given the other's cultivation level, it was no surprise that even heavenly lightning could inflict injury. The youth felt a pang of guilt, standing in place for a moment before approaching and presenting the medicine. "Sect Master Lu, I have brought the Wang Yu Di in." Lu Yuani concluded his meditation, accepting the medicine and consuming it. Shen Leyan watched in astonishment as Lu Yuani swallowed, nearly all the wine you dan from the porcelain bottle. Roughly a dozen pills, his heart sinking that I recall that this type of medicine is supposed to be taken one pill at a time, right for Sect Master Lu to consume so many at once for pain relief. How much must it hurt? Sect Master Lu, merely alleviating pain does not address the root cause. Are there no other medicines available for healing? There are none. Injuries caused by heavenly lightning can only be repaired with spiritual power. Seeing Shen Leyan's expression, Lu Yuanyi gestured for him to sit on a nearby wooden chair. Tell me about your experiences in the Wuliang sect. In truth, Elder Xuandi had also foreseen the heavenly mechanism recently, predicting a great war between immortals and demons, resulting in immense suffering. But he paid for this with a century of cultivation. How did you come to foresee these events? How should I express this? If I say I had a dream in which I witnessed these events, would Sect Master Lu believe me? Zhuangzhou dreamed of being a butterfly, wandering in the void. Why would one not believe? Moreover, your nature is such that, even if you were to lie, it would not stem from malice. Upon hearing this, Shen Leyan felt a sense of relief, as for the matter of by leeching. I shall visit the Hahuan sect in due course to ascertain the truth that if, as you observe in the Wuliang sect, he is indeed a spy colluding with demons, his life will certainly be forfeit. As for the war between immortals and demons, many sects are involved. This requires careful deliberation. Shen Leyan nodded repeatedly. Then I shall rest easy. While preventing by Liqing's affair may be manageable, stopping the demon clan from waging war against the immortal sects is far more challenging. Changing one person's fate may be simple, yet altering the destinies of millions is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. He could only do his utmost. The hour grows late. The next room has clean bedding and a bed. You should rest there for the night. The master-disciple ceremony will resume tomorrow morning, that if he were to leave the Mingchan pavilion now to return to his outer sect dwelling, it would indeed be too time-consuming. By the time he arrived, he would hardly have any time left to sleep. Shen Leyan replied, "All right, thank you, Sect Master Lu." The sword spirit of Jiang Shuijin thought for a moment and followed the youth out of the room. Shen Leyan hastily took a hot bath and changed clothes before approaching the bed, only to find the sword spirit of Jiang Shuijin waiting for him. Does Sect Master Lu have any further matters to discuss? The sword spirit shook his head, longing to reveal that the master was not injured at all, yet worried that this might cause the master to lose a good disciple. Torn in thought, he spoke with a hint of melancholy. Shen Leyan, if someone has no malicious intent but deceives you, how would you respond? The youth burrowed into the covers, wrapping himself tightly, leaving only his head exposed. Why do you ask this all of a sudden? Shen Leyan hesitated for a moment before quickly saying, is Sect Master Lu pretending to be injured? The sword spirit instinctively replied, how did you know? Just a guess. After all, nothing else has occurred today. He cradled his chin in one hand. Did I not say that Sect Master Lu is a bit Sundra? It seems I must revise that Sect Master Lu is a green-teed Sunder monster now. Chapter 53. Breaking through two boundaries the following day, under a clear sky with gentle winds and bright sunshine, the disciples of Yunqi sect who had rested overnight returned to the martial arts arena. Shen Leyan was awakened early by Jiang Shuijin. The bedding used in the Mingchan pavilion was made of silkworm silk, soft and comfortable, capable of automatically adjusting the temperature within the covers. Truly a divine tool for restful sleep. The youth rose energetically, reluctantly leaving the silken blanket as he donned his robe, softly asking the sword spirit, do you think if I successfully become Sect Master Lu's disciple, I would be able to sleep under such blankets every day? Jiang Shuin's sword spirit nodded. Naturally, if you wish to sleep under blankets used by the Demon Emperor, the master will find a way to acquire them for you. Well, that may not be necessary. Shen Leyan repeatedly waved his hands. In the original text, the current Demon Emperor is depicted as a golden-haired lion demon, albeit one that has grown quite old, just like certain emperors among humans. Aged demons begin to seek the path of immortality. Unable to break through his limitations to extend his lifespan, the emperor's spirit started to distort, and his behavior became increasingly aberrant. He not only demanded regular tributes of human souls from his subordinates to absorb their essence, but also targeted his kin, capturing those with notable talents to extract their demon cores as supplements for his consumption. Consequently, Discontent brewed within the demon clan, and some powerful demons began to gather their forces to rebel against the emperor. In a bid to consolidate his rule, the emperor declared war on the celestial sects, diverting the internal discord. Ultimately, however, a wolf demon succeeded in slaying the current emperor, thereby unifying the fragmented demon race. He followed Lu Yuanyi to the training ground, mature enough not to expose the other's feigned injury. Surely, Lu Zhongzhu had his reasons for acting thus. When they arrived, not many disciples from Yunqi sect had gathered yet. The crowd was sparse, with only a few elders guarding Jiliani at the Wuliang Gate. That Jiliani had been able to stay at Wuliang Gate for such an extended period, indicating a notable advancement in her cultivation. Suddenly, Lu Yuanyi cast a sidelong glance at him. A whole night has passed, and you have yet to realize that you have reached the initial stage of foundation establishment. The initial stage of foundation establishment. Me? Shen Leyan hastily calmed his mind, beginning to probe his wind, spirit root, and dantian. Several elders' eyes sparkled with excitement as they turned their attention to him. Elder Xuanji, stroking his white beard. Indeed, such fluctuations in spiritual energy indicate a breakthrough to the initial stage of foundation establishment, he confirmed. Achieving 2 consecutive breakthroughs is indeed remarkable. At his age, being at the mid-stage of chi refinement was considered unremarkable, merely a sign that he had good spirit roots and could eventually catch up. However, breaking through to the initial stage of foundation establishment so suddenly could be deemed extraordinary. Elder Yin Shi rejected. Could it be that Shen Leyan's injury to his spirit root at Wuliang Gate yesterday fortuitously led to this unexpected benefit? This was something he had never heard of before, yet regardless, any breakthrough is a positive development. Suddenly, the elder from the law enforcement hall spoke up. What do you all think about adding a new rule to this year's apprenticeship tournament? Oh, achieving a breakthrough at Wuliang Gate is quite rare. Perhaps a reward of 3 points could be granted. After all, they would all be disciples of Yunqi sect in the future. Offering additional rewards wouldn't hurt. And the elders expressed no objections. Following the announcement of this new rule, the disciples who had achieved breakthroughs wore beaming smiles. Who would complain about extra points? Perhaps those 3 points could be the difference in acquiring their coveted items from the library. Shen Leyan glanced at the jade token hanging from his waist, watching the score momentarily shift to display 30 points. However, there was still no movement from the Wuliang Gate where Jiliani resided. With time to spare, he took the opportunity to engage in light conversation with Jiang Shuijin's spirit. Ahem, ahem. Noticing Jiang Shuijin approaching, he discreetly turned away, lowering his voice to in previous apprenticeship tournaments. Did disciples also exchange points for rewards at the library? Jiang Shuijin nodded, writing, Yes, did I suggest you select a magical artifact that resonates with you at the library? After all, while techniques can be chosen gradually, finding a suitable artifact is a rare opportunity. In the realm of cultivation, magical artifacts are categorized into 2 types. One is artificially refined, typically devoid of guardian spirits. Even if exceptionally sharp, it remains merely an inanimate object, such as the standard swords issued by the sect, made of ordinary refined iron. The other type is formed from extraordinary natural materials. For instance, Jiang Shuejian, forged from 10,000-year-old ice, boasts a spirit born from a dragon-like creature destined to become a celestial dragon in the frigid depths. Such artifacts are far rarer than lifeless objects. However, locating a naturally birthed artifact that aligns with one's spirit root attributes and temperament is an arduous task, requiring either substantial financial resources or fortuitous luck. At this moment, the depth of a large sect's resources becomes evident. The library of Yunqi sect houses hundreds of naturally birthed artifacts, and sect disciples can earn points by completing sect tasks to exchange for ones they favor. Naturally, each artifact is exorbitantly priced, astoundingly so, affording them only to the highly cultivated personal disciples of the elders. I only have 30 points. That may not suffice, Shen Leyan remarked. The spirit, enigmatic in nature, teased, But you are unaware of Yunqi sect's hidden rules. What? He replied, filled with righteous indignation. Am I such a person? Misunderstandings abounded, for he meant to imply that the sect had regulations allowing disciples to make up for insufficient points with silver. How much is 1 point worth? 1,000 taels. And how many points does it take to exchange for a naturally birthed artifact? At least 150, or as much as 300. Shen Leyan calculated with the remnants of his elementary math knowledge and then clenched his fist. That's highway robbery. 15,000 taels for a single artifact. Who can afford that? Surely, some can afford it. Such as the Crown Prince of the Great Xia, currently within Wuliang Gate. He's the first in this competition and emerged with over 100 points. With a little silver, gathering 150 points would not pose a challenge. Excluding the Crown Prince, Shen Leyan sighed. He presumed he wouldn't need to exchange for an artifact, as the royal family would have already selected a suitable one for him. Well, if you lack silver. There are other avenues. Our Yunchi sect is quite protective of its disciples that if points are insufficient, one may borrow them. Borrow points? Yes, for instance, you may negotiate with someone to lend you 100 points. And then a month later, you would repay them 110 points. I am certain they would agree. That sounds like usury.is it? However, if you truly encounter a fortuitous artifact at the library, regardless of the cost, you must obtain it. A compatible artifact is crucial during conflicts. Life is not easy, Shenbao sighed. May I borrow a point from the sect? For example, if I owe the sect 100 points. I could perform tasks to repay later. Let the interest be low. For a task of normal difficulty within the inner sect, how many points are generally awarded? 3 to 5. In theory, completing a task and considering travel would require at least a month if all goes smoothly. This means he could complete 12 tasks in a year, earning between 36 to 60 points. It would take him 3 years of relentless effort to exchange for one artifact point 3 years later. When he finally received his first artifact amidst tears, the war between celestial beings and demons commenced. Jiang Shuejian, perhaps we should consider a different approach. What do you think of me? Quite good. Then abandon Lu Zhongzhu and become my artifact. Jiang Shuejian. Shen Leyan could not help but chuckle. All right, I was just teasing you. Actually, I wanted to ask, can I exchange point for silver with the sect? 30 points for 30,000 taels of silver. And then I could live comfortably in seclusion. That if he were the protagonist of a book, that would allow for a neat conclusion. Jiang Shuejian. Oh, you are still teasing me. How could an ancient sword spirit like you be so easily deceived? Jiang Shuejian. Though this method may be time-consuming, the artifact must still be exchanged. I shall strive to undertake tasks with higher points. Descending the mountain for tempering is also an indispensable aspect of cultivation. It is good that you think so. In fact, the library has not encountered a fortuitous artifact for hundreds of years. Those artifacts have gathered dust, waiting for their destined owners. The sect wishes to expedite their departure. So their points will be somewhat reduced. About 50 to 60 points should suffice. However, after so many years without encountering a destined individual, they either demand strict requirements regarding spirit root attributes or possess peculiar temperaments. In any case, acquiring them as your artifact is not an easy feat. Shen Leyan nodded thoughtfully, committing this information to memory. After finishing his conversation with Jiang Shuejian's spirit, he slowly turned back, patiently awaiting the proceedings. The second day of the apprenticeship tournament featured less stringent regulations. The other disciples in the training ground had mostly settled down, chatting in small groups. Some even brought back takeout from the tavern. Leisurely indulging in their meals. 18 noon, Shen Leyan, along with Qingli and senior brother Chen Jing, went for lunch. Upon returning with a packed meal of fried sauce noodles for Lu Yuani, the Wuliang Gate where Ji Liani resided finally stirred. The heart-peering demon within the gate began speaking again, although this time, its voice sounded exceedingly impatient. I say, those inside, if you're truly bored, why not just come out? You're already the first in this competition. Until you find it dull to stay in there, while I'm dying of boredom. As the heart-prying demon concluded its words, a surge of black mist from the Wuliang Gate swirled momentarily before ejecting His Highness the Crown Prince. Ji Liani's expression was devoid of the exuberance typically associated with someone who has just achieved great success, nor did he appear to be engulfed in fear, unable to extricate himself from its clutches. Instead, he bore the languid, half-smiling demeanor characteristic of his usual self, his fox-like eyes betraying a hint of nonchalance, as though he had merely spent a leisurely day on holiday, rather than confronting the most profound terrors within the confines of the Wuliang Gate. An elder from the law enforcement hall tentatively inquired, what did His Highness experience within the Wuliang Gate? Nothing at all, Ji Liani replied. That it was merely an empty palace devoid of any presence. I sat there for an entire day. Shen Leyan, listened with curiosity. Liyan had encountered nothing within the Wuliang Gate. Could it be that a person exists who harbors no fear at all? Or perhaps the only fear that dwelled within him was the solitude of being utterly alone. Given Liyan's unique status, the elders refrained from pressing further. Nonetheless, according to the rules, regardless of whether he had done anything within the Wuliang Gate, he was the last to emerge and thus claimed first place in this round of the competition. The elder from the law enforcement hall soon announced the rankings for the third round, and the jade tablet inscribed with Liyan's name suddenly accumulated over 100 points. Shen Leyan watched in envy as his heart drooled at the thought of silver and magical artifacts. These were indeed treasures. With the third round of the competition concluded, many disciples had exhibited commendable performances. The elder from the law enforcement hall offered some perfunctory praises before shifting the conversation to the next topic. Those who had entered the Wuliang Gate could now select which elder they wished to apprentice under. Before them appeared a scroll adorned with ink and paper, imbued with spiritual energy. Each disciple was to inscribe the name of the elder they wished to serve. However, if the chosen elder declined to accept them, the paper would spontaneously combust, leaving them to await the interest of another elder. This method of selecting mentors was likely designed to prevent awkward rejections during the process. Most attendees had long decided which elder they wished to follow. In an instant, the majority of the disciples began hurriedly writing. "What are you dawdling for? Shen Leyan. Quickly write down your master's name," urged the spirit of the Jiang Shui sword. Initially unfazed by the pressure, Shen Leyan found himself suddenly at a loss for words upon receiving the paper and brush, feeling an inexplicable shyness wash over him. Perhaps it was akin to the sensation of a familiar face appearing on television. He instinctively raised his hand to touch the warm and comforting jade pendant hanging from his neck. "Hurry up. Everyone else is finishing. You aren't thinking of going to another elder, are you?" The sword spirit pressed. Even more anxious than he was, Shen Leyan hesitated to write, and several elders who had previously expressed interest in taking him as a disciple began to show renewed hope. Taking a deep breath, a myriad of memories flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. The bewilderment upon discovering he had traversed into another world. The heartfelt conversations shared with Qingli and Jing under the moonlight while enjoying hot pot. And the encounter with the snake demon that had offered the blood serpent herb to Brother Zheng in the southwestern jungle. When he regained his composure, he found that his hand had already inscribed the name of Liyan. The Jiang Shui sword spirit sighed in relief, yet could not suppress its disdain. They say one's writing reflects their character. You look quite presentable, yet your handwriting is atrocious. Even a 3-year-old's writing is more aesthetically pleasing than yours. Once all participants of the apprenticeship meeting completed their writings, the papers floated into the air, becoming semi-transparent. Simultaneously, names of various disciples appeared before each elder in varying degrees of clarity. Several elders perused the list and began to converse in hushed tones. The disciples standing in the training grounds, unable to hear their discussions, could only wait anxiously, their eyes fixed on the papers before them. Some began to pray fervently, "Please don't self-immolate. Please don't self-immolate. Let me apprentice smoothly. My family is counting on me." Shen Leyan feigned calmness, his gaze steady. In reality, he was covertly glancing at Liyan. The good news was that Liyan merely glanced at the paper bearing his name and made no further movements. The bad news was that Liyan's expression remained inscrutable, offering no clues. Meanwhile, the Jiang Shui sword spirit had already begun to celebrate prematurely. "Woohoo! The Mingchan Pavilion will finally come alive. I shall no longer be just a solitary sword." In the span of a quarter hour, the elders began to formulate their decisions. Some waved their hands, erasing certain names, while others smiled warmly towards the direction of their prospective disciples. Disciples whose names were erased from the paper witnessed it burn without flame, their faces falling in disappointment. Conversely, those whose papers remained intact felt a mix of excitement and trepidation, their eyes sparkling as they awaited the next steps in the apprenticeship process. The paper before Shen Leyan, inscribed with his unsightly handwriting, remained perfectly intact, causing him to feel a flicker of joy within. Moments later, additional lines of sharp, elegant characters appeared on the paper. "Your handwriting is atrocious. Upon arriving at the Mingchan Pavilion, practice writing 10 large characters daily. Shen Leyan thought to himself. I did not write carelessly. I merely find it challenging to use a brush. The characters from my homeland do not resemble this at all. In this world, traditional characters were the norm, while he had always utilized simplified characters and colloquial language before his journey. Moreover, having grown accustomed to ballpoint pens and typing on computers and phones, he found a transition to brush writing rendered his characters as ugly as a bug crawling across the page. More words appeared on the paper. Have you memorized the procedure for the apprenticeship ceremony? He nodded and stepped a few paces closer to Lu Yuanyi, murmuring a soft "I" in the realm of cultivation. Reverence for one's master was a principle enshrined in the sect's regulations. Many sects would allocate up to half a month for apprenticeship ceremonies, dedicating time to various rituals and formalities. While the Yunchi sect's apprenticeship meeting prioritized substance over form, it still required 3 prostrations, followed by the master leading the disciples to the main peak to pay respects and offer incense to the ancestors. As a disciple of the sect leader, he would accompany Lu Yuanyi to the ancestral hall for worship. The paper read, "What do you intend to say upon entering the ancestral hall?" He mentally rehearsed his words. "Upon entering the master's gate, I shall diligently practice and refine my writing, adhere strictly to the sect's rules, and refrain from selfishness, that I shall combat evil and uphold justice. Valuing my life, I shall not engage in acts against my conscience or commit unjust deeds, and I will strive to strengthen the sect and protect those around me." The elders who oversaw various peaks and had the privilege to accept disciples all straightened their attire. After receiving the bow from their new disciples, they imparted instructions regarding the sect's regulations along with words of encouragement. Subsequently, they led their new apprentices, along with senior brothers and sisters and uncles and aunts, to pay their respects. Finally, they guided them in riding their swords to the main peak to offer incense to the ancestors. Shen Leyan quietly awaited on the stone steps. The Jiang Shui sword spirit, delighted to finally have someone to converse with, shed its earlier solemnity. "Shen Leyan, I am certain the past sect leaders in the ancestral hall will take a particular liking to you." Although the former sect leaders had long since passed, remnants of their spiritual essence lingered in the ancestral hall, capable of manifesting and casting spells during critical moments. However, their power was but a fraction of what it once was, and using such remnants would deplete their essence, which is why most disciples of the Yunchi sect had never seen the former sect leaders' appearances. Disciples who successfully completed the apprenticeship process began to depart, while those who did not continued to linger. Chun Jingcho's brother Zhenghong and awaited news from the capital. As Shen Leyan scanned the surroundings, he noticed that nearly all who had entered the Wuliang Gate and emerged without undue distress had successfully found their mentors. The only exception was Ji Lianyi, who remained on the training ground, devoid of fellow disciples or an accepting elder, but he appeared to have anticipated this outcome, his demeanor calm and composed, though Ji Lianyi's features were somewhat androgynous. He was undeniably striking, and his royal lineage imbued him with an air of elegance that caused many disciples of the Yunchi sect to covertly admire him. Shen Leyan soon understood why no elder had accepted Ji Lianyi as a disciple. It was not due to a lack of talent or insufficient cultivation, but rather because, as the crown prince of the Great Xia, having him as a disciple would entangle the sect too deeply in court politics. Currently, the princes of the Great Xia were embroiled in a fierce struggle for power. The crown prince's reputation among the populace was less than favorable. Should the Eastern Palace change hands, how would a master maintain their standing? Furthermore, the Great Xia royal family possessed their own inherited cultivation methods, diminishing the necessity for a mentor's guidance. It was likely that even a sect of considerable stature would hesitate to accept Ji Lianyi as an ordinary inner disciple. Lu Zongzhu, Shen Leyan inquired softly, why did the Yunchi sect not refuse the crown prince's presence? While it could not be stated outright that the Yunchi sect wished to avoid the burden of such a formidable figure, a plausible and flattering excuse could be fabricated, something along the lines of the crown prince's esteemed status, making it easy for the Yunchi sect to accept him as a disciple. Lu Yuanyi communicated telepathically. I recall a missive arriving from the Eastern Palace, stating that if the Yunchi sect accepted Ji Lianyi as a disciple, they would grant us a yearly tribute of 100,000 taels of silver. Shen Leyan's eyes widened in disbelief. You were bought off for a mere 100,000 taels. After the assassination attempt on Ji Lian within the Yunqi sect, the Eastern Palace had increased the offering to 150,000 taels per year. Shen Leyan, could this possibly be the protection fee depicted in television dramas? Does it truly mean that Ji Lian must become an ordinary inner sect disciple? Lu Yuan suddenly curled his lips into a smirk, leisurely suggesting, if you find Mingchan Pavilion lacking in liveliness, why not let him be your junior brother? Shen Leyan shivered slightly, chuckling awkwardly. That would be unnecessary. His acquaintance with Ji Lian was limited to that encounter in the depths of Yunqi sect during an assassination attempt. Since then, the latter had not sought him out, and he wished to avoid any further entanglements with the crown prince. Walking the path of cultivation was already a formidable challenge, and he had neither the intellect nor the energy to become embroiled in the political strife of the Great Xia. Once all the disciples had completed their initiation ceremonies, Lu Yuan stood up and gently called to him, "Come, let us proceed to the ancestral hall to pay our respects." The ancestral hall was constructed from a unique material that neither decayed nor attracted pests. Nor was it easily ignited. It appeared grand from the outside, and once inside, it was spacious and steeped in an ancient ambience, with rows of memorial tablets standing solemnly before them, adhering to the door rules. He first performed the 3 prostrations in reverence. Disciple Shen Leyan pays homage to the esteemed master. He then accepted a stick of incense that Lu Yuan handed him, respectfully offering it to the tablets of the past patriarchs. After reciting the prepared words in his mind, he noticed that the incense burned unusually quickly, dwindling in an instant. The moment the incense extinguished, the silent tablets suddenly shimmered with spiritual energy, and several ethereal figures appeared in the air, mostly resembling kindly, white-haired elders, which little one has offered such abundant incense. One elder remarked, "Little Lu has taken on another disciple. This one seems lively and a tad more interesting than the first. A wind spirit root, quite a promising talent. I envy him, but I shall keep my silence. Lian, is it? The cushion is cold. Do rise and converse with us. Where is your hometown, Lian? How old are you this year? How long have you been at Yunqi sect? Little Lu is your master now. Has he given you any trouble?" Shen Leyan, still somewhat dazed, drew upon his past experiences of conversing with elders at the orphanage during the new year, answering obediently one by one. "I am an orphan, and I only remember my hometown is a small village by the sea. I am 19 this year, and have been at Yunqi sect since I was 10. My master has been quite good to me." After chatting for about half an hour, the ethereal figures of the patriarchs reluctantly returned to their tablets, departing with a piece of advice: come often to offer incense. Lian, your offerings contain far greater spiritual power than usual. Such power benefits the residual spirits of the patriarchs. Shen Leyan naturally nodded in agreement. As the doors of the ancestral hall closed, he followed Lu Yuan. Eager to inquire about any further etiquette, yet he had not yet grown accustomed to addressing Lu Yuan as master. Thus, the young man silently practiced in his heart, bolstering his resolve to not be timid. Shen Leyan, muster your courage. Lu Yuan is now your master. You shall become accustomed to it sooner or later. He repeated master at least 20 times in his mind, feeling quite proficient before clearing his throat and attempting a casual inquiry. Master, what shall we do next? Does the term master feel awkward on your tongue? The boy felt a pang of guilt. How could it? Lu Yuan summoned the Jiangxue sword, gesturing for him to mount it. Next, we shall return to Mingchan Pavilion to select a room of your liking. If you require any furniture or daily necessities, feel free to relocate items from other rooms. Shen Leyan thought of the soft silkworm silk quilt from the previous night and replied cheerfully, "All right. Thank you, master. Was that easier to say?" "Too easy, master. Today, I shall not instruct you in cultivation techniques. Should you wish to dine at an inn or gather with Qingli in Chunjing, you may do so once you have arranged your room." "Great. Today, I intend to send word to the capital regarding Chunjing's desire to take you as a disciple, as well as your own situation. Though you have any message for your elder brother?" Now that he had become a disciple under Lu Yuan, he would naturally refer to Zhang Zihong as his elder brother. I need to think this through. After not seeing Zhang Zihong for quite some time, he felt a hint of nostalgia and needed to ponder what he wished to convey. Tomorrow morning, you and the other new disciples may exchange the points on your jade tokens for rewards in the library. Jiangshua's sword should have informed you that you may select a suitable magical artifact. Shen Leyan nodded, feeling that after becoming a disciple, Mingshan Pavilion seemed even more welcoming, and even the somewhat intimidating man-eating flower in the courtyard appeared endearing. You likely haven't had the chance to explore Mingshan Pavilion properly. The east lies the courtyard where your elder brother resides, named Shui Pavilion. The other courtyards are mostly vacant. You may inspect them one by one and reside wherever you prefer. Will you accompany me to look? Lu Yuanyi replied. That is acceptable. They first ventured to Jingzahong's Shui Pavilion, where the flora in the courtyard was indeed more lush than elsewhere. One wondered if the elder brother had a touch of obsessive-compulsive disorder. For the courtyard was lined with impeccably arranged man-eating flowers, oddly reminiscent of a certain game. Moving further south, they arrived at Jingxing Courtyard, which appeared somewhat neglected, yet boasted a tall, beautiful ginkgo tree, a glimpse of the splendid autumn scenery it would offer. By the tree stood a swing, alongside a small vegetable garden. Shen Leyan felt a stirring in his heart, unconsciously slowing his pace, occasionally sitting on the swing to sway a few times, or wandering into the vegetable garden to inspect the weeds. Lu Yuanyi stood beneath the eaves, watching the lively youth dart about, his narrow, cool brow softened slightly by a gentle smile. You fancy Jingxing Courtyard? Shen Leyan dashed to Lu Yuanyi's side. Yes, it feels quite comfortable to live here. Very well. This location is central within Mingshan Pavilion, close to most rooms, making it convenient whether you wish to venture out to socialize or retreat to the study for cultivation. All right, the furnishings in the room, including tables, chairs, screens, and beds, were all elegantly styled. He did not favor overly ornate arrangements. Finding them cumbersome to maintain, he declared with satisfaction, I shall reside here. A little tidying up in the courtyard, and it should look splendid. Indeed. Afterward, you may fetch the bedding you used last night, and if you require any decorations, feel free to retrieve them from the storeroom adjacent to the study. Lu Yuanyi had initially intended to cast a cleaning spell to tidy the courtyard, but he felt that personally tidying his own living space would offer a more homely feeling. The youth thus graciously declined his master's kind offer, hastening to the storeroom, where he found a dusty broom and cloth, filled a bucket with clean water, and energetically spent an hour cleaning Jingxing Courtyard. After an hour, the fallen branches and leaves were cleared away, the dust from the swing vanished, and the room's furnishings were arranged neatly. Shen Leyan set down the broom, stretched, and remarked, It feels much more pleasant to look at now. Only then did he rush to the study to inform Lu Yuanyi of his desire to dine at the inn with Qingli and Chun Jing. As Jiangshua's sword floated over of its own accord. Sword spirit, if you were transformed into the dragon you were as a member of Wuliang's sect, could you also partake in a meal? Jiangshua, sword, shyly nodded. Then join us for dinner tonight. Jiangshua, sword, eagerly nodded. But if the other disciples see my true form, will it be a dragon suddenly appearing, and it would indeed be quite alarming. Shen Leyan pondered, no matter, you could cast a spell to shrink yourself a bit. Qingli and Brother Chun have already encountered numerous strange occurrences. They should be accustomed to it by now. Chapter 55. Selecting Magical Artifacts. Leyan. Have you truly become a disciple of Lord Lu? Upon arriving at the inn, Shen Leyan pushed the door open to find Qingli and Chen Jing already waiting in their usual private room. Qingli appeared slightly awkward, pouting, while Chen Jing was exceedingly enthusiastic. After seating Shen Leyan, he immediately inquired, "As Shen Leyan responded. He pointed to Jiangshua's sword. In a bit, Jiangshua's sword will transform into its dragon form. It too wishes to savor the taste of hot pot. A dragon. Won't it break the ceiling? Not at all. It can shrink down to the size of a cat. Meat rolls and shrimp were already in the pot. They all enjoyed meat, ordering only a plate of baby bok choy, with the rest consisting of various meats and seafood. Once the first batch of dishes was cooked, Jiangshua's sword transformed, revealing a small golden dragon no larger than a cat. Peeking out from Shen Leyan's arms, its paws resting on the table. Qingli, who had been somewhat displeased with Shen Leyan for choosing to apprentice under a notorious figure, suddenly widened her eyes, a flurry of tiny hearts sparkling in her gaze. Chen Jing, a rugged man, was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the little golden dragon. His hand reaching for the meat rolls abruptly veered off course, barely restraining himself from petting the dragon's head. Shen Leyan observed their expressions, feeling somewhat helpless internally. See, from ancient times to the present, Even in the realm of cultivation, no one can resist cuteness. The little golden dragon seemed to realize the intense gazes of the two individuals nearby and could not help but lower its head to inspect itself. Turning to ask the one it trusted most, Shen Leyan, in a soft voice, "Do I, in this form, diminish the dignity of a dragon?" Little golden dragon strained to maintain a serious expression, its deep voice starkly contrasting with its adorable appearance, creating a delightful sense of disparity. Shen Leyan pondered for a moment, feeling that the confidence of the dragon should also be safeguarded, and thus offered words of comfort. "Not at all. You are quite adorable." As he spoke, he stealthily ruffled the smooth, delicate scales on the little golden dragon's head. The sensation was utterly different from petting something fluffy. Suddenly, he had the whimsical desire to raise a spirit pet. Alas, the little golden dragon was, after all, the sword spirit of Jiang Shuijin and could not truly be treated as a pet to be petted. Fortunately, once they began to feast on hot pot, everyone's attention shifted to the meat rolls, and even the little golden dragon found itself too preoccupied to uphold its dragon dignity, incessantly urging Shen Leyan to serve it just a tad more meat, preferably slathered in sesame sauce and cilantro. As they indulged heartily, Qing Li and Chen Jing began clamoring for some wine. Unable to resist their pleas, Shen Leyan reluctantly ordered a jug of rice wine, repeatedly admonishing them not to overindulge. After a couple of cups, Chen Jing's cheeks flushed, and he hooked his arm around Shen Leyan's shoulder, exclaiming, "Leyan, tell me, Hick, do you think Brother Zhang would accept me as his disciple?" "Rest assured, he surely will," Shen Leyan reassured him. "With your character and integrity, Brother Zhang would undoubtedly approve." Chen Jing smiled at first. Then his expression turned sorrowful. "But if I become Brother Zhang's disciple, wouldn't that mean I have to call you little Shu?" Shen Leyan, having just taken a sip of wine, nearly spat it out, choking on his laughter. The young man, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, retorted playfully, "Well, that's just how it is. Though I may be younger, my seniority is higher. Come on, call me a little Shu just once, slap." Chen Jing playfully smacked his back. "In your dreams. Disrespecting your little Shu like that. I might just have to report you to my master." Shen Leyan quipped, "Are you asking for a beating today?" He snatched the wine jug and dashed outside, shouting, "Come and catch me if you can." The two engaged in a playful chase as they exited, leaving the little golden dragon and Qing Li exchanging glances. Qing Li chuckled mischievously, extending her wicked fingers towards the little golden dragon. "Come here, little dragon. Let your sister pet your head. You little rascal. Unable to bully the wicked Lu Yuani, so now you wish to tease his sword spirit instead." The little golden dragon's pupils widened in shock. "Help! Someone is trying to pet the dragon," in the dead of night. The private room lay in disarray. It was hard to imagine that two individuals, a stone and a dragon, had consumed the equivalent of 10 people's portions. Thankfully, Shen Leyan had intentionally moderated the amount of wine Chen Jing and Qing Li consumed, preventing them from getting intoxicated again. After bidding each other farewell, Shen Leyan reminded, "Tomorrow morning, we must head to the library to exchange for competition rewards. Chen Jing, my little disciple, don't oversleep." With a leap, Shen Leyan mounted Jiang Shuijin, puffing up with pride as he departed. The Yunshi sect's library had been renowned since the establishment of the sect by its first patriarch, after millennia of accumulation by successive disciples. Its depth of knowledge was profound, housing countless techniques across various levels, including those for sword cultivators, music practitioners, body cultivators, as well as methods involving insect manipulation, poison, and concealed weapons. Inner disciples could freely borrow techniques below the heavenly grade, while those above it required points for exchange. Furthermore, techniques passed down by the sect leader and elders were only accessible to their direct disciples and were not available in the library. In addition to the myriad of unique techniques, the library also housed numerous floors of magical artifacts and spiritual herbs. Gazing up at the library, which soared dozens of stories into the clouds, it was indeed a magnificent sight. The library could be considered the heart of the Yunshi sect's heritage, with stringent security measures in place. Every day, elders accompanied their direct disciples to patrol the premises. Any acts of theft involving techniques or artifacts, or fighting and maliciously damaging scrolls within the library, would result in punishment ranging from whipping to the severing of cultivation and expulsion from the sect. Following the master-apprentice ceremony, disciples with points on their jade tokens eagerly trailed behind their masters or senior brothers and sisters, peeking into the library while quietly discussing what they wish to exchange. I heard there are Yuan Ling pills inside, which can enhance cultivation speed. I'm on the verge of a breakthrough and could really use 1. Pills are easy to exchange for. Techniques are far more valuable. Not at all. The artifacts nurtured by heaven and earth are the rarest treasures. A few disciples scoffed. Who doesn't know that artifacts are precious? The question is, can you afford to exchange for one? I can't, but someone can. Hey, why hasn't our crown prince from the Great Xia come? Among those present, only a handful had points sufficient to potentially exchange for an artifact. Ji Lian's identity and beauty quickly drew attention. And it wasn't too long before everyone noticed his absence. The discussions grew louder, prompting several elders to turn and glare at the newly accepted disciples. We are about to enter the library. Silence. The first 10 floors of the library contain techniques below the heavenly grade. Floors 11 to 20 house human-crafted artifacts, while floors 21 to 30 were reserved for spiritual herbs and elixirs. Beyond that lay heavenly and sacred techniques, as well as artifacts nurtured by heaven and earth. You may freely explore the first 30 floors, but those wishing to venture to the latter must be accompanied by an elder from the law enforcement hall. Each item has a wooden plaque indicating the points required for exchange. Once you find what you wish to exchange for, come here to register and deduct the corresponding points that understood. The disciples responded in unison. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Leyan followed the elder from the law enforcement hall to the floors above 30. Within the library, one could not fly on swords or utilize spiritual power. One had to walk up the stairs. Were it not for the superior physique of cultivators, it would likely be quite a challenge to ascend 30 flights, while most disciples lack sufficient points. Their curiosity about what lay above the 30th floor drove many to follow along. The group moved in a grand procession, drawing the curious glances of several senior brothers and sisters who were borrowing techniques within the library. This is the 31st floor, housing some heavenly grade techniques. The layout here resembled a modern library, with several rows of sandalwood shelves categorizing bamboo slips and books recording the various techniques. Shen Leyan observed numerous offensive techniques, and upon reading their descriptions, many seemed perfectly suited to his spiritual root attributes. Regrettably, heavenly grade techniques required points for exchange and could not be borrowed freely. He glanced at the points needed. 30. Should he exchange for one, his jade token would be wiped clean, and he would no longer have the opportunity to obtain an artifact. Reluctantly, he returned to the group, choosing to close his eyes and not look. Adhering to the adage that out of sight, out of mind, several disciples who did require techniques managed to exchange for their desired heavenly grade techniques, their faces beaming with joy as they went downstairs to register. On the 32nd floor, the sacred techniques awaited, with a minimum point requirement of 100. The disciples collectively gasped, most deterred, with only the top 2 competitors daring to enter and take a look. The final floor housed the artifacts nurtured by heaven and earth. I suggest that regardless of your points, you should all take a look to see if any resonate with you. Points can be accumulated, but suitable artifacts are rare finds. The disciples promptly bowed in gratitude before dispersing towards the artifacts that caught their. Shen Leyan remained stationary for a moment, surveying the surroundings. Unlike the books that were placed on shelves, the artifacts were all hung on the walls, making it easy to see them all at a glance. There were swords, spears, musical instruments, concealed weapons, and many other bizarre shapes he had never encountered before, nor could he name. Compared to the human-crafted artifacts, these appeared almost alive, as if they possessed a soul. Shen Leyan, guided solely by instinct and visual appeal, examined all the artifacts on the walls in a quarter of an hour, only to find none that truly captivated him. Could it be that there were no suitable artifacts for him here? If so, he would have to seek one during his future excursions down mountain, significantly diminishing the odds of finding a fitting artifact. Unbeknownst to him, the elder from the law enforcement hall had approached his side. "What's wrong? Haven't found anything you like?" Artifacts are often a matter of first impression. Generally, those that don't spark any particular feeling at first glance are likely unsuitable. Shen Leyan nodded, forcing a wry smile. "Greetings, elder. I have indeed not yet encountered anything to my liking." The elder, pondering for a moment, remarked, "It's rare for the Yunshi sect to receive a disciple with a singular spiritual root. In fact, there are some artifacts that have been without a suitable owner for centuries, with strict requirements and peculiar temperaments, which are stored separately in a side chamber. Would you like to have a look? He immediately realized that these were the artifacts Jiang Shuejian had mentioned that had fallen into disuse. Very well, that would be much appreciated. Elder, the artifacts gathering dust were even better. They would not deteriorate over time, and they would be cheaper. The elder from the law enforcement hall led him to the deepest section of this floor, where he discovered a small door at the end of a wall, secured with a lock. The elder retrieved a key and opened the door, revealing approximately 10 artifacts within it. In the far corner was a sword. Given that Lu Yuanyi was a sword cultivator and Shen Leyan was familiar with Jiang Shuejian, he immediately spotted it. Soon after, his gaze was wholly captivated by it. The sword shimmered in a celestial azure hue, with a narrow, elongated, diamond-shaped blade, and the hilt was intricately carved with a white falcon poised for flight, appearing so lifelike that it seemed ready to soar into the sky at any moment. Elder, may I inquire about that sword? The elder from the law enforcement hall followed his gaze and replied with a smile, that sword. It was discovered by your master's master during a chance encounter in a bustling market. At that time, it was displayed in an antique shop as a decorative sword for the home, and your master's master acquired it for merely 10 taels of silver. 10 taels of silver. In Shen Leyan's eyes, coins seemed to rain down like a cascade, his voice barely concealing his excitement. Can I also purchase it for 10 taels of silver? The elder of the law enforcement hall continued to smile. That, of course, is not possible, Shen Leyan. He knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. However, the point value of this sword is not excessively high. 60 would suffice. With 60 points, he would only need to owe 30. A manageable debt he could repay with some effort. Although it was inexpensive, this sword was exceedingly selective in choosing its master, and I recall that over the years, at least 30 or 40 individuals had desired it. Yet none had succeeded in gaining its recognition that I wished to give it a try. The elder of the law enforcement hall gestured for him to proceed. Shen Leyan stepped forward, grasping the hilt, and the sword vibrated with a low hum before suddenly soaring from his palm, followed by a drowsy voice emanating from the blade. Who dares disturb my slumber? Shen Leyan explained his intentions. Speaking earnestly, I believe we are quite compatible. The sword circled around him twice. A wind spirit root. Not bad at all. However, in my years, I have encountered countless geniuses. The master I seek must not only possess exceptional talent and high cultivation, but also be well-versed and knowledgeable, not merely a brawling brute. Understood, this is a sword that favors scholars. But how does one prove their scholarly prowess? Quite simple. If you can pose 3 questions that I cannot answer, and then provide me with the answers, I shall acknowledge your erudition. Shen Leyan smiled slyly, like a crafty fox whose scheme has succeeded. Are you certain? A gentleman's word is his bond. Then listen closely. The first question, what did I eat for breakfast? The sword. That doesn't count. Such a question is not valid. The sword trembled in indignation, declaring the question unacceptable. Shen Leyan silently swallowed his subsequent questions about his dinner from last night and the night before. He quickly reassured, I was merely joking. That question is indeed invalid. Now, pay attention. The first question, what are the first 7 decimal places of pi? Chapter 56. The boundless sword as his words fell. The room was enveloped in a profound silence. Not only the sword, but even the elder of the law enforcement hall appeared taken aback. Pi. What on earth is that? The sword's voice carried a mix of bewilderment and skepticism. Do you truly know the answer to this question? Shen Leyan nodded, having to admit that he was cheating by benefiting from the knowledge of the 21st century. After 9 years of compulsory education, who doesn't know the first 7 decimal places of pi? Pi is the ratio of a circle's circumference to its diameter, and the first 7 decimal places are 3.141592. Who can prove you are correct? Shen Leyan pondered. It was likely that the mathematics of this era had not advanced to such precision regarding pi. Fortunately, I can make a heavenly oath. If what I say is wrong, may the heavens strike me down. The elder of the law enforcement hall panicked. Why must we resort to a heavenly oath? What if something goes awry? How will he explain this to Master Lu? After the heavenly oath was established, nothing untoward occurred. The elder of the law enforcement hall let out a sigh of relief. The sword's tone now bore a hint of admiration. You do possess a modicum of knowledge. Yet 2 more questions remain. Very well. The second question, why do we have 4 seasons? The seasons are, of course, due to the laws of nature. No, it is because our planet is a celestial body that orbits a star, which gives rise to the 4 seasons, the sword. Upon completing the heavenly oath, Shen Leyan pressed on. The third question, how does one purify coarse salt? The sword. Wait, how do you know these things? The sword, filled with existential doubt, lamented. I have perused countless books in the library over the years and traversed many places, nearly covering the 9 realms. Why do I not know these? While you may be unaware of these matters, there are many things you know that I do not. Life is finite, yet learning is limitless. The sword pondered, and Shen Leyan patiently awaited its response. If I become your magical artifact, will you take me with you every day to read? Will you accompany me to traverse the landscapes of the 9 realms again? Will you continue to share these intriguing tales with me? Of course. Furthermore, within Mingchan Pavilion, there exists a sword named Jiangxue, whose spirit is a dragon. The 2 of you should have much to discuss. The sword brightened. Shen Leyan sensed that although it spoke with an air of wisdom, its temperament was akin to that of a child. Easily disheartened, yet equally easily delighted, I still do not know your name. The sword replied, I have no name. After perusing many texts, I have yet to find one I favor. Perhaps you could think of one for me. Its tone carried a hint of anticipation. After thoughtful consideration, he realized that a magical artifact would accompany him for a lifetime. Since it had chosen him, he wished to honor that choice. How about Wooey? The boundless sword. Does that sound good? Wooey Wooey, the long sword repeated joyfully. Yes, that shall be my name. The boundless sword then nestled into his palm. The elder of the law enforcement hall, having weathered many storms, quickly recovered from his momentary astonishment and chuckled. I did not expect you to truly find a suitable magical artifact here. However, your Jade Token's points are insufficient. You will need to owe 30 points, which you can repay by completing sect tasks in the future, with 1 point due each month. Yes, thank you, Elder. Now that you have selected your magical artifact, please follow me downstairs. As Shen Leyan exited the storeroom with the boundless sword, Chun Jing spotted him and immediately approached with a smile. Leyan, have you obtained your magical artifact? The magical artifacts birthed by heaven and earth recognize their masters. Sometimes, even if you desire a magical artifact, its spirit may not reciprocate, rendering your efforts futile. Indeed, I've had some luck, but I now owe 30 points to the sect and must gradually repay the debt. Chun Jing congratulated him. I also have my eye on a spear. Unfortunately, the spear's spirit stated that my cultivation level is too low, and it would only consider me once I break through to foundation establishment. Shen Leyan noticed Chun Jing's slightly dejected expression and patted his shoulder. Are you truly considering giving up? Naturally not. Go and tell the spirit of that spear that you will definitely return for it. Chun Jing, never one to easily concede defeat, quickly regained his composure. All right, I will tell the spirit that within 3 years, I will definitely break through to foundation establishment and return for it. Shen Leyan stood still, waiting for Chun Jing to return, while quietly inquiring of the boundless sword. Wooey, do you know the story of that spear? The boundless sword replied with a hint of pride. That spear is merely a crude and brutish fighter. I am not well acquainted with it. Shen Leyan chuckled. By the way, the elder of the law enforcement hall mentioned that you were purchased by my master from an antique shop. How did you end up there? At that time, I had only recently come into existence and often fell into a deep slumber, inadvertently being picked up by the antique shop's owner. The owner had a daughter who often sat beside me. Reading novels, with nothing better to do, I joined her in reading. I devoured more and more novels. My love for them grew. A day without reading leaves me feeling utterly restless. Humans are quite fascinating, capable of weaving such strange tales. Moreover, the antique shop often attracted literati who came to recite poetry and compose couplets. I found it rather delightful and decided to stay. I see that if you enjoy reading novels, I shall share some explosive stories with you in the future. Oh, the boundless sword, brimming with curiosity, asked, what are their titles? 8 treasures from one birth. What should I do if the overbearing CEO and the campus tyrant both fall for me? After my death, the regent went mad. The Return of the Dragon King. Invincible under heaven. I want to hear the first story right now. Shen Leyan mused that since he was waiting for Chun Jing anyway, he had nothing else to do. He informed the elder of the law enforcement hall and found a small corner to sit down, beginning to narrate softly. This world lacked overbearing CEOs. He slightly altered the story's premise to enhance the boundless sword's immersion. He even began role-playing. Just because of you, do you think you are worthy of marrying Li Xianjun? Tonight, I shall ensure your utter disgrace. The boundless sword. I know. That must be the wicked villain. Little Hong, drowsily opening her eyes, found herself lying on a grand bed, alongside a handsome young man. What transpired last night? The boundless sword. I know. This must be the male lead. Little Hong, upon awakening, left a few pieces of silver and fled. The young man, upon realizing she had gone, smirked wickedly, saying, Woman, you have successfully captured the attention of this Xianjun and commanded his subordinates, search the entire capital. Find this woman for me. The young man's subordinates marveled. Xianjun, it has been ages since we have seen you smile like this. Meanwhile, little Hong was diagnosed with a pregnancy pulse. She was unexpectedly with child. Wei Jian listened intently, while Shen Leyan took a moment to catch his breath, preparing to continue his narrative. Upon lifting his head, he was taken aback to find himself surrounded by a considerable number of disciples. Noticing his silence, they urged him on. Were you not telling a story? Please continue, one exclaimed. What about Xiao Hong discovering her pregnancy, and what happened next? Did the male protagonist find Xiao Hong or not? Shen Leyan responded.